CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In the mythology of ancient Greece, Hypnos, the god of sleep, and Thanatos, the god of death, were twin brothers, and for good reason. When you turn out the light beside your bed and snuggle down under the sheets for a good night's rest, you finally, slowly drift off into a form of unconsciousness. This blacking out, this easing into a soft and shapeless state of non-existence, gives you an inkling, a kind of preview of what it may mean to enter the doorway of sleep's shadowy brother, death.
The brown-purple blood gathered in a swift bead trickling over my side. I could see it. Forrest flung the scalpel aside and began to shout.
Ice! Ice! Quick! Somebody let me have some ice! Lots of it!
Even though my body still clung to me there on the operating table by the merest thread, I knew that Dr. Forrest, in spite of all his skill, had murdered me.
Our mystery drama, The Long, Long Sleep, was suggested by a short story of H.G. Wells and was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When destiny decides a man's time has run out, when a gaunt figure menacingly emerges from the half-darkness, his face cloaked under a huge black cowl, and his long, bony finger beckons you to join him, how can you be sure whether or not you are ready? By what signs do you recognize this to be the final eternal sleep, the sleep from which no one awakes? It's the night of December 31st, and Norman Hill and his wife Laurie, a couple in their middle 50s, are at home, alone.
New Year's Eve, the end and the beginning. For the first time ever, Laurie and I had decided to stay home together. Why? I wasn't really sure. But there was an unknown something that was bothering me. Only a couple of minutes to go, Laurie.
Oh, and another year will have gone by.
Mm-hmm. You don't feel bad about our not going out?
Norman, of course not. What we're doing makes the only sense. This is perfect.
Yeah. Just the two of us alone. In an apartment that's begging to be painted.
Well, I'll have the painters in any day now, I promise.
Okay.
Ooh, now let's get to that jar of caviar.
Right, and real imported champagne, the best that money can buy.
Now, when you get the promotion they've been promising you at the office.
Yeah, and the very good chance of my book being picked up as a paperback.
Oh, Norman, I'm a very lucky woman. And I love you very much.
And, Laurie, I love you.
Still, after all these years, you don't want to trade me in for a later model?
Not just yet, dear. I'm delighted to be stuck with what I've got. For a while, anyway.
Well, thank you, darling. You're still very sweet and so romantic.
And this is it.
Oh, have some of the toast and caviar.
Yes, of course. Oh, it's great. It's wonderful. Happy New Year, darling.
Oh, Happy New Year to you.
And with luck, to another 30 years together.
Well, at the very least, I'll drink to that.
To us.
What is it, Norman? What's wrong? Norman? What's happening? What can I get you? Norman? Speak to me. What is it? Norman? Norman, darling. Open your eyes. You're frightening me. Are you all right?
Where? Laurie.
Oh, everything's going to be all right. You started to drink your champagne. You began to choke. And suddenly you passed out.
For long?
5, 10 seconds, maybe. You all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just fine. I think.
Has this happened before, Norman?
I didn't want to worry you.
Recently?
Last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 times.
Oh.
Once at lunch with a couple of the fellas from the office.
Have you been in pain?
No, not really.
Well, you've got to see a doctor.
Yeah, I suppose so. Maybe I will.
No maybes, Norman. Tomorrow morning you make an appointment with Forrest Haddon.
What, New Year's Day? It's a holiday, even for doctors.
Well, then the next day, Tuesday.
Yeah. Maybe it's not a bad idea. I'll call him at home.
Norman, you just scared the living daylights out of me.
Yeah, I guess I did. Anyway, Happy New Year, darling, to both of us. Laurie was scared, and I was, too. If you've made up your mind you want to go on living, then you make up your mind to follow the rules, the doctor's rules. Forrest Haddon, who was one of my closest and most trusted friends, put me through the most thorough physical examination I'd ever had in my life. Every test in the book. And then a few days later at his office.
Norman, I've never kidded any of my patients, least of all you. I don't see the point.
When, Forrest? How soon?
The operation? Yesterday, Norman. No. The longer we wait, the greater the chance we take.
We?
Do they suspect at the office?
No, of course not.
And, Laurie?
Laurie is something else.
Oh, what do you say?
I'm all yours, Dr. Haddon, I guess.
I've already called the hospital. They can take you Thursday morning.
That's day after tomorrow.
I wouldn't wait, Norman.
Okay. Then Thursday morning it is. And, the odds of my survival, of my, pulling through?
Oh, I'm a doctor, Norman, not a gambler. I don't give odds.
But if you did?
All right, I'd say an even 50-50.
No worse?
No worse. You'll be at the hospital Thursday morning at 8, admitting room. Where are you headed now?
The office, then home. I think I'll walk. Clear my head a bit.
Do you mind if I walk along with you? You were my last patient.
No, of course not first.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. You're afraid I'm about to dissolve into a huge mess of self-pity and despair, aren't you, Forrest? I might take it into my head to do something rash, right?
Could be.
And if I did?
Oh, that would be very foolish. Oh, what would be the sense?
None. No, Forrest, you're wrong. At this moment, I feel absolutely nothing. Not self-pity, not despair, nothing. Just a big emptiness. As if I were already dead. This afternoon, as I walked along with Forrest Haddon, facing the possibility of my own death, it was all very strange. Every deep, passionate feeling I might have had, depression, fear, resentment, anger, was in some curious way drained out of me. There was nothing left inside me except a bloodless, tranquil resignation to a 50-50 chance of the inevitable.
Now, there's no point in minimizing the danger, Norman. It's a very tricky, delicate procedure. Oh, I'm not an alarmist, you know that. I know what I'm doing. and I'll be working with a team
And
of
as we
experts.
trudged through the snow across from the park toward my office, Forrest kept on assuring me that my life was in the most capable hands. But I couldn't get over the feeling that here I was, living in the very real shadow of death, without my being able to do a thing about it, to control in any way what was happening to me. And what surprised me most was the fact that I was unmoved by the whole thing. I was cool. I was calm until...
Norman, look out! Move it!
Well, what happened?
That big pot with a plant in it must have toppled off the roof of that penthouse. The wind must have blown it.
It's a good thing you saw it coming, Forrest, and pushed me out of the way.
Yes, just in time.
It missed my head by inches.
Split your skull right in two. Well, come on, let's not stand here, Norman. Let's move before anything else happens.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you very much. For a moment, I'd been brought back to reality. And then a minute later, that same dullness, the feeling of being isolated from the rest of the world, began to take over again.
I think that's wonderful about your book, Norman. You know, I don't see how you manage it. A full-time...
Forrest kept on talking about my work, possibly to get my mind off whatever was wrong with me.
Great.
We kept walking through the slush and snow.
What kind of scene do you think?
And I was oblivious to what was going on. I remember starting to cross the street, and then...
Norman! What are you doing? Come back here. The light was against you. If the brakes on that fellow's car hadn't held, you'd have been killed.
Yes, I suppose so. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking, Forrest. My mind... on other things.
Of course, I'm aware of that, but for Pete's sake, Norm, what are you trying to do?
My office is in that building over there. I think I'd like to sit in the park alone, if you don't mind, Forrest, before I go up.
Oh, sure, Norman.
I appreciate your company. It was very thoughtful. I'll, see you day after tomorrow at the hospital.
8 a.m.
Admitting room. Thanks again, Forrest.
And whatever you do, you take it easy, please.
I sat down on one of the park benches, and I must have dozed off into a kind of dream. I thought I saw myself actually dead, withered, tattered, one eye pecked out by birds. Through the trees, I saw a vision of the resurrection. A flat plain of writhing graves and rolling tombstones. The rising dead seemed unable to breathe as they struggled upward through the frozen snow out of the earth. After no more than a minute, I came to and started for my office. Now, what was the sense of not quite being connected with what was happening? Was this some weird anticipation, a presentiment of my own death to come? The falling flower pot, my walking in front of that automobile, were they triggered by something that was making me withdraw from all reality, all sense, instincts, even of self-preservation? Before that cold and bony hand was laid on mine, I had no way of knowing.
A certain soothsayer warned Julius Caesar to be on his guard against a great peril, a peril that could lead to his death. On the day of the month, the Romans called the Ides of March. When that day came, and Caesar was on his way to the Senate, he passed a soothsayer in the street, and with a smile he said, "The Ides of March have come, and nothing terrible has happened to me." The soothsayer answered, "Yes, the Ides have come, but they are not yet gone." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Death is the veil which those who live call life. They sleep, and it is lifted. That was written by one of our great poets. Do those words apply to Norman Hill? Or are the words of Aesop, the teller of fables, more appropriate? He said, "Better die once and for all than to live in the continual terror of death." On a bitterly cold winter's day, Norman sits alone on a park bench, taking the measure of death.
The year was only a few days old. The beginning of things. I wandered slowly out of the park toward my office. Children were romping with their sleds in the fresh snow in the winter sun, gathering strength and experience for the business of life. And I kept thinking, I have been part of all this. And for all I know, I'm nearly done with it now. I walked through the doors of my office, and a curious thing, no one paid any attention to me. Not a soul even looked up from his desk to greet me. It was as if I weren't there. I couldn't understand it. Had I suddenly become invisible or what? I got to my own little cubicle of an office, and I felt a sharp jab of pain just below the heart. My office was bare, completely bare. The chair and the desk were gone, the carpeting, my books, the pictures on the walls, everything. My nameplate on the door, even that had been removed. And for the first time since leaving the doctor's office, I lost the feeling I'd had. That feeling of numbness. Now, what's been happening here? Where are my things? Huh? Will somebody talk to me? Talk to me!
Hey, easy. Norm, take it easy. Relax.
Now, Mr. Lewis, what is this? Just look at my office.
Surprise!
Surprise? Now, for Pete's sake, what on earth are you talking about? I'm sorry. Excuse me for shouting. I didn't mean to yell.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. We may have overdone things a bit. We had no idea you'd take it this way.
Take what? What way?
Your promotion.
My what?
Oh, my boy, the way you handled our new account, that was absolutely brilliant. No one in the office could have done it the way you did. And so the board and I decided to kick you up to an executive vice presidency. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Wonderful, Mr. Lewis. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's why we had them clear out your old office. The big one in the corner, over there. That's yours. All new furnishings. Your personal things are already in.
Well, you know, for a minute there with nobody in the office even looking at me.
That was part of the act. Part of the surprise.
Yeah, well, I must say you threw a real scare into me. I had the feeling maybe I wasn't really here, that none of those things was actually happening.
Oh, they're happening all right, Mr. Vice President. I hope you'll be with us for a very long, long time.
Well, that, Mr. Lewis, at the moment is a little questionable.
Questionable?
Well, I'll know better on Thursday morning.
Now, look, we're ready to match any offer anyone else is making you.
No, I doubt that you could match this one, Mr. Lewis. Anyway, I wouldn't call it an offer. Not exactly. On my way home, I found myself lost again in a shifting maze of thoughts about death. I felt more and more certain that on Thursday morning, I was going to die under the operation. Laurie? You home, dear? It's me. My wife wasn't home. She was shopping, of course. Shopping. At this time, something very odd was going on. The chairs, the sofa were all covered with big white sheets. Every surface of every table had been cleared. The drapes had been taken down. And that dull stab of pain hit me once again in the pit of the stomach. I started for the bedroom to change my clothes. Hello?
So glad to find you in at last. Been trying to get you all afternoon.
Who is this? Who's calling?
About the arrangements. The director wasn't quite clear about one or two of the details.
What? What arrangements? Which details? Who is this?
First, he wasn't altogether certain how many limousines you had ordered.
Limousines?
The remains will be properly embalmed, of course, as ordered. But was it your desire to have the lid of the casket of the departed left open or closed?
Now, would you, for heaven's sake, tell me who this is?
Sir, you are not answering my question.
Now, before I hang up on you for the last time, who are you? Who is this?
The Golden Rule Funeral Services, of course. Serving families, as you know, with dignity and sympathy at all modest costs since 1898. This is the secretary of the director speaking, Mrs. Havencastle.
Funeral services? Why are you calling us?
Well, isn't this Mr. Yamashita? Mr. Shizuki Yamashita? Or have I, by some mischance, got a wrong number?
Oh, sister, have you got a wrong number?
Sorry, terribly sorry.
I drifted back into the bedroom.
Is that you, dear? Oh, what a surprise. What a big surprise.
Laurie? Have you been home all this time?
Well, of course, in the other bedroom, trying on a couple of new dresses I bought. I had the door shut.
Is that one of the new dresses?
Mm-hmm. What do you think? And what are you doing home? At this time of day, that is.
Well, it's been a long day. A pretty full day, too. I saw Forrest Haddon this morning. He had the x-rays, lab reports, everything.
And
he's operating on me Thursday morning.
That soon?
Yeah, my chances of getting through the operation are no better than 50-50, Forrest says. Laurie, at the office, I've been promoted. Executive vice president. New office, new everything.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, vice president. Maybe for one whole day.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I could be dead day after tomorrow.
Norman, dear, worrying about it isn't going to help. Now, both of us, we have to think positively. And feeling sorry for yourself won't help.
You know, a strange phone call as I came in. Funeral parlor.
What?
Yeah, it was the wrong number, they said. Now, Laurie, what on earth is going on here? Now, what's wrong? Tell me what's wrong.
Norman, you're hurting me. Let go of me, please. What's the matter with you?
Why have you got sheets all over the furniture? Why is everything cleaned up and put away? As if we or you were going on a long trip someplace, as if I were making arrangements to close down the place. Now, why?
Darling, you know as well as I do. The painters are coming in to do the apartment tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
Now, try to control yourself. I know the strain you've been under. It's not been easy for me either.
I don't know. Your whole attitude since I came in, like I was speaking to a stranger, the way you look at me, the way you talk.
It's all in your mind.
As if for some reason you were frightened of me. As though you were looking at a ghost. Somebody who'd come back from the grave.
Norman.
That dress you're wearing.
What about
Well, when you take it off, that's what a widow wears, isn't it? You're in mourning for me already.
Oh, Norman, you can't mean what you're saying.
That's a black dress. It's black. Out of respect for the dead.
Let me turn on the lights. Now, what color is my dress, Norman?
It's blue. It's blue, isn't it? Kind of a navy blue. I thought it was black. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Laurie, what's wrong with me?
Oh, you're upset, Norman. Terribly upset. And you have every reason, every right to be. Oh, look, darling, why don't you lie down for a bit?
You know, when Forrest told me about my chances of pulling through, my body, my mind, everything seemed to go numb, lifeless. As if this were about to happen to somebody else, not to me. And then it suddenly hit me. This is happening to me. And I'm afraid.
A nap. A nap before dinner will do you a world of good. Put all those dreadful thoughts out of your head. And in the morning...
In the morning, nothing will have changed. Nothing. But in the morning, after tossing frantically in my bed all night without even a minute's sleep, I had an idea that I thought might put my mind at ease. Laurie, let's drive up to Avalon.
Avalon?
Uh-huh.
The cemetery?
Yes, exactly.
You want to drive to the cemetery in this rainstorm? We'll be drowned.
Darling, I'd like to go. I'd just like to walk around and look at the family gravestones. You know, the whole families. I don't know why, but I think it'll make me feel better.
Well, if that's what you want, dress warmly. Oh, it'll be freezing up there. And we'll take 2 umbrellas.
Thank you, Laurie. In less than an hour, we were at Avalon Cemetery, where my family had been buried for over 100 years. And we stood there before the big family plot while the wind almost tore our words away and the rain drummed down on our 2 black umbrellas.
Oh, keep your coat buttoned tight around your neck.
Yeah, that's Grandfather Curtis over there, my mother's father. Christopher Curtis, born 1859, died 1911.
That big headstone over there?
Yeah, my father's father's father, my great-grandfather, Charles Robert Hill, born 1838, died 1863, only 25. Killed at the Battle of Chickamauga in the Civil War.
The lettering on some of these stones is so worn you can hardly read them. This is your father's grave over here, isn't it? And next to him, your mother.
Yes, that's right. And right behind them, over there... No. Oh, no. I don't believe it.
Oh, Norman, what is it?
Next to Grandfather Hill's. That's impossible.
What are you talking about?
The letters are badly worn, but you can still see the name. Norman Hill. Laurie, the grave we're looking at is mine.
At this moment, it would seem that his fear of death has led Norman Hill to the point where he questions whether or not he is still alive. With Shakespeare's Prince of Denmark, he may be thinking, for in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long a life. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. To Norman Hill, under the dark shadow of a fate he sees as fairly certain, death has suddenly become definable, perceptible, real. So much so that he's beginning to doubt whether he is still alive. Or perhaps he has fallen into the kind of deep sleep that is death without dying. Living, but not life. He and his wife, Laurie, on a windy, rain-swept morning, stand in a corner of a cemetery looking at the cold, gray headstones over the graves of Norman's family.
But you see, right behind those other gravestones over there. Oh, no, I don't believe it.
Norman, what is it?
That headstone next to my grandfather's. It's impossible.
What are you talking about?
The letters are badly worn. You can barely make out the name, but look closely. It says Norman Hill. Laurie, the grave we're looking at is mine.
Norman, be sensible. Now, get closer to it. Look again.
I know, it's so hard to see in the rain.
Well, look at it. Look at the letters. Look at the dates.
Born 1859. That's Grandma Hill. That's my grandmother's grave.
Of course. And her name?
Her name was Norma. I was named after her. That's what the headstone reads. N-O-R-M-A. The extra N, I thought I read. It just isn't there.
Darling, it's cold.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be more sensible to go back home now before we both come down with pneumonia?
next morning, I was up at dawn. I'd been awake and hot and thirsty all night long. The glow of pain under my ribs seemed more massive than ever.
We better go, Norman.
Sure. On the dot of 8, I checked into the admitting room at the hospital. I kissed Laurie. Was it goodbye? After what seemed like an eternity of details of preparation, I was finally placed on a table and wheeled into the operating room. Forrest Haddon, in his operating greens, was standing over me.
Good morning, Norman. How do you feel?
All right, I guess. Will it hurt much?
No, not a bit. You'll be out cold under a general anesthetic. And your heart's as sound as a bell, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh, that's good.
All right, now, Norman, start counting backwards. Begin with 100.
Backwards.
100, 99.
98. 97.
It's very good, Norman. Excellent.
96.
Mm-hmm.
95.
Mm-hmm.
94.
Just breathe normally.
93.
It's fine.
92.
Fine.
91. I knew I'd never come out of the ether. Just as I was going under, I think I heard Forrest say to one of his assistants,
We've got to be extra careful. One little slip of the knife into a branch, any branch of the portal vein, and we're out of luck.
I could still make out his words. This was my last moment of awareness, my last act of consciousness. 73, 72, 71. And then, a great silence. A monstrous silence. An impenetrable blackness came over me. There must have been an interval of absolute unconsciousness, seconds, maybe minutes. Then I realized I was not dead. I was still in my body. But all the sensations that make up the background of consciousness had gone. I do not think I saw. I do not think I heard, but I was aware of everything that was going on. Forrest was bending over me. The lower part of his face was masked. Behind his glasses, his eyes were intent, unmoving, glued onto whatever he was doing.
Stand by with suction. Scalpel.
I saw him reach for the scalpel, a large one. I saw him slice into my flesh with swift dexterity. It was interesting to see myself being cut into as if I were a drum of cheese without the slightest bit of pain. I was looking into Forrest's eyes, into his mind, his brain. I could see that he was being extremely careful, afraid of cutting a branch. What do you call it? Oh, yes, a branch of the portal vein. And ending my life right there and then. I could read his thoughts in his eyes.
You're right, Norman. Absolutely right. I'm struggling between the two possibilities of either cutting too little or cutting too much. And I'm afraid. And
then, suddenly, like an escape of water from under a floodgate, I could see a great, swirling uprush of horrible realization in Forrest's eyes.
Damn. The vein. I've cut into the vein.
The brown-purple blood gathered in a swift bead trickling over my side. Forrest flung the scalpel aside and began to shout,
Ice. Ice. Quick, ice. Lots of it. And hand me that clamp.
Thoughts rushed through my mind with incredible speed, but with perfect clarity. Even though my body still clung to me by the merest thread, I knew that in spite of all his skill, Forrest had killed me. I was aware of a growing pull upon me as though some huge magnet were drawing me out of my body. The doctor, his assistants, the nurses seemed to have vanished. And I was in midair, flying swiftly upward. And the circle of scenery beneath me grew wider and wider. And the sky became deeper and richer in color until in no time at all, it had become a terrifying black, as dark and foreboding as no blackness I had ever beheld before. An innumerable host of stars broke out upon the sky, and then as from nowhere, the sun suddenly appeared, wiping out the darkness, an incredibly strange and wonderful disk of blinding white light rimmed about with a fringe of writhing tongues of red fire.
Turn away, Norman. Don't look at it. Protect your eyes.
How do I do that?
Put your hands over your eyes.
Just a minute. Who are you? Where are we?
I'm here to help you.
I can't see you. I have the feeling that I've not left the Earth, but that the Earth is pulling away, leaving me.
It's interesting that you should notice so soon.
Well, not only the Earth, but the whole solar system seems to be streaming past me. I wonder if scattered in the wake of the Earth there must be others like me, maybe millions and millions of them floating through space, the same as I am.
That's altogether possible.
Well, suppose I should collide into some of them.
Oh, that's not very likely.
Why not?
The space through which you're all traveling, you and they, is infinite. It has no beginning. It has no end. Plenty of room for all of you.
Look, the North Star. Over there, the Little Dipper. And isn't that the Southern Cross? It's so clear, so big.
You know your star.
Well, you see, in my latest book, Lost in the Stars, I called it.
Yes?
Oh, I shouldn't be talking about my book, not now. Oh, my. Such color. As though the light were coming from a world of sapphires. And that big red one down there, like a brilliant ruby rushing up to us.
That's Mars. And that one is Venus.
Oh, yes. And the one with the little moons around it and all those rings.
Saturn, of course.
Oh, yes.
And those rings are all crystals of ice. Now, with luck, we get to the interesting part.
Oh, and what's that?
Outside and beyond your solar system. Past all the planets you know.
With luck? What does that mean? Where are we? Where have we come to?
To the edge of the outer universe.
It was hard to believe what I was seeing. Faster and faster, one galaxy after another rushed by, a hurry of whirling fireballs speeding into the endless void of space. Countless unfamiliar planets and constellations circled about me, catching the light in some ghostly fashion, and then vanished into non-existence. I had at last reached the complete wilderness of space. And now, at last, I knew what happens when you leave this earthly life. The long, long sleep. Now I knew what it felt like to be dead. Suddenly, I was no longer a detached observer. I was terrified, thrown into an intolerable darkness, horror, and despair, because I knew now I didn't want to leave the Earth so soon. I knew now I wanted to live. And again, I heard that same voice.
Norman, you see that little speck of light?
Yes?
Keep your eye on it.
It's growing bigger. It's more distinct, like a pale brown cloud of some kind. Now, it's funny.
Funny?
The shape of it, I think I've seen something like it somewhere before. It's like,
Yes?
like a clenched fist.
Do you see anything else?
Yes, the fist, the hand, is holding a stick. A shiny white stick of some kind, but nothing is very clear. Nothing is in focus. And above the hand, there's a little circle of light, sort of phosphorescent. The stick and the hand Just below it.
You'll be all right, Norman. Everything's going to be all right.
All right.
And there will be no pain, Norman. No pain ever again.
Why? How?
You may live to be 115, Norman, and able to eat and drink almost anything. The operation, I'm happy to say, has been 100% successful.
Forrest Haddon, my doctor, was standing beside me. I was in a hospital bed. The circle of light I'd been looking at was the face of a clock on the wall. And the white rod was the railing at the foot of the bed.
Norman, darling. Oh, thank heavens it's all over.
Laurie, I'm alive.
Of course you're alive. How do you feel?
I'm not sure. A little weak. You see, I've been away for a while. Far away. On a rather long trip.
I know, dear. I know just what you mean.
You know what? I have a wonderful idea for my next book.
Oh, you mustn't talk. You must rest.
It's about this fella whose doctor starts to operate on them. A 50-50 chance of his making it. The doctor's knife slips. The patient sees the accident, realizes he's dead, goes off on a journey into space, sees all kinds of strange phenomena.
If a writer of science fiction envisions his passage to eternity as an eerie odyssey through space, how do you suppose another person would see it? A coal miner, for example. Would he perhaps find himself digging down, down, down forever until he reaches ink-black oblivion? Or a carpenter? Would he be building an unending stairway of steps and risers leading to a perpetual, everlasting nothingness? We'll never know. I'll be back shortly. In recent days, there have been many heated discussions over the true definition of the word death. Biological death, where there is total and permanent cessation of all vital functions. Legal death, where many of these vital functions continue, but where there are no other signs of life as we know it. We leave the resolution of this question to the theologians, the scientists, even the lawyers. One thing we're almost sure of, along with Norman Hill: the journey to death may not only be terrifying, but it will also be very interesting. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ann Williams, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The spirit, having achieved the ultimate understanding, leaves the body and tries to become one with the universe.
Leonard, I'm drowning.
But the time is not yet, and so it must be born anew in another body.
Leonard, is this you?
Bridges, I am finally free. I know at last. I know. The guru showed me who I am.
Who are you?
I have been born again, recreated. Although, realistically, I never died.
Yeah?
Once again, I walk the world. I think, I dream, I create.
But who are you? That is, who do you think you are?
Oh, I know who I am.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm Leonardo da Vinci.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant
dream.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If I were to ask you for the sweetest three-word phrase in our language, the three words which best quiet fears and quicken hope in the heart, what three words would you give me? Probably you'd say, without much hesitation, I love you. Am I right? Of course. But think again. Are there not another three words which comfort and gladden in much the same way? And are not those other three, I'm going home?
Why do I feel I know you? Know you very well.
We've never met before, have we?
Oh, never.
Then why do I feel it, too? That I know you very well.
Our mystery drama, The Wandering Wind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars John Beale and Terry Keane. The name of our story is The Wandering Wind. We have selected it from a poem that probably few of you know, The Devas Song by Sir Edwin Arnold. Four of the lines run like this. We are the voices of the wandering wind, which moan for rest, and rest can never find. Lo, as the wind is, so is mortal life. A moan, a sigh, a sob, a storm, a strife.
Imagine a man getting married at 63 for the first time. Especially a man like me. For I'm not even a sociable person. I'm apt to cross the street to avoid speaking to an acquaintance. If I do have to greet someone, I tend to keep my eyes on the ground and then hurry on. The truth is, human contact is simply too much for me to endure. All that I knew of life, beyond the struggle to earn a living, I got from the books I read. The philosophers and the poets. They reached me. They touched me. With them, I could make contact. But a living human being? Out of the question entirely. So how, you're asking, when I was entering the frosty climate of old age, did I summon the courage to marry myself to a woman that I hardly knew? And why did she choose a man like me? For it was her notion that we should marry, not mine.
Are the shelves up, John?
Yes, Miss Dawkins.
How much do I owe you?
I'll leave that up to you. Whatever it's worth to you.
Those shelves are where I keep my materials, my extra materials, remnants and things. Would $4 be all right?
Yeah, that's all right.
And how much for the lumber? You had to pay for the lumber, didn't you? I want to pay you for that. How much?
Oh, I got it cheap. $2.35. But it's good pine.
So, I owe you $6.35. Is that right?
Well, if it's all right with you.
You know, John, if I charged for my sewing the way you charge for carpentry, Well, yeah, there. That's $6. Oh, I don't have the 35 cents on me.
Oh, that's all right.
No, John, that's not all right. I still owe you.
Oh, some other time.
No, now. I got some change in the teapot.
Well, if it's not too much trouble.
You can see how much trouble it is. Now, there. There's 3 dimes and a nickel.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Dawkins.
Don't thank me. You earned it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I'll be getting along now.
John, wait a minute. Sit down for a minute, can't you?
Well, I could...
Then sit. Would you like a cup of tea?
Oh, no. Thank you.
You want coffee?
No. I have to be getting on.
Well, where to?
Well, back to where I live.
And where's that?
Well, I have a place.
What kind of place?
Oh, a room. I better be leaving.
Sit down. I said sit down, John. Please, sit down.
Well...
John, do you like me at all?
What?
You don't hate me, do you?
Oh, no.
Do you maybe like me?
Oh, well,
I'm not asking you, do you love me? You understand that, don't you?
Well, I...
Just, do you like me a little? Do you like me at all? Is that so hard to answer?
Well, yes, it is hard.
Why? Why is it so hard?
Well, because I don't think about such things. Liking, loving, all that sort of thing. I just don't think about things like that. Miss Dawkins, I better go. Thanks for the job. Thanks for the money. I got to get back.
John, I want you to marry me.
What?
I want you to marry me. If that's such a terrible thing to say, you look so shocked. I'm not a frightening kind of woman, am I?
Well, no.
You think I'm bold, don't you? Too forward. Is that it?
No, that's not it.
Then what is it? Please sit down and tell me what it is.
I'm frightened of everybody. I'm a frightened man.
What are you afraid of? Do you know?
People. I'm afraid of people. They scare me.
And do I scare you?
Well, not so much as before. I gotta get going.
John, if you go now, you'll never come back. You won't, will you?
I don't know.
You won't because you've told me about how you are and you think I'll take advantage. Am I right? Tell me, am I right?
I guess.
But I won't take advantage, John. Because the way you are, that's the way I am, too.
I don't know how she did it, but she did it. I moved into her house. A nice house. A few miles out of town, medium size, with a wide porch that ran around 2 sides. But it was in a terrible state of disrepair, especially the porch. I wanted to get to work on it right away, but Doreen wouldn't hear of it. Did I say her name was Doreen? Doreen Dawkins. Even after I moved into her house, it was quite a while before I could call her anything but Mrs. Dawkins. Actually, I didn't call her Doreen till after we got married. And even then, not right away. But after a while, I started to feel there was something right about me being in that house with her, being married to her. It was a feeling, I don't know how to say it. I can't find the proper words, but it was a feeling that I was home.
Don't stay stand by the window.
I like to watch it. Hey, that was a big one. You see that lightning? Lit up the whole
Will
sky.
you come away from the window?
You know what, Doreen?
What, John?
A bolt of lightning was to hit this house.
It won't.
Well, it could.
But it won't.
If it did, this whole house would go up like a box of matches. 2-3 minutes. Finish.
Don't start up again.
What?
Don't start talking about fixing up the house.
Well, why not? I got the time. I got the tools. I got the know-how.
You leave this house alone.
Well, just a few things. It'd be easy. Like the porch now. The floor is sagging. The balustrade is falling apart. The steps are broken.
I like it the way it is.
How can you like it, a woman like you?
I like it.
Why, there's so much trash collected underneath that porch.
Leave it there.
Spontaneous combustion. That could happen.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't wish to discuss it, understand? Just leave it alone. Leave it the way it is.
Good Lord. There's a man standing out there.
A man?
Yeah, I could see him by that last flash. He's standing by the road.
Get away from the window.
I could see his face just as plain. He's looking right at me.
Close the shutters.
He was soaking wet.
It is no business of yours if he wants to stand out
He
there.
could catch his death.
That's his affair.
Be a young fella.
John, if you're thinking of asking him in
You
here,
think I shouldn't?
if he wanted to, he'd come to the door and he'd ask.
Oh, I don't know.
And if he does, don't you let him in. Don't answer the door.
But if he...
I don't want anybody in this house but you and me.
Maureen!
Oh, what is it now?
I saw his face. So clear. He had the look. He wants to come in. He's afraid to ask.
So leave him be.
He's afraid of us. I didn't sleep all night. I kept seeing that man, a boy. He looked to be about 20. Thin, white-faced, sodden with rain, staring at the house. Not a muscle of his body moved. He just stood and stared. And now, as the sun was coming up, I recognized the look he had. Not that I'd seen it before, but I'd felt it on my own face. Felt it in my own posture. It was the look of separation, isolation. The look of being absolutely alone and helpless to do a thing about it. Doreen left early to deliver a dress she'd made for a lady, and after a while, I went to the door and opened it and looked out. And there he was, sitting down now, leaning against a big oak tree with his face turned up toward the morning sun. Good morning.
Good morning.
John Masters is my name. What's yours?
Simon Caskia.
Well, you were here last night.
Yes.
I thought I should ask you inside, but my wife said no. Would you like to come inside now? My wife's going out on an errand. Well, would you?
Yes.
Well, then, come on. Come on. What is it? You afraid? I can understand that. I've been afraid in my time.
No more?
Not so much as I used to be. But it took little doing and little luck. You understand? Huh?
No.
Well, that's all right. I don't understand either. It's just something I said because I felt like it. You ever say anything like that?
No.
Not even once? Well, I understand that, too. Because I was a lot older than you before I said anything just because I felt like it. Now, how about coming inside? Have some breakfast, huh? How about it? I wouldn't hurt you. Of course you know that. You're not afraid I'll do you any harm. You're just afraid, huh? Isn't that how it is? Of course that's how it is. Now, you just give me your hand. Let me pull you up. Yeah, like that. That's it. Now, we're going to walk into the house together. Side by side. See? That's it.
1 foot. Other foot.
That's it. 1 foot, other foot. Here we go. 1 foot, other foot.
John? John, what are you doing?
Come on. 1 foot, other foot.
Don't you dare take that man into my house.
1 foot, other foot.
Don't do it, John. Now stop.
Pay no attention, Simon. 1 foot, other foot, 1 foot. I got him inside. As much for my own sake as for his. Because a great feeling of satisfaction spread over me. I had recognized a fellow sufferer. After such a long time, I had recognized my fellow man.
Let me quote to you 4 more lines from the poet cited before the act began. Somewhere there waiteth in this world of ours, for one lone soul, another lonely soul, each chasing each through all the weary hours, and meeting strangely at one sudden goal. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Momentous thing when you take someone into your home. You're inviting him to look at something that is very personal, very much your own. You risk his disapproval even as you silently hope that he'll approve. You're taking a first tentative step towards asking him to know you yourself. And he knows that in entering, his risk is quite as great as your own.
Now, you just sit there, understand? All right, now. My wife will be here in a minute. She may carry on a bit. Matter of fact, I know she will. I don't know why, but she doesn't want anybody in this house but herself and me. No, don't get up. Stay right where you are.
John.
Don't you move.
I told you never to let anybody in here. This is my house.
Doreen, I want you to go in the kitchen and make a big pot of coffee.
Coffee?
Our friend here was out in that rain last night, and he hasn't dried out yet.
Our friend?
He could be coming down with a cold.
I don't care if he does.
Yes, but I care. Now, you do what I said, Doreen. Good, strong coffee.
I don't know.
Do it now.
What has come over you?
Good, strong coffee. Now.
I don't understand this whole thing.
Doreen makes very good coffee. You'll feel better after. Now, I want to tell you something. What you're feeling now, I've felt that all my life. Have you? Felt it all your life, I mean? I thought so. Like a stranger, huh? An outsider, huh? Like everybody else is playing some game that looks like a lot of fun, right? Sure. Only you don't know how to play the game, right?
Yes.
You'd like to play. You want so much to play, but you don't know how. You don't know the rules. Am I right?
Right.
Yes, sure. I know that feeling well. But at the same time, you have this other feeling, very, very small, very faint, but very persistent. It won't go away. That if you could just learn the rules, if somebody would just tell them to you, well, then you'd be able to play the game. And you'd play it very well. You'd play it as well as anybody. Isn't that it? Don't you have that small feeling? That feeling that won't leave you, won't go away?
Won't go.
That's what I thought. I'm very grateful to you. You know that?
To me?
Yes, you've made me put it into words. I could never do that before. Till you happened along.
I've been here before.
You have?
Lots of times.
Why, if you don't mind telling me?
The house.
What about the house? It isn't much of a house. It could be a lot better if my wife would let me fix it up, but she won't. She's got this thing in her head that I mustn't do anything to the house. And me a carpenter, too. What do you do for a living, if I may ask you?
I beg.
You beg? Oh, well, no, that's not good. That's not good at all. You know that, don't you? Of course you do. Who let you grow up like that? Not knowing how to do anything. What were your parents thinking of? Oh, you were an orphan, huh? Is that it? Well, who brought you up?
Brothers.
You had brothers? Oh, you didn't, huh? Well, then what? Oh, you mean the monks?
Yes, monks.
The Brothers of the Repentance, right? Yeah, sure. They have that monastery on the other side of town. Yes, I've passed it lots of times. So that's where you grew up, with the brothers, huh?
Yes.
Is that where you got your name? Did they give you that name? Simon Caskia? Oh, I see. Simon Caskia. I know that name.
But a saint.
Of course, Simon of Caskia. See now, he was a lay brother, wasn't he? Yes, he was. He never got to be a real monk. He was still secular, but yes, they let him work in the monastery, didn't they? Because he was such a good cook. Yeah, isn't that the one?
The one.
Well, now, are you a good cook?
Oh, I...
Did they let you spend a lot of time in the kitchen at the monastery?
All.
All your time in the kitchen?
All my time.
And you learned how to cook, huh?
Some.
Here's the coffee you asked for.
Doreen, our friend here's a cook. He can cook. What do you know about that? Well, he could hire himself out as a...
I bought some toast, too.
Oh, that's nice.
I thought he might be hungry.
Of course he's hungry. Why didn't I think of that? Pour the coffee, will you, Doreen?
I brought 2 cups.
Well, why didn't you bring 3? We could all have some coffee together. Oh, that's cream and sugar. Good. Get another cup, Doreen. We'll all...
I'm going upstairs.
Simon was telling me about himself.
When he's finished, he's got to get up and go.
Now, Doreen.
Tell him that. Make it perfectly clear.
Pay no attention. She doesn't really mean that, or she wouldn't have made you the toast. Go on now, eat up. Help yourself to cream and sugar. And look here, Doreen's brought you some strawberry jam. See? I told you she liked you. She'd never have done that. It's just this house that she's so particular about.
A house?
You know, something about this house. She wants it left just like it is.
Yes.
Now, so much could be done to it. You've noticed the porch. It's going to fall down one of these days. But she won't let me touch it. Won't let me near it. One of these days. And the trash that's collected underneath it. She won't even let me clear it out. It's dangerous, all that rubbish. Must have collected for years. How's the coffee?
It's good.
Oh, and the toast? Good jam, isn't it?
Good.
Simon, do you mind if I ask you something personal?
No.
Well, you have a peculiar way of speaking. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
It's kind of a hesitation. You say your words all right, but every so often this... You know you do that, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
It's not a terrible thing to do. I don't mean that. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Only the way you do it, sometimes one, sometimes the other, sometimes both, sometimes neither one, but, well, it's different. It's, oh, well, never mind. It's not important. It's just that, well, I'm interested in you. You understand, don't you? I'm not prying.
I understand.
There now. That time you didn't do it at all. Oh, well, forget it. Because I want to get on to something more important. What are we going to do with you?
What?
I'm not going to turn you out and let you go back to begging again. I won't do that. I want you to stay on here for a while. We've got the room. You can do something to earn your keep, if you feel like it. Or you could help out Doreen in the kitchen, if you want to. I'm no good in the kitchen, that's for sure.
John?
Uh-oh, that's my wife.
John, is that man still there?
Pay no attention.
John, I want you to come upstairs.
You better...
You come up here, John. I want to talk with you.
You better go.
John?
I'll come right back. Everything will be all right. You see. I'll talk to her, okay?
Okay.
But you stay right there, you hear? I'll have a talk with her, and I'll come straight back. It was so important to me. I wasn't going to set this boy adrift to go wandering about the world, afraid to open his mouth to anyone, afraid to wake up to the morning, afraid to close his eyes at night, afraid to feel, afraid to touch, afraid to know, afraid to live. Oh, I'd had too many years of that myself. I wasn't about to let him do the same. For him, it had to be different. I opened the bedroom door. Doreen was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling.
Is he gone?
Nope.
He finished eating, didn't he?
Yes.
Then get him out of here.
No. I want him to stay here with us for a little while.
No. I won't have it.
Please,
You
Doreen.
brought him in. You fed him. I fed him. What more did he want?
It's not what he wants. It's what I want. I want him to stay on with us till he gets to know us.
I don't want him to get to know us. I don't want him in this house. I want him out.
Doreen, don't you remember how I was before you asked me in? Asked me to sit down and talk? Asked me to marry you?
What's that got to do with him being here?
Everything. Don't you see? He's the way I was. I was that way when I was his age. I was that way all my life till you changed me. I don't know how. I don't know what you did. I don't even know if you did anything. I don't know if I did anything. Maybe it was just luck. Just pure dumb luck that you asked me and that I said, okay. All right. Maybe God just took notice that I needed something, someone to pay attention to me. And you needed someone to pay attention to you. So he moved you to speak, and he moved me to answer.
This is different. Just get him out of the house.
What's so almighty precious about this house?
It's my house.
What is it, sanctified or something?
Yes. Yes. It's sanctified. It's holy.
You oughtn't to say such things, Doreen.
It is. It is.
It's not about a house. It's sacrilegious. A house is just boards and nails and plaster.
Not this house.
Any house.
Not this one.
A house is for people to come into, not to shut them out of.
Not my house.
Why not your house? Why is your house so different from other people's houses? What makes it so special, so spectacular, so all-fired sacred that nobody can set a foot in it? You tell me, Doreen. Well, I swear I'll walk out of this precious house of yours. I'll leave you to it. You can live in it by yourself.
You wouldn't do that.
I would. You can count on it.
John?
Now, you tell me. What does this house mean to you? Why do you hang on to it like it was all you had? Every time I want to fix something or change something, make it better, why do you yell out like I was going to do something to hurt you? You tell me, Doreen. I want to know.
My daughter was born in this house.
Your daughter?
My daughter lived in this house. My daughter died in this house.
Her daughter? I'd never known she'd had a daughter. Now a whole field of grief spread across her face. A grief such as I had never known and would likely never know. I took her in my arms and I held her. Held her and rocked her back and forth as she cried and cried. Without tears, without sound. I forgot entirely the young man who was waiting for me in the parlor downstairs.
May I quote to you another poet? An American poet named Ralph Waldo Emerson, who lived in a century before ours. Here is what he wrote in 1841. A sublime hope cheers the faithful heart, that elsewhere souls are now acting, enduring, and daring, which can love us and which we can love. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Again, let me quote to you from Ralph Waldo Emerson, who thought a great deal and wrote at some length on the subject of friendship. A friend may well be reckoned the masterpiece of nature. And this, happy is the house that shelters a friend. Now, let's get back to the final act of The Wandering Wind.
I sat and held it for a long time. This woman, who had so strangely, almost accidentally, become my wife, and thereby made all her griefs, as well as her joys, my griefs and joys. Doreen, honey, don't you want to tell me about it?
I don't know if I can.
You could try.
I suppose.
Sure you could. Now, you had a daughter. What was her name? Tell me that.
Mary.
Mary. That's a pretty name.
Oh, she was a pretty little girl. I loved her so much.
Of course you did.
After her father died, we just had each other, nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
And we protected each other, took care of each other. Do you know what I mean?
I think I do.
Not that either of us knew anything. I certainly didn't.
Oh, you did your best?
My best. My best wasn't good enough. My best was nothing at all.
No.
Doing my best. I killed her doing my best.
Honey, oh, Doreen, you don't expect me to believe that.
But it's true. It's true.
You just tell me all about it. I love you, you know.
What?
I love you.
You never said that before.
Well, I should have. Well, I'm saying it now.
I love you, John.
You never said that before.
I should have.
We never got around to it, did we?
Stupid?
Oh, I'm not stupid. Just scared.
Yes. I'm scared.
Well, now that we understand each other, tell me about your daughter.
Mary was... Well, she wasn't perfect. Maybe I was too strict with her. When she was 13, she started, seeing boys. She had lots of boyfriends. She was so pretty. I was very proud and pleased. She'd tell me all about them, and I'd listen and remember how it was when I was her age. So exciting. So exciting.
Sure.
But confusing, too.
Oh, sure.
I should have told her more. I should have told her.
Told her what?
About boys. About men, all that. Only I didn't really know anything. I didn't know what to say. I would have said it. You see, nobody ever told me anything. I just got married when I was 16, and I had Mary a year later, and then my husband died, so I didn't know anything about other things. One day, she was just 14. She came home, and she told me she was pregnant.
Oh, Doreen.
Yes, pregnant. 14 years old and pregnant.
Why? So what did you do?
I was so scared. So scared somebody would find out. You know how people are. They wouldn't give me any work. They'd shun my daughter. They'd call her names. They'd snicker behind her back. I mean, they would, John.
Well, some of them, maybe. Most of them.
And how was I going to support her? How was I going to raise the baby? Who was going to pay for all that?
So what'd you do?
I shut her up in this house. I never let her go out. I told everybody that asked about her that she'd got a job in the city. I said she wrote me all the time and called me up, and she was fine. I kept her in the house till the baby was born.
Well, what did you think you were going to do after that?
I don't know. I thought I'll think of something.
Okay. Go on.
The baby started to be born.
Here? Here in this house?
Well, I couldn't take her to a hospital, could I? I knew how it was to give birth. I'd done that myself. I knew about that. And I stood right next to her, and I told her what to do. And it wasn't too bad. The baby got born right there on the kitchen table. And we were both so happy, both of us. And the baby was healthy and beautiful, and he seemed happy, too. He did. He really did.
Well, then what?
Well, I thought in a few days we'll start to make plans. We'll go away, the three of us, change our names maybe, do something. But then...
Then?
She started to not feel so good. Her forehead was hot to the touch. She was burning up with some kind of fever. And after a while, I couldn't talk to her because she wasn't making any sense. And we couldn't make any plans because nothing she said made any sense anymore. And after a few days, she died. She died.
Oh, Doreen.
My daughter died.
Oh, honey.
And I took the baby one night, and I put him in a basket, all wrapped up warm. And I left him on somebody's porch. That's what I did. That's what I did.
It's all right now. It's all right. You just rest, honey. It's all right. What was that?
What?
I heard a door slam downstairs.
That man.
Oh, good Lord, I forgot all about him.
He's gone.
I told him to wait for me, and then I forgot him.
It's good he's gone.
No.
I don't want him in my house.
Yes, but I told him that...
No, don't go.
Well, this is important to me, Doreen. I'll explain it to you later if I can.
But I have to tell you something, John.
Later. I'll be back. I raced down the stairs. I left Doreen lying on the bed, exhausted but calm and peaceful. I don't know what was driving me, just this tormenting feeling that nobody should be left to wander this perilous world alone. I couldn't save all of them. I couldn't catch up with all of them, but this one man, there was a chance for me, and a chance for him, and I could not bear to miss that chance. Simon, you here? Simon Kaskia. Young man, you here? It's me. I'm back. I said to wait for me. Where are you? Simon? Did you leave the house? Did you think I wasn't coming back? Simon Kaskia, it's me. I'm here.
John? Please, John?
He's not in the house, Doreen. I looked in all the rooms.
Well, then he's left.
Well, he can't have gone far. I'm going to get my coat and go after him.
You don't even know which direction he went in.
Probably towards town. That'd be logical, wouldn't it? He begs for a living. Did I tell you that? That's a disgrace, a young fellow like that having to beg on the streets. All he needs is somebody to straighten him around, feed him up. Not just food. That part's easy. I mean, feed up his confidence. Let him know somebody's by his side. Like me being here. Doreen, I'd never have moved in here if you hadn't asked me. You know that.
I know, but...
Then you know why I have to go find that young man.
Only if you do find him, John. Don't bring him back to this house.
Why not?
Because my daughter is buried here.
Too much had happened. I'd been told too much, learned too much, felt too much. I couldn't listen anymore. I simply had to follow through with what I'd started out to do. I put my coat on and I went outside. Down the rickety stairs. And Doreen followed me, but I kept going down to the road, looking in one direction, then the other, for some sight of Simon Kaskia, the young man for whom I felt so responsible. Doreen!
I told you!
What's the matter? What is it?
Look, Right there under the porch. Look.
There's nothing.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Well, there's nothing, Doreen. Just some trash. Somebody's been clearing out some trash, that's all.
He did it. He did it.
Of course Simon did it. I talked to him about all that rubbish under the porch. Look, it's all right. He probably did it as a favor before he took off. He thought we'd like it. It was to show his appreciation. He was trying to do a nice thing.
Put it back.
Put what back? The
Put
rubbish?
it back. Under the porch.
All right now, all right. I'll put it back if you want me to, but why, Doreen? Just tell me why.
Because under that porch is my daughter's grave. She's buried there.
I didn't put the rubbish back. I couldn't, after what she'd said. I crawled under the porch myself, through all the debris that had collected there, and I found a 2x4 about 3 feet long, stuck into the ground, and another piece of wood nailed to it crosswise. And on the crosspiece, a name had been scratched, first with a nail and then filled in with ink. Mary Dawkins. But that's not all. The cross with the name scratched on it stood at one end of a bed made of stones. Stones driven into the ground. Enough of them to cover the casket of a young girl of 14. And on that bed of stones was Simon Kaskia, fast asleep. Simon? I'm here, Simon. He's here, Doreen. Simon's here. Simon? Wake up, Simon. Wake up. I'm here. Wake up now. It's all right. I'm here.
Mama. Papa.
We're here. Right here. One of these days, Doreen and I are going to go and see the Brothers of the Repentance. They must have some record of a baby boy they took to live with them some 18 years ago. Maybe it'll turn out that Simon was that baby, that Simon is Doreen's grandchild. It'll be very nice if that turns out to be the case. But it doesn't matter too much. The thing is, he's living with us, and he doesn't stammer anymore. He doesn't try so hard to say Mama and Papa. He's come home.
Do you believe such things? That a grown man can, without knowing what he is doing, search the world for his parents? I do. And I believe that in some hidden corner of his heart, everyone does it. Somewhere in that corner, a tiny voice is calling, Mama, Papa. Yes, I believe that. And I believe that the little voice keeps on crying his whole life through. I'll be back shortly. Don't most of us start out calling our parents Mama and Papa? Then about age 5, that seems babyish, lacking in dignity or respect or something. Some people even graduate later on to sir and ma'am, or call their parents by their first names. I've heard of people who do that. But the sweetest words, the words of love and dependency, will always be Mama and Papa. Our cast included Terry Keane, John Beal, and Gordon Gould. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown, 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 of Hyman Brown. Of Hyman.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. So many of you write me letters asking for stories of the occult, of strange death and wandering ghosts, of gothic horrors and unimaginable terrors. Yet others write for a love story. It's much too simple and gentle an emotion to belong on Mystery Theater. Or is it? After all, it was love that inspired Victor Herbert's song, Our Sweet Mystery of Life. To reinforce that, here is a love story that is not so much of this life, but more the one beyond.
Marta's got to retire, Max.
Retire? One of the foremost concert pianists in the world?
Her heart won't stand the strain anymore.
Julie, she can't afford to retire.
Well, with all the money she's made.
It's all been spent looking for him.
But her husband is dead.
Everyone else realizes that, except Marta Danilov.
Our mystery drama, Love After Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ralph Bell and Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Among the company of the great romantic pianists, the Chopins, the Rubinsteins, and all the other towering geniuses, no name shone more brightly, although relatively briefly, than that of Marta Danilov. Perhaps audiences were unduly affected by this wisp of a woman whose thundering crescendos seemed a physical impossibility and whose delicate pianissimos were marvels of projected whispers. What made this fair little woman able to run this gamut of romantic emotions? The banked-up fires of a raging and enduring love that tragedy and disaster and separation could never quench.
Marta is magnificent tonight, Julie. Magnificent.
I don't know where she finds the strength, Mr. Bragg.
Oh, banked fires. It comes from within. She's a true romantic. Her soul overcomes her body.
But how much longer can it?
What do you mean, Julie?
She's ill. Much sicker than she'll ever admit. It's sheer willpower that keeps her going.
Well, it has been all her life.
Well, if you care about her life, you've got to talk her into retiring.
I have to?
Well, you're her manager. Who else?
You're her secretary. You're closer to her than anyone.
Well, the only one she'll listen to is you.
No. All she will listen to is her heart.
And her heart can no longer stand the strain. Oh, please, Mr. Bragg, convince her to retire before it's too late.
There is no way I can do it, Julie. She can't afford to anyway.
What? With all the money she's made?
It's all been spent looking for him. She won't give up, so she has to work to keep on the quest.
But he's dead. He must be dead long ago.
Everyone realizes that. Except Madame Danilov.
Matt, forgive me, Mr. Bragg.
Oh, come. You should have been calling me Max long ago. Julie, leave it that way, will you?
All right, Max. But look, if she doesn't give up this hopeless romantic belief, I think she will be dead. Now, you just got to make her face the truth.
Yes, you're right. All right, I'll try again. This time I really will try. She's coming to the end.
Oh, how they love her. Why can't she settle for that? The only real love she's ever had.
You didn't know Andrei Danilov, her husband. That was the real love. It's what she pours out on an audience since he is no longer with her.
Tonight was good, wasn't it?
You've never been better, Marta. Superlative.
Strange. I felt he was there. I have never felt it so strongly that Andre was there.
Martha, will it never be time for you to forget him?
Never.
There has to be a time. You cannot live in a dream world forever.
Whatever world I live in, so long as I shall live, it will be a world that contains Andre and forever after.
You're killing yourself, Martha. You need a rest.
I can't rest. I shall never rest unless I find him. I know you don't believe he is alive. Nobody does but me. But I shall prove you all wrong in the end. Has there been any other news?
No. No.
Then we will have to start all over again.
You haven't time for this, Marty. You have a tour to complete and very heavy bookings for next year.
Oh, there'll be some time for a rest in between. A rest. Wasn't it wonderful that summer in England? The last one together.
No, 46.
We were so sure that disaster was all behind us. And the whole world was young again. Oh, why did Andre have to go home?
It meant a lot to his career. And he was a patriot.
Artists have no business in politics.
He wasn't really political. He just wanted to play for his own people. And like all of us, with the war over, he thought that was the end of dictatorship. That we were all free.
But they canceled his visa to leave. I should have gone with him.
Oh, Martha, you couldn't. You were already carrying Stefan.
I know. Andre would never have forgiven me if they got their clutches on his son.
Yes, or his wife.
Oh, I wasn't of any value to them then. He was the recognized artist. But he would no longer play for them. Not for their political gain.
So, he was eliminated.
Yes, eliminated. Not killed. You know that once I started to make my name, I was contacted and told that if I came home, they would free him from prison.
Well, they offered you no real proof he was alive. And you didn't. The decision was made. So leave the past alone, Martha.
I can't, Max. I will never believe he's dead.
You think they would have hesitated to kill him or starve him? It was announced that he had died in 59. There has been no word of him in nearly 20 years.
I still know he is alive. For all your protestations, I think in your heart of hearts you too believe he is still alive. Or could be.
Oh, now how can you say I believe that?
I am a woman as well as an artist. Oh, I know many things. I know you. If you were sure in your own soul that Andre was dead, you would not have accepted being just my manager.
Martha, he was my friend. I couldn't dream... Well, of course I love you. Why deny the truth?
There is nothing you could hide from me, Max Breck. You lied to me, didn't you? When you said there was no news.
Yes. The one we traced all the way to Canada.
Yes.
He may have crossed over into the States. The detective agency thinks they may have found him in Buffalo.
Oh, where? I will go to him.
Slowly, Martha, please. It's only a vague possibility. And you are due for an important concert in New York tomorrow.
We could fly by way of Buffalo.
Now, you know that is not possible. The schedule is tight enough as it is. You've got to leave for New York tomorrow morning.
But I will cancel the booking.
Carnegie Hall? You can't. It's too late. The whole future rides on it. And this may be just another dead end.
I won't go unless you follow it up.
All right. If you promise no interviews tonight, straight to bed. And fly with Julie tomorrow morning so you can rest in New York before the concert.
You have my promise, if I have yours, that you will go yourself. You are the only one besides me who can tell if it is really Andre.
What a God-forsaken neighborhood.
Yes?
Father Quinn?
That'd be me. Who's wanting me? I left my spectacles off.
You wouldn't know me. My name is Max Breck. Could I step in and ask you a few questions?
Now, if it's about the plaster repair on the altar, all in good time, man. We're a poor parish here, and it all has to go through the diocese, you see. But you've got to know the church is good for it, and I'll not be done anymore.
No, I want nothing from you, Father Quinn, except information.
Well then, step in. We're very strong on information here at St. Pancras. What instruction will you be seeking, Mr. Breck?
It's about, Peter Dan. I understand he's a janitor here.
Peter Dan has sought the sanctuary of this church. Now, he's a man who's suffered much and deserves to be left alone. It's like I told the other one of you nosing around here and upsetting a man. If he's committed some crime or other, let the police come fair and square. But I'll have none of you private eyes or whatever you are bothering him to death. Now he's about to find a little peace at last. Are you the police?
No, I'm not. Is Peter Dan his real name, Father?
It's the name I accept him by.
It couldn't be Andrei Daninov, by any chance.
That's what the other one asked. I'd give you the same answer. I don't know. Now, here's the door, for I mind no one's business with my own.
I only want to see him for a few moments, Father. If he's not the man I'm looking for, I'll leave him alone. Please, Father, close the door for a moment.
Well...
I promise you, if you just let me see Peter Dan, I'll know if he's the man I'm looking for.
And if he is?
I don't just want to help him close the door on his past, you see. I know how tragic that has been. I want to open the door to his future and the life and the love he deserves, and that's waiting for him.
Oh. Well, now, Mr. Breck, you impress me as having Peter's interest at heart, but you still have to convince me. Come on in by the sitting room and we'll have a cup of tea, and you'll tell me why you're looking for him. Well, if all you tell me is true, why wouldn't this Andrei Daninov, once he escaped from his illegal confinement and found his way to America, go back to his wife?
I can't answer that, Father. I don't know.
You'd think at least he'd want to see the son he'd never seen.
Well, that's no longer possible.
Why not?
Madame Daninov became an Israeli citizen in 1967 at the age of 21. Her son, a pilot, was shot down and killed in the Six-Day War.
Oh, Mary in heaven, God's will is so often difficult to fathom.
It is indeed.
Still, it's not for the likes of us to question.
I won't debate the point, Father. I only know that a woman I have admired for the best part of my life has suffered enough. And if there is a way to ease the end of her life, I intend to fight for her right to that relief.
You're a good man, Mr. Breck.
No, I doubt that, Father. But my motives in this, I hope, are pure.
I'm sure they are.
So, will you tell me where I can find Andrei... Well, I mean, the man you know as Peter Dan?
I'll take you to him. Now, forgive me, 'tis not all curiosity, just one other thought before we go. Suppose it turns out this is your man, but he wants to be left alone and not go back to his old life.
That is a bridge I've been waiting to cross as long as I can remember.
Well, let's go across it together.
Is he far from here?
No further than the sound of yon piano. He's at his morning practice. I wouldn't dream of interrupting it, except for something as important as this.
Is this the end of a 30-year-old search? Is Max Breck about to meet his old friend face to face again? And if so, what will be the result of that meeting? Why would Andrei Daninov refuse to return to his wife? What ghost could haunt his freedom and still hold him a prisoner? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. From a shabby old house that is Father Quinn's living quarters, the older man leads Max Breck into the musty and shadowed church. The freshly painted walls of the altar stand out in bold relief against the peeling paint and patched plaster of the body of the church. The two men cross the transverse to the other side of the altar.
You'll find the man I know as Peter Dan behind yon door. On second thought, in case he should turn out to be the man you seek, I don't know if I want him to know me as his betrayer.
I mean him no harm, Father.
And I truly believe you mean that, Mr. Blake. But that doesn't mean you may not bring it to him.
Well, how? In what way?
Whoever he may be, the man at that piano has found his peace, whoever and whatever he may have been. I think he would prefer to forget.
We don't know that, Father Quinn.
No, we don't. You said it was a bridge you would cross if you came to it.
I did.
Well, I'm backing out on joining you. Instead, I'll be saying a little prayer that it all comes out right for everyone concerned.
Mr. Dan. Mr. Dan.
Yes. What is it you want? Who are you? Ah!
Andre.
No, you are mistaken. My name is Dan, Peter Dan.
Andre. It's Max. Max Breck, you know me.
No, you have the wrong man. I
am not the secret police. I'm a friend. For 33 years, we have been searching for you, Mart and me.
I am not the man you want. Not the man you named.
Old friend. The years may have changed us, but I would know you anywhere. Just as you know me.
I never saw you before in my life.
Andre, it's no use. You knew me the moment you turned on that bench and jumped to your feet as if you were scared for your life. Why, Andre, why? I mean you no harm.
Then go away and leave me.
Now that I've found you at last? Never.
What do you mean to do with me?
Take you back to Marta.
No.
What?
I cannot go back to her. Don't you see that I... Oh, Max. Max, you say that you are still my friend.
Well, yes, of
then
course.
In the name of God, go. Go, leave me. Leave me alone as I am.
Andre, I can't do that. Marta knows that I came here to try to find you.
How?
Well, she hired and paid for the detectives who tracked you down.
Detectives? Why would she hire detectives to look for me?
Because she loves you, and for every minute of every day of every year since your death was reported, she's never stopped believing that you were alive, never stopped searching for you.
It would have been better that she believed me dead.
Why do you say that?
Max, look at me. What is left of me? I am surprised that you recognized me.
It's been a long, terrible ordeal, Andre. But you've weathered it better than I or anyone could have dreamed. Why did they announce your death?
There were 5 of us who escaped. It was beginning of winter. It was so cold your breath froze on your beard. Not even a rabbit would leave its burrow. They hunted us with dogs. But in the snow, our scent was hard to follow, and the wind drifted it across our tracks and wiped them out. After 3 days, they left us on the plains to die. 4 of us did. I was the only one to live on. On the 5th day, a gold miner coming down from the mountains to his winter quarters found me more dead than alive. He nursed me for 3 weeks in his cabin till I became rational again. By that time, from my ravings, he had learned most of my story. It was my great good luck he had as little love for the party and its bureaucrats as I have. With the help of a trapper, they smuggled me under the skins to a seaport. And from there, I managed to get by boat to Japan. It was not until nearly a year later when I reached Hong Kong and was able to hunt through back copies of the papers that I found I was supposed to be dead.
Why didn't you get in touch with Marta?
And let them know that I was still alive?
But didn't you know that Marta pestered them so much and lined up so many prominent names and made such a racket in the UN about the circumstances of your death that she finally got them to issue a full pardon posthumously?
Yes. I read that when I was in Israel.
Well, why didn't you come forward then?
I meant to. It's why I worked my way half across the world. To hear her play. To see her again.
But you didn't.
Oh, I heard her play. It was her first big concert in Tel Aviv. She was magnificent, a succès fou. They would not let her off the stage. I remember her bowing and throwing kisses. How beautiful she was. How young, with the whole world at her feet. And I knew I did not belong in her world anymore. So I never saw her.
Oh, you fool. All the time her heart was empty for you.
For what I had been, perhaps, not what I have become. A man bitter, solitary, old, far before his time. An accident of failure, a nothing, a non-person.
Oh, that is not true. I heard you when I came in. You still play.
Oh, yes, I still play. On an instrument when I can, in my head when I cannot.
What does that mean?
All those years in the prisons, in the camps, on tramp ships as a seaman, in 1,000 coolie labor jobs. Max, there was one thing that kept me alive, the music. The music. I could hear every note in my head. I could see it in my mind's eye. Play it with my fingers on whatever surface I could press them against. A taffrail, a cell wall. And for most of the years since Stefan's death, the edge of any bar that did not throw me out on my ear.
You knew about your son then?
I only learned about him the month before he died. I never saw him. Oh, Max, why didn't she tell me before I left that summer?
She was only thinking of you. You're the only man she ever thought of. That's why you have to come back to her.
No, I cannot
come back. Why on earth not?
She's at the height of her success. She has the world at her feet. She's still in her 50s and radiantly lovely. I am 100 years old in body and mind. I would drag her down. I can't. I won't do that. She should have someone young and vital. Like you, Max. In the name of heaven, have some compassion, man. Leave me alone. I may have nothing else, but I have a kind of peace here. Go, tell her you found out that I was shot trying to escape. Marry her yourself.
She doesn't want me. She wants you.
If she had me, she might as well have a ghost. I cannot do it.
You must. You have to.
What do you mean I have to?
Whatever you are is what Marta wants. She's dying, Andre.
What? What do you mean she's dying, Max?
No one knows just how ill she is except me. Not even the secretary who worries about her overworking. Not even Marta herself.
But if she rests, if she takes it easy...
She'll never do that as long as you are missing. And to pay for the detectives that scour the world looking for you, she has to work harder and harder. It's a treadmill that's killing her.
Oh, Max. Max, how long has she got?
A month, a year. Well, not many more. Who knows? If she has the most important thing in the world she really wants.
But it's foolish. It is romantic nonsense. Life is not young love. It is hard and bitter and unfair. And we cannot turn back the years. It would take a miracle to make it even a faded memory of what it was.
But you know as well as I do, Andre, you've got to try.
Well, you have not left me much choice. All right. I will try. But I still say it is a mistake. I haven't any money.
Oh, it's the least of our problems. Go pack whatever you have to take with you while I make some plane reservations.
It won't take long. I've learned to travel light.
thought you'd never get here.
I'm sorry, Jody. Plane was late. How's Martha?
Oh, a nervous wreck. I've never seen her like this. Well, where's...
Andre? He stopped to comb his hair or fix his handkerchief or something. He's a nervous wreck, too.
Oh, we all are. You know, the house is almost in. We can't hold the curtain too much longer.
I understand.
Oh, maybe it would have been better if you'd let them talk on the phone before you flew in.
Oh, don't blame me. Andre didn't want to. Neither did Marta. I think it's better that they meet again first, face to face.
Max?
Yes?
What's he like? I mean, what does he look like?
Like someone who's lived 30 years in hell. Spitting deep into his face. And pulls his shoulders down. But the worst part of all is what haunts his eyes.
Oh, how terrible.
I don't know what Marta expects. I'd better go prepare her.
I think you'd better. Even at best, I'm not sure she's going to be able to play the recital tonight.
And I'll go right in before... It's too late. Here he comes.
That bent, wizened old man?
That wizened old man was once tall and straight and young and bristling with talent.
That's how she still pictures him.
Andre, this way.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Max.
That's all right. But we have to hurry. It's almost curtain time.
Well, then perhaps we'd better wait until...
No. Marta's waiting anxiously. Oh, this is Julie Rand, Marta's secretary.
How do you do?
Mr. Deninoff.
What? Oh, yes, of course, that's who I am.
Here we are, Marta's dressing room. Marta, it's Max.
Come in, Max.
Andre, let me go in first.
I thought you would never get here. Where?
He's here, Marta. He's right here, but the house is waiting. Are you sure you want to see him before the recital?
After 33 years, how much longer do you think I can wait?
Of course, my dear. Come in, Andre. I'll leave you alone.
Andre?
Marta?
Across the gap of perhaps 3 feet, close enough to touch, they face each other, a frail and indomitable woman, a man bent and twisted, old before his time. 3 feet, did I say? Or is that gap wider than a lifetime? Too far to bridge and lead them back to each other again. Mystery Theater will continue shortly with Act 3. There are some moments in all our lives when time stands still. The first kiss, whose magic you are afraid to break. The terrible news of some loved one's death. A moment of victory in a game, or the terror of some nightmare from which you could not awake. The joy of something you have long anticipated turning out to be everything you imagined, or the sick feeling in the pit of your stomach when you found it nothing but disappointment. This is such a moment for Marta and Andre.
Andre.
Marta.
I have been waiting so long.
You're just as beautiful as ever.
And you, as handsome.
Oh, no. No, that is not true.
In my eyes, you are.
You must be seeing me as I was then.
I always see you as you were then. I always will.
But, Marta, these lines, these wrinkles, my hair.
Andre, what do you think I would be without my makeup? My hair rinse. I'm not a young girl anymore. Outside. But inside, I feel the same as the 23-year-old who kissed you goodbye. And seeing you again, all I see is the boy I never dreamed I was going to lose.
Oh, Martha, darling.
It's all right. It's all right, Andre. I'm all right. Just hold me. No, it's been so long. So long.
Too long. It's too late. I'll be no good for you.
Oh, don't say that, Andre. I need you now more than ever. I only want one promise from you.
What?
That you will never leave me again. It has been such a long fight. I'm so tired. I need your strength.
There is not much left. They battered most of it out of me, and the last year since I escaped have drained what was left.
I may not show it, Andre, but inside there's almost nothing of me left. I need you to lean on. It is your inner strength I need.
Martha, the house is getting restless.
Oh, give me just a moment longer, Max.
You had better go, Martha.
Not until I know I will find you here when I get back.
I will be here.
And you will stay.
I will stay.
Till death do us part?
No.
What?
I have gone through enough. We have gone through enough in this life ever to be parted again. If death should take you first, I would follow right on your heels.
And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death.
What?
Nothing. Just Elizabeth Barrett Browning's sonnet to her husband about how she loved him. Oh, Andre, don't let anyone or anything take this away from us again.
As heaven is my witness, I never will. I love you, Martha.
I love you, Andre.
I'm sorry, Martha.
I'm coming, Max. Kiss me, darling.
Martha.
Oh, I am in heaven. This must be heaven. Oh, what a recital I shall give them tonight. Oh, my darling, I can't write you a love poem like Elizabeth Browning, but I can play you one. Will you be out front?
Oh, yes, with Max.
Then listen carefully. You will recognize my love song when I play it.
We can't keep them waiting any longer. Are you all right, Martha?
Oh, I never felt more glorious in my life. Every note is for you, Andre. And especially in that one song. To our future, darling. Au revoir.
Well, Andre, it looks as though congratulations are in order. A marriage has been rearranged.
Yes. It is a miracle. If it lasts.
Oh, come, what do you mean?
I don't know. Just some premonition I cannot shake. You notice that this time, it was Martha who said goodbye.
Why is she playing this? It's not on the program.
It is a message to me.
Message?
Yes, in place of a sonnet.
What?
A love song, just for me, you see. Martha!
She's fainted.
No, she has not fainted. She is dead.
Julie, shut the door quickly.
It's a madhouse here. Aren't they ever going to let up?
Oh, eventually, I suppose.
Why can't they let us alone?
Julie, it's a great story. To be practical, the press and the media have every right to follow it up. You should hear some of the book offers, movie bids, heaven knows what else they've been bombarding my office with. All right, forget that for now. How is Andre today?
Oh, no change.
Still in his room?
Oh, he hasn't come out of it since the funeral.
Is he eating?
Not really.
Is he getting any sleep?
I don't think so. Whenever I look in, he's just lying on his back, staring at the ceiling with his eyes so vacant. Sometimes he's so still, I think maybe he's...
What does the doctor say?
If he doesn't snap out of it, he'll have to be hospitalized. At least there they can feed him intravenously.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. I'll go in and have a look at him. Hello, Andre. Andre, it's Max. Aren't you going to say hello?
No. I'm better at saying goodbye.
Oh, now come. You got to snap out of this.
By all means. I wish I knew the way to do it.
Well, you won't get anywhere just by lying there.
Max, do you know what I have been doing? I have been lying here, willing myself to die. I want to die, but I cannot make myself. All those years of hanging on, building, increasing my will to live, just to spite those... Well, maybe they have the last laugh after all. Now that I want to die, the will to live is too strong to allow me to...
Andre, listen to me.
Suicide. Yes, that would be a way, you see. Only my religion does not allow that. So it appears I have to go on living, separated from Martha again.
You've got to do something to help him, Max.
I know that, Julie, but what?
I don't know. Oh, if he just had some other interest to throw himself into, like Madame had after Stefan was killed. She hadn't had her piano and her music. She'd have been... What is it, Max?
Music. Music, of course, that might be it.
Oh, where are you going?
To see Charles Abelman at World Broadcasting. I think maybe he can make an offer that Andre just can't refuse. I have your word on this, Charlie?
Absolutely.
No hoopla, no exploitation. Just the facts simply and decently told in good taste. I have your word.
Max, you don't need my word. This network is rebuilding its image. One of the programs we count on to do that is one-on-one.
Yes, I know. I've seen it, and I admire it very much.
Thank you. We don't want anything to change that picture for our audience. So you can count on that.
All right. I think I can persuade Andre to do it. And you will allow him to play. At least 15 minutes. That's the deal. There has to be enough exposure so I can start building a career for him again.
15 minutes, that's a long time. Is he good enough? Can he still play?
Oh, yes, I've heard him.
Well, I think I ought to hear him first myself, Max, before I okay that.
All right, I'll see what I can work out. But first I have to sell the whole idea to Andre. I'll get back to you.
Charles Abelman.
Charlie, Max Breck. We're on for your show this week.
Oh, that's great, Max. But what about your promise I can hear, Mr. Danino?
I've worked that out. You'll want to pick his own piano for the broadcast. So can you meet us at Steinman's tomorrow at 12 noon? It's right across from Carnegie Hall. While he's trying out the pianos, I'll get him to play something for you. I promise you, you won't make the trip for nothing.
I don't know just why I am doing this, Max.
You know why, Andre. You've got to have something to take your mind off what has happened. What a better thing to do than to go back to your piano. Carry on. For Martha. Now, you've got to make a living somehow.
And you really think that I can make it play again?
After what I heard in the church that first day, yes.
All those years of dry playing on stone walls, on steel tables, the edge of my cot, hearing the music only in my mind, all that kept me from going mad. It kept me alive. Was this what it was for?
Well, why not decide that it was?
Oh, Max, I cannot decide anything for myself. That's what I meant by I don't know why I am doing this. It is something inside me, or outside and beyond me, that is urging me to do it.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I told you once it would take a miracle to bring back the past. Maybe now I'm looking for one to bring me the future.
I've never seen so many concert pianos in my life.
Well, Charlie, this is only one room. There are 4 others.
Oh, no. We could be here all day. He tried every piano in this room, and they didn't suit him. Now, don't tell me you'll go through all the others.
Yes, Julie, what is it?
He's found one he likes.
Where is he?
In the back room.
Oh, he's playing something. Come on, Charlie, if you want to hear this.
And just a minute, Mr. Breck.
What is it, Julie?
Well, he said he wanted to be alone for a minute.
Well, we don't have to show ourselves.
Well, maybe we should get back to him. He was, strange.
Strange how?
Well, he smiled at me, and he looked sort of happy. And he said, "Do you believe in miracles, Julie?" And when I didn't know what to answer, he said, I think I'm just about to.
I don't know what that means. Hold it a minute.
By George.
Good enough for you, Charlie?
Oh, that's magnificent.
No, stop him.
No, please don't. I want to hear more.
Oh, we shouldn't interrupt it,
You
Julie.
must. Don't you hear what he's playing? It's what Madame was playing when
Now,
she...
Julie, take it easy. What's the matter?
I don't know. It's just... Don't let him. Stop him before he gets to that same phrase where... Oh, no.
What happened?
Oh, no.
I don't know. Come on.
He's on the floor, just like...
Take care of it, Charlie.
Is
Andre.
Is he...
Andre, you all right?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What happened?
I suddenly found out how to pray. For me, it is with music. So I asked God to bring me to Martha. And he turned his face on me again and worked a miracle to bring me home to my wife.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
What happened?
Heart attack, debility, who knows? I'm not a doctor. Well, maybe God just called him home.
What did he mean about a miracle?
I think that he got what he wanted.
Max?
Yes, Julie.
This piano he picked out.
Yes. What about it?
Well, look at the serial number.
Why?
This is the piano Madame Deninoff was playing at the concert when she died.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Max brought the bodies of Marta and Andre back to Israel, where they were buried beside their son's hero's grave. The stone above the grave reads, "In memory of Marta and Andre Daninoff, I shall but love thee better after death." That Max picked that quote was sheer coincidence, or was it maybe just another minor miracle? Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Are you old enough, and were you lucky enough to have been raised on A Child's Garden of Verses by Robert Louis Stevenson? If so, you must remember the one that began, "I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me, and what can be the use of him is more than I can see." Well, in the musings of the very young, a shadow may seem a superfluous, if delightful thing, but in the world of parapsychology, the shadow is full of significance, mysterious and arcane.
In the morning on sunny days, there was my shadow walking ahead of me. And in the afternoon, if I looked over my shoulder, there it was, right behind me. But then, this wondrous thing happened. And after that, my shadow was with me on the rainy days, too, and indoors, not only outdoors, in the dark just as much as in the light. Why, it's here, even now. After all that's happened, my shadow is right here.
Our Our mystery drama, The Sinister Shadow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane.
It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
There are 23 separate definitions of the word shadow in Webster's International Dictionary. If you wish, you may read them all. But for our immediate purpose, we have selected definition number 8. A reflected image, as in a mirror or in water. Listen carefully to what follows, and you will understand why we selected this definition.
I'll tell you how it all started. I mean, that is, if you're interested.
Sure, I'm interested.
I don't know why you should be.
Well, I am.
It would kind of help me to clear up the whole thing in my head.
So tell me.
It was the darndest thing. I was on my way home from the bank. I'm a teller at the bank. It doesn't pay much, but it's a respectable kind of job, not like some,
Sure.
I was walking east on Lake Street. It was about 3:30, and I was looking at my shadow. See, I always walk with my head down. It's a terrible habit, but anyhow, that's the way I generally walk. And for some reason, I heard my mother's voice the way I'd heard it about 1,000,000 times.
Stand up straight, for heaven's sake.
She was always saying that to me. Dory, for heaven's sake, stand up straight.
Don't slump.
Dory, don't slump, she'd say.
Throw your shoulders back. Stand erect.
Stand erect, Dory. Throw your shoulders back, Dory. Oh, how many times I'd heard her say that.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, I looked at my shadow and... my goodness, I looked like a dwarf or something. I could hardly see my head at all, and I didn't seem to have any shoulders. So I straightened up. I threw my shoulders back, and I pulled in my stomach, and I held my head high, and I started taking long steps, swinging my arms.
And?
And I walked that way for, half a block maybe. But then I looked down at my shadow.
And?
My shadow still looked like a dwarf. All hunched over, no head showing, hardly any shoulders. You believe me, don't you?
Whatever you say.
Well, you can imagine how surprised I was.
Sure.
I mean, there I was, standing erect, and my shadow was all hunched over. I couldn't understand it. I was flabbergasted.
Naturally.
Now, it so happened that I was standing right in front of a bar and grill. I'm not in the habit of going into those places, but I was so... I was really shook up.
Sure you were.
So I went in. It seemed like a nice place. There were not very many people. After all, it was the middle of the afternoon.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't know if to sit at a table or what. I really didn't know what I was doing there exactly. But then I saw a woman sitting at the bar. She was by herself, too. I'd heard that women do that these days, or I read it somewhere, so I thought, well, I'll go and I'll sit next to her. That way nobody will think I'm trying to pick up a man, you know.
Uh-huh.
So I hopped up on the stool next to her, and I just sat there, wondering what had happened to my shadow.
Excuse me.
What? Were you speaking to me?
I think the bartender wants to know what you want to drink.
Oh. What are you drinking?
I'm having a glass of white wine.
Oh, well, I'll have that.
She'll have a glass of white wine.
People seem to be drinking that a lot these days.
It's fashionable. A glass of white wine sounds very ladylike.
Yes, I guess it does.
It shows right away you're not a drunken dame.
I guess so.
On the other hand, you're not a prude. Not above lifting one on occasion. Oh, here's yours. Shall we?
What?
Lift one.
Oh, sure.
To the future. Whatever it is. You like it?
Oh, what?
Like the wine.
Oh, yes. I've had wine before. Several times.
I never have guessed.
Oh, beer, too.
No fooling.
Oh, yes.
Look, am I bothering you? You want me to shut up?
No.
I talk too much sometimes. I can't seem to help it. I just go on, and it drives some people crazy. I can't seem to stop myself. So just tell me.
No, it's not that. It's just...
You don't have to listen to me.
No, I am listening.
The way you keep staring in the mirror.
That's just it.
What is? What's it?
Look in the mirror. Don't you see?
See what?
You and me, side by side.
So?
We look alike.
We do?
Don't you see? You must see. We're doubles.
Why, yes. So we are.
It was true. We looked exactly alike, and when she really looked at me, she could see it, too. Of course, nobody would notice it right away because, her clothes were very, very, mod. Isn't that what they say?
They used to.
Well, she had on blue jeans, very tight, very, revealing.
Uh-huh.
And then this top, kind of a magenta color, cut down to here. And these masses and masses of gold chains. And her hair. It was like light blonde, like mine, but all in tiny little curls. She told me later she'd had a permanent, but it certainly looked wonderful, sort of lighted up her face, you know?
Uh-huh.
Well, we got very friendly. Yes, we did. We really did. I told her all about what happened with my shadow, and she listened, and every once in a while she nodded her head and acted like she believed every word I was saying. Really.
Well, sure.
I've always heard that everybody has a double somewhere in the world, but I'd never met mine. Have you met yours?
No, I haven't.
Well, wait till you do. It will change your whole life. It certainly changed mine.
Certainly has.
I told her all about my mother, about hearing my mother's voice. Stand up straight, Dory. Don't slump, Dory. She understood that, too. It was really amazing.
I can imagine.
All of a sudden, I realized I'd been sitting there for almost an hour going on and on about all these things, and my mother must be wondering what on earth had become of me because, usually I come straight home from the bank, and it was almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah? So?
So I knew I'd get holy heck for being late because I always have to get the dinner. My mother does the shopping, but I get the dinner. So I jumped up all of a sudden and said goodbye in a hurry and went out. But this time...
Yeah? This time,
I walked with my head up and my shoulders back. I stood up very tall and took long steps.
And?
And this time, my shadow was very tall, too. My shadow held up its head and took long steps all the way home.
Dory, it's me.
Where in the name of heaven have you been? Do you know what time it is? Nearly 5 o'clock. Where were you?
I was detained.
Detained? They detained you at the bank?
Not at the bank.
Then where? You never go anyplace that I know of.
I just stopped to talk to somebody.
Did you forget I have guests coming for dinner?
Well, I guess I did.
The Swensons are coming, and the Morrisons. Oh, and the Morrison's son, Gordon. I think his name is. Remember him?
I don't know if I do.
Well, he got married about 10 years ago and moved out of town. But now he's getting a divorce. I thought maybe... look, I've put the ham in the oven. I thought I'd better when you didn't show up.
How big is it?
12 pounds.
So 18 minutes per pound?
At $3.50?
No, you start at 150 internal temperature.
Well, you go take a look at it.
Well, in a minute. I I want to tell you about...
Dory, you'll have to make the sauce. I have no conception.
It is just prepared mustard and currant jelly.
Well, you take care of it.
Mother, I met somebody on the way home.
A man? You met a man?
No, a woman.
Oh, listen... About this Gordon Morrison, I understand his marriage wasn't too happy. Now, there weren't any children, so there won't be any trouble about the divorce. I believe he's a certified public accountant.
Mother, I want to tell you
he's
about...
He's moving back here to live. A good CPA never has any trouble getting established, so I'm told.
Mother?
He's just your age, Dory. Give a year or two.
I wish you would listen.
Dory, what I am getting at is... This is a chance for you.
Oh, Mother.
You're almost 36.
I wish you would...
Now, at dinner, please, don't sit there like a lump. Please don't. Say things. Join in. Be a part of the conversation. Be animated. The dinner will be good. We know that. And I'll make sure they know you cooked it. You'll make spoon bread, won't you?
Yes,
But you have to do more than that. You have to act like you're having a good time, like you're enjoying yourself. Do you understand?
Yes.
Maybe if you took a drink. That often helps. I know it helps me. It helps most people. Now, do you think you could do that?
I could do that.
A cocktail, maybe.
I think maybe a glass of white wine. Maybe 2. I sat there like a lump. Once in a while, I'd think of something to say about something, but by the time I got around to saying it, they were talking about something else, you know.
I think I do.
Of course, they raved about the food. I really am a good cook.
I'll bet you are.
But I was all shut up in a cocoon, sort of. I couldn't get out.
Uh-huh.
And I could feel my mother getting madder and madder and more disgusted with me. But I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't blame her.
No?
No, because to her everything comes so easy, always has. She laughs a lot, smiles. She can talk about anything practically. The words just roll out of her mouth. She doesn't have to try to make an effort. It all just kind of comes naturally to her, and she can't see why it doesn't come naturally to me.
You're shy.
I guess you could call it being shy. I don't know. I just get sort of paralyzed when I have to talk to people. I want to go away or die or something.
You're talking to me.
Oh, yes, but...
But what?
You know all about my double.
Oh.
Do you know what I did the very next day? I went out and I had my hair cut short.
Oh?
And then I had a permanent. You like it, don't you?
Sure. It's nice.
Now I look exactly like her.
I'm going to bring you a comb. You can run it through those pretty blonde curls.
Why? Do I look awful?
No, you don't look awful at all. But you could stand a little sprucing up.
Okay.
You'll be going upstairs in a little while. You'll want to look your very best for that. It's important.
How would you feel if suddenly you came face to face with someone who looked exactly like yourself? How would you react? Would you advance happily thinking, why, what an attractive person? Or would you back off a bit thinking, what a loathsome creature? Not knowing what my own immediate response would be, I am content that my double should go his way while I go mine, and that we should be destined never to meet. I'll be back with Act 2. I said before that in case I do have a double, that there actually is another E.G. Marshall roaming the earth. I hoped that we would never meet. But fate has a way of ignoring our hopes, and that has set me to wondering, if we did meet, we two, would we get along? Would I like him? Would he like me? Or would we dislike each other intensely and even become enemies? I think I'll return to my first position. Let him go his way. I'll go mine.
You really like my hair this way?
I really do.
It's exactly like hers.
You just need to run a comb through it.
Well, you said you'd bring me one.
I will.
How about the blue jeans? You don't think I look silly in them?
No, not a bit.
My mother thought they were okay. She liked them. She liked my haircut, too.
That's nice.
No, not really.
Why not?
She had the wrong idea entirely. She didn't understand. You see, I couldn't tell her about meeting my double.
You couldn't?
Well, no. It was such a remarkable thing. I wasn't sure she'd believe me.
Maybe she would have.
Oh, no. She hardly ever believed me about anything. And she'd never believed I'd met my double. And if I told her, she might try to do something about it.
Like what, for instance?
Well, forbid me to see her, for one thing.
But you're 36 years old.
Oh, that wouldn't have made any difference to my mother. No, she would have found a way.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. It was very important to me to be able to see my double. I saw her every day.
You did?
In the same bar and grill, sitting on those same two stools, drinking white wine. Oh, it was lovely, you know?
Uh-huh.
The only thing was, it made me late getting home. And my mother didn't like that. Not one bit.
Dory?
It's me.
Do you realize it's 5 o'clock?
It is?
Yes, it is. I suppose the bank detained you.
I was detained.
But not by the bank.
No, not by the bank.
Well, who then? Who detained you? Dory, are you seeing somebody behind my back?
What'd you get for dinner?
Chopped meat.
Enough for a meatloaf?
Dory, are you seeing a man?
I need 2 pounds for a meatloaf.
Who is he? Somebody at the bank?
No.
Well, where did you meet him? You never go anyplace. You didn't pick him up on the street, did you?
No.
Girls do that all the time these days.
I am not a girl.
You just better bet you're not. Listen, Dory, if he's a nice man, you know how much I want you to meet a nice man.
I know.
Nothing could make me happier. And with your new haircut and those jeans and that top, well, there's no reason why you shouldn't meet some nice man. And where are you going?
I'm going to make the meatloaf.
I want to know who this man is. I want to know where you met him. And I want to know where you see him every afternoon. Why don't you see him in the evening? Is he married? Is that why? Are you seeing a married man on the sly?
No.
Then why don't you bring him home here so I can meet him? What is he, some kind of crook?
No.
Then what's wrong with him that your own mother can't meet him?
Mother, I am not going to discuss this with you anymore. I'm going to make the meatloaf. I couldn't explain to her. She'd have wanted to meet my double. And that would have spoiled everything.
Why?
Well, because when you have a double, it's a very strange thing. It's not something you share with anybody. It's very personal and private, and it's not something you talk about. Not even to your own mother, especially to your own mother. It's your secret. Your very own secret. Your most precious secret. I don't know how to explain it to you if you don't know.
That's all right.
But you see, she kept after me and after me every day when I came home from the bar and grill. It got worse. She said she'd have me followed. She'd hire a detective and have me followed. She said she'd report me to the bank manager. She said she'd throw me out of the house. Everything. And every day it got worse and worse till I could hardly stand it. If it hadn't been for my double and seeing her every day, I think I'd have gone crazy. But you see, I could talk to her about it, and she would be very sympathetic, and we'd drink our white wine, and I'd feel better, and I'd go home. But it was always the same thing as soon as I got there.
Oh, get in here.
What's the matter?
I watched you coming down the street.
What for?
You're a whole different person, you know that?
I know.
You don't walk all slumped over the way you used to. You hold your head up. You're 36 years old, and all of a sudden you walk like a human being. Now, what I want to know is what is the cause of all this? Or should I say, who's the cause of it all? I know you get out of the bank 3:30 at the latest. You've been getting home later and later, 5:30. Now, Dory, I know perfectly well you are not walking around by yourself or sitting in the library, because I smell liquor on your breath. You spend your time drinking with somebody.
Just a little white wine. I never get drunk. You've never seen me come home drunk. 2 little glasses of white wine, and that's all.
I never said you got drunk. I said you spend an hour and a half drinking with somebody. Now, I'm sick and tired of asking you who it is you're meeting on the sly. I'm your mother, and I've a right to know. Now, you look me straight in the eye and tell me who it is. Dory? Who is it?
Just somebody.
I know it's somebody. I want to know what somebody. It's nobody we know because I've asked all over town.
You asked people?
Well, how else am I going to find out? Not that I found out anything. A couple of people said they saw you go into the bar and grill on Lake Street a few times, but they never saw you with anybody.
You asked people about me?
Well, who do you meet in that bar and grill? Dory, are you going to tell me or I have to shake it out of you?
Don't let me go.
I'll let you go when you tell me. Now, who is it?
My double. It's my double.
You what?
Everybody has a double. Most people don't meet theirs, but I did. She was sitting at the bar.
What? What did you just say?
She was sitting at the bar.
You've been meeting a woman?
We look exactly alike.
You mean to stand there and tell me you've been getting drunk every day with a woman?
Not drunk.
A man, maybe?
A glass of wine.
Oh, but this is crazy.
It is not.
It's weird.
No, she's my double. She's like a twin, only it's better.
She's wicked. That's what she is.
She is not. Don't say that.
And so are you.
Don't say that or I'll kill you.
To think that my daughter...
I swear I'll...
My very...
Shut up, daughter! I will kill you! I was shaking all over. I was so angry.
Sure you were.
To think my own mother, my very own mother, would say such things about me. That she would even think them. It was horrible.
Of course.
And talking about her that way, she'd never even met her. Never even seen her.
Uh-huh.
She knew that I'd never... She knew me. She knew I would never... Oh, she should have known anyway.
I understand.
I got away from her and I ran out of the house. I couldn't possibly have stayed there. I just couldn't, because when I said I'd kill her, I meant it. I really did. I didn't know how I'd do it, but I knew I'd do it if I stayed there. So I ran out of the house. She was still standing in the doorway, screaming at me, saying awful things. I just ran down the street. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't have any idea where to go. I just ran. And all of a sudden, I was on Lake Street, in front of the bar and grill. And there she was.
Your double?
Yes. I could see her through the window. She was sitting at the bar just the way I'd left her. Oh, maybe an hour before. And there she was with a glass of wine in front of her. And I was so relieved to see her. The only person in the entire world I could talk to. So I opened the door, and I went in. Oh, you're still here?
What's the matter?
Oh, I'm so glad.
Sit down. You're all out of breath.
Yes, I've been running all over town.
Sit down. You want some wine?
I don't think so.
Here, drink the rest of mine.
I thought you'd probably left by now.
I left when you did, but I came back.
You must have known I'd need you. Oh, listen. I had the most awful row with my mother.
What about?
You know she's been trying to find out who I've been seeing after banking hours.
Yes, I know.
And she's kept after me and after me. She thought I'd picked up with some man, some disreputable man that I was ashamed to bring home so she could meet him. And she said she'd hire a detective.
You told me.
And this time she said she'd been asking all over town different people if they'd seen me with anybody. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's like opening my mail, reading my private letters. I simply could not believe she'd do a thing like that. And then she grabbed hold of me by the arms. And she started to shake me hard, and she hurt me, and she wouldn't let me go. She said she'd shake the truth out of me.
Yes?
I had to make her stop. So I told her. I said it was you.
Yes?
Oh, not your name, because I don't know your name, but I said I was meeting my double, that everybody has a double, and I was so lucky that I had met mine.
Yes?
And then she really started to scream at me. She said I was wicked, and you were wicked, and crazy, and weird. And when she said that, it was like the top of my head just blew off. And I yelled back at her. I told her to shut up or I'd kill her. Yes, I said that. And I meant it.
It's all right, really.
And I would have if I hadn't gotten out of there.
Really, it's all right.
And if I go back there, I will.
There's no need to do that. I've already killed her myself.
She was so calm when she said it. I've already killed her myself. She said it like it was nothing.
Uh-huh.
And the peculiar thing was, it made me feel like it was nothing, too.
Really?
Yes. It seemed perfectly natural, perfectly logical. Like she'd done the only sensible thing.
Then what?
Well, we sat there and drank a little more wine and talked some, very quietly. And then I came here.
You did the right thing.
I hope so.
Absolutely. Say, I told you I'd bring you a comb, and I haven't done it. Why don't I go fetch one now?
Oh, don't leave me.
I'll be right back.
I don't want to be alone. This is the first time I've told anybody, and I don't want to be alone.
Well, it won't take a minute.
Please?
Then you can fix yourself up a little before I take you upstairs.
A most efficient double, wouldn't you say? One capable of strong, direct, even violent action. And at the same time, able to bring peace of mind and serenity and the conviction that everything has been for the best. Now, if I could be sure of having a double like that. Oh, but no. So far, I don't think I want to take the chance. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. I said before that I still do not wish to meet my double. But now it occurs to me, were I to meet him, would I recognize him? Offhand, you'd say, of course. How could you fail to recognize a replica of yourself? But consider this. Do I really know what I look like? I think I do. It's a very familiar face. But have I ever really seen it? Is it possible ever to see it? I'm not sure that it is.
Thank you for the comb.
Don't mention it. See that you use it.
Oh, I will, right now.
We'll be going upstairs in about 20 minutes. So fix yourself up, you hear?
What's upstairs?
You'll see.
I wonder what's upstairs. I wonder...
Hello, Dory.
Oh, it's you.
How are you?
I was just going to comb my hair.
It needs it.
Nobody told me you were here.
Nobody knows. Are you glad to see me?
I think so.
You're not sure?
What about my mother?
What about her?
How did you do it?
I think I hit her with a chair.
don't you know?
You know that little chair that stands in the front hall just to the left of the door?
Yes.
I picked that up and I held it up high and then I brought it down hard on the top of her head. Yes, that's what I did.
I could never have done that.
And then I choked her, just to make sure.
You did? Really?
Then when I was quite sure she was dead, I went back to the bar and grill.
You didn't even seem upset or anything.
Well, why should I have been? It was the only thing to do.
I suppose
there was no other way out.
But just the same, to kill a person.
People get killed all the time. People kill people all the time.
Not people I know.
Just the same it happens.
Well, I guess so. I know I read about it in the papers, but...
So why shouldn't it happen to you?
To my mother, you mean? I didn't do it.
No, of course you didn't. I did.
That's right.
Do you think I'm a terrible person because I did it?
Well,
when we were sitting in the bar and grill on Lake Street, you didn't seem to think I was so terrible.
No.
So why do you think I'm so terrible now?
I don't know if I do.
That's the way you're acting. You're being very critical.
But she was my mother.
Exactly.
Sometimes I don't understand you at all.
No?
I thought we were double.
We are.
Then why don't I understand what you're saying?
I don't know. It's really very exasperating.
You're not mad at me?
Not yet.
I mean, you won't leave me?
Not yet.
Not ever. Don't leave me ever.
Dory.
What? What is it?
I brought you some hot water. Now wash your hands and face. Haven't you combed your hair yet?
Oh, I was just going to.
Look, I'm putting this bowl of hot water down here. Now, there's a washcloth and a piece of soap. Use them.
I will.
Oh, before I forget.
What are you doing?
Taking down the mirror.
What are you doing that for?
Orders from upstairs.
You're always talking about upstairs. What is upstairs?
You'll find out soon enough.
Are you mad at me?
Do I sound mad?
Kind of.
Well, I'm not. Now, you wash your face and hands before that water gets cooled off. I'm going to check and see when they'll be ready for you.
Who?
The people upstairs.
Who are they?
Look, they're very nice, really. You don't have to be afraid of them. They mean well. They've got your best interests at heart. Believe me.
Why would they want to take my mirror away?
Just a precaution. They were afraid of what you might do.
Do? I wouldn't do anything.
No, of course you wouldn't.
Then why?
Better safe than sorry, and that's how they figure. Now listen, I'm going to go upstairs and check on how soon they'll be ready to see you. Meantime, you wash up, okay?
Okay.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
What is she talking about? They're going to do anything? Where's the soap? Oh, here.
Hello.
Oh. I thought you'd gone away.
Not at all.
Look, if I said anything to make you angry...
You were very snippy.
I was?
How about my killing your mother?
Well, after all...
You're getting very holier than thou all of a sudden.
I don't mean to.
Sitting in the bar and grill, you seem very pleased at what I'd done.
Yes.
After all, I did it for you. She was your mother, not mine. I didn't know her from a hole in the wall. She meant absolutely nothing to me.
She did to me.
Oh, the way you talked, I'd never have guessed.
That was just talk.
You wanted to kill her, you told me
that
so.
That was talk. Don't you understand? That
Pretty
was talk.
serious talk.
I would have never done it. Never. I wouldn't have.
Of course you wouldn't have. That's why I did it for you.
I'm going to tell them you did it.
You are?
You don't mind?
What can they do to me?
They will catch you. I'll tell them what you look like, and they'll go after you, and they'll catch you.
What will you tell them I look like?
Well,
What do I look like? Come on. Take a close look. Now, tell me, what do I look like?
You look You look just like me.
Of course. We're doubles. Okay, now, you ready? Because they're ready for you.
What?
You haven't even washed your face.
No,
The water's not even warm. Why did I go to all the trouble to bring you hot water?
Well, you're not going to throw it out?
Well, what good is it now? You haven't combed your hair either. What have you been doing while I was out of the room?
My double was here. I was talking to her.
Oh, I see. Your double. Well, how did things go with your double?
Not very well.
Oh? In what way?
We had a kind of a quarrel.
I see.
We're not getting along.
Look, it's time we were getting upstairs. So come on. You'll have to go as you are because they do not like to be kept waiting.
You said the people upstairs, they were nice?
They are. Basically, very nice. Now, come on. Turn right here. That's it.
What will they do to me?
They won't do anything. They'll just talk to you. The stairs are straight ahead. We have to walk up. And, of course, they'll want you to talk to them. Come on, up we go.
What will I talk to them about?
Oh, almost anything. Anything you've got on your mind.
Should I talk to them about my mother?
If you feel like it.
Should I tell them she's dead?
If that's what you feel like telling them.
I think I'll tell them that.
Okay.
And something else I'll tell them.
What's that?
I'll tell them who did it.
It's one more flight up.
Okay.
You're going to tell them about your double?
Yes. Definitely. I'm going to tell them she killed my mother.
All right.
You think it's okay to tell them that?
I think it's exactly what you should tell them.
Of course, if I tell them, I may not ever see her again.
Oh? Why not?
Well, when you were out of the room and I was talking to her, I got the feeling she didn't want me to tell anybody. Of course, I'd already told you, but you wouldn't tell, would you?
Certainly not.
She said she did it for me.
Uh-huh.
And I understand that. But I didn't ask her to. Did I?
Look, here we are. This is the room. They're waiting for us.
I'm scared. I don't want to go in.
Now, there's nothing to be afraid of.
But I don't know these people.
They're very nice, really. You'll like them.
No, I won't, and they won't like me.
Yes, they will.
They think I killed my mother, and they'll ask me all about it, and it'll be awful. No, I don't want to do it.
Dory, stop it. Now, you just stop it.
I know. I won't do it. You hit me. You hit me.
I want you to listen to what I have to say. Listen to me carefully. Do you understand?
Yes.
You are going into that room with me, and you are going to tell those people in there exactly what you told me. Start to finish. Got that?
I can't.
Those people in there are doctors, Dory. They want to help you.
They're not policemen?
Whatever gave you the idea they were policemen?
I just thought...
Well, you thought wrong. And there's something else I'm going to tell you. Something I'm not supposed to tell you because I'm just a nurse here. But I'm going to tell you anyway. There are 3 doctors in that room. 2 are men and 1's a woman. And there is some possibility that there'll be another woman in there with them. Your mother.
My mother's dead.
Your mother is not
My
dead.
double, she killed her. She hit her over the head with a chair, and then she choked her. She did it for me. My mother's dead.
Your mother is very much alive, and there isn't a mark on her. Now, are you ready to go in there?
Okay.
Wait a second. Look at your shadow. All hunched over. Aren't you ashamed? That's it. No, you're standing tall. And your shadow is, too. All right, Dory. Go on in. Nobody is going to hurt you.
Now you know. Dory's double lived in her shadow. Then in her image reflected from the big mirror behind the bar. Later, a reproduction of herself in the small hospital mirror where she combed her hair. And finally, her own face seen in a bowl of water. So she got a glimpse of a second self, strong and competent, and possessing the capacity for rage, even murder. I'll be back shortly.
Yes, theoretically, an earthquake of a certain intensity at the right place could carry the state of California into the sea.
Read Goodbye, California by Alistair MacLean, the story of a fanatical terrorist whose ability to detonate an atomic bomb gives him the ultimate blackmail weapon, earthquake. An earthquake so monstrous it could mean goodbye, California. The authorities are helpless, but one man alone, a super cop driven by a personal motive, races to meet the terrorist head-on, a race that must be won, or else it's goodbye, California. Read Goodbye, California by Alistair MacLean, a story of daring, danger, and the threat of a doomsday that could happen tomorrow. If you enjoy suspense, get set for a thrilling experience, because you are going to live that experience in Goodbye, California by Alistair MacLean, now in paperback from Fawcett.
Maybe I do believe that I have a double, and that he and I have a rendezvous somewhere, sometime. And he will have qualities I never suspected in myself. Some pleasant, perhaps. Perhaps others very, very unpleasant indeed. I wonder, am I ready for this encounter? Not today, no. Maybe tomorrow, or the next day, or the day after that, or, well, someday. Our cast included Terry Keane, Grace Matthews, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And now, a preview of our next tale.
I keep telling myself it's a lover's quarrel. They'll make up and everything will be all right.
Yeah, well, that's not what Susan says. It's off, over, finished. I asked, did he give any reason, and she just shook her head and went up to her room to cry. Listen, I'm not hanging around this town any longer. Everything about it gives me the creeps. My sister gets kicked in the teeth, and my pop says, well. Well, I don't see it that way. She can't protect herself. But I am not letting that guy get away with it.
Horace, Mayor Greeley.
I'm coming. What? Harry... What are you doing here at 5:30 in the morning all dolled up in your police chief's outfit?
You'd better get yourself dressed, Horace. And hurry.
Well, would you mind telling me why?
There's been a murder.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown.
Those of you who have attended performances in the Mystery Theater know that there are certain tales that particularly entrance and intrigue me. They deal with the unusual, the unfamiliar, the unexplainable. So I have turned today to that master of mystery, Wilkie Collins, who has a habit of coming up with a story that's always making me say, why, that's not possible. Or is it?
Xavier Yardley Zenith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Uncle. It's me, Xavier. Are you a ghost?
Why didn't Father Daly bless my coffin?
I wanted him to, Uncle. But he refused. Absolutely refused.
Why, Xavier?
Because he said you didn't die a natural death.
You must make him bless the grave, Xavier. I cannot rest until he does.
Our mystery drama, Shadows from the Grave, adapted from a story by Wilkie Collins, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Christopher Tabori and Fred Gwynne. I'll be back in a moment with Act One. One invariably associates mysterious with lonely old houses, strange small inbred towns, peculiar characters. And I have to admit, this story follows that pattern. The man who told it to me is one XY Zenith. You can imagine the comments this poor guy has gone through life with. Nevertheless, he didn't seem to mind when I said, XYZ, would you tell us about your extraordinary adventure yourself?
Having been christened Xavier Yardley Zenith and suffered with those initials all through school in California, I decided that when I got to the job age and became very good in photography, to open up a studio of my own. Call it Zenith of Hollywood. Not an unusual word in Hollywood, where everything is the top, the best, the ultimate, the zenith. Two things occurred in April of this year which totally changed my life. One, I planned to marry. And two, I got a note from my Uncle George, who lived in Fresno, to come see him on what he called a matter of some importance. Hello up there. Uncle George. It's me, Xavier. What are you doing up in that tree?
Xavier, welcome, my boy. I've just about sealed up this hole in the tree. Here, give me a hand.
Steady.
Pretty spry for a man of my age, don't you think? You've never been up this way before, have you, Xavier?
Not since I was a child, Uncle George. What happened to this big old oak? Struck by lightning?
No, it's the woodpeckers and squirrels that make all these holes. I've just had it with the noisy beggars. They jump from this tree to the top of the porch, and then they run along my bedroom window, making the most infernal racket you can imagine. So I've just been sealing up a few of their nesting places. Let them find apartments elsewhere, I say.
What about that big hole on the other side of the tree?
Maybe tomorrow I'll mix up some more cement. Say, boy, you always go around with 2 cameras hanging around your neck?
Photography is my business, so I'm always prepared just in case.
Huh? Is there a living in it? You sell your pictures?
I used to do better. Took shots of movie stars on location, did a lot of newspaper and magazine work. But work is thinned out.
I have a proposition to make you. Since I gather that picture-taking business isn't too profitable these days, I think you may be interested. Are you married?
I'm just about to be. This coming Saturday, matter of fact.
Good. Then what I have in mind might make an excellent wedding present. I'm not a rich man, Xavier, but comfortably off. 59 acres, orchards, gardens, this house, and a private family vault on the premises.
You're joking. You own a mausoleum?
Death is not a joke, Xavier. I am going to die in a week.
You? No, you're not. You look fit as a fiddle.
An ill-tuned fiddle. No, death is only a few days off for me. I've known it would come to this for some time, so it's no surprise. I'd like to show you where I'm going to be buried. Here we are. That's Carrara marble and Vermont granite. Those 2 locks on the bronze door are an invention of mine.
Mind if I take a picture of it?
Not at all.
There's no one in your private mausoleum now, is there?
No. There was. No. No one. Now, Xavier, I want you to pay particular attention. 2 keyholes and 2 separate brass keys. There is a very good reason for the 2 locks. When I am laid to rest inside this vault, Xavier, I don't expect I shall be trying to get out. But I do not wish anyone else to get in.
But why would a person want to?
It's not necessary for me to explain all that to you now, my boy. I turn the handle, and so. Not spacious, but not crowded. My final home.
Uncle, if you don't mind, could we go back to the house now? I'm not at my best in mausoleums.
All right. I've shown you everything. We'll sit ourselves on the porch, and I'll tell you what's on my mind. Have you ever sat in a porch swing, Xavier? Comfortable?
I love these old swings.
Xavier, I have no choice. You are my only living kin. There is no one else. I'm leaving all my worldly possessions, this house, the contents, the grounds, everything to you, on one condition. You must live here, and every day, every single day, mind you, you must go to that mausoleum and make certain there's been no one tampering with the locks.
Uh-huh. And that's the only condition, Uncle?
The only one.
I certainly appreciate your generosity. Can I think it over and let you know? I'd like to talk it over with Catherine.
Absolutely not. You're going to agree right now.
But, Uncle...
But what? You can have your Zenith of Hollywood office right here. This place is plenty big enough. You can turn the solarium into a studio if you like. I don't care. I won't be here. It's all decided then? Good. I'll have Henley take you to the top of the hill. A good view, and you can see most of the property. Have a tug at that bell pull, will you, Xavier? My dear boy, you don't know what a relief this is. My fate lies in your hands.
Wait just a moment, Uncle. I haven't agreed to this inheritance yet. But if I do, and I find someone's been at the locks of that mausoleum, what should I do?
In my desk in the library, bottom right-hand drawer, is a letter of instructions. The envelope has one word on it. Joshua.
Did you say Joshua?
But, unless someone's been trying to break in, that letter must never be read.
You rang, sir?
Yes, Henley. This is my nephew, Xavier Yardley Zenith. He's going to be living here. I want you to acquaint him with the property.
Very well, sir.
Goodbye, Xavier. I shall not be seeing you again. Have a good walk. Well, my dear Joshua, your old friend George Zenith has found a way to outwit you. Do you hear me, Joshua?
That's exactly what he said, Catherine. He stood looking out of the window at the tree he'd been cementing, talking to someone called Joshua, who, of course, wasn't in the tree. It was most uncanny. And then I left the room with Henley, the butler.
How well do you know your Uncle George?
Only slightly, I'd say.
So then you have no idea what he meant by, Joshua, I'm going to outwit you now.
Not the vaguest. But the important thing is, Catherine, do we want to spend the rest of our lives in a Victorian white elephant with a cook and a butler?
Our lives?
Well, that's the deal if I accept. I have to guard that mausoleum every single day.
Darling, let's forget about this crazy Uncle George of yours. We're getting married Saturday. That's enough to think about for now. If your uncle wants to leave us his big old house in Fresno, fine. I love old houses, especially when it's a free gift. You didn't promise anything, did you?
No, I didn't. Saturday, Catherine and I tied the knot. Nothing fancy, just a few friends at the registrar's office on Hollywood Boulevard. About a dozen of us drove out to Laguna Beach for a wedding breakfast, and we just got around to toasting one another in California champagne when my service tracked me down and left a message that Uncle George had died. And would I come back to Fresno?
I'm Father Daly, Mr. Zenith. Your uncle came occasionally to our church.
Father Daly, this is my wife, Catherine.
How do you do? I'm sorry this sad occasion has brought us together. Not a very auspicious first married week, is it?
It's hard to believe. He seemed so healthy. And when he talked about being dead in a week...
Did he?
Yes. Well, I thought it was his macabre sense of humor. How do you suppose he knew?
Well, if he intended to take his own life, then quite naturally he would know.
Well, surely no one thinks...
My son, no one knows.
When is the funeral service?
Well, there isn't going to be one in the strict sense of the word.
No funeral? But why not, Father?
Well, I'm afraid Mr. Zenith's uncle may not have died a natural death. The medical examiner said an overdose of sleeping pills.
Oh, but couldn't that have been an accident? I mean, he told me he had a lot of trouble sleeping.
Oh, of course it could have. Which is what the coroner decided, death by accident. But so long as there's the slightest suspicion, which you have rather confirmed just now for me, I cannot bless the grave.
I could bite my tongue for telling you what he said, that he'd be dead in a few days.
Had you kept your uncle's intentions secret, that indeed would have been a mortal sin.
Yes, Henley. You wish to see me?
I do, sir. Cook and I want to leave.
You wish to leave this house? But why?
While your uncle was alive, there were some very peculiar things going on, but out of loyalty, we just couldn't go.
Peculiar things that frightened you?
Oh, yes, indeed, sir. Strange voices and goings-on and awful shrieks, like someone being attacked. Terrifying, if you ask me.
I quite agree with you. Have you heard such noises since my uncle passed away?
No, Mr. Zenith.
Well, then I suggest to you, the noises died with him. Now, I'll double your salary, Cook's also, and I don't want to hear any more about your leaving.
Well, you put it that way, sir. We'll be happy to stay on.
Every day, I'd go out and check the locks on the family vault. Catherine and I started making over the solarium into a studio, and I ordered equipment for a darkroom. But then, one night, I had a strange dream.
Xavier Yardley Zenith.
Is that you, Uncle George?
Why didn't Father Daly bless my coffin?
I wanted him to, Uncle, but he wouldn't. He said there was some question as to how you died.
You must insist he bless the coffin. I cannot rest until he does.
Uncle George, am I really talking to you? Or am I imagining things in my sleep?
Promise me you will make Father Daly bless my remains. Otherwise, I am lost. I am lost.
To sleep, says Hamlet, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. Our friend Xavier Yardley Zenith has surely been given pause. His uncle dies mysteriously, then appears in a dream, giving orders, exacting promises. Where will it lead? Where will it end? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. It has been an enigma for thousands of years. Are ghosts an illusion, a projection of what one wishes to see, or do they represent some ephemeral link between the world of the dead and the world of the living? The problem that faces Xavier is to persuade a member of the ministry to bless the remains of a man who may have committed murder, for that is indeed how the church regards suicide.
Catherine, I tell you, Uncle George's ghost said it as clearly as I say this to you. Father Daly must give me his blessing. I cannot rest until he does.
Honey, can I say something? I appreciate this inheritance, the house, the grounds, money to run it and have a butler and a cook. I never in my wildest dreams did I ever think I'd have that. But on the minus side, there's all this infatuation with death. That mausoleum, which has to be guarded as though it were Tutankhamun's tomb. And now you having nightmares about your uncle. Xavier, it's not healthy.
What am I to do? I gave my word.
Well, what about your career? You're a little young to retire to a gingerbread house in Fresno and play nursemaid to ghoulies and ghosties.
Oh, we're going to make a great studio out of the solarium. And then that enormous closet, turning it into a darkroom. It'll be great.
You don't understand me, do you? You've got to get out into the world and take pictures, Mr. Zenith of Hollywood. But having always to be one night away from this place so you can check the locks on a dead man's tomb is going to hold you back.
I told you all this before we married, so don't throw it in my face now.
What's the matter with you, Xavier? Have you no will of your own? Why, a month ago, if I told you that a ghost came to me in my sleep, you would have laughed right out loud.
I'm not laughing now.
You really believe you saw him, don't you?
Of course I do. I was there. He was there. I heard him.
And you've decided to stick it out here for the rest of your life. Is that it?
If I have to, I will.
I think I'd better leave you alone until you cool off. I'm not letting any dead uncle get in the way of my life. And I mean it.
Catherine did mean it. Next thing I knew, she'd lit out and went back to L.A. I knew where to find her all right. At her mother's. But I was darned if I'd go running after her.
My dear Mr. Zenith, my hands are tied. The church simply cannot acknowledge any untoward death.
Father Daly, for 3 nights running, Uncle George has appeared to me at night saying, "Help me lie and rest. I cannot until Father Daly blesses my coffin."
Xavier, may I call you Xavier?
I wish you would.
My boy, you and I are both modern men at the edge of the 21st century. For you to tell me that you're being visited by your uncle's ghost, while I won't discount it as a possibility, it's much more likely to be your own conscience worrying you to such an extent that you can convince yourself that you've seen him. You tell me it happens when you're asleep. I say to you, yes, it could. But that still doesn't make it any more than a dream.
Last night, he said I should read some of the books in his library, and I would understand.
Go read your uncle's books. And if this brings you peace of mind, then you'll know whether his appearances are fact or fancy.
That's just what I aim to do, Father.
You rang for me, sir?
Yes, I did, Henley. Come into the library and shut the door behind you. Did you know my uncle was greatly interested in black magic?
Well, I did tell you I was aware something strange was going on. He and Mr. Tree, they did some kind of... I don't know what you'd call it.
Mr. Tree?
A friend of your uncle's. They spent a lot of time together, and then a year ago, Mr. Tree went away.
Can you be more specific than something strange?
Well, sir, there'd be a lot of candles. Hundreds, in fact. They'd have them all burning, and there'd be incense and chanting. Right here in the library, Mr. Zenith.
I've been reading these books, and what amazed me was how many of them deal with the power of black magic.
I remember him asking me to bring home a cup of holy water from the church, and I said to him, well, sir, you're supposed to go to church in person and bless yourself with holy water, not bring the holy water here. And your uncle said, getting the holy water is the easy task. I have to get the blood of a child to mix with the water.
Henley, did you ever find out what it was for?
No, I didn't. I didn't ask. And I didn't steal the holy water from the church either.
Henley, you strike me as a sensible man. Will you do me a favor tonight? I generally take a walk in the garden after dark. Perhaps you'd walk with me.
Well, certainly, sir. I see you brought your camera, Mr. Zenith. Can you take pictures with only moonlight?
Oh, yes. Film is so fast nowadays, I could get a picture of you at 20 feet by the light of one match.
Why?
Now, this part here where we're walking, is this also part of my uncle's property?
Well, I should say your property, sir. This is all part of it.
And that brook, too? Yeah. Let's walk to the other side across this footbridge. The path seems to continue downstream. Over there. Over there. What's that little stone building?
Oh, that's the mausoleum, sir.
Oh, so it is. By moonlight, I'm afraid I'm a little discombobulated. Oh, wait. That's a good shot from this side of the brook. Mausoleum reflected in the water. Yeah, I think I got it. Henley. What's that?
What's what, sir?
The figure of a man. I just saw him in my viewfinder. Then he disappeared.
Where, sir?
There. Again. Can't you see it?
Yes, there was someone.
He's moving away from the mausoleum. You see him? He's wearing a long cape almost to the ground. Can you see?
A long cape? Oh, no. Excuse me, Mr. Zenith, but I must go now.
No, it's just a minute. What is it?
Sir, will you please let go of my arm?
Yeah, I will when you tell me. Now, do you know that man?
He's come back. Oh, I never thought we'd see him again.
Henley ran off. I followed the man in the cape, keeping my distance across the brook. He seemed to glide over the earth. I ran across the footbridge towards him, and then he disappeared. I turned back to the house, and suddenly there he was, standing against a big oak tree. And then he seemed to melt right into it.
I do apologize, Mr. Zenith, for my behavior last night, leaving you like that.
Yes, I was rather puzzled.
You're a photographer, sir, and so I have something to show you. This snapshot. Do you see that man?
Yes. It's very like the thing I saw last night. A hunched-over man with a long cape. What? It looks like he's talking to someone. Someone out of camera range, possibly.
Well, that's the peculiar part of it. He was talking to someone. I took a picture of the two of them. But the other man's not in the picture.
Are you saying this person we can't see was there but didn't register on the film? I don't think I understand.
Perhaps it's better that you don't, Mr. Zenith.
What about the man whose picture you got? Do you know him?
It's Mr. Joshua Tree, sir, when he used to live here. And now he's come back. That's why I must beg you for your understanding and indulgence. Mrs. Henley and I simply cannot stay for a moment longer.
But even if it is Mr. Tree who's come back, why must you leave, Henley?
I can't say any more. I really can't. But if you want my advice, Mr. Xavier, if you value your life, you'll leave here also.
When I developed the shots I took of the caped figure, they were identical to Henley's snapshot. That night, from the darkened library, I watched the oak tree. At midnight, the figure in the cape appeared. I crept out of the house, following it to the door of the mausoleum. This is what Uncle George must have meant. I reached forward to stop the man. Something hit me on the head from behind. I blacked out.
Xavier, are you all right?
Oh. Catherine, what are you doing here? Am I dreaming?
Don't ask so many questions. That's quite a bump on your head. Here, let me help you.
No, I can make it all right. Oh. Ooh. Whoever hit me wasn't kidding.
Just stop talking and lean on me, and we'll walk slowly back to the house.
Catherine, this gets more mysterious every minute. But the biggest mystery is how you just happened to show up.
I'm your wife, remember? I decided I was being stupid, so I came back.
No, darling, you don't have to hold me up. I can make it all right.
You're not going to trip and fall again while I'm around.
Catherine, I didn't fall. Somebody hit me.
Xavier, what are you talking about? I saw you at the mausoleum when I came out of the house. I saw you step back and fall over. There wasn't a soul in sight.
You didn't see anyone near me?
It's after 2 a.m. When we get back to the house, to bed you go and not a peep out of you.
You don't believe that I was hit from behind?
I believe my eyes, and they didn't see a thing.
Father Daly, who is Joshua Tree?
Where did you hear that name?
Henley told me, but not much else.
Joshua Tree. He was a man who, to the bottom of his heart, if he had one, was basically evil.
How did my uncle come to know him?
Well, he just turned up about 2 years ago. Your uncle took a fancy to him and saw a good deal of him, which I am afraid was the most unfortunate thing he ever did in his life.
Why do you say that, Father?
Joshua Tree was the very spirit of the devil himself.
I show you a photograph I took near my uncle's vault the day before yesterday. Is that Joshua Tree?
Well, I can't really make out the face. But the cape and the angle of the head, very similar, I'd say. But, of course, how could it be? He disappeared a year ago.
Father, here's another picture. Is that the man?
Yes, that's him. You didn't take this picture, did you?
No. It was given to me by Henley. He took it. Now, if that's Joshua Tree, you notice he appears to be talking to someone, but there's no one there.
Oh, yes, there is. But the camera can't record an apparition.
You mean Joshua Tree was talking to someone, but we can't see him?
Because, my dear young lady, that invisible thing is a familiar.
What's that?
A familiar is an evil spirit visible to very few. The devil can see him, as can a sorcerer's apprentice.
So you were saying Joshua Tree was such an apprentice?
Xavier, are you in here?
There's nothing here. I'll try this drawer.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing?
I mean, there's nothing in any of my uncle's desk drawers. And he told me there was.
Xavier, why don't you answer me?
Because I don't have any answers. Let me see if I can get under this desk. Knock the wood. Maybe there's a secret drawer. Yes, it's hollow here. Listen. One of these drawers is short. Behind it, there must be. Yeah, here. I'll pull this drawer out, and I'll put it on the floor. Then, I reach back inside. Yes, I feel something. An envelope. Well, here she be.
How did you know it was back there?
Before he died, the last time I saw him alive, Uncle George told me that if somebody was tampering with his mausoleum, I'd find my instructions in a letter with the word Joshua written on it. To whom it may concern. So... Oh, no. Oh, no. Murdered. He killed him. Lord in heaven, what are we to do now?
The ghost in the play Hamlet says, I am thy father's spirit, doomed for a certain term to walk the night, till the foul crimes done in my days of nature are burned and purged away. Is it so with Uncle George? Is he also doomed to eternal unrest until his sins are purged and burnt away? Mystery Theater will return shortly. It's all very well to pooh-pooh the occult, ghostly apparitions, phantoms that haunt, the deceased who cannot find peace until they find love or forgiven their earthly sins, etc., etc. But the fact remains that time and again, psychic researchers have agreed there are manifestations that defy and disobey nature's laws. And whether we like it or not, the unexplained does exist.
I shall never forget that evening. For even as I stood there, the letter of confession in my hand, Catherine waiting for me to read on, we were both suddenly so overcome by the cold I had to light a fire. And this was late July, mind you. We needed a fire. We lit candles. Something compelled us to light dozens and dozens of candles.
Oh, I feel warmer now. It's seeing the flames, I think. Go on, Xavier. Read your uncle's letter.
To whom it may concern, especially you, my dear nephew Xavier, I fear they have come to get me. They've appeared at the door of my mausoleum, or else you would not be reading this letter.
This letter. Stop.
Uncle George. Catherine, do you see him?
Yes. Is that your...
Don't be alarmed, my dear young lady. I'm sorry we did not meet before, but only your husband can help me.
Is this true? Am I really hearing this?
Xavier, you must find Joshua's body and destroy it. Burn it. You see, I had to kill him. I put his body in the crypt, and then it disappeared.
Oh, how horrible.
Catherine, Joshua Tree's death was not half so horrible as his life. I was a fool, a lonely old fool. I submitted to his black magic. I subordinated my will to his and became a crawling, craven creature. I lost control of my mind. It was all the doing of the hellish creature he conjured up from the world of the damned. His familiar.
Uncle, if Joshua Tree's body is hidden somewhere, how can I find it?
We will try. Anything to help you, Uncle.
Persuade Father daily to bless my grave. Help me, Xavier. Help me.
I'm glad you finally saw him too, Catherine. Oh, those heavy summer storms. We better check the library windows. I'll do the ones on the side, Catherine. You make sure the ones facing the front are tightly shut.
Look! The fire in the fireplace.
It's going out.
How strange.
Wait, it must be the downdraft blowing down the chimney. Now the fire's gone out.
Oh, the candles are going out.
Must be some strange air circulating in this room. Let me get the electric lights.
The switch is by the door.
Well, that's funny. Nothing's happened.
Can't you turn the lights on?
No way. Well, that happens often in the country. Get a big storm and the electricity just shuts off.
I'll look out the front library windows and see if there are lights in the other houses down the road. Xavier, come here. There's someone out there. Look, pressed against the big oak, a man with a cape. And next to him, a tall kind of man. They're both huddling against the trunk of the tree, trying to keep out of the rain.
Catherine. The tall one. It's turning around from the tree. It's looking right this way. Can it see us?
Oh, what a hideous face. Like death. The eyes Do you see those eyes?
Now it's beckoning to the man in the cape.
I see him. Is that Joshua Tree?
In spirit. For I'm sure now where his body is.
Where?
In that tree. That's why Uncle George was so haunted. Oh, it's all clear to me now. That time, I followed Joshua Tree to the mausoleum. They were trying to get at the corpse of Uncle George. It was the familiar who knocked me down.
Am I imagining it? But the both of them have come much closer to our picture window.
Hello?
Father Daly, is that you?
Yes?
This is Xavier. You've got to come over to my uncle's house. You've simply got to.
My boy, you sound quite upset.
Father, I implore you, come now. Catherine and I are here alone. Only you can save us.
Give me that phone. Father Daly, this is Catherine Zenith. There are two creatures outside the library window right now. They're not real people, Father. I have a very strong feeling they are not human.
Did you say two?
At this moment, they are pressing their faces against the glass of the library window. The hands are clawing at the glass as if they wanted to break through it.
Is one of them wearing a cape?
Yes, it is. Father, come quickly. Help us. Help us. They're raising their hands now and pounding at the glass. Ah! They're coming after us.
We ran out the back door into the raging, storming night, lashed by rain, not knowing which way to escape. The only path through the garden led right to the mausoleum, and before we could stop ourselves, we were practically on top of it.
It's there. It's standing at the door of the vault.
Grab my hand, Catherine. Hold on. We'll run for the brook.
Where are we going?
Into the water. Come on. It's not deep, Catherine. We can walk it. Stay in the middle of the brook with me. You see, these evil spirits cannot follow humans into water. If we just keep moving, it'll give up. I'm sure of it.
Oh, I hope you're right. It's got to give up before I do.
I was right. The thing gave up, finally, and by the time we'd climbed to shore, it had gone. There we stood, the rain beating down on us from above, and our legs and clothes soaked from the brook. Somehow, we found the main road to town and ran towards it.
Oh, there's a car coming. I see headlights.
Let's stand at the wayside of the road. After staying alive this long, I don't want to be hit by a car.
Xavier, Catherine, what are you doing out here?
Oh, Father Daly.
Oh, don't answer me. Just get in.
We've got to get back to the house.
All right. Close that door and let's go. Now, tell me, you two, what are you doing standing in the road wet from head to toe?
We ran from the house to get away from them. They actually broke through a plate glass window.
That's most peculiar.
Peculiar? It was horrifying.
Why do you say that, Father?
Because the spirit of Joshua Tree and his familiar are not after either of you.
Well, they certainly gave a good imitation.
You don't seem to understand. These creatures, the dead and the spirit they've called up, they're satanic twin, in fact. They're not after living persons. They're on the constant lookout for the newly dead.
Wait till you see the broken library window, and then tell me if there aren't exceptions.
Where are they now? It's time I wrestle with the devil.
What will you do?
I shall quiet the demons with my crucifix. There's only one way to drive out Satan, and the church has been doing it for centuries.
Father, look. The vault door's open. Someone's coming out.
Not someone, but some things. They're carrying out your uncle's coffin. Stop! I charge you, archfiends of Hades. Thou hast entertained familiarity with Satan, the grand enemy of God. I charge you, put down that body and begone.
Father Daly advanced upon the two creatures, holding his crucifix in front of him. The familiar and the spirit of the murdered Joshua Tree halted, released the coffin, and ran. Father Daly and I carried Uncle George back inside the vault and closed the doors. It came to me in a flash. The big oak tree. It was there we would find the source of the evil.
You were right, Xavier. I can see their shadows. I'll hold them back with my crucifix.
Somewhere inside this oak are the remains of the man my uncle killed.
When we find them, I suspect they'll be wrapped in that long cape he wore.
There's a sizable hole on the far side. When I first came here last April, my uncle was up there cementing up some holes.
Since he knew Joshua Tree's body had been taken from the mausoleum by the familiar, your uncle might have suspected it was in this tree.
I don't look forward to finding a pile of decomposed bones. What do we do with them, Father?
Burn them.
I'm glad Catherine's in the house. Don't know how she would react to a funeral pyre.
We have no choice.
Look, Father. The familiar. It's still there.
Its minutes on Earth are numbered. Once we have destroyed the body of Joshua Tree, what held it here no longer exists, and the familiar must return to the black beyond.
And Uncle George must have known that his body could be invaded after death. And he would have had to walk the earth forever with this familiar.
When I find the remains, I shall light the fire to them and hold high the cross.
But what about Uncle George?
I shall go back into the mausoleum and bless the coffin. Requiescat in pace.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. The flames consumed the phantoms from the grave, and the good father returned to the tomb and blessed the coffin. Will there be deliverance for the uncle, release from wandering the earth? Oh, yes. But in the dimension of the beyond, will the spirit of the murdered sorcerer allow his murderer to exist in peace? Or will Uncle George discover his eternal torture is just beginning? Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Fred Gwynn, Kurt Benson, and Betsy Beard. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I'm Hyman Brown. Probably the greatest English writer of the last century could be the novelist H.G. Wells. Wells has lifted our imaginations with The First Men on the Moon, War of the Worlds, The Invisible Man, and so on. With extraordinary resourcefulness and creativity, he has brought life to the incredible. And today, we have taken his words from the page, placed them in your ear, so that you can actually believe you are in the outlandish world of H.G. Wells.
Professor Lidgett, can you make out the school desks and the school children?
Yes, I can. And I do.
From here, they look phosphorescent, luminous, don't they?
They do look strange, Platner. And that explosion blew us a considerable distance away. I must get back to the school and take charge.
Oh, Professor Lidgett, I don't think that'll be possible.
Why not, indeed?
Because I think that you and I are dead.
Our mystery drama, Watcher of the Living, adapted from a story by H.G. Wells, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What will it be this time, Mr. Wells? Mars colliding with Earth? A machine to put you in another century? The problems of loving and living when no one can see you? None of the above? Something completely different. Yes. In fact, in the 90 years of science fiction that followed where H.G. Wells blazed the trail, no one has ever attempted to duplicate the story we tell you now.
My name is Fred Plattner. I'm 27. My mother and father passed away when I was 10. I'm a teacher in a small school in Sussexville. So small that one teacher has to do the work of 5. Too much work for too little pay. Last week, I heard of a great summer job in town, lifeguard on Sandy Beach. To apply, I first had to get a physical checkup.
Mr. Plattner, I do not have good news for you.
I'm sick, Dr. Bender?
No, I wouldn't say that. Not sick, but strange.
You mean when you examined me, you found
I didn't want to say anything until I had the x-rays, but I can tell you this. In all my years of general practice, I have never seen a body like yours.
Well, will I live?
Who knows? Before I show you the x-rays, tell me, young man, why do you want to be a lifeguard? I understand you have an eminently scholarly position as a teacher.
Well, that's what everyone tells me, Doctor. But there's no money in it now and no future in it tomorrow.
What do you teach?
What don't I teach? Bookkeeping, geography, modern languages, and chemistry, which Dr. Lidgett, our former principal, threw at me about a month ago.
Aye, all those subjects. You must have a vast knowledge.
No, I don't. But since my students begin by knowing nothing, all I have to do is bone up from day to day and stay one lesson ahead.
What an extraordinary way to run a school.
In a town of 1,000 persons and 1 1/4 children per household, I was told by Professor Lidgett, the principal, there was no alternative. There are 2 other teachers besides myself, and that's it. On my present salary, I can hardly save a cent. But if I pass the physical and get this lifeguard position, I could clear $300 this summer.
I wish I could help you, Mr. Plattner, but the facts don't help me. Let me show you. Look at these, your x-rays. First, notice your heart beats on the right side of your body. Now look at this plate. That is the right lobe of your liver. However, it's on the left side, and the left lobe is on the right side. Tell me, have you noticed any changes in yourself lately?
Well, now that you mention it, I have been finding it sort of difficult to write straight across a page the way I used to.
You've stopped writing? How do you correct papers?
Using my left hand and writing across the paper from right to left.
Anything else, Mr. Plattner, out of the ordinary?
Well, I was never very good at sports, but now I can't throw a ball with my right hand at all.
With your left?
Not far. And sometimes I get confused at meal times, trying to find my knife and fork. I've caught myself quite often trying to cut my meat with my fork and putting it into my mouth with my knife. I'm backwards, is that it?
What should be on your right side is on your left.
You're sure I haven't always been that way?
I asked myself the same question. So I got out your old x-rays from Dr. Jonas's files. The last time you came for a checkup, everything was in its proper place.
I wonder...
I have a theory, Mr. Plattner, which is not easy to substantiate, how this might have occurred to a person. But my theory could hardly apply to you.
It couldn't?
There's a mathematical hypothesis that the only way a solid body can be changed is by taking that body clean out of space, as we know it, and inverting it.
Oh, my gosh.
Much further into space than any astronauts have ever gone, of course. Into the 4th dimension, in fact. But that is a theory, and you, Mr. Plattner, are a fact. Obviously, your internal exchange of left for right was not the result of any voyages into the 4th dimension.
But they are. I mean, they could be.
You have made such a trip?
I have. I was hoping to keep it a secret.
My dear young man, look, getting a job this summer as a lifeguard isn't that important.
Oh, but I did. 2 weeks ago. I returned from wherever I was 2 weeks ago. Didn't you hear about my disappearing from the school? You see, that's where I must have been. In that fourth dimension.
Mr. Plattner, you're not feeling chilly or flushed, are you?
No, I'm fine.
So you took a trip into space, did you?
Well, I don't know where I was, but I certainly wasn't in Sussexville.
Mr. Plattner, I imagine the tests have been a bit exhausting, so if you'll come into the next room, you just stretch out on this couch, close your eyes, and rest up a bit.
But I'm not tired.
For your own sake, I think lying down won't hurt. You know, when you speak of traveling to other dimensions, even if you can't be a lifeguard this summer, I'd hate you to lose your teaching job because they thought you lost your mind.
Of course, I couldn't really blame Dr. Bendiner for thinking somehow I'd become unscrewed. And as I laid down in his anteroom, those 9 days in nowhere came back to me. 9 days I'd never forget. It began on a Tuesday night after chemistry class.
Why are you still here, Plattner? The bell rang. What are all these boys still doing here? They haven't all been kept in, have they?
Professor Lidgett, Carson here found some green powder up in the old lime kiln. So I told the boys if they'd like to take part in some scientific research, stay after class, and we'll subject the green powder to some scientific tests.
Proceed then, Plattner. I shall watch with interest. You don't mind if I stand beside you at the table here?
No, not at all. Professor Lidgett, we're conducting this experiment to impress upon these boys, Jacoby, Goodman, O'Shea, and Carson, that curiosity is not something that should stop after one has left school. So, here is a medicine bottle containing green powder, courtesy of Billy Carson, and plugged with a masticated piece of newspaper.
Plugged with what?
A large spitball. First, we place a small amount of the green powder into a test tube. Now, we hold the tube under the tap and see what effect is caused by water. No effect. No change in the substance whatsoever. As you can see, the powder does not even dissolve. Now, we'll prepare a number of test tubes, filling them with a little of Carson's green powder, partially filling each, and then in turn we'll test the green powder against nitric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid. Very disappointing. No results, no changes in the powder. The experiment has yielded us 0. Nix. Naught. Well, boys, those are the hazards of science.
Why don't you set fire to some of the powder, Plattner?
Light it? With a match?
Or a Bunsen burner.
Boys, our principal, Professor Lidgett, suggests a test by fire. Here we go. We knock a few grains from the bottle onto this slate on our lab table. Professor, would you oblige with a match?
Oh, yes, happy to.
It's smoking. The green powder is melting. At the explosion, I was lifted off my feet and driven forcibly backwards. I wondered if I'd crashed through the wall or window of the chemistry lab. The next thing I knew, I was thrown to the ground.
Plattner? Plattner, is that you?
Professor Lidgett, are you hurt?
Well, I don't think so.
Me neither. My face seems to be all right. I still have both my ears, hands, arms, and my feet.
Oh, so am I, thank heaven. But where's the school? Where are we? None of this countryside looks familiar to me.
Look. Straight in front of us.
Huh?
Those figures. I know those boys. They're in my bookkeeping class. But how strange they look. Sort of gray and amorphous. Almost floating.
Are those gray shapes there? Those are our students?
I can see their lips move. They're talking. But I can't hear a word they're saying. And they're coming towards us. The one in front is Johnson. Great heavens. He just walked right through you.
I know. And I didn't feel a thing. Did you notice how dark it is getting? Above us, the sky is jet black. The only light is that greenish glow on the horizon and those black hills. Where are we?
Well, I can still see the chemistry classroom, but seems to be receding, getting fainter.
Yes, I can see it too. Way off there. It's as though I had X-ray eyes and can see right through the walls. We must get back. We've been blown a considerable distance away. I must take charge.
Well, I doubt that will be possible, sir. As I analyze it, A, no one sees us. B, no one hears us. C, the boys walk right through us. D, yet we appear whole and uninjured. E, to ourselves we are real, but the school seems unreal. Therefore, I would conclude, ergo...
What?
That you and I, Professor, are dead.
Well, now, have we just heard from the living, or should I say, speaking dead? How's that for a first act curtain? The shape of things to come, things beyond have always intrigued men. If, as some philosophers believe, ours is a world of the dying, then the next could possibly be the world of the living. What it's like, we may find out when Mystery Theater returns shortly. An overworked teacher in a small grammar school explodes himself and the principal into what? He believes it's the world of the dead. But could he be someplace else? Some in-between state? It's a land where everything is shades of gray and green. Remember, it was a green powder that caused all this. A fact that does not escape those left behind.
Were you able to get any sense out of the boy, Dorothy?
Well, Billy says it was a green powder he found, brought it to class, and his chemistry teacher blew himself up with it, and that he and the principal just plain disappeared, blown to bits, no trace of them, Jim.
The doggone part of it is you'd think an explosion like that would make some kind of noise.
Oh, it knocked out a wall, but none of the children were hurt.
So Billy brought that green powder, huh? We could be in for a peck of trouble.
Do you really think so?
Our son brings an explosive to school. His teacher and the principal are blown away. They could hold us responsible.
They could?
We're his parents, and he's underage. I wonder which teacher it was.
Oh, Fred Plattner. You remember him.
They got Fred teaching chemistry? What does he know? No wonder everything went fluey.
Oh, he's such a nice young man, too.
I know that.
Now, promise you won't say anything to Billy tonight. He was very fond of Fred, too.
No. Don't, Fred. Please don't.
Jim, wake up. Jim, what is it? Jim, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Dorothy, I had such a nightmare. I was dreaming.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
Why not? It was kind of crazy.
I had a terrible dream, too, Jim.
Fred Plattner. He came right into this room, and he motioned for me to follow him downstairs.
Oh.
And then he took out a small medicine bottle with green powder in it and was trying to give it to me. And then suddenly, he was gone.
I saw him, too.
By the whole closet.
I mean, in my dream, he was standing by Billy's bed, and he had that same bottle in his hand, and he was shaking his head. And then I woke up.
Poor Fred. He was too young to die.
It was like he was trying to tell Billy something.
That's what Fred did to me in my dream. Made me feel he wanted to tell me something.
So, here I am, Fred Plattner. Or maybe I should say I was Fred Plattner. Now I exist in this other world, and I'm trying hard to get through to the world I've been blown out of. To those incandescent, phosphorescent shadows of people and places I knew. It's very frustrating.
Plattner, where the devil are we?
Gee, I wish I knew, Professor Lidgett.
I was watching you before walking down that steep hill and stopping, and then you were shouting at some rocks.
Well, I was trying to get through to Jimmy Carson. No go. He can't hear me. There must be a way to communicate with our world. Cut through the invisible barrier that separates us.
Plattner, I think I'm getting a chill.
Well, it's sitting in one place, Professor Lidgett. Give me your hand.
Yes.
Up you go. Now, we'll get ourselves off this cliff. Down there, it may be warmer.
Oh, thank you, my boy. I'll follow you. I don't think I valued you when you were teaching at Sussexville.
Yes, that's good. That's good. One step at a time. It's never as steep as you think. I'll have to tell you, Professor, I have no idea where we're heading. But at least we're moving, and that's the best way to keep warm.
Plattner, you know what's even more terrifying? I can hear you, you can hear me, but that's all. There's no sound in this place. The leaves are moving, but no sound. The wind is blowing. You can feel it, but you can't hear a thing. We came down this cliff, not one footfall, not a sound. It's all like some mad, silent movie. Not a sound anywhere.
Jim, will you see who's at the door? I'm just clearing away the breakfast dishes. Billy was late getting off to school today.
Honey, I've got to make tracks for work myself. Harry's been giving me the hairy eye lately, ever since that rumor went around town about Billy blowing up the school. All right. Hello, Sheriff. What can I do for you?
Good morning, Jim. May I come in for a few minutes?
Oh, sure.
Is Billy home?
Who?
Billy, your son?
Oh, yes. I mean, no. Billy's in school. He loves school. Wouldn't miss a day.
No, maybe it's just as well.
Sit down, Sheriff. Can I get you some coffee?
No, thanks.
Who is it, Jim? What? Hello, Sheriff. What brings you here this early?
I'll get to the point. You all know about that explosion at the school?
Why, yes, I did hear something about that. Accident in the chemistry lab or something, eh?
We've been investigating, and I'm not so sure I can call it an accident.
Fred Plattner and Professor Lidgett
Yes, that's a shame.
We've questioned every boy who was in or near that class, Jim, and they all say the same thing.
Well, Billy didn't mean anything by it. Honestly, he didn't.
Dorothy, shut up. I mean, dear, let the sheriff tell us what's on his mind.
I intend to. The information we've gathered is that your son brought a green powder into the class laboratory, and it was that caused the explosion.
A green powder? Well, where could Billy have found such a thing? He never said anything about it to us, did he, dear?
Jim, I think we should tell the sheriff.
Well, there's nothing to tell.
You asked where your son could have gotten such a powder. 3 boys were with him when they all went to the lime kiln. He found it there and put it in a bottle.
Oh, what? 3 boys?
Ted Jacoby, Matthew Goodman, and Tommy O'Shea.
I know those kids. They'll say anything. You know how kids are. You're not going to believe the word of little kids, are you?
Unfortunately, we have no adult witnesses. But as we piece the story together, this was no ordinary school experiment.
Well, I don't see how you could hold my boy responsible for the mistakes of a teacher.
So far as you know, then, Jim, this whole story about Billy and the green explosive is untrue?
Absolutely.
Is this Billy's school satchel?
Yes, it is. Where did you find it?
In the chemistry lab, under one of the seats. I'll be straightforward with both of you. We found traces of a green powder inside. So, if you don't mind, I'm going to have to ask you, Jim, to come along with me back to the station house.
I can't go there now. I'm due at work.
I'm afraid you haven't got any choice, Jim.
But what have I got to do with it?
The law says that since Billy is underage, you, his father, are responsible. I have to book you, Jim.
Book me? On what charge?
Accessory to murder.
Several days and nights went by in our green world. This particular morning when I awoke, large, strange snowflakes were dropping all over me. Green snowflakes. And then, for the first time, the stillness was broken by a sound.
Plattner, you hear that?
A bell. I think it comes from way down there in the gorge.
Let's get down there. Maybe there are people or someone who can help us. Oh, beautiful. Plattner, do you hear that?
Hear what?
The sound of our own footsteps. Things are starting to be a little bit more normal. And it's not so cold down here.
Look at those gray craters.
Will you look at that?
I never. A great stone building. There's an entrance. Let's go on in.
Wait a minute, Plattner. Isn't there something wrong about it? Something peculiar?
Well, nothing more peculiar than finding any gray skyscraper in a green world.
It doesn't have any windows. It's like being inside a huge tomb. There are some flickering lights way down there. An altar.
Something's moving back there.
Where?
To the right of the altar. What looks like a torch burning a green flame.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Now, follow along the walls where that strange writing runs around the side, all the way to the right. Snowflakes. Big as a balloon, moving up and down. Let's get closer and have a look.
No, I think I'll stay back here.
If I go forward, Professor, you'll be alone here.
Oh. Those large things. They're heads, floating heads, with sort of tails hanging from each one, like giant tadpoles in the air. They don't seem to have faces.
One is turning around. It's got eyes.
The others are turning now, too. They do have faces. Look at them now. They're floating away.
Anyone here?
Something just flew into my face. Something cold.
It's one of them. Who are you?
Fladna, I don't think I can take much more of this.
Look back. What do you see?
I see the school.
Our school. The big assembly hall. And the boys are taking a test.
The midterms, that's what they are.
Well, will you look at that? Some of them are using a crib. A pony.
So they are. Cheating in a midterm. Flatner, make a note which boys are cheating.
Well, I don't see the school anymore. It's changing now. I can see a street. Yes, it's Main Street.
So it is. But how can we see Main Street from here?
Because it runs right through us. This world, this dimension. So that's where they went.
Who went?
Those floating faces. They're hovering over the people walking on the street, see? Look, one or two following each person, watching.
Watching? Why are they there? They're watching the living. Platner, where are you?
I'm here. I just don't want to look anymore.
Oh, what's the matter with you? You're crying.
I know what those watchers of the living are doing. I know who they are. There are two of them above my head, aren't there?
Yes.
A man's face and a woman's face. I know them. I know who they are.
The two faces over your head, you know them?
It's my mother and father.
H.G. Wells asks, who are these watchers of the living? Why do they so passionately watch those they have left forever? Is it that when our life is over, and evil or good are no longer a choice, that we may still have to watch the consequences of what we began? If this is so, then certainly Fred Platner and Professor Liggett have not died, but have invaded that dimension which hangs over all of us. Mystery Theater will continue shortly. Let H.G. Wells continue his story. If human souls continue after death, then surely human interests can continue after death. So these watchers of the living keep an eye on earthlings. Make note that this in-between land is green, the color of renewal, of continuation, of movement. Therefore, this island in space and time into which our two men have stepped could be a moving platform. But to where?
How many days has it been, Platner?
No, how many times did I go to sleep and wake up? 6, 7, 8? I can't be sure.
We have only you to blame for this.
I seem to remember that it was you, Professor, who said, why don't you set a match to the powder?
Why do these infernal things have to hang around us? What have I done to them? Well, go on, get away from me. Go away. Do you hear me? I don't see how you stand these floating heads always following us, bumping us like balloons with faces.
I am trying to be calm and not let myself go, and you must do the same, Professor. I could just as easily lose my nerve, but how would that help me?
Listen.
They've stopped.
You're in a different spot than I am, Platner. Your mother and father are watchers.
I hope you never see your parents as I'm seeing mine. Not being able to speak to them and be understood. Not knowing whether they are real or shadows.
No. I absolutely refuse to be fingerprinted, and that's final.
You have a right to call your lawyer.
Where are the bodies? Where's Fred Platner? Where's the headmaster, Professor Liggett? How can you be sure they aren't still somewhere, wandering about in shock maybe, but very much alive?
If in over a week they haven't shown up?
Amnesia. Do you know what that is, Sheriff? If I were blown up in some ridiculous experiment, it would addle my brains, too. They're alive, I bet you, but they don't know who they are or where.
Well, that all may be true, but you're still responsible for what happened. Speak to the mayor if you want to, but you're not leaving here until formal charges are placed.
It had all changed between Professor Lidgett and myself. No longer were we of like mind in this limbo of the dead where there was no sunrise or sunset, where a green haze hung over vast cliffs and stone buildings without windows. We were enemies, and that didn't help.
The day I hired you for the school, I must have been mad, Plattner. You got us into this. Now, what are we going to do?
Try to keep my head, for one thing. For another, I am going to sit here and have another try at getting through to Sussexville.
Oh, you have a formula? How are you going to do it?
Concentrate. Mother, Father, help me see our town. There. I can see right through that rock face. The walls of a house. Like glass. Well, Professor, you got your wish. There's Billy Carson and his mother. They're standing in the kitchen listening to the telephone. There's unhappiness written on her face.
I shouldn't wonder. That boy shouldn't be allowed out alone. He's a menace.
They're talking to someone at the police station. Mother, Father, I want to see what is happening there.
Dorothy, honey, don't cry. They won't let me go home right now. I've called our lawyer. He's in court, but he'll get over here as soon as he can. Now, you just tell Billy what trouble he's caused. I don't know when I'll get home. I'll get there when I get there. That's all I know.
This way, Mrs. Vandermill.
I don't know what possibly could have come over that salesgirl. I mean, to actually accuse me.
Now, Mrs. Vandermill, there's nothing I can do.
Maybe something did happen to fall off the perfume counter into my purse, but heavens, to say I was shoplifting. Me, Helena Vandermill. Why, I own half this town. Why would I ever steal anything?
They did find some merchandise in your handbag.
Who is that man sitting over there?
He's in our custody. He's waiting for his attorney. Now, Mrs. Vandermill, if you'll kindly pay the fine, all the formalities will be taken care of.
Oh, Sheriff, you are the most understanding public servant in this town.
The fine, Mrs. Vandermill?
Oh, yes, of course. Now, how much will it be this time?
I'd say $50 would cover it.
$50 it is. Here you are. All I have with me is 20, so here are 3, and do keep the change.
Thank you, Mrs. Vandermill.
Yes, I'll be more careful next time and keep my bag closed.
Who was that?
The richest old gal in town, but I have to haul her in at least once a week. She can't help shoplifting.
Oh, why didn't you arrest her?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Oh, why did you slip her fine in your pocket?
I keep it safe there. Understand?
Yeah, I'm beginning to. And how much would a little understanding cost me?
Mr. Carson, Jim, I knew you'd understand the way we do business around here.
I'm sorry I was a little slow. Let me see what I have in my wallet.
The crookedness in our town. I had no idea. Starting with boys cheating on their exams, all the way to the police taking bribes. Lidgett and I had stopped talking. I was too tired one evening to keep my eyes open, and before I knew it, I was asleep.
Plattner, get up.
What? What's the matter?
Get up.
Oh, yes, certainly. Professor, what are you holding that rock in your hand for?
I'm not staying here any longer.
Well, how do you propose to leave?
You're going to lead me back to the exact spot where we entered this other world.
Oh, I don't know that I remember it.
You'd better, if you don't want your head bashed in.
Professor Lidgett, I understand the strain you feel, but what good will it do you to hurt me?
I don't care anymore. I've got to leave here.
All right. Let's start up this path and see if I can find the place.
Hello, operator. I dialed 555-1212, and I got a wrong number. Would you place the call for me, please? It's the mayor's office. Works every time. Good morning, Mayor. Not too badly. We made $260. 60 from the old klepto, and I nicked another citizen for the 200. All right, will you stop by, or shall I send the cash over to the town hall? Good. I'll put 130 in an envelope addressed to you and marked official business.
That little scene of conniving didn't escape me either. It made me wonder, did I really wish to return to the life I had grown up with? We climbed and finally reached a plateau which I thought looked familiar.
Is this where we first landed? Are you sure?
I'm as sure as I can be. You know, Professor, that world of ours, it's not what it's cracked up to be.
No, it isn't. But it's the only game in town.
And people aren't what they think they are.
Plattner, you're still carrying that glass bottle with some green powder.
Yes, I still have it. What's left? Why?
Nothing. Just thinking.
It's finally dawned on me why the watchers of the living have such unhappy faces. What goes on Earth is enough to make anyone sad. Greed, deceit. The people you thought were honorable, people you respected. Even you, Lidget. You're much less of a human being than I thought you were. Much less. Lidget, what are you doing with that rock? Lidget, please. Please. I came to on Earth, lying sprawled out in the schoolyard, covered in scratches and bruises. I was alone. Professor Lidget didn't get back to Earth with me. I remembered running away from the professor, and then I tripped and fell. Yes, the powder must have exploded on impact, and here I was. It was getting dark in Dr. Bendener's office, and I remembered I'd come to see him for a physical.
Feeling any better, Mr. Plattner?
Yes, I am. I'm fine now, Doctor.
Had a little sleep?
Oh, not exactly. Just thinking about how my insides got all reversed.
Nothing's malfunctioning, you understand, just exchanged. Are you up to getting yourself home?
Dr. Bendener, I've decided I don't want to be a lifeguard after all. I'm just not the swimming kind.
I didn't know there was any other kind.
Oh, there are lots of ways lives can be guarded. I'd like to think about that.
Think about what, Mr. Plattner?
What I ought to do now that I'm back.
Back? Go back to teaching. I think you should.
Oh, well, they say that those who can do. Those who can't teach. I think I can, Doctor. And there's an awful lot of doing that Sussexville needs. Maybe I'll just give it a try.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Some folks around Sussexville are still scratching their heads wondering where Fred Plattner and Professor Lidget disappeared to for 9 days and why the professor never came back. But Fred isn't telling anyone. Every now and then, though, he'll look up suddenly as if he was seeing someone he recognized. Who knows? Perhaps we are all being watched. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Bob Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Gilbert Mack. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. The poet tells us, at the door of life, at the gate of birth, there are worse things waiting for man than death. And well may we ask the poet, what are those worse things? After all, what could be more tragic than to die? And the answer, perhaps, it is more tragic not to die when your time has come and your life is over.
And what are you trying to sell the suckers now?
Rosie, this one can't miss. You know what I got here?
What?
Eternal life.
So?
What do you mean, so? I feed you the blockbuster and all you can give me is so?
Now, I'm not sure how many people would want to live forever.
What are you saying? Wouldn't you?
Well, I'd have to think about it.
Our mystery drama, All the Time in the World, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In everything we are told, there is a season. There's a time to be born and a time to die. And most of us follow that timetable. We arrive and we depart pretty much on schedule. Now and again, accidents or ailments or upheavals beyond our control may curtail our visit. But most of us have a pretty good shot at the allotted 70. And many of us do even better. However, sooner or later, the hour must strike for everyone. Well, doesn't it? They are moving at a brisk pace through the lovely countryside, and it's a beautiful morning.
All right, Harry. Where are we headed for?
Rosie, baby, we are headed for $1 million.
Sure.
But this time it's money in the bank.
When can I write a check against it?
Hey, Rosie, this can't miss.
Hold it. That sign, it says Morristown.
Right? That's exactly what it says.
Morristown. Is that where we're going?
We'll be there in exactly 15 minutes.
What for?
Because that's where the money is.
And that's where the state penitentiary is.
Who would know that better than me?
We're going to the state pen.
Yes, baby.
Why?
Because he's being sprung today.
Who is?
$1 million. We're going to pick him up.
If you think you're going to bring home some bum for me to take care of...
He's not a bum, Rosie. He's a pal of mine.
He's guilty until he can prove himself innocent. Which, if he's a pal of yours, he will not be able to do. No, Harry. I'm putting my foot down. You turn this car right around now.
But, baby, he's got no place else to go.
If he's got $1 million, he can find a place without any trouble.
Rosie, I didn't say he's got $1 million. What I said was, he is $1 million.
I don't understand you, Harry.
Of course not. And I don't understand you either, Rosie. That's what makes our relationship so, what word am I looking for?
Doomed.
There it is, just up ahead.
Yeah, I see it.
And there he is, standing by the gate.
Who?
My old buddy, Lucas.
That's his name, Lucas? Lucas what?
Well, I don't know if it's his first name or it's his last name.
Yeah? Well, it would seem to me you don't know him very well.
I know him well enough to make $1 million. Hey, Lucas! Hey, up in the back. Atta boy. And we're off. Been waiting long, Lucas?
No.
Lucas, say hello to Rosie.
Hello, Rosie.
My pleasure, I'm sure.
So, here you are, Lucas, with the new suit. Some suit. And a cardboard valise. And a $20 bill, right?
Yeah.
So, how does it feel to be out, Lucas?
All right.
Hey, Lucas, I'll bet this is the first time you ever rode in an automobile, huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
How do you like it?
It's fine.
What have you two guys got going here? A vaudeville routine?
Hey, come to think of it, when did Lucas ever have a chance to ride in an automobile, huh?
Well, how long has Lucas been in the slammer?
A long, long time, baby.
Yeah? What'd he do? Why were you jugged, Lucas?
This time? I don't remember.
What do you mean you don't remember?
Rosie, baby, not everybody has such a good memory.
What does he mean this time?
I happen to know his record. This time, he was up for murder.
Murder?
Yeah. It was during an armed robbery.
It's coming back to me. I remember now.
Stop the car this minute.
What for?
You are not going to bring home any strong arms.
Rosie, we have to give Lucas a break.
No.
Now, just look at him. Isn't he the nicest, mildest guy you ever want to see?
He's out.
The man paid his debt. He served his time.
You spell that O-U-T.
He did his 99 years.
And furthermore, if you ever think... He what?
He was inside for 99 years.
Harry, what kind of double talk are you giving me?
This is a man who was sentenced to do 99 years. So he did his 99. And here he is.
Nobody does 99. Here's a man, he looks, 35, 40, maybe tops. How can he have served 99?
He's got the documents to prove it.
What documents?
For the next 5 years, Lucas has got to report once a month to his parole officer. He's got this card. Show the card, Lucas.
Harry.
Just look at the card, huh? What does it say?
The state of New...
You see? It's an official document.
Lucas, sentenced in the year 18... Oh, no, they have to be kidding.
You're looking at the thing there in black and white, and you still won't believe it,
To serve a term of 99 years in the state No. I still say it can't be. Lucas, how old are you?
I don't remember.
I couldn't believe it myself at first.
At least 140 years old? Oh, no.
What do you mean? Oh, no. People live that long, don't they?
I never heard of it. Besides, he looks younger than you do.
Well, so much the better.
For what?
For our chances of making $1 million.
Oh, yeah. How many times have we had this talk before?
But this time there's a difference.
Yeah? What is it?
Lucas.
All right, Mr. Lucas, you may put your shirt on.
Well, Doc, what's the verdict?
Verdict?
How old would you say Lucas is?
How old? I'd say he has the heart, the lungs, the arteries, all the vital signs of a man in his 30s.
His 30s, eh?
Say his late 30s.
Thank you, Doc. Would you make a statement to that effect? I have subjected Mr. Lucas to a complete physical examination and find him to be in excellent condition. I would state that his health is above average for a man 40 years of age. This is the old ball game, Rosie.
Yeah, well, all I know is this has cost us $75. And there has also been a substantial increase in the grocery bill since Lucas showed up.
Rosie, you got to spend money to make money.
Okay, we're spending it. When do we start making it?
Tonight.
What happens tonight?
We go on TV.
Who goes on TV?
Me and Lucas.
What for?
Honey, how do you make money?
It beats me. And if you want the truth, it also beats you.
You advertise. That's right, Rosie. You got to advertise. You know why?
Oh, what am I getting into here?
This little poem I picked up. The codfish lays 1,000 eggs. The homely hen lays 1. But the codfish never cackles to tell you what she's done. And so we scorn the codfish, while the homely hen we prize. which only goes to show you that it pays to advertise.
Oh. And what are you going to advertise? And where are you going to get the money to do it?
I'll answer the second question first. It's free.
What's free?
Tonight, you're going to see Lucas on the tube doing a guest shot.
Who'd want Lucas for a guest shot?
Bonnie Quackenbush, that's who.
Oh, it figures. With all the other fruits and nuts. And what is Lucas going to advertise?
Lucas is going to advertise that one commodity for which every single person in the world would give everything he owns.
And what is that?
Eternal life.
Eternal life. Oh.
What's with the O? Here I feed you the blockbuster and all you can give me is O?
Eternal life. I'm not sure how many people would really want to live forever.
What do you say? There's enough suckers out there to add up to $1 million.
Hi, out there in Tubeville. It's me again, Bonnie Quackenbush. And look at whom we have for you in the Quack Pack tonight. Oh, wow. Ain't he a handsome thing? But remember, girls, Bonnie saw him first. And his name is Lucas. I'll say hello to the pack, Lucas.
Hello.
Sexy, right? Well, here's what's been happening. When the studio pack came in, we asked each and every one to write down how old they thought Lucas is. And I got all the answers right here. And they say 35, 36, 37. Oh, that's how they've been running, 35-ish. Now, all of you, take a good look at Luke and give us your guess. A little speculation music, please. Now, are you ready? Have you guessed? What did you come up with? Well, you're wrong. Tell the pack how old you are, Lucas. Go on, tell them.
I don't remember.
Of course not. If I were as old as you, baby, I wouldn't want to remember either. But here is Lucas's best friend, Harry Barrows. Harry, yak at the pack.
Thank you, Bonnie. I have here a statement.
A signed statement.
From a fully ordained doctor of medicine.
Which says...
Lucas has the body...
the physical equipment...
of a man in his late 30s.
Go on, Harry. Give us the zinger.
If you consult the records of the state penitentiary up at Morristown, you will learn that Lucas has just been discharged from prison.
Well, we certainly hope that Lucas has learned his lesson, don't we?
Yes, Bonnie. He certainly did, because he had a long time to think about it. So long that he'd even forgotten what he'd actually done.
And how long a time was it, Harry?
99 years.
You are saying, then, that exactly 99 years ago, Lucas here was flung into the Bastille.
You could look it up.
So, how old does that make Lucas?
Your guess is as good as mine. Hey, Rosie.
Oh, where have you two clowns been?
Did you see the show?
You know it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
We were hiding out.
What for?
You saw the show. You saw how everybody went crazy.
Harry, what is it
I told you. Suddenly the place was invaded by reporters in the paper, the radio, TV, the whole media. All right, start the pack.
What for?
We have to leave.
Why?
Sooner or later, they have to find out where I live.
Well, isn't that what you wanted?
Nah. We have to get away.
Harry, did you do something wrong?
All we did tonight was hook the fish. Now we have to be very careful how we reel them in.
Oh, no. I've heard this one before.
Rosie, honey, you have to have faith in me. I know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? What are all these moves, this strategy?
Honey, we have to go away so that you can mix up a batch of the elixir.
The elixir? What elixir?
The elixir of eternal life.
What do I know about mixing up an elixir of eternal life?
Rosie, for a girl as smart as you are, there's nothing to it. Nothing to it at all.
The elixir of eternal life. Slowly but surely, the outlines of Harry's master plan seems to emerge from the mist. The elixir of eternal life. How would you like to be able to walk into the corner drugstore, point to the shelf, and say, "I'll have a bottle of that"? The time may be nearer than you think, and then again, it may not. It depends on what happens shortly in Act 2. What can I tell you? Only what the record states. And what does the record have to say for itself? This, that a man named Lucas was sentenced to serve a term of 99 years for armed robbery and murder. Well, the 99 years have elapsed, and here is Lucas, still alive, looking no older than the day he went in. They had to set him free, and they did. And here we are.
What is this elixir of life, Harry?
It happens to be our $1 million.
Uh-huh. Look, Harry, I'm going on record right now.
Now, please, Rosie, we got no time. We have things to do.
I have been through one scheme after another. I lose track of all the hustles, the flim-flams, the capers. But it doesn't matter. You know why?
Rosie,
all your hustles and capers. You know what they all got in common? They don't work.
Rose.
They do not work. Never in your life have you ever succeeded in making a dishonest dollar.
Okay. So if you got no confidence in me, why do you stick around?
Because maybe it's your fate. After all, everybody does what he's meant to do.
And what was I meant to do?
Fail.
Hey, look, we have to get out of here. Lay low.
See? You go on TV to advertise, to attract attention. And then when you get it, you want to disappear. Now, why?
Will you start to figure out how the elixir of life eternal should taste? While Lucas and I load up the car?
So, what do you think?
Maybe it's too sweet.
Oh. Now, I'll put in half as much sugar.
You know what it needs? Maybe it should taste more mysterious.
Mysterious. So I'll put in some pepper.
All right, but come on, we gotta hurry.
Why?
Because you have to strike while the iron is hot.
That's also a very good time to get burned.
The elixir of eternal life or of life eternal? Which sounds better?
Taste it now.
It's almost there. I tell you, Lucas, she's one in a million. You see, to how many dames could you say mix up a batch of eternal life elixir, and in no time at all, there it is?
Hey, where do you think you're going?
You keep working on the elixir, Rosie. I got a little missionary work to do. Lucas can keep you company.
So, taste this one, Lucas. Oh, no, huh? No big hit either, huh? Well, let me see. I think I'll put in some honey, some garlic. What else have I got in here? How about some vinegar? Yeah, I'll just put in a little bit of everything. Why don't we just run this through the blender? Froth it up a little bit, huh? Yeah, so. Well, now, why don't we see how our little witch's brew is doing here? What do you say, Lucas? How about a little taste? What do you think, huh?
Ugh. Pasca.
I beg your pardon?
You
don't have to make such a horrible face.
Pasca.
Pasca, huh? What's that supposed to mean? Hey, wait a second. If it tastes so awful, how come you're drinking the rest of it?
Some more?
More? Did you see your face while you were pouring it down?
Oh, it's good for you.
Good for you?
Yeah. I remember. The master would make us drink it whenever we were sick.
Uh-oh. What is commencing to start here, Lucas? What's with the master bit?
Taste. Oh, I remember the taste. Yeah, it brings everything back. Yesterday, everything was so dark. I couldn't see back into it. It was so long ago, but now, the taste, it's like a knife. It cuts through. You know what I'm saying?
No, Lucas, I don't.
Pasca, He was brought into the house of the master by a Greek slave. He called it a posset.
Sure, yeah. Hey, Lucas, why don't you lie down and take a little nap, huh?
Lucas. My name was Lucius. I never had another name. I was the illegitimate son of the master and a Lydian slave woman. I remember now. Lucius. And then, many years later, it was Ludwig. And then Louis. And Lucas.
Are you trying to tell me what I think you're trying to tell me?
Oh, I've lived so long. At times when I'm so tired and I can't remember, but the taste, it brought me back. I'm Lucius.
Yeah, sure.
I was born in Rome.
Italy.
No, Rome. It was all Rome.
Uh-huh. Lucius, when was this?
I don't know.
What year?
Year. I don't remember. Maybe I never knew.
How could you not know?
Well, people like me, we didn't know anything. We're just lucky to be alive. Although I'm not so sure that was lucky either.
Well, what did you do?
Most of the time we were hungry. When we got sick, very sick, they'd take us to the master. And he'd give us a posca to drink so we could go back to work.
What kind of work?
On the farm. Oh, it was very hard work.
And you don't know when it was? What was going on?
No. Every day was the same.
Lucas, going along with this, how come you're still alive?
Oh, well, you see, I was a thief.
Yeah?
You had to steal to keep alive back then. Well, most people stole a little food from the kitchen, maybe fruit from the trees and so on, but the master knew about it. He wouldn't let on because he knew you had to. Me, I was different.
Different?
Yeah. I didn't steal just because I was hungry.
No?
I stole because I'm a thief. Like I can't help myself.
Come on, Lucas. You don't expect me to believe that.
No, it's true. It's in the blood. Like one man can play music, one man can paint pictures, and I have to steal.
All right. But that still doesn't answer the question. How come you're alive after all this time?
Because Apollo said so.
Apollo?
He was one of the gods.
Oh, I'm afraid you're only getting yourself in deeper.
No, there was a temple of Apollo on the master's estate. I see, and there was this gold mask of Apollo on the altar. So I thought I'd steal it. I'd be able to raise enough money to go somewhere else, start a new life.
You sound like a dear friend of mine.
But I got caught.
How did I know?
I'd always get caught.
It figures.
The penalty for stealing from the temple of a god was usually death by torture.
Please, Lucas, no horrible details.
But the master said he has offended the god. Let the god decide his punishment. So they loaded me down with chains. I could hardly move. Set me in front of the altar of Apollo. Yeah, it was midnight. Oh, and there was a terrible storm. I can hear the thunder. Listen.
To what?
The thunder. Terrible thunder. And the lightning. Oh, it was flashing all around me.
Lucas, are you okay?
And the voice. The voice of the god. Listen. You hear it? You hear it? The voice of Apollo.
Lucius, thief and slave.
Don't you hear it?
No, I don't hear nothing.
It's a voice that seems to enter inside your head. It flows throughout your whole entire body.
Lucius, thief and slave, you have defiled my temple.
Voice kept speaking inside me.
Now just take it easy, Lucas.
Lucius, villain and slave, scoundrel and thief,
Please.
It's all right, Lucas.
You expect the god Apollo to sentence you to a horrible death? But any death would be a release and a reward. I sentence you instead to a horrible life. The life of a thief. The life you have always lived. The only life you know. You shall live such a life forever. You shall be a thief under the rule of all the nations to come. You will live many lives in countries yet to be discovered. But all you shall know of them is the insides of the prisons. Forever.
Lucas. Lucas, you okay? Here, drink some of this.
I remember. The taste made me remember.
So, you have to be a couple of 1,000 years old, right?
I'm old. I'm very old.
What happened, Lucas? Didn't you ever catch on? Couldn't you see there's no percentage to it? In all these years, couldn't you decide to make something out of yourself?
How?
How long does a guy have to be a sucker?
I was born poor, ignorant, a slave. I never had a chance to learn anything. All I knew how to do was steal.
And you didn't know how to do that too good either.
But it's my trade. I don't want to do anything else. Look, the last time I was in prison, it was for 99 years. Now, I'm free. I know I'll have to steal again.
Now, Lucas.
Yeah. When Harry brought us here to this place, I noticed a store down the road. I know. Soon, very soon, I'm going to break in there.
Lucas, you mustn't.
I can't help it.
With your luck, you have to get caught.
It isn't luck. It's fate.
Now, this is exactly the way it should taste. This is the elixir of life eternal.
And what are you going to do with it?
Why, Rosie, honey, we're going to sell it.
Oh, we're going to sell it, huh?
Everybody's seen Lucas on the TV. Everybody knows how old he is.
I don't think so. But go ahead.
So this is what Lucas drinks. You see? This is the elixir of life eternal. Okay?
Harry, how do you expect me to make enough of that stuff in a kitchen?
Now, let's see. You got a whole blender full of it, huh? That should be more than enough.
More than enough for what?
More than enough to make $1 million.
Our friend Harry certainly has that $1 million on his mind. That $1 million that always seems to elude him. The goal that shines so brightly up ahead, but remains ever out of reach. All right. Is this to be the time? You can see he has quite a bit going for him. Within a few moments, we shall be involved in the third act and the revelation. Gentlemen rankers out on a spree, damned from here to eternity. So wrote Mr. Kipling. From here to eternity is a long, a limitless time. But it seems to be stretching out ahead for our friend Lucas. Our other friend Harry has the idea that he can make a good thing out of it.
You mean just this pitcherful of this elixir of life eternal will be enough to make $1 million?
You heard me.
How?
Tell me, Rosie, how would you promote this?
I would do it the common sense way.
Which is?
Harry, you went on the TV. You exposed Lucas to millions. Here's a man who is over 100 and he looks less than 40, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. So the rubes are looking at him pop-eyed. Now you should say, listen, suckers, here's the secret. This is Lucas's own secret formula. This is what Lucas drinks every day. This dandy little elixir of life eternal. Here it is. $1. And 1,000,000 saps will dig down.
Which means I'd have to go into business. I'd have to buy 1,000,000 bottles, hire labor, get involved with payroll taxes.
Okay, you just talked me out of it. Let's forget the whole thing. Lucas is starting to get a funny look in his eyes.
I haven't stolen anything in 99 years.
You just control yourself, huh?
I'll try, yeah, but I don't know if I can.
Here, drink some of this good old elixir, huh?
Why should I try to sell 1,000,000 bottles at $1 apiece when I can sell one bottle for $1 million?
And who's going to give you $1 million?
I'll be back within the hour with a certified check.
I'm scared.
Of what?
I don't know. But it's not going to work.
What do you mean it's not going to work? Rosie, why can't you have faith in me?
I have faith in you, Harry. I have faith that you'll go to jail, as usual.
You see the possibility. You see the potential. Eternal life. How can I miss?
You'll find a way, Harry. You always do.
Well, Mr. Bowles, what is this offer of a lifetime?
Mr. Mammon, you've heard of Lucas? He was featured on the Bonnie Quackenbush program?
The convict?
Yes. Well, Mr. Mammon, he is more than just a convict.
Come to the point.
I met Mr. Lucas 5 years ago in the state penitentiary.
Yes, you were serving a term for some hapless confidence scheme that went awry.
May I ask how you know about that?
I know everything about you, Mr. Bowles. When a man expresses a desire to see me on business, I have him investigated minutely. I have a computer operation that can turn your whole life inside out. For instance, I am aware of the fact that when you were in the 3rd grade, you were caught cheating on a spelling test.
Wrong. It was arithmetic.
Now, you were saying, Mr. Bowles?
My cellmate was Lucas.
Cell 87, Block C, North Wing.
Yeah, well, that's when I got to know him. And about his incredible age. We became very friendly. And after a while, he revealed a secret to me.
His secret?
Yes. It consists of a beverage.
Continue.
He drinks it every day.
And you wish to sell me this beverage?
Yes.
For $1 million?
How did you know?
Because that is exactly what I should do if I were in your place.
Well, do you want to live forever? Or let us say, indefinitely?
I would have to take that question under advisement.
I have here a sample, Mr. Mammon.
Which could prove what?
I'll let you have a free taste. Now, sir, drink that down. And tell me, doesn't that convince you? The distinctive flavor of it, that is truly the elixir of life.
You're very clever, Mr. Burroughs.
I am offering you more than you could buy anywhere else for your money. Eternal life.
It's the best confidence operation I've ever encountered.
I assure you it's not...
It's foolproof, Who could ever prove it's a swindle?
This is not a swindle.
Oh, it is. But how could the victim ever prove it?
The victim?
As long as he's alive, you're in the clear. He would have to die.
Sir, I'm afraid you don't understand.
The only thing wrong with it is nobody would want to buy the product.
Oh, yeah? What's wrong with the product?
Eternal life. Who really wants it?
Why, everybody.
Do you?
Absolutely.
I don't. And I don't know anybody else who does.
Oh, a lot of people would like to live forever.
Oh, they think they do. Until 10 minutes ago, I thought I did too. But then, when I was confronted with it, I really began to think about it. No, thank you.
Well, sir, I'm sure I can do business elsewhere.
Are you? Nickels and dimes, maybe? But $1 million? Oh, by the way, that little elixir of yours tastes pretty good. Mind if I have another sip?
Where's the $1 million?
Well, Rosie,
Do you have it in one big bill or a lot of little ones?
We're having temporary difficulties.
Yeah. And it looks like they might become permanent.
Oh, come on. What are you saying?
It's been on the news about Lucas.
What about Lucas?
They're saying he's a phony.
Who is?
Everybody. Your friend Bonnie Quackenbush should be on right now. Turn it on. Listen.
How could it be a phony? I saw Lucas's records.
Yeah, well, go figure. Turn on the set.
Has the pack ever been taking flack? About what? About Lucas. Seems it's a hoax, folks. Yes, indeed. The show caused so much chatter that we decided to investigate the records at State Pen. Well, it seems that they goofed somehow. A man named Lucas was sent up 99 years ago, but he died. I don't know if they buried somebody else or what, but his records got confused, and the man you saw on this show last week wound up with them. Maybe it'll never get straightened out, but one thing for sure, nobody could be 140 years old and not look it.
I guess you've heard enough.
I don't understand it. Eternal life. I thought people would beat down the door to get it. It sounded foolproof to me.
It was. Only thing wrong with it was you.
Me?
Yes, Harry, you. It had to fail because you're fated not to be successful as a con artist. It doesn't matter what the hustle is.
Now, what kind of talk is that? Fated?
It's your destiny.
Destiny? So the story about Lucas just killed it, that's all. But I should have been home free before it broke.
What do you mean before it broke? Were you expecting it to break?
Well, sure, weren't you?
What do you mean, wasn't I?
You knew it had to be some kind of swindle. You didn't actually believe Lucas could be 140 years or so old? How could a man that age look and act so young?
He's not 140 years old. That is definite.
Well, that's what I just told you.
His real age would be closer to, about 2,200.
Hey, Rosie, is this you talking?
Those are the facts, Harry. He told me.
He told you what?
He was born a slave in ancient Rome.
That's what Lucas told you?
Yeah, he remembered. And he was a thief. And because he tried to steal something from an ancient god named Apollo, he was condemned to live forever.
So? Why was that a bad deal?
As a thief. As a 2-bit coffee and cakes thief. Always in and out of jail.
This is what he told you, huh?
Yeah.
And you believe him?
Yes, Harry, I believe him.
Where is he? Where's Lucas?
Last I saw of him, he was in the other room having a nap.
Let's get to the bottom of this. Lucas? Hey, Lucas! Hey, wake up, Lucas.
He's not here.
Where would he go? It's nighttime.
Harry, I'm scared.
Why?
He said he hadn't pulled a robbery in 99 years, and he just felt... Well, he felt he couldn't sit still anymore.
Well, where would he go?
He said something about the store down the road, and how some night he'd just have to break in there.
I gotta stop him.
Harry, it may be too late.
He doesn't have a chance. Old Dobkins, a storekeeper's a deputy sheriff. He sits up all night with a shotgun. Maybe Lucas didn't get there yet, huh? I'll take the car.
I'm going with you.
No.
Harry!
One of us has to stay out of jail. Lucas? Hey, Lucas? It's open. And the door's open. Lucas?
Is that you, Harry?
Hey, Lucas. What are you doing in here?
What do you think I'm doing?
Are you crazy? Let's get out of here.
And let me see if I can find the cash.
Hey, Lucas, you're crazy. This is break and entry. And what's the steal here? You can do 5 to 10 for it.
What's 10 years?
Let's get out of here, will you?
Yeah, just a second.
Stay where you are in the name of the law.
Let's beat it.
Halt!
Into the car, Lucas. Into the car. Hurry up.
Halt in the name of the law.
Thank you, nurse. Hello, Harry. How do you feel?
Different.
Yeah, well, that's to be expected. You've been unconscious for 3 days.
Oh, yeah? Well, I feel different. In a funny kind of way.
Like what?
I don't know. It's as if I'm a different kind of person.
I thought I was dead.
Yeah, well, they all say it's a remarkable recovery. Some even believe it's a miracle. It happened right after the transfusion.
What transfusion?
Well, you needed blood. So it happened that Lucas was your exact type. I tried to stop the transfusion.
You did? Why?
Well, you know why, Harry. You're going to be just like Lucas now. But, of course, I couldn't explain that, so they went ahead.
What do you mean? I'm going to be just like Lucas?
You're going to live forever. Just like him.
Rosie, you can't believe that.
I can, and I do.
I don't want to live forever.
I'm sorry, Harry.
Wait. Spend forever going to jail for confidence schemes that don't come off?
You could try to become another person, Harry.
Yeah, but I can't. I can't any more than Lucas can.
Well, at least you'll be company for each other. You won't be alone.
Hey, Rosie, this thing, if it's true...
You know it's true. It has to be true.
Rosie, come with me.
Where?
Into, well, I guess into forever? Into life eternal?
No, Harry, no. It's not for me.
Oh, Rosie, don't you love me?
Oh, I do, Harry. But just for one lifetime. And you're going to spend a lot of this one in jail for that attempted robbery.
Rosie.
Besides, a gentleman called on me the other night. Mr. Ambrose J. Mammon. I believe you know him.
Mammon?
He's just crazy about this drink I put together.
Well, that was my elixir of life eternal.
Except we're going to call it Posca. It makes a wonderful tonic, Harry. If you don't believe me, ask Lucas.
Rosie, you can't leave me.
Harry, you're the one who's going to leave me.
I could never find anybody like you. Never.
Oh, I don't know. You're going to have plenty of time, Harry, to look. You'll have all the time in the world.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. If only I had it to do over again. So many of us say that with such heartfelt sincerity, and the implication is that we would do it better and that we would be wiser. But the truth is, we would make the same mistakes. Doesn't history keep repeating itself? Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Shea, and Ray Owens. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. Since time immemorial, stories have begun with the classic phrase, once upon a time. Then to the avid and eager listener would come a history of love, hate, adventure, horror, every emotion the teller wanted to convey. But history, like all words, is not necessarily what we think it means. Its basic definition is a narrative of events connected with a real or imaginary object, person, or career. Note, it does not confine itself to the past. So, here is a history of the future, the kind that begins, supposing if...
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the Earth creatures.
He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Our mystery drama, Enemy from Space, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Mandel Kramer. I will be back shortly with Act One. This is the year of 2029. President Winston Alexander is midway through his second term, a commanding figure on the world stage who has brought America to a new surge of leadership. The unfortunate breakdown of arm limitation talks have more than ever isolated the two superpowers, and with nuclear proliferation a fact, the only hope of world peace is that the two superpowers are at last nearing a major accord that will mean peace. This is where we stand on this fateful night at exactly 3 a.m., February 25th, 2029.
This is Central Command. Triple red alert. Repeat, this is CENTCOM. Triple red alert. Attention all units. Highest priority. This is alert AAA. This is a triple red alert. An unidentified flying object has pierced the DMZ and has now landed on the front lawn of the White House.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
What is it, Andy? Why are you knocking so frantically at Father's door?
I don't know, Ginny. We may be under attack. Now, yeah, stick with me until I check on your father. I'd better try the door. Mr. President, Good Lord, no.
He's not in his bed. Oh, where is he, Andy? Where is Daddy? Daddy! Daddy! The window is wide open. That thing is still there.
Ginny, come back.
They must have taken it.
Ginny, don't show yourself to the enemy. Get down. Get down.
What for? They're not paying any attention to us.
That is some kind of warcraft out there. They might fire on you.
I don't care what they do to me. They've got my father. Oh, stop them, Andy. Stop them somehow.
Ginny, by now, every piece of equipment in the U.S. has been alerted to stop whatever the heck that thing is.
Oh, Andy.
That nobody wants to see the president kidnapped. But we can't bring any firepower to bear on him without risking your father's life.
What are you and the rest of you little soldiers going to do?
Well, I can't tell you exactly. There are contingency plans for things like this.
What?
I don't know. I'm not a member of CENTCOM, but there must be something that...
Attention, please. Attention.
Who's that?
It's coming from a spacecraft.
There is no cause for alarm. We come in peace. This is Commander Varg aboard the spaceship. We are a communications vessel from the matrix of the mothership Niklo 7. We seek information only and have borrowed your President Alexander in order to get it. He is quite safe. When we have completed our talk, he will be returned unharmed.
I don't believe him, Andy. Why doesn't he let Daddy say something?
To reassure you, we will let President Alexander talk to you now. I realize this is very unusual. For everyone's best interests, I ask you to call off all alerts and to take no action for the next 24 hours. I am assured by my unexpected hosts that I am in no personal danger, nor is anyone else. I am being taken to meet Commander Varg's superiors for some as yet unrevealed reason. I have agreed to a truce for 24 hours. If I am not returned by then, I ask Congress to put the nation on full war footing for its defense.
Who is it?
Colonel Harris, Miss Alexander.
Oh, well, just a sec. Oh, come in, Andy. Any news?
No, not yet.
Oh, do I have to be cooped up here like this?
Shinny, do I even have to answer that? You know what it's like out there? Panicsville.
Oh, what do you think it's like in here? Inside me. Oh, hold me, Andy.
Yeah, I got you, Slugger.
Oh.
Now, hang in.
What's happening to us, Andy? To the whole world? Who are they?
I don't know, Ginny. Nobody knows yet.
Where are they taking Dad and why?
Don't you think I'd give my eye teeth to be able to answer those questions?
Oh, never mind you. What about all those fancy tracking systems? Our big, sophisticated strategic command, or whatever you call them. Didn't they follow that saucer thing or whatever it was?
Yeah, from the second after it lifted off, the darn thing just disappeared.
Where? How?
Darling, I'm a lucky little boy in the Air Force who ended up a president's aide-de-camp and I hope pretty soon his son-in-law, but I am not a scientist.
Oh, don't try to waffle, Andy. You must have some idea. How could this spacecraft flip all our defenses?
Well, first off, it has some kind of radar negator. Otherwise, it never could have gotten here. Second, who knows what this craft is vectored on? It could be traveling on a Mobius curve that took it upside down into some other space continuum or through a galactic time window. All I know is we can't pick it up electronically, by laser, satellite spectroscope, nothing. It's just gone.
And Dad with it? Gone.
No, Gina, he's all right.
What makes you so sure?
You heard the man.
What man?
Well, whatever he was, Varg, the spaceship's commander. He promised he'd return your father after they talked to him.
What do they, whoever they are, want to talk to him about?
Search me.
Oh, don't give the big stone face to me, Andy Harris. You've got to have some idea of what's going on.
I swear to you, Ginny, I do not have one clue.
And if they don't return Dad within 24 hours, then what?
I guess we go on full wartime footing.
Against what?
Well, that's the big question, Ginny. It's bad enough that we have to take a step into the last unthinkable war, but to have to make that step without knowing the enemy is kind of mind-boggling.
Do we even know that they are the enemy?
Yeah, I think President Alexander answered that one for us in the speech we heard. He was the one that set up the time limit. And the way I read it, he wasn't running all that scared. I think he was laying it on the other guys that they weren't dealing for much strength.
You really, honestly believe that, Andy?
I don't know what I believe. And neither does anyone else. This is the one contingency nobody ever figured to make plans for.
Welcome, Varg. You were successful, I hear.
I am always successful.
It's nice to know someone has a good opinion of you.
Someday I will make you sorry for your contempt for me.
It isn't contempt, Varg. You're beneath that.
Do not give yourself airs, Zeta, because you are half borrowed from the life stream. We modules are just as good as you.
I don't intend to argue with you. Have you brought our hostage?
He is just beyond the door.
Can we get on with the business at hand before the Supreme One questions the delay?
Oh, one of these days, Zeta. Open. You may come in, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Zeta. You will be in her control now.
May I ask why I've been brought here, wherever I am?
My instructions do not permit me to do so.
Then I demand to be taken before this Supreme One. What is it you want of me?
My desires are simple and quite practical, Mr. President. I am a doctor.
A medical doctor?
Yes.
May I ask your name?
Zeta.
That's all? Dr. Zeta?
Won't that serve? It's only identification, after all.
Why am I here?
As far as it concerns me, for a basic series of tests. Medical.
I'm not applying to be a citizen of whatever state you represent.
You have joined Nicholas 7 as a passenger. It is routine for you to be quarantined until we can determine that you are properly immunized.
There isn't time for that. I thought I had made it quite clear to your Commander Varg that if I am not returned to Earth, or am not in contact with it within 24 hours, a state of war will exist between us and your country, whatever it's called.
We have no country.
I beg your pardon?
We are survivors, limited to the travelers on this spaceship. Oh, this is a large cosmos in itself. We are not inconsequential, but we are a culture in search of a home.
I don't understand exactly why I have been... Well, why mince words? Why I have been kidnapped. What function can I serve for you?
I am not quite sure of that myself. It is something you will have to discuss with the Supreme One after I have finished my tests. Give me your arm, please.
What for?
I wish to take a blood sample.
If you don't get me in to see your precious Supreme One, Dr. Zeta, you will have a bath of blood. My country, for its own protection, will throw all our might against you and blow you and your mother ship out of the sky.
Not while you are hostage.
Oh, yes. I would disappear with you. I am, after all, not indispensable.
You mean you would permit your people to destroy you?
I would expect them to if you were the enemy. Are you?
First of all, I must carry out my tests. And then I will seek an audience with the Supreme One and tell him you wish to appear before him. I bow in reverence before you, oh, my father.
We recognize your presence, daughter. What is your desire?
Not mine, but the Earth's creatures. He demands an audience with you.
Demands?
He says that if he is not returned immediately, his people will send their ships against us and shoot the mothership out of the sky.
Fortunately, since we are in another time continuum, they cannot find us unless we choose to show ourselves. His threat and his demands are useless.
He wants also to know why we have taken him and what it is you want of him.
I want you to adapt him. Wash his brain clean so that we can send him back to fulfill our purpose.
I don't think I can do that, Father. He is too strong.
Then you must change him. Make him completely one of us.
I don't know if that is possible.
All things are possible. Did you not become completely one of us?
Yes.
So then shall he.
But I can't do that without killing his... It is hard for me to describe to you, Oming, my father, because we are different.
It is you who are different. Do not fill me with old angers. Are you still prattling about the non-existent, what you call the soul? Did we not stamp that out of you?
Yes, Father.
Then, should we hesitate to destroy it in a stranger? I am not interested in President Winston Alexander, the Earthling, except as he shall serve our needs. However you achieve the result, I want him fully conditioned to carry out those needs and our commands.
Now remember, this is a story of supposing if. Supposing there was a mothership from some unimaginable planet coursing in space, looking for a new land to colonize, and supposing they singled out Earth and felt that it was their promised land. How much would they lay claim to? Or would they simply follow the pattern of colonialism and take it all? Mystery Theater will return shortly with Act 2. The United States, since its birth, has traditionally been a haven for all displaced persons who seek a new chance in life. By and large, with few exceptions, no country has welcomed the alien more generously. But But alien in a science-oriented society is no longer a simple description of someone who may differ in minor ways, such as color, creed, or politics. Tomorrow's alien may come from a background so foreign that there is no hope a world can be shared.
You have been long, Dr. Zeta. What news do you bring?
I am afraid not what you want to hear, President Alexander.
You mean I am not to see your Supreme One?
He has commissioned me to be his ambassador.
Well, under other circumstances, I couldn't be more charmed. Perhaps even under these. What do we have to discuss?
Mr. Alexander, if that is a correct term to apply to you.
It is perfectly correct. Except somehow between us,
Yes?
Well, I don't know what made me say that. Some strange tug underneath everything makes me want to deny any formality between us.
I must tell you, Mr. Alexander, you are wasting your time. I am not a woman as you conceive of women.
Are you so sure?
Yes. You must understand about us aboard this ship. We are only humanoids. You cannot judge us by your standards.
Humanoids?
Robots, if you prefer the word. Although it is not exact. Let me explain. The mothership on which we are now traveling was named after the planet that was our home, Niklos 7, in the Adumbrian galaxy. Some generations ago, a supernova in our galaxy exploded, and in the Holocaust that swept across our planet, almost all of my ancestors were destroyed. Those that were left found in that environment that was left, the human body, as you would call it, could not be sustained.
You mean there was no atmosphere? No air to breathe? What?
Oh, there was atmosphere, poisoned by radiation, and that forced us to adapt.
To adapt in what way?
Since the human body was eroded, we had to provide an envelope in which to sustain life. We developed what was essentially a machine, an engine wrapped in the simulacrum, the semblance of the human. And we powered it with the mind, the individual souls of those left alive.
Well, if you were so successful, why didn't you develop and recolonize your planet?
Because, unfortunately, our atmosphere was not stable. And in the time following the Holocaust, we were left with no air to breathe and no way to adapt our robots to some other form of energy. The strongest of us set out on this ship to seek a home in another planet.
And you have brought me here to discuss introducing you and your shipmates into our culture?
Oh, no, Mr. President. There is nothing to discuss. It is my function to prepare you so that you will make it possible for us to take over your planet.
How?
It would be hard for me to explain. In storage, against the necessity for constant replacement, we have robots ready to be activated. You see this machine here.
Machine?
Perhaps you did not recognize it as such. 2 rooms behind glass doors. In one, they are already placing your robot.
My robot?
He does not look much like you yet. But the electrodes they are attaching to him will be synchronized with the electrodes we attach to you. And when we are finished, he will be, in every physical sense, a simulacrum of you, a duplicate of you.
And what happens to me?
You become a husk to be discarded.
What?
An outmoded model, unable to function in the atmosphere of our new world.
What new world?
The one that will exist in the dust of radiation and the end of Earth. The world that all of us from Niklos 7 are going to build with your help.
I will not be party to anything like this.
You have no choice. Varg, seize him.
No.
All right, Varg. Put him in the transformer.
Afternoon, Ginny.
Afternoon, Andy. I've been dying till you got here. What's new?
Not a thing.
No news of Dad?
None.
Oh, no. Well, what else is happening?
What isn't? We've tried to keep it as secret as possible, but there are always leaks.
What is it?
Thank heavens the country doesn't know about it yet, and the press is capped, but the diplomatic wires are burning.
What do they say?
Well, they don't say anything, baby. They just ask. And the Veep has been on the hotline off and on all day with President Brusco.
Well, what's his reaction?
What's in it for them, first off? Then diplomatic regrets. They probably figure if we're going to be under attack from outside in space, it might be time for a little more cooperation.
But we don't know yet that they are under attack.
Baby, a pirate ship turns up on the White House lawn, and in spite of the greatest security setup in this old globe, they just take our president away like he was off for Disneyland? Hey, everybody's running scared because they don't know what's next. Baby, we don't know what we're up against.
This is President Alexander aboard a shuttle spacecraft returning me as promised to the White House at the pre-agreed time. I have been well treated and am in the best of health. No one need have any concern about me. I have just completed preliminary discussions with a friendly power from outer space, which will have dramatic and earth-shaking consequences for the safety of America and the whole world. I am aware that all our armed forces have been alerted. I ask them as President and Commander-in-Chief to extend safe conduct to the spaceship and allow it to land me and then depart in full safety.
Where is it, Andy? I can hear it, but I can't see it.
You, me, and everybody else, Jenny. I'll lay you odds even radar and Transcom haven't got a fix on it.
Well, it can't be just invisible.
Well, it could be. Probably sets up some sort of magnetic field which locks it out of all our sensors, including just plain old eyesight.
But it sounds louder and louder. You can tell it's approaching.
10 to 1, it doesn't have to. They just want to warn us they're on the way. You better keep to one side of the window, Jenny.
There it is. See it, Andy?
Where?
Oh, by the monument. It's skimming in like a frisbee.
Wish that's all it was.
Oh, you don't think anything's going to go wrong, do you?
Sure had better not.
Oh,
Since that thing showed up in the first place, I got a hunch nothing's going right.
Oh, Daddy.
Virginia. Oh. It's all right. It's all right, baby. It's all right.
Oh, it's been such a nightmare.
It was quite an adventure. What are you doing still up?
Is there anyone who's been aware of what's going on in the last 24 hours? Sleep's been out of the question.
Well, I hope the knowledge hasn't been too general.
Oh, I wouldn't know. But Andy says not. He thinks they've been able to keep the lid on.
I hope so.
Oh, you're okay, aren't you, Daddy?
As you can see.
Oh, but what went on? Why did they take you? Who are they? I mean...
No. One question at a time. Incidentally, let me close this door.
Tell me, who are they? What happened?
First of all, they are friends.
Friends?
I shudder to think of what might be about to happen to our world if they hadn't warned me.
Warned you of what?
A monstrous plot to destroy America.
What?
An unholy alliance to take over and rule the world, if there is any left of it.
What do you mean?
It's too complex to explain to you, Virginia. There is a secret alliance between a group of mineral-rich nations and our main enemy, which is called the Consortium.
The Consortium?
They are poised to unleash a massive strike against us, which would wipe us out before we had a chance to reply. Now that plot has been uncovered. We have an opportunity to treat with them, or at least with our knowledge, to instigate a preventive strike. Thanks to our friends from outer space, we have a chance to buy some time, or force enough, to hammer out a new agreement. If not, we must move first. That's the decision that I have to make. And unfortunately, it must be made alone.
Oh, poor Dad. Like you always say, if you only could have shared it with Boots.
Boots?
Mom, what you used to call her.
Oh, yes, good. But what does that have to do with anything? This is a decision of state.
Who is it? 6 audience?
Commander Varg, O Supreme One.
I have a little time left. My light is growing dim. You shall be my successor. and I will have you bound in union to my daughter. In her burns the only flame which can guarantee us immortality. You must guard it first of all things.
You sent for me, great father.
I ask you about the Earthling. Varg has delivered him back to his planet. Has this module, this simulacrum, been properly vested with our ideas and desires?
Yes, father.
Then we control this robot completely?
Yes, father.
And the real, what is his name, Alexander, has been eliminated? I didn't hear your answer, daughter.
The real Alexander has ceased to be a threat.
Yeah, who is it?
Andy, it's me, Jin.
Hold it. I'll be right there. What is it, Ginny? What are you doing wandering around at 5 a.m?
Andy, I'm scared. Can I come in? I don't know how to say this so it makes sense. You're the only one I can say it to.
Say what? Come on, baby, spill it.
Andy, the man they brought back in the spacecraft.
Uh-huh.
That's not my dad. It's not President Winston Alexander. There's just no way that is my father.
As President of the United States, Winston Alexander holds the fate of the world in less than one hand. In cold fact, in the finger that may press the button to unleash atomic warfare to end the world. President Alexander has been replaced by a robot, activated by a power in space that has everything to gain from the end of Earth and nothing to lose. I shall return shortly with Act 3. While America sleeps safer in the year 2029, secure that her kidnapped president has been returned safe and sound, his daughter is the only one to question what we know to be the truth, that the man who sits at one end of the hotline is a robot from outer space, controlled and operated at the whim of the leader of a spacecraft, desperate to find a home for his alien cargo. Only President Alexander's daughter faintly glimpses the truth. Can her instinct be enough to stop disaster?
What are you talking about, Ginny?
I tell you, he is not my father.
Well, you mean they brainwashed him or something?
I don't know what I mean, Andy. It's just, I don't know, little things. He is not my father.
What little things?
Oh, I don't know. Like, he calls me Virginia. Now, that's funny. That's strange. Dad never called me anything but Jin. And he doesn't... I don't know how to describe it. It just doesn't feel right.
Ginny, we've all been through the ringer and been pretty shook. Now, you're just jumping at shadows.
I'm not. At Boots.
Huh?
Boots. That was Dad's name for my mother. Dad could never forget it.
Ginny, your mother's been dead for 15 years.
But you don't forget things like that. Dad wouldn't. He can't forget his own name for her that he loved to call her.
If it isn't your father, who is it?
I don't know. Oh, Andy, do you think I'm losing my mind? Because there's something about him that scares me. It scares me right down to my heels.
Wake up, Mr. President Alexander. Wake up.
Well...
That's such a long name.
Oh.
We must find something more suitable. What did your wife call you?
What? What did you say?
Did your wife have a name for you?
My wife? Ruth? Boots? She called me Wink.
Wink?
Yes, short for Winston. It was a silly name, but I liked it. Wink.
I like it, too. Wink.
Well, where am I?
Where I brought you. to my bed?
To your bed? I can't stay here.
You must. Where else can I hide you?
Hide me? Why must I be hidden?
Because I should have destroyed you once I made your other self.
What other self?
The one we sent back to Earth. The one we programmed to destroy all the people on Earth. So we Nicklausians may have a home again.
To destroy all the people on Earth? How? Why?
You ask me. You were the ones who made the seed of your own destruction. What the bombs do not obliterate, the radiation will disintegrate. When there are no living left, we robots can make it home.
Nuclear war? That's unthinkable. Look, I know President Bruskov. He's a man of sanity. He could not start such a war.
It is not he who will start it.
Who then?
Yourself.
What? Me?
In the image I have created of you and sent back to take your place.
Wait a minute. Now I'm beginning to remember that machine, that scanner, and a robot that you were molding so that it would look like me. But you didn't. You couldn't have.
I already have. He is sleeping at this moment in your bed on Earth. When he rises tomorrow, he will still believe what he has been programmed to believe. That his friend, President Bruskov, and a number of leaders from the Third World have betrayed him and are prepared to start an atomic war against America. Convinced he has no other option, he will initiate the war instead. In the resulting Holocaust, what survivors are left, we will exterminate, so that your Earth will be fit for us to occupy.
Well, then what purpose am I being saved for?
When we met, you felt the same urge I did. A long-forgotten urge for me. I am not like most Nicklausians. My mother was alive, the last of the humans on our planet. You are the first living man I have ever known.
What?
I want you.
You want me? You want me for what? As a luck charm? As a house pet? Look, I have got to stop what you say is going to happen.
There is no way.
There has to be. Zadar, listen to me. Now, you say that your mother was human, and you are her child. So you must have some feelings. If you have any love for me.
Love?
Well, what made you keep me alive?
I don't know. I wanted to know, to feel, to understand why I felt these things in me I never. Wink. Is what I feel for you love?
I doubt that. Love doesn't ask or demand. Love gives.
You want me to give you something?
Yes. Give me my freedom to go back and to save my world.
Bog! What are you doing here?
I've been listening to you plan treason against Domeng and our ship.
But I ran a screen so no one could listen.
As commander of the ship, I have my own communications. No one can shut them down.
What is it you want?
Him.
Why?
To eliminate him, as you should have done.
Leave him alone.
Give me the Earthman to destroy. And give yourself to me. And I will keep your treachery my secret.
No.
I am in no mood to argue. I will destroy him now.
Don't. I warn you.
How can you stop me?
Like this.
How can you? No one is to be harmed but me.
You fool. I am a doctor. If I can create the simulacrum of life, do you think I would not have the power to destroy it?
But we are deathless.
Only the human spirit is that. A robot dies forever with the body.
But you can give another body to...
Never. It's time that all of us went down to destruction.
Good Lord, he's just disintegrating. It's not a body at all. It's just a mass of wires and circuits and transistors. Is that what's sitting in place of me at this very minute?
And programmed to blow up your world as you know it.
I've got to get back and stop it.
You can't stop it. Only I can do that.
Then you have got to.
I don't have to do anything. But this I can do out of free will. You said that loving was giving. I only hope we are in time.
We've got to get back to the White House, Andy.
I know. I have the duty in an hour. Tonight, I have the black box.
The phone?
Yeah, the trigger. Oh. Once the code words are spoken into it, that's the end of it all.
Oh, no. No, Andy. He's not planning to use it.
I don't know, honey. This has been a day to remember. Or forget. Ever since he came back from wherever the spacenicks took him, he's been obsessed by this plot, he says. They proved to him that the other side is set to push the button. I want to tell you, the cabinet meeting was a shambles.
He is not my father. Well, whatever he is not the president.
Man, that's why I had to get you away from there to talk to you for a moment. Crazy as it is, somewhere along in this afternoon, watching him, I knew you were right. The guy in the White House is not our president.
Could you convince any of the cabinet members or the Veep of that?
Nah, I'm just a lowly lieutenant colonel and the president's special aide. I'm still on the outside looking in.
So what can we do?
Try to keep cool. Nothing's happened yet. And nothing is going to happen.
But you just said that...
Yeah, that I was on the outside looking in. That's true. Except for one thing. Tonight, I have the special duty. Remember?
The black box.
Right. If he tries to use it, Ginny, I'm going to stop him.
Are we going to announce this arrival?
There is no need. I have the radar negator on. We can penetrate your DMZ and have landed before they can activate a screen.
Still, to avoid the risk of upsetting an already uneasy situation.
Wink. How much more would it upset if you were to announce yourself as President Alexander returning, when your whole world believes you are already there?
Yes, I suppose you're right. But what do we do when we land? There will be ground forces.
Helpless against the force field I maintain, and the one I shall throw around you.
And then what happens?
We find your simulacrum, and I destroy him, as I did Varg.
And then?
Then, all is as it was before we invaded your world. I will return to the mothership, and Earth will be safe.
But you could stay, Zeta. You could stay and...
Nothing. There is nothing for us. And I must return to take command of the Nicholas 7 and drive it forever out of your orbit.
But where will you go?
Where we should have gone long ago, when we ceased to be anything but automatons. To course into the empty void of space till fuel or air runs out. And we will be no more. In the end, the ship will break up. We will all disintegrate like Varg and disappear into atomic dust.
I won't let that happen to you.
There is no way you can stop it, and no time to discuss it further. We are about to land.
Close the door, Colonel.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Only
what?
Ginny wanted to talk to you for a moment.
Well, Ginny will have to wait. I have no time to talk to her now. Close the door.
Yes, sir.
Bring the box over to the desk and open it.
Yes, sir. Why did you want me to open it, sir?
Because I'm going to have to use it.
Use it, Mr. President?
The forces of evil have bound themselves together in an unholy alliance to wipe the America we know from the face of the earth. We have no choice but to take preemptive action. Open the box and give me the phone.
No, sir.
What? If you disobey my orders, I'll have you shot.
Yes, sir, but not much chance of that, since I'm the only one that's armed at the moment.
You think for one moment that outmoded weapon that you're pointing at me could... What's that?
I'll open the window and... It's the spaceship.
What's it doing here? Let me see. The door is opening. Zeta! What are you doing here?
Eliminating you. So, that is the end of it. And us, Wink?
No. Don't go.
I must. But I gave you something, Wink. I gave you back your world.
What can I say?
only goodbye. Me and mine. We're a disease which had to be stamped out. And will be. You will never see or hear of us again. But at least once wink I gave. I found out what love is all about. I would rather have lived it, but it is also worth dying for.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. The nights are lonelier than ever now for President Winston Alexander since his daughter Ginny married full Colonel Andrew Harris. Oh, they live in Georgetown, not too far away, but far away are his thoughts, far away beyond the stars, with a woman named Zaida, who learned about the miracle of love just in time, but still too late. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Evie Juster, and Russell Horton. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The universe goes on, as round and round she goes. And where she starts and where she ends is something no one knows. Beginnings and endings. Our neat and precise human minds will insist on clearly stated limits, boundaries, definitions. But unfortunately, there are no satisfactory ways to limit, bound, or define the truly important things in life.
Have you interrogated the prisoner?
I have.
Hey, who says I'm a prisoner?
We have no use for the cargo. Destroy it and confiscate the ship.
What are you trying to pull?
And dispose of the prisoner.
What do you mean, dispose of the prisoner? Am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
Our mystery drama, The Hole in the Sky, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer.
Get rid of that noise, Curly.
What's the matter? Don't you like good music? I thought you was a real space jockey.
If you want to talk about space, all right. You want to get down to business?
Well, how about a little drink first?
When I listen to a deal from you, I better be stone cold sober.
Oh, would old Curly ever steer you wrong, Raj?
Absolutely.
Do you know where Medusa's at?
Medusa? That should be a star beyond Polaris.
Well, I get the chart right here. The fifth planet circling around Medusa is called Bacchus. You can see it.
Mm-hmm. I can also see it's a pretty good trip.
Can that lark of yours hold a 3,000-pound cargo?
What kind of cargo?
What do you care?
I won't handle contraband.
What's contraband? Everything's contraband to somebody somewhere.
You know what I'm talking about, Curly.
What's the difference, huh? The trip's illegal anyhow. There are no solo flights allowed outside the solar system, so what do you care?
No drugs, no weapons, Curly.
Now, would I be mixed up with weapons and drugs?
Up to your ears.
No. this is just stuff for the ladies.
Yeah?
Yeah. This Bacchus is a wild place. It's just being colonized. Now, you could clear a fortune with some makeup. You know, powder, makeup, things the ladies just have to have.
That's contraband.
Sure. But it's nice, harmless contraband.
Look, if I'm caught with any sort of non-essential...
If you're caught, what's the difference what you're caught with?
What's the deal?
Hey, fantastic. You split the take 50-50.
I what?
That's right, old buddy. Right down the middle.
What's the catch?
No catch. No ifs, ands, and maybes. 50-50. Some deal, huh?
When do I leave?
Your cargo's ready right now.
Tonight?
Well, it better be tonight. You're due to sit down on Bacchus no later than the 21st.
21st of what?
21st of this month.
21st? That's in 6 days.
Well, actually, 6.5.
Look at the chart. You see where Bacchus is?
Sure.
Well, this trip should take 6 weeks. There's no way I could ever cover this distance in 6 days.
Oh, sure there is.
How?
Why, Roger, old buddy, you know how. You just go through the hole.
Oh, I see. That's the catch.
Now don't tell me you're scared of the hole.
I'm scared out of my wits.
Now, look, if anybody had ever told me that Rog Thorpe had that little streak of yellow...
Don't try to get a rise out of me, Curly. I'm not yellow. I'm smart. I'll see you around.
Make it around 8 o'clock. That's as long as they can hold the job open.
Goodbye, Curly.
Hey, don't go away, man. It'll make it harder for you to come back here.
I'm not coming back. And I meant it. I was through with all that stuff. But what else was there for me to do? What else did I know how to do? I could join the Space Navy and wear a uniform and be assigned to contraband control, which meant I'd have to prowl through space hunting down guys like me or guys like I used to be. Magda was waiting for me when I got home.
Curly called.
Yeah?
He said your ship is loaded and ready.
Mm-hmm. That's what he told you, huh? Well, he's in for the surprise of his life because I'm not going.
What did you say?
I said I'm not going.
Honey, that's just great.
Is it?
Well, it means you got something better.
Oh, is that what you think?
You do have something better, don't you?
I don't have anything at all.
Well, then I don't understand. How could you turn Curly down?
Because I'm scared. How do you think I've lived this long? Being scared is what keeps you being careful.
Okay. It's just I understood there was a fortune in this trip.
But I'd have to go through the hole. And I'm never going to do that again.
Roger, you've come through it before.
Do you have any idea what it is? That hole in the sky?
I don't know. Some people say it's all in the spaceman's imagination.
Let somebody tell me that. You don't know what it's like.
Okay, Raj, okay.
It's a hole. A big black hole in the sky.
I believe you, Raj.
And there is nothing in there. Nothing.
Honey, don't you think you need a drink?
Nothing. Do you understand? It's a kind of corridor. A crazy kind of corridor.
Whatever you say.
It's like the back door to everywhere. Wherever you want to go, it's right there.
Sounds like fun.
Like everything opens up on it. Everything is right there. Once you're there, you're everywhere.
I believe you.
Stars that are billions and billions of light years away from each other, like Polaris and Orion, like Taurus and Ursa Major. It's as if you can just move from one to the other, like crossing the street. That's why it's only 6 days from here, because 6 days is how long it takes to get to the hole in the sky. And once you get to the hole, you're anywhere you want to be. Do you understand?
I keep telling you, it's not all that complicated.
But I'm not going there again.
Oh, honey, just try a little goblet of this and you'll go anywhere.
It's a wild place.
Hey, maybe I'd like to go there.
A place where the whole universe is twisted and turned on itself. Sometimes it's quiet. Silent as the grave. And then it explodes.
Explode?
Everything goes haywire. Crazy. There's no longer any sense of time or space or place. And you can just disappear.
How can you just Disappear. Take just a little sip of this. It's good for what ails you.
Look. Right here on Earth, okay? There used to be a big ocean between Buenos Aires and Cape Town. Thousands of miles of ocean.
Sure.
And right in the middle, someplace, there used to be a spot called the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, is that so?
And the ships that they had, the ones that were supported by... The ships that sailed over that spot disappeared. Ships that flew above this place disappeared.
So?
So this kind of thing has happened before. Maybe that was a hole in the ocean.
Sure, Raj. If you say so.
Look, get that tone out of your voice. I can't go through that hole in the sky again. I can't. I made a dozen trips.
And nothing happened.
How long can I be lucky? No, if I go this time, I'll be lost. I'll disappear.
Oh, come on, honey. Take a drink. You'll feel better. You always do.
I've been thinking about it. I'm going to sell the Lark.
And do what?
I can sell the Lark to the Navy and raise a stake.
And go where?
Where? To a planet like Bacchus. Or maybe right here in our own solar system. A wild place like Venus or a mine.
And you could raise enough from the sale of the Lark?
Oh, a good piece of it. For the rest, well, I gave you plenty of jewels, money, credits.
I know you did.
All I'm asking is for you to give me some of it so I can get started.
That's not all you're asking, Raj. You're also asking me to go with you and break my back in a mine or on a ranch.
It's only tough for the first couple of years.
I don't want to go. And as far as the money's concerned, it's mine. You gave it to me.
I thought you and I were beyond words like yours and mine. Just said ours.
Yeah. What'll I do the day you get tired of me?
I'll never get tired of you, Magda.
I'm sorry, Roger. I can't say to you, my darling, everything I own in the world is yours. Take it.
Magda, I'm not asking for anything which
You know that basically I'm out for myself. Did you think you could change me?
All right, Magda.
6 days there and 6 days back. Well, honey, that's less than 2 weeks. I'll be waiting for you when you come home.
Back from her anyhow. She could only give me what she had to give. Why did I think I was entitled to more? And who was I kidding? I'd become a farmer, a rancher, a miner. I was nothing but a space rat. And I might as well learn to live with it. And die with it. I didn't even bother to tell Curly what he already knew. I went directly to the spaceport. The space car, but we had to go through the ritual.
Hey, Roger.
Hi, Joe.
You're inspected and cleared.
Okay.
Let's do page 2. Destination?
Venus.
And cargo?
None.
Purpose of journey?
To visit friends.
Oh, come on, Roger. You got to do better than that.
Why? What's the matter?
Give me a break. The sheet does get checked. How does that look? To visit friends?
Well, what do you want me to say?
You could say medical emergency.
Say medical emergency.
You got to prove you're sick, though. You got to name the doctor and so forth and so on.
Joe, write down anything you please.
Well, don't bite my head off. You and I know what you're doing. You and I know where you're going, okay?
All right, look, I'm going to visit my poor old mother.
Great. But you better have one, and she better be on Venus.
Joe, just let me get out of here, will you?
Raj, don't go.
What do you mean, don't go?
I mean, pack it in. Walk away from it.
Are you telling me I can't go?
No, I'm not telling you not to go. I'm just asking you not to.
Why?
Because you won't be coming back.
How do you know?
I know all the signs. You're not coming back, Raj. I know you are not coming back.
At this point, he probably knows something we don't. But what? From the little we know about it, we can appreciate that any journey and uncertain. But obviously, there's something especially dangerous and ominously unusual about this one. Well, Act 2 is but a few minutes away. what was that popular song from a generation ago? It was called Faraway Places with Strange. And what were those faraway places? Oh, they were in Asia, Africa, Europe. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away. But our story today is about really faraway places with strange names like Tau Ceti, Betelgeuse. And on a clear night, sometimes you may see them up there in the sky.
What kind of thing is that to say to me? I'm not coming back. Because it's true. Raj, 5 years ago, I had my own ship, too. 5 years ago, Curly had a job for me. Something like this, only mine was in Orion someplace.
Look, why don't we swap stories when I come back?
You are not coming back, Raj. You better listen. I came out to the field here feeling just like you do. Everything inside me like jelly, and like you, I knew I wasn't coming home again. I'd been through that hole in the sky too many times. Like you, I was scared. Scared to face guys like Curly. Also scared of starving. What was I going to do to make a living?
What else can I do to make a living?
Join up, Raj.
No, I could never do that.
That's what I thought at first. But isn't it better all around if guys like you and me wear the uniform? At least we understand.
I have to go now.
It isn't too bad. The money's good. It's clean.
Bribery, that's clean?
Maybe not, but hey, you can protect your friends. I'm only on the take as far as cargo and destination's concerned. All the money in the world wouldn't get you off the ground if I knew your ship wasn't space-worthy.
Yeah. Well, look, I got a schedule to keep.
Don't go, Raj.
I have to.
Well, then, don't go through the hole.
You know as well as I do I have no choice.
Okay, I'm on the desk tonight. Maybe I can keep the hounds off your trail.
In 15 minutes, I was completely clear of the Earth. I would have no problem while in the boundaries of our own solar system. But as soon as I was out in the galaxy, the patrols would be after me. I could outdistance any single pursuit ship. But if they had my position and course, they could set up a fire network that could destroy me in the fraction of a second. I could hear Joe Dresden on the monitor. He was getting reports from all of his scouts who had sighted or thought they had sighted me. He would be feeding all this data into a computer, which would calculate my exact position.
Attention all ships, Rainbow Command. Illegal craft identified as Lark, registered Captain Roger Thorpe, probably headed for Polaris. Consult charts 946 and 202. Subtract coordinates 4 and 8 from coordinates 12 and 18. Lock, challenge. Allow 5 minutes for reply, then open fire.
Thank you, Joe. He had sent the pursuit off in exactly the opposite direction. He had bought me at least 2 days' time.
Attention, all ships, Rainbow Command. Fugitive reported headed for Ursa Major. Consult charts 380426. Fugitive reported headed for Tau Ceti.
How skillfully he kept directing the pursuit away from me. I was coming to the end of the 5th day, and now I didn't have to worry. I was near the hole in the sky, and even though so many people were convinced that it was all fiction, that was back down there in the safety and security of Earth. Up here, even the most skeptical suddenly became believers. I could rest assured there was nobody within 1 trillion miles of me now.
Roger. Roger. You can answer me, Raj. You won't give away your position. I'm on a sealed frequency.
Joe?
You're at the edge of the hole, Raj.
I know.
Turn back.
I can't.
I'll clear a path for you.
I have to keep going.
I'll bring you home safe and sound.
I'm going in now, Joe. I'm here. And I was there. I was in the hole in the sky. It was so quiet, so peaceful, so tranquil. I better feed my computer. my speed, my course, my declination, I could expect to find myself orbiting Medusa. Then I could set my bearing for the planet Bacchus. I could still hear Joe's voice.
Roger, it isn't too late. Now get out of there.
It's quiet, Joe. It's quiet.
That doesn't mean anything. You know as well as I do it can all change in a fraction of a second.
Thanks for everything, Joe. I'm all right now.
Come home, Roger. Come home before it's too late. Roger, come home before it's too late.
Joe! Joe, where are you? Where are you? Suddenly, everything started to spin. Everything went out of control. Not just my computer and my instruments, but everything inside of me. It was as if I was just coming apart under some terrible pressure. An unbelievable stress and strain that began to pull me in every direction. It was as if it were the end of the world. Or maybe it was the beginning. Maybe it was the chaos that was in the very beginning. Then, there was nothing. This voice. What was she saying? It sounded like no language I'd ever heard before. Then I remembered what I had to do. I fed the sounds into the computer and waited. Just like the ancient anthropologists could construct an entire prehistoric animal from just a few fragments of bone, the computer could project an entire language from just a few significant sounds. Gradually, the voice became clearer and clearer.
What ship is yours? Identify. Identify.
Lark. Lark.
How many aboard?
Just one.
Identify.
Roger Thorpe, registered captain.
Home port.
Earth.
Where is that?
Consult Star Chart 876.
What is Star Chart 876?
Whatever you happen to use, start with Polaris.
What is Polaris?
You draw a line from Polaris to Deneb.
There are no such stars.
Hey, what's that noise?
You are locked into a landing beam.
Hold it. I don't necessarily want to land.
Cut your power.
I only need to get my bearings.
Prepare to descend.
Am I being forced to land?
You are being invited.
But I don't want...
Cut all power. Step clear of the ship.
But where...
Follow instructions.
Under protest.
Follow the red line.
Where am I going?
Stop at the door. Wait.
For what?
It will slide open. Step inside.
What's in there?
Step inside.
There's nothing in here.
Step inside.
All right. All right. What do I do now?
Wait.
What do you people want? Who are you? Where am I? I was in a room of some kind. A plain, bare space. There was a chair. Just a single chair, and that was the only furniture. I sat down. I waited. Who were these people? What did they want? Then the wall slid away. And facing me was a woman. She was sitting behind a desk of some kind. She was young, about 30-ish. She wore a black robe. Her red hair was short. She might have been good-looking if she didn't have such a serious look on her face. She touched a switch, and suddenly on the entire wall behind, there appeared an enormous sky chart.
Point out your home star.
My home star? Well, it doesn't show up too well, you see. It's a red dwarf. I can give you its position.
Yes?
Just let me orient myself. I'll have to find Polaris. And then Tau Ceti.
I've never heard of any...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This isn't possible.
I don't recognize any of these patterns.
I warn you to tell the truth.
But this is all very strange. Orion should be right there.
Orion?
I don't see a single thing I know in this entire sky.
This is the universe.
Well, maybe it's a part of it that's off somewhere.
This is the complete universe.
Wait a minute. The universe is infinite. Why did you do that?
Blasphemy. Everyone knows the universe is closed and limited.
Okay, have it your way.
Why are there no papers on your ship?
Because I didn't need any.
What is your cargo?
I'm sure you looked it over by now. Cosmetics.
What are cosmetics?
Didn't your translating computer tell you?
Yes, but I don't understand.
Well, it's just stuff that women put on their face.
For what purpose?
I guess it makes them look better.
Better?
What's the difference?
Please, answer the question.
Is it important?
It may be the most important thing in the universe. These cosmetics, they change people's faces?
You could say that.
It disguises them.
Well, strictly speaking, it might.
I see. Yes. Yes, I see.
But I hope you see something, because I don't.
Interrogator.
Yes, censor.
We have examined the ship. Have you examined the prisoner?
Who says I'm a prisoner?
You have not been spoken to.
I have examined the prisoner.
We see no use for the cargo. Destroy it.
At once.
Confiscate the ship.
Immediately.
Dispose of the prisoner.
What does that mean, dispose?
Save him for the games or eliminate him quietly. Whatever suits you.
What is he talking about?
I shall save him for the games.
Look, am I being sentenced to something?
To death.
Wait a minute. Don't I get a trial?
You have been tried and found guilty.
I have the right to defend myself.
You have no rights at all.
What sort of place is this? It could very easily fit certain places here on our own Earth. But this is a story that takes place far in the future, in a place so far away that the imagination can scarcely encompass the distance. But space, time, what do these things matter? People are people everywhere, aren't they? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. There are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy, is a favorite line of Shakespeare's. And, of course, he had a rather limited idea of heaven. He didn't know that the heavens consisted of an infinity of space with an unlimited number of worlds. Can you imagine what he might have written had he been able to talk with a modern astronomer or an astronaut?
From what I could gather, the man was called the censor. The girl who had been talking to me was called the interrogator. Anyhow, they both decided that it was all over for me. The man left.
You will be executed at the games.
What games are these supposed to be?
The games to honor the establishment of the autocracy.
Look, I don't have anything to do with all this.
What was your purpose in coming here?
I was on my way to Medusa.
Medusa?
Yes, it's a giant yellow star.
There is no such star.
How can you make a statement like that?
Because I never heard of it.
That doesn't mean that...
If it existed, I would have heard of it. Since I have never heard of it, that is proof that it never existed.
Why do I have to be killed?
Because you have come here to overthrow the autocrat.
That isn't true.
Are you a stranger?
Yes.
The only reason strangers come here is to overthrow the autocrat. Since you admit to being a stranger,
it just means... hold on. That doesn't necessarily follow.
Do you have legitimate business on this planet?
Well, no.
Then you admit it. Since you do not have legitimate business, you therefore must be treated as a stranger.
She stood up and nodded her head. 2 men in black robes came in. I understood I was to go with them. I don't care what world you're in. A cell is a cell. This was a small room with smooth white walls. There were 2 beds in it. I had a roommate. His name was Artie. I asked him why he was in jail.
I tried to kill the autocrat.
Look, set me straight, will you? Who is the autocrat?
He is the maximum ruler.
That's why you want to kill him?
I want to kill him because he oppresses the people.
And then what?
Then perhaps the next maximum ruler will be a kinder person.
And suppose he turns out worse?
That has happened before.
Mm-hmm. In that case, what do?
Kill him and hope again.
Wouldn't it make more sense to eliminate all these rulers entirely?
Well, then who would rule?
The people.
The people? How could the people rule?
Well, they would elect representatives to, let's say, to a Congress.
I don't understand how that could work.
It doesn't work with all these rulers either.
Well, that's because he has not come yet.
Who?
The ultimate ruler.
And who's he supposed to be?
The ultimate ruler? He will come down from the skies.
How?
He shall be carried by a bird.
Have to be a pretty big bird.
Yes. And he would mark his people.
Mark them? In what way?
In a certain way.
In other words, you don't know.
I only know what the prophecy reads.
Oh, it's prophecy.
For those of us who believe he will come.
Still, it should be easy to explain what marking his people would mean.
I suppose with a sign that will enable everyone to recognize them.
All right. Meanwhile, how does it look for you and me?
We shall be executed.
You say you were opposed to the ruler. What'd you do?
I wasn't able to do anything. We are too few, too weak. Or maybe we are many, but we do not know it. We have no sign by which we may recognize each other.
Well, what did you actually do to wind up in here?
I complained.
You complained? About what?
The weather.
You mean you're going to be executed because you complained about the weather?
It wasn't the first time. If you establish yourself as one who complains, it means you are basically a dissatisfied person. Therefore, you are likely to revolt.
Well, do you plan to just sit here and wait?
It does no good at all to make other plans.
Why not?
How can plans be carried out? We are sealed in here. There is no hope of escape.
There has to be something we can do.
We must face our fate bravely.
I can't accept that.
Accept it, since you may not reject it.
It seemed there was no help at all. The days passed. When would it happen? The games at which the execution would take place. Or were the executions the games? Even Artie didn't know. And the jailer who brought us our food wasn't talking. Then one morning, Artie was taken out of the cell. And I thought, this is it. But why was I being left behind? Then about an hour later, Artie returned. Hey, I thought that was the old ball game for you, Artie.
You were worried. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Your fault?
Oh, I should have told you. As the day draws closer, you're given a chance to save your life.
Oh? What kind of chance?
Well, naturally, you don't take it.
Why not? What have you got to lose?
Everything. You see, you are given an opportunity to inform on your fellow conspirators.
Oh.
The fact is, I don't have any fellow conspirators.
Well, didn't you say that you belong to an organization that wants to overthrow the autocrat?
I didn't say it was an organization.
Well, then how do you expect to...
One person can do it, if he is resourceful enough.
But wouldn't it be better if you did have a group?
Of course, but how would we know each other? I was very brave, but I wonder... Suppose I did have Confederates. Would I have betrayed them to save my own life?
I don't think you would, Artie. Then suddenly the door opened and the guards were in the cell. They grabbed me. I was hustled along some corridors and finally into a room. A small room. She was behind a table. There was no place for me to sit. Suddenly she took a small metal rod from under her black robe. She pointed it at every part of the room. It gave off a squealing noise.
One has to be sure.
Of what?
I'm sorry I cannot offer you a chair. My name is Dinara.
What do we have to be sure of?
That we are not overheard. We are safe for a moment at any rate.
What am I doing here?
You know what you are doing here. You have been sent here to save us.
I what?
You are the ultimate ruler.
Me? Now, just hold on.
It does you no good to deny it.
I'm telling the truth. I have no idea
It's probably the truth as you see it. You do not know that you are the ultimate ruler. But you have fulfilled the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Surely Artie has talked with you in the cell.
Well, yes, but I didn't believe all...
It was predicted that the ultimate ruler will come down from the skies. He will be carried by a bird. What is the name of your ship?
You can't be serious.
The Lark. And it is a bird of delight. It's not an angry bird, a bird of prey.
That's all coincidence.
And he shall mark his people.
Well?
What have you brought on your ship, on the Lark? You have brought the devices with which your people can be marked. Paint and powder.
Look, I'm afraid you don't understand.
It's the prophecy.
I am not the ultimate ruler.
It does you no good to deny.
My name is Roger Thorpe.
You told me that.
I come from a planet called Earth that revolves around a tiny reddish dwarf star called Sol.
It doesn't matter.
I'm a trapped space captain. I carry mostly contraband if I want to make a living.
It's not important.
There's a place called the Hole in the Sky.
I never heard of it.
It's a spot in the universe where crazy things can happen. You get all twisted and turned in space and time.
It makes no difference.
So maybe I am in an entirely strange universe.
It doesn't change the prophecy. If you are aware or not of being the ultimate ruler, you fulfill all the requirements.
Why are you telling me this?
I, too, wish to overthrow the autocrat.
You? But aren't you a member of the regime?
There are many of us who do our work secretly and hope for the day to arrive.
The fact is, I'm going to be executed any day now. So what good does it do if you think I'm the ultimate ruler?
You have been brought here by your beautiful bird. You have brought the material with which to mark your people. Your people will save you.
There was only one way to make sense out of any of this. I would just have to assume that I had landed on a planet of nuts. Pure and simple. And so I did. But it got pretty grim. One day, Artie and I were taken from our cell and brought to an enormous stadium. There must have been 100,000 people. All of them wore black robes with hoods that covered their heads. Artie and I were led to the center of the arena. Then we heard the voice of the censor.
These men have plotted against the autocrat. Their fate is to be consumed by the mighty electric energy of the state. In a few moments, they shall no longer exist. Let this then serve as a lesson to all who would attempt similar madness.
Not a single word was heard from the robed and hooded crowd. And then we heard it. A humming that grew louder and louder. I began to feel warm, then hot, and soon it was as if I was on fire.
Stop!
Who dares halt the execution?
I, the interrogator.
For what purpose?
Revolt.
Arrest her!
Before anyone dares to touch me, I shall remove my hood. Look at my face. Let all who have the same marking now show their faces.
Her face was white as powder could make it. Her lips were red as the most flaming scarlet. I could hear her voice shouting,
Believers in the ultimate ruler, show your markings.
And now by the thousands, the hoods came off. And there they were. Men, women, children, with stark white faces and flaming red lips. Hardly anyone remained masked, except for the censor and a few high officers. And they were quickly hustled away. And now the silent crowd began to kneel.
Kneel! Homage to the ultimate ruler.
No one should kneel to me.
You are the ultimate ruler. They must.
About that makeup.
You mean the sacred markings.
Men shouldn't really wear any.
Would you deprive us of the privilege of showing our reverence and respect, ultimate ruler?
The prophecy has been fulfilled. The ultimate ruler has arrived on a beautiful bird. He has brought with him the markings that his faithful followers have proudly put on and shall wear forever. And now, all hail the ultimate ruler!
I don't understand completely. I'm the ultimate ruler. I'm treated with respect and reverence. I have whatever I want. There are times when I can't believe it. Am I lost in space? Or am I lost in my own imagination? Who knows? At times, this is real. And times when it seems like a dream. I only know one thing. I entered the hole in the sky. And I'm still in there.
Do any of us know what it means? Is there a hole in the sky? Is there a Bermuda Triangle? Are there mysterious disappearances that simply defy all rational explanation? We work for centuries to solve a riddle. And then when we think we know the answer, suddenly the original question looms larger than ever. I'll be back shortly.
I'm going on a picnic.
That's nice.
With Blanchie, my sweetheart. That's her over there.
And you want us to make up a picnic basket?
With special wine and special food, Mr.
Vino Bronco.
Hi, Mike McDonald.
Vino Bronco is the name of Lancer's white dinner wine.
Vino Bronco?
Yes, very crisp and refreshing. It's affordable, and it goes perfect with any food.
Like caviar?
Vino Bronco's perfect with caviar.
Okay, give me 2 quarts.
Of what?
Of caviar.
It's $25 an ounce. How much do you want?
Right. Well, there'll be 2 of us at the picnic.
Uh-huh.
And Blanchie eats like a bird.
Well, just give me an estimate.
How about a quarter of an ounce?
Perhaps you'd enjoy the Vino Bronco with something a little less expensive.
You mean like this chicken?
This pheasant.
Blanche eats meatloaf. Isn't this meatloaf?
No.
She eats meatloaf by the gobs.
It's not meatloaf. It's pâté de foie gras.
Okay, I'll take the Lancer's Vino Bronco. And what do you have to eat for under $10?
This jar of mustard.
Perfect. Blanche eats mustard by the gobs.
I'll wrap it up.
How do you want to eat the mustard here or
You
what?
can't eat the mustard.
Ah, the summertime, when everybody's fancy turns to love, and Lancer's Vino Bronco white dinner wine, imported by Hubeline, Hartford, Connecticut.
You think you've got a problem buying your mother a present this Mother's Day? Try buying presents for 4 mothers. I have my mother, Jack's mother, my grandmother, and his grandmother. I couldn't possibly leave anybody out, so I give them each the Whitman sampler. The sampler's been a Mother's Day tradition with us for years. If you've got a problem about what to buy your mother this Mother's Day, give her the Whitman sampler. It's the perfect way to say Happy Mother's Day, no matter how many mothers you have.
At the store, they told me there's a powerful anti-itch drug I can buy without a doctor's prescription. Now, I use Bicozine cream as directed. No more burning, embarrassing itching. No more scratching. Bicozine actually speeds healing. Bicozine cream. What a relief.
Now, soften and remove hard, callous skin with the same ingredient doctors use most. Apply Dermasoft cream to feet, hands, elbows as directed. Dermasoft cream.
Maybe there is a hole in the sky. After all, Einstein spoke of a place where the past, the present, the future are all intermixed and intermingled. He says it occurs at the speed of light. But just think, in the universe that's surrounded by our own minds, the private universe that each of us presides over, the past, present, and future frequently mix and mingle. And that truly can be where you find the hole in the sky. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Joan Shea, Earl Hammond, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
If you can't pay your gas, electric, coal, oil, or other fuel bills, you may qualify for help from the city of Detroit. To apply, you must live in...
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today, a tale of conscience. The self-accusing fear that most of us at one time or another have experienced. When it's but a twinge of conscience, we can push it from us, shove it away, out of sight, under the rug, dispose of it easily. But when conscience is keenly felt, it can be so all-consuming that there's but one solution, and that is death.
All I asked for, Anna, was a loan from your mother to get me started.
I'm sorry she said no. Ask her again.
What, do you think I like begging? Oh, no, not me. I'm not going to. And as of now, they're going to have to pay their own way. If your mother and father don't shell out and help share the expenses, I'm going to tell them to get out, pack up, and leave.
Jack, they're my parents.
And it's my roof they're living under, food and rent free. Well, two can play at this game. I want them out of here.
Our mystery drama, The Pardon, was taken from an original tale by Emil Bazin and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Gerald Keane. It stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We're in a small mining town in Pennsylvania. Coal is again coming to the surface, much in demand. The town is beginning to prosper. But there are still the poor. And the family of Jack and his wife Anna are very poor. Jack was a miner once until his chest was crushed. Now the only work he can find is as an odd job man, which pays little. Is poor for the pocket, the spirit, and the disposition.
Anna! Anna? Where is everybody? Anna! Don't smell anything on the stove at 6 o'clock. Yeah, maybe she's next door. I'll take a look outside. Anna, where are you?
Evening, Jack.
Oh, good evening, Officer Garrity.
What's the problem, Jack?
Huh? Problem? What problem? Who said there was a problem?
Yeah, how many years have you known me, Jack?
Oh, I don't know, since you were a boy, about 29, 30 years.
Mm-hmm, and I know you and Anna and your mother-in-law and father-in-law.
So you're practically family.
So you only call me Officer Garrity when something's bothering you.
Well, it's Anna and her mother. I come home, nothing cooking. Happens at least twice a week. You know, those two start gabbing, the world could come to an end. They wouldn't notice it. What am I supposed to do?
Oh, easy, Jack. Don't get yourself riled.
Just wait till you're married.
The best girls have all got husbands. You don't know how lucky you are. You got Anna.
Oh, sure. I am so lucky. 45, 4 patched ribs, right shoulder dislocated permanently. Insurance I got for the accident all gone. I can't make a decent wage. Boy, am I lucky.
Now, I mean to have Anna for a wife. You're also working every day.
Oh, yeah, so I am, Officer Garrity. Cleaning out laboratories, sweeping floors, raking leaves. You call that work? Now, why me, Chuck? Why do all the bad things fall on my doorstep? What did I do to deserve that?
Maybe you need a change.
Yeah, no, I was thinking just that, you know. But I couldn't decide which Ritz hotel to go to, Paris or Harrisburg. Or maybe go to Saratoga, take in all the races.
Now, you know I didn't mean that, Jack.
Now, you can't know what I mean. You know, I see those guys every single day going down into the pits. Well, they've got my job. They're making good money, but the elevator falls on me. I'm out of the game. I'm washed up.
Are you through crying? How would you like to take over Bill's machine shop?
What, are you kidding? You mean Bill wants out of his business?
That's what I heard say today. I bet if you talked to him, he'd make you a good price.
Machine shop? Oh, boy, would I ever love that. But I don't have a dime.
What about Anna's mother? I bet she's good for it. At least the down payment.
My mother-in-law is the biggest tightwad since Scrooge. Now, why do you think she and Albert live with us? They made a fortune on their condominium in Florida, come up north years ago, and moved in on us. You know where she's got her money? Right in a big old trunk at the foot of her bed.
Well, maybe your father-in-law could talk her into it. Bill isn't asking for big money.
What, Albert? He's weak as water. Not that I can blame him married to that. Well, you know, when you're young, Chuck, you think you're just marrying one girl. You don't know you're marrying her whole family.
Yeah. I'd think it over if I were you, Jack. Bill's place would be just the deal for you. Ask your mother-in-law. You never know.
Yeah, well, I know. It's hopeless. I'm pretty sure she's got a fortune locked up in her trunk. But we'll never see it.
I'll tell you what. I can go talk to Herb Draper at the bank. He's married to my sister.
Now, don't be crazy, Chuck. You think a bank is going to give me credit? Me, Jack Tanner, a 45-year-old handyman with a strapped-up chest? No steady job? Don't make me laugh.
I sure wish you wouldn't talk like that. It's no good for a man to be as sour as you are. It eats away at your insides.
You know, you just reminded me. Something else is eating away at my insides, and that I won't stand for.
What's that?
I came home hungry, and I aim to be fed. And I've had just about enough from your mother. Because of her, I have to wait for 2 hours for my dinner. And then when I ask her a civil question, I get a reply that turns my stomach.
It's not that bad.
I know what you're going to say. She's an old lady. She has a bad heart. I shouldn't ask her questions about money. I've heard all that for years. But tonight, that was too much. I asked her, Mother, how would you like your son-in-law to go into the machine shop business? It's a wonderful opportunity. I might be able to buy it if you'll help me swing the down payment. And she gives me this look. Your own mother, Anna. Flesh and blood. And she says, you heard her. She says, if you can't afford it, don't do it. It's too much for any man to take, Anna. I'm not like your father sitting here keeping quiet. Albert, you can take it. She's your wife. I can't.
Dad, say something.
Don't know what there is to say, Anna.
No, it's not. It's not Albert's fault. Your mother's got all the money. I'm not asking for a gift. It's a loan. It's a business investment. I know the machine shop business inside out. Now, I'll never get this chance to get on my feet again. Now, maybe you can make her understand, Albert, that this is a chance for her own daughter to be a lot better off than married to an ex-coal miner who does odd jobs.
This is terrible, fighting about money in your own family.
Your mother's temperamental, Anna. She's always been that way.
Do you think I like begging? Now, I'm not going to. And I tell you this, Albert. The way I feel right now, if you and she, Anna's mother, don't shell out with something, you're going to have to pack up and leave.
Jack, what are you saying?
Do you think it's about time?
They're my parents.
And it's my roof they're living under, food and rent-free.
I don't think Jack's being unreasonable, Anna. I'll talk to your mother.
Now, look, I have no quarrel with you, Albert. You're all right. Now, we all make mistakes. You know what yours were. Getting stuck in a mine elevator shaft was mine. But I don't have to make things worse for myself by living under the same roof with those I can't get along with. Now, I'm sorry, but that's it. If I can't breathe easily, I might as well be dead.
Jack, come to bed. You've been standing there in the dark for an hour staring out of the window.
I didn't know you were awake.
Please come to bed.
I'm not sleepy.
Are you still angry at Mother?
Am I crazy, or doesn't she have cash money in that trunk of hers and jewelry? Now, what good is it in a trunk?
I've never seen it.
But you've heard her talk about it often enough, haven't you? Her widow's mite, whatever that means.
I guess everybody knows she inherited a lot from Grandpa, and of course she has all Grandma's jewelry.
Anna, all I asked for was a loan, a business loan. She never liked me.
Of course she did. She does now.
No, never. And you know why? Her daughter, who went to the Philadelphia School of Music, ended up marrying a coal miner. Well, she hated that.
That's not true.
But that didn't stop them from moving in with us.
Well, they were getting old. They had no one to take care of them. We asked them to.
Well, that was all right. That was all right when I was making money in the mine. I thought it'd be good for you, Anna, having your folks here. But when I was laid up and after, getting out of the hospital, did they ever go to the supermarket with you and say, let me buy this week's groceries? No, never.
Oh, Jack, please. You'll wake her up, and she's right next door. No, where's the switch to the bedside lamp?
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Albert, you'll have to sleep downstairs. You snore, and I don't wish to be disturbed. He's on the sofa, and she's next door in the bedroom.
Jack, you're all dressed.
Will you turn that light off? I'm going out.
At this hour? Don't, Jack. You need your rest.
For what? I don't have a job tomorrow. This darn trunk lock. Oh, give.
Who? What are you doing there?
Hey, let
What
go
are
of me.
you doing
Let
there?
go of
Stop
me,
it.
old
Get
woman.
away
Will you
from
let
that trunk.
go?
Get away.
Get away from me.
What are you doing, Jack? Jack, get away from that trunk.
I'm looking for something. Go back to bed.
Jack, will you stop it? Jack, stop it. Jack, you're throwing every... Mother! What is it, Mother? Jack, she's over here. She's lying on the floor. Mother, will you get up?
She tried to stop me. She must have fallen down.
Mother, will you get up? Jack, help me put her back on the bed.
Oh, come on. She's faking. And there's nothing in this trunk but old clothes. Hats, shoes. And where's the money?
Mother, will you wake up?
Nothing but shoes.
What is it, Anna?
Dad, quick. It's Mother.
There's got to be a box somewhere in this trunk. There's a money box.
Dad, look at her. She's lying there.
Hey, give me a hand, Anna. We'll lift her back up on the bed. What has happened?
I think I saw her blink her eyes, Mother. Mother, are you all right? I think she's just fainted.
Mother, say something. What happened, Jack? Jack, what are you doing in their trunk?
There's nothing, not a darn thing, not a dime. Just a lot of old clothes. She was lying to us the whole time. She must have spent it all.
Jack, put down that iron bar. Have you gone crazy?
Yes, I've gone crazy. Driven crazy by lies.
You're smashing it.
Lies. Stupid old trunk. Nothing in it but rags.
Anna.
What is it, Dad?
She's not breathing. Mother's dead.
What we have just heard may have been an accident, or it may have been a crime. If it contains a spark of evil, it will light the fires of fear. You remember the saying, the mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceeding fine? Once begun, those wheels of conscience can grind upon the mind of man till he may be crushed. I shall return shortly with Act 2. What we call the hand of fate is often powered by the hand of man. As I said, the wheels are set into motion and under their own weight gather speed, sometimes of terrifying consequence. The results can be fatal, as it is in that small upstairs room where a woman lies dead, her husband horror-struck, and her daughter trembling with a growing suspicion her mother may have been murdered.
Oh, Chuck, I'm so glad you're here.
Hello, Anna. You phoned the station house? Some trouble?
Please come in, Chuck.
Yeah, lucky I just came off duty. My one night, you know. Well, what is it? What happened?
Mother's dead.
Your mother?
Mm-hmm.
Where is she?
Upstairs, lying on a bed.
Where's your dad?
He's with her.
And Jack?
He went out.
Oh, did you call a doctor?
It wasn't any use.
How come?
There was nothing a doctor could do.
Better have a look. Which way is it?
Oh, just up these stairs.
Yeah. Well, what happened to Jack? Where'd he go?
I don't know. He just ran out.
At this time of night in his pajamas?
No, he was all dressed.
This door?
No, that's our bedroom. Jack's and mine.
Uh-huh.
Dad, he sleeps downstairs. Mother's is the one down here. It's this one.
Okay. Oh, Albert, I'm awfully sorry about this.
Oh, Dad, just all right, Dad. Don't cry. It'll be all right.
Let me have a look. Yeah, no question about it. That's a stroke, maybe. I'll put in a call to the coroner.
Please, Dad. Why don't you go back downstairs, make yourself some coffee?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Go ahead, Albert. You can't accomplish anything up here.
All these years together. Now she's gone.
All right, go on, Dad. Go on downstairs.
If I need to ask you some questions, I'll ask you later, sir, okay?
I just can't believe it.
What happened in this room? Looks like an earthquake struck. The way that trunk's been smashed to pieces. Clothes all over the floor. Person must have been looking for something, that's obvious. Anna, did you catch someone in here?
Well, there was no one here but us.
What's this here? An iron bar. No, don't touch it. It might have fingerprints. Supposing we go back downstairs, Anna. I'll call the station house. Then maybe you'd better tell me exactly what you know.
Dad, I'm scared stiff. The jury's been out 2 hours.
Well, if they feel anything like I do, they won't know how to decide.
All the time, Jack's been in jail. No matter how many times I went to see him, he'd just sit there behind that wire fence. I couldn't get him to open his mouth. He's in some other world.
I hope they believed him. You know, that it was an accident, that Mother got up and fell and hit her head.
Well, of course, that's how it happened.
And I could see they didn't like him breaking open that trunk, his fingerprints all over the heavy bar, and him admitting he wanted to take her money. And that counted against him. Jack was so angry that night. You do terrible things when you're angry.
He'd never taken anything that didn't belong to him in his whole life. It was the iron bar. If they don't find him innocent, it'll be because of that iron bar.
Jury. And Jack said he only used it to pry open the trunk. Did you see their faces? Of course, there was blood on it. Mother fell on it.
Will the prisoner rise and stand before the bar? Jack Tanner, you have been judged guilty of murder in the second degree by a jury of your peers. Before this court pronounces sentence, do you have anything to say for yourself?
I'm not guilty. It's you, all of you, who are guilty. You broke my back. I couldn't get decent work, and now you're going to put me away. Well, as God is my witness, it was an accident. I pushed her away, and she fell. Now, is it my fault she hit her head, the grasping, greedy old liar? What, are you going to stop me from talking, too? You asked me, do I have anything to say? Well, I have. I swear to you all, the day I get out, if I'm 90, I'll see to it that you're all repaid. An eye for an eye.
There will be no threats in this courtroom. Are you quite through? Finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. I know that.
By the authority vested in me by the state of Pennsylvania, I sentence you to 20 years in penal servitude.
20 years? 20 years? You're going to lock me up for 20 years?
You will be taken from this place to the state prison where you will serve out the duration of your sentence.
What you're doing is evil.
Take him away.
It's evil. I'll come back, and I'll be revenged. You'll see if I don't.
Anna, you still in the kitchen?
Dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes, Dad. I hope you don't mind burned vegetables.
No. I'm getting used to them.
I don't know why I'm so absent-minded. Can't seem to keep my mind on anything anymore.
It's hard, Anna, I know.
I'll tell you something, Dad. Maybe it's terrible of me to say this. I do miss Jack. As every year goes by, it's harder, but I don't miss the Jack of the last few years before he went to prison. The man he became after that mine elevator crushed him. I miss the husband he was before that.
Yes. And you take a big, strong man and cripple him, Anna. You cripple his spirit as well.
He changed so much, you have no idea. And I still, after 5 years and 3 months, I still lie awake at night thinking about what he threatened to do when he got out.
Anna, don't do that. You've got years ahead of you.
20, less 5.
You could get married again.
How could I? I'm married to Jack.
I think I read somewhere that you can divorce a man who's in jail for murder.
Oh, I can't even think about that now. Oh, did I tell you, Dad? I'm almost finished with my typing course.
Glad to hear it. That's what you need. To get out of this house and make new friends. Glad you're going to quit the store. Anna.
Who's that?
It's me, Jack. Shh.
Jack, is that you? Honest?
Now, don't turn on the light.
But I don't understand.
I told them they couldn't keep me in prison.
You escaped?
Over the wall and into the woods.
What are you going to do?
I'll just sit myself down at the end of your bed, Anna.
What do you want me to do?
You remember the trial? The prosecutor. What happened, Mrs. Tanner? Can you tell us in your own words, was your husband searching for something in your mother's trunk? He'd had a quarrel with her earlier that evening about money.
Jack, You mustn't think I gave evidence against you.
You saw no one else in your mother's bedroom but your husband, Jack, did you, Mrs. Tanner?
I had to tell the truth.
Oh, why didn't you tell all of it? That your mother always made us believe that she had money and jewelry, that she was stingy and miserly. Why didn't you tell them that?
I wanted Dad to, but they wouldn't call him to the stand.
But you're my wife. Why didn't you? Nobody said anything about the years I worked, about how I never took a dime from anybody. They made me out a thieving, ungrateful son-in-law who broke into your mother's trunk and then broke her head open, and you did nothing to change that opinion.
Jack, what's that in your hand?
What, this?
It's that same... It's the iron bar.
Yeah. It's a little heavy, isn't it?
Where did you get it? I thought the police took it.
Oh, I just happened to find it. And one little tap from this. You missed me, Anna?
Yes, of course I have.
You don't sound convincing.
I have.
Dear little wife. Dear little Mrs. Judas. So you're interested in this iron bar, are you?
Jack, please, Jack, you're not...
I'm not what? Just look how easy it is for me to lift it. Yeah, I'm very strong. Stronger than I was when I went to prison. You know, you can build up a lot of muscle in 5 years. Here, you see, I can lift this long, thick iron bar with just 2 fingers.
I wish you'd put that down, Jack.
Down? How about softly down on your head? After all, if I used it once on your mother, why not use it again? Now, you just lie still, my dear. Don't move. Now, watch. I lift the bar high over your head. What's the matter with you? I'm only demonstrating the strength of my arms. Here, you see? Look how easily I can lift it up and down over your head. Do you really think you deserve to live, Anna?
I'm so terribly sorry for everything, Jack. I really am.
Now, let me look at your face more closely. Ah, yes. Such a sweet, innocent face. Now, look straight into my eyes, Anna. Ah, yes, the eyes of betrayal. Did I tell you how strong my fingers are? Now, suppose I just show you. I can just place them on your throat.
No, Jack,
Here,
no.
Look how easily, even with one hand, 5 fingers can circle your throat. Now, if I placed 2 hands here and here... You like my hands on your neck, Anna, so close to you? You'd like to scream, but the words stick in your throat, huh? Oh, you're begging now, aren't you? Now, what is it you're begging for? A life? Forgiveness? Wouldn't you prefer death? Ah, yes, I think you would. A nice squeeze. Ever so gently. Tighter. 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 Can you still breathe, dear Anna? I'll let you have one more breath, and then...
Anna, wake up. I heard you scream. You were having a nightmare.
Father, you won't believe this. Jack was here.
No, he wasn't, child.
No.
It was a dream.
Is there Dad, that iron bar on the floor next to my bed?
Iron bar? Of course not, Anna. There's nothing here at all.
Then it was a dream.
Yes.
Oh, Dad, it was so real. It was Jack. He'd escaped from prison, and he was here in this bedroom. His hands were around my throat. It was horrible.
No. I'll heat you a glass of milk, and then you try to get to sleep. For what's left of the night.
Sleep? No, I'd be afraid to sleep. Why do I have these nightmares, Dad? Jack blaming me, trying to kill me. Oh, hello, Chuck. I was just going out.
Well, hello, Anna. It's a little early for you, isn't it?
Oh, I'm catching a bus to the city.
Not working at the store anymore?
Not for long, I hope. I'm taking my final exam today at the stenographic school.
Oh, then get yourself a good job.
Yes. I've let too much time slip by.
I always said a woman should learn to be independent, especially a woman alone. Can I come inside a minute?
Oh, sure. Come on in. It's not going to take long, is it? I don't want to miss that bus.
No, only a minute. I heard on the radio this morning that the governor is planning to pardon a number of prisoners this month, and I talked to the warden in Harrisburg. I hope you don't mind.
You talked to the... Where Jack is?
Right. Now, I think he's got a good chance.
I don't understand.
Well, what the warden said was Jack's had a good record of exemplary conduct, he called it, for all these years, and taking into consideration the fact that there was always some doubt as to whether he actually hit your mother. Well, you remember he maintained she had fallen, hit her head?
They're going to pardon Jack?
Well, it's not a sure thing, but I thought I'd come by and tell you the good news. Jack might be right back here in just a few weeks.
Good news? Is it? Or is it perhaps the most threatening news Anne could hear? Be not afraid of sudden fear, says the good book, neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh. But it may take more than the comforting words of the Bible to reassure this woman that freedom for her husband means safety for her. I shall return shortly with Act 3. To return for a moment to the Proverbs. Whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein. It says in the Bible, and he that rolleth a stone, it will return upon him. These very fears plagued the conscience of this young wife. Did she indeed dig a pit of evidence from which her husband could not extricate himself? These apprehensions are driving Mrs. Tanner to distraction. And from there, how far is she from madness?
Dad, what am I going to do? Chuck said Jack might be pardoned. How can that be?
It's not going to happen, Anna. Now, don't worry yourself about what might be.
But he said Dad, he said he'd kill us all.
Al, Jack said no such thing.
But that's what he meant. I'm so afraid. I just feel sick. I have to get away. That's what I'll do.
Where would you go?
Anywhere where he can't find me. Dad, you don't know Jack as I do.
How can you leave now? When you've just got this good job with Angus McPhailen. Now, jobs aren't growing on trees these days.
Oh, Mr. McPhailen, I forgot. Dad, do you think maybe he could help? Oh, but what if he can't? I've suddenly got this terrible chill. I can't stop shivering. I can't.
Anna, I saw your note on my desk when I came in this morning. What is it you wish to see me about?
Oh, I'll be finished with this letter in a second, Mr. McPhailen. It's got to go out this morning.
Oh, Anna, I have told you to call me Angus. Now, this is a family business.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Angus. Here, there you are. For you to sign.
All right. Now, child, tell me what's troubling you.
Well, I've been told the governor may give Jack a pardon.
Well, now, that is fine news. You must be very pleased.
No, you don't understand. When they found Jack guilty, he yelled out in the court. It was awful. He said someday when he got out, he'd get even with those who put him in prison.
I see.
Do you? Do you really?
Well, I do remember reading about it, Anna, in the papers. It was a long time ago.
5 years. But if he gets out, I'm afraid that he might hurt my father and me.
Oh, but why would he harm you, his own wife?
Jack was the most wonderful husband any woman could ever want. I loved him, and I know he loved me very much. But after he was hurt in that mine accident and they wouldn't take him back, well, he changed. He was full of anger all the time.
You don't have to say any more, Anna.
He said, I'll get you. That was me, he meant. That's why I have to go away. I had to tell you, Mr. McPhailen, in case you have any advice.
Anna, before you do anything hasty, I'd like you to see a friend of mine. He's a very, very good attorney. You know, the law is created to protect the people, and you have rights. Anna? Anna, what are you doing?
I'm packing my things. I'm leaving, Dad.
Where are you going?
I don't know exactly. Someplace where I can feel safe, and then I'll come and I'll get you.
I thought you were going to see Angus McPhail's lawyer to see how you could be protected in case Jack was released from prison.
I saw the lawyer, Dad, and it's no use. I'm trapped.
Now, just slowly. What did the lawyer say?
He was a very nice man. I said to him, "Can I leave, Jack?" And he said, "Yes, you can after you get a divorce. But unless there are very special circumstances, it takes a long time. And in order to get that divorce, I'd have to prove that Jack ill-treated me."
I can see the problem.
Yes, that's what the lawyer said, too. He said I'd need clear proof. But the awfulest part of it is that if Jack comes home, I have to live with him in this house as his wife. Dad, what am I going to do? He will kill me as soon as he sees me. I know.
I'll go and have a talk with that lawyer myself. He said, very special circumstances, huh? Well, that's what these are. It'll be all right. Anna, don't look at me like that. Anna, what's the matter? Stop staring. Why, your hands are icy cold. Oh, for heaven's sakes, child, what is it? Yes, sir?
I'm Angus McPhail. You Anna's father?
Oh, yes. Come in. Come in by all means, Mr. McPhail.
Thank you.
I've heard a lot about you. I thought you were the doctor and that you'd come back because you'd forgotten something. He was just here.
Well, I stopped by because I hadn't heard from Anna in a week, and then the news... I was beginning to get worried she hasn't been to work.
Well, it's all my fault, Mr. McPhail. I should have let you know.
You say the doctor's been here? Is she very ill?
Well, it's been a week of horrors, I tell you. She hasn't spoken one word in 7 days.
The poor child, not one word?
When she came back from that lawyer that you sent her to, she got bad news. She was packing to leave. Get herself a new place to live. Another identity. She was that frightened of her husband.
It's a sad thing.
Suddenly, and just as she was packing, she went into a kind of seizure. Hardly knows me anymore. Speaks to no one.
I had no idea what it was, why she didn't come to work. So, as soon as I heard the news tonight, I thought I'd come over and see if she knew.
What news?
You didn't hear it on the radio?
No, I haven't had it on.
6 o'clock news tonight. I came right over. I feel about Anna the way I would about my own daughter.
What news, Mr. McPhail?
He's dead. I heard it twice on the radio at the beginning and again at the end of the news.
Who's dead?
Why, her husband, Jack Tanner, died in prison last night.
Jack Tanner is dead?
What? Is that true?
Anna, what are you doing down here? You're supposed to be up in bed.
Is that true, Angus? Is that really true?
Anna, you found your voice.
Dear me, girl, I didn't mean to get you up.
Is that true?
I'm afraid so. So, now you have nothing to fear, Anna. Your husband died in prison yesterday. What is it? Anna, child.
Oh, she's fainted. So wrought up about everything. Here, please help me lift her. We'll carry her back upstairs to bed. And then we have a friend in the police force. I can get him to call the warden just to make sure. Hello? Oh, yes, Chuck. What's that? Say that again. No, I didn't hear the radio, but somebody told me. It's not true. Mistake? You mean Jack isn't dead? Still in prison? False rumor. Oh, how these things start. Okay. Yes, I understand. Thanks for calling, Chuck. Another man died with a similar name.
Do you really believe someday he'll come back and revenge himself on the two of you?
It doesn't matter what I think. It's what Anna thinks. What was that noise? The front door.
Yes, maybe somebody came in.
Oh, somebody went out. Hey, wait here, Angus. I'll just go upstairs a moment. Mr. McPhail, Angus, she's gone. Anna is gone.
Is this where I buy a bus ticket?
Yes, ma'am. Where to?
How far will $25 take me?
That depends.
On what?
Well, I could book you to Providence, Rhode Island, or south to Baltimore, or west to Columbus, Ohio.
Providence. That's certainly what I need. Maybe it's a good omen.
That'll be $24.15. Here.
When does the next bus leave for Providence?
In exactly half hour. She'll be pulling in about 20 minutes. You can board her then. Say, aren't you Mrs. Tanner? Mrs. Tanner, come back. You forgot your change. Another 85 cents for the poor box.
Hiya, Mike.
Hello, Chuck. Caught any speeders today?
I want you to look at this picture. Has this girl come by here in the last hour trying to buy a bus ticket?
Oh, she sure did. Just a moment ago. That's Mrs. Tanner, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Where was she headed?
Providence. Just left my window. Hey, is she in some kind of trouble or something?
No, but I'll be in a heap of it if I don't find her.
Dad, are you home? I got good news today, Dad. I went to see that lawyer again, and he said
Hello, Anna. How are you?
Jack, it's you.
You're kind of surprised, aren't you? I guess I'm surprised, too.
Did you escape? How did you get out?
What do you think? I'm crazy? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Didn't you expect me?
No.
Well, didn't anybody notify you?
Nobody told us anything.
I was pardoned. Yeah, it's hard to believe they wouldn't tell you. Anna? You all right?
I don't know. Maybe they did tell me, and I just put it out of my mind. Is that possible?
Aren't you glad to see me?
A long time ago, I had this dream about you coming home. You don't suppose this is a dream, too, is it?
Oh, no. No, it's real. And I'm real. Yeah, maybe you don't recognize the suit. They gave it to me. And some money I earned. Hey, aren't you going to give me a kiss?
No, don't.
Okay. Okay, you're the boss. You miss me, Anna?
Of course I have. Oh, Lord in heaven. The last time. The dream. Have you missed me? That's what you said. Of course I have. That's what I said. This must be a dream.
Anna, you home already? Oh, Jack.
Hello, Albert.
Is it you?
It's me. You know, Anna thinks she's dreaming. Anna, where you going?
Probably she's gone up to her room.
You mean our room? Now, what's the matter with her? Isn't she glad to see her husband?
Jack, I don't know how Anna's going to take your coming back like this all of a sudden. She hasn't been well in all these years.
Oh, it seems funny. Instead of welcoming her husband with open arms, she's running away. Like she's scared of me. Anna, aren't you coming to bed? It's midnight. Hey, what are you doing standing there in the dark?
I'm not sleepy.
Well, what if you aren't? You're going to stay up all night?
No. There isn't room in that bed.
What are you talking about?
You go to sleep. I'll go down to the living room. There's a book I want to read.
I don't understand you. Are you afraid of me? Do you hate me?
I'll see you in the morning.
You come back here. You understand? No nonsense. Hey, what is it with you? Hey, your hands are as cold as ice. Hey, what do you know? It's morning. I'm home. And I clean forgot this is my own bed. Hey, Anna, wake up. Did I ever sleep great? You know, that's the best night's sleep I've had. Come on, darling, get up. Hey, Anna, it's time for breakfast. Anna? No.
It was too short a service. We'll get him one day. He'll be back.
I know what you're thinking, Chuck. With the coroner's verdict, 2 doctors. No, there wasn't a mark on her.
But a young woman like that to die of a heart attack? I still can't believe it.
Nobody can, Chuck. Least of all her husband.
I hate that man. It's a good thing he left town.
You're wronging him. He was crying like a baby. And the doctor said her heart just failed her. Now, look, I'm her father. I felt just like you did, Chuck. How could it be? I said to Jack, she died of fear, that's what. He couldn't understand it. What fear, he said to me. Of you, I said. Of me? Why, I loved her.
Thus, conscience doth make cowards of us all. But can it kill us? Frighten us to death? No, it was not only the self-accusing fear that stopped the heartbeat. It was the past, the present. And for Anna, it was the emptiness of the future. I shall return shortly on a slightly more hopeful note.
My children are very thin, and they're very small. And I always feel, they gotta eat.
Mrs. Ruth Opfelbaum tells how she's always been able to get her family to eat well.
Kraft macaroni and cheese, through the years, I know they like it. Even as little babies, I remember I put it on the high chair. And they pick it, before they used a fork. And they pick the little noodles up with their fingers. And they just always have liked it. They do like it.
Kraft macaroni and cheese dinner. You know they're going to like it.
Reynolds Wrap. It's the wrap that makes summer more fun. Reynolds Wrap. Wraps up everything under the sun.
Heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap sure comes in handy when we go camping.
Like for cooking hamburgers or fish over a campfire.
Yes, and for making disposable cups and plates.
And how about Reynolds Wrap under sleeping bags? Keeps dampness out.
The great outdoors wouldn't be so great without it.
Reynolds Wrap. Use heavy-duty Reynolds Wrap. Maxwell House's coffee you can count on. Maxwell House, good to the last drop. Maxwell House is
good morning.
Maxwell House is
good company.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Maxwell House, coffee you can count on. Always smells good, always tastes good, always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House is
good coffee.
Good to the last drop. Maxwell House.
Folks, this is Jim Backus and the Lazy Boy Teddy Bear to tell about Lazy Boy's 50th anniversary.
Right, Jim. What a celebration.
Yes, Lazy Boy dealers everywhere are joining this big event. And now is the time for you to purchase a famous Lazy Boy recliner or swivel rocker.
Jim, they can save money, too.
Right. And with Father's Day near, a Lazy Boy chair is a perfect gift. What a recliner. And folks, that's the Lazy Boy bare facts.
That little voice of conscience in us, often called the inner voice, acts like a guardian, reminding us of the truth we already know, nudging us to observe our better instincts, warning against misconduct or misdeeds. Indeed, where would we be without that voice? Renounce it, and the devil is your guide. Listen to it, and you are safe on the side of the angels. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Carol Teitel, Russell Horton, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
is the voice of the Rocky Mountain West. Radio 85, KOA Denver.
CBS News. CBS News. CBS News. CBS News. CBS News. CBS News. CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There are many things we believe whose existence can in no way be proven. The possibility of peace in the world is one. Man's inborn goodness is another. Or do I repeat myself? The beneficence of nature, the infinite genius of science, the feasibility of a utopian state, and the most abiding faith of all, the reality of a supreme God and man's undying soul.
Oh, the darkness. The deep, impenetrable darkness. Like a starless night on a country road and no moon. No, darker than that. A tunnel that stretches on and on, endlessly on. Black as ink. As cold as pitch. But wait. Wait, look there. Look. Look there.
Our mystery drama, Body and Soul, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Preoccupation with the human soul is as old as Egypt, and probably older. Before men had devised a system of writing to express their thoughts and feelings, they may well have thought and felt that each one of them possessed a something quite extraneous to his body, even as we do now. And that is why this story is called Body and Soul.
What a trashy book, honestly.
Who is that woman? She's sitting in front of the window reading.
Nothing but sex, sex, sex.
She's holding a book in front of her face. How very strange. I can see her face right through the book.
Filthy. Absolutely filthy.
And I can see the back of the chair and the wall behind that. Now, isn't that odd?
I wonder if the mail has arrived. You think it has, Mrs. Burton?
And through the wall?
Mrs. Burton, you think the mail has come yet?
I can see through the book, through her head, through the chair, through the wall. I can see the vines growing up outside of the wall. I can see the top of the mulberry tree. Now, isn't that odd that I should be able to do that?
You asleep, Mrs. Burton?
Doesn't seem odd, though. It seems very natural.
Well, you just go ahead and sleep. You need all the rest you can get.
The most natural thing in the world.
Back in a jiffy.
I'm glad she's gone. She's lighting a cigarette. Why did she say she was going to see about the mail? I'm glad she left the room because I seem to be waiting for something. Oh, that sound. What was it? Where did it come from? Why did I hear it in my left ear and not in my right ear? That's strange. But it's not strange. It's right. It's really right. My hair is getting thin and back. I'm lying on my back for so long, I suppose. Why, look at that. I actually have a little bald spot on the back of my head where the hair is thinned out. About as big as a $50. Yes, I can see it clearly. Oh, my. What's this in front of me? Hanging down from where? From the ceiling? From the roof? From the sky? Is it a ribbon? A rope? A string? It's very lovely. It's the color of moonlight. What's that? Smoke. Smoke from that cigarette she's smoking out in the hall. No. It's rising straight up from where I'm lying. It's mist, fog, haze. So delicate, so fine, like a cobweb. And the silver string falls through it. And I'm rising through the mist, along the silver string, rising, floating above everything, and looking down. Who's that? Who's that woman down there? She's lying on a bed, so still, hardly breathing. So pale, so quiet, so thin, so wasted. What? It's myself. That's Laura Burton lying there. I've been sick for a long time. That's why I look so worn, so exhausted. Oh, poor Laura. Poor Laura. I don't like to leave you, but I must. I must. Feel the wind. Oh, feel the wind. I'm traveling very fast, and the wind is very strong. And I'm traveling with it. I'm flying with it. I'm as fast as the wind, and I am the wind. The wind is me, and I am the wind. But the darkness... the deep, impenetrable darkness. Like a starless night on a country road and no moon. No darker than that. A deep well, deep as the earth is deep. No, a tunnel. A long tube of some sort that stretches on and on. Endlessly on. Black as ink. As coal. As pitch. But wait. Look there. Look there. A light. A tiny little light. And I'm flying toward it. Straight on. So fast. Oh, so eager am I to reach that light. I come closer and closer, so fast and faster and faster. And I'm here. I'm here. Oh, how lovely it all is. How beautiful, how tranquil. Here is all the peace and rest I shall ever need or want. Where am I? Can this be paradise? Oh, there are flowers. See the flowers. Smell the flowers. And the golden light. It's not the sun. I see no sun. Only a shimmer of golden light. Oh,
lying on her back in bed. Laura Burton. Wasn't that her name? I nearly forgot her. There she is, poor thing. So tired. So ill. The door is opening. Someone's coming into the room. Someone is crossing over to the bed where Laura Burton is lying.
Well, now, everything all right? There wasn't any mail. Have you been a good girl while I was downstairs? Mrs. Burton, can't you hear me? I can't feel your pulse. I can't feel a thing. Oh, good Lord, that this should happen to me. I'll get your husband. I'll call the doctor.
What a fuss. There she goes scurrying out of the room, running down the stairs. Up, she almost fell. No, she's all right. She's knocking on the door. Yes, that's Robert's study. And there's Robert sitting at his desk.
Come in.
Mr. Burton, you better come upstairs.
Why, something wrong? Mrs. Burton?
I came downstairs just now to check and see if there was any mail. I was only out of the room for a minute or two. When I got back, well, I couldn't find her pulse.
What?
But maybe it's just very weak. It's been very weak for quite a while now, you know.
Are you trying to tell me my wife...
No, I don't mean she's dead. Nothing like that. Anyway, I don't think she is. It's more like she blacked out or something.
I'm going up to her. Get on the phone and call Dr. Treadway. Get him over here right away.
What was the matter with me? Was I ill? Did I have pain? Did I suffer? I can't remember anything. Still, there must have been something. Robert looked so concerned, so unhappy. He looks frantic.
Laura, sweetheart, the nurse just told me. She said you weren't well. She's calling the doctor, darling. He'll be here any minute now. He'll give you something. He'll know what to do. Because I don't know, Laura. I'd do anything, only I don't know what the right thing is. I just don't know.
Oh, Robert, don't cry. Please don't cry. You shouldn't cry, dearest. If you could only understand how happy I am, how peaceful I feel, you wouldn't cry. I wish I could tell you, but I can't. I can hear you, but you can't hear me. If you could... Oh, the nurse has called Dr. Treadway. Yes, he's coming out of his house. He's getting into his car. His wife is standing on the porch, and he's shouting something at her.
Tell them anything, Stella. Tell them to wait or tell them to come back tomorrow. This is an emergency. Can't you get that through your head? It's Laura Burton. Her nurse just phoned. Says she's unconscious or something. No response at all. She's my patient, Stella. I've got to go to her. I don't know when I'll be back.
Mr. Burton.
Yes, nurse.
The doctor's on his way.
Good, that's good.
His wife called, said he rushed right out.
Good.
How does she seem to you?
I don't understand it at all. Her eyes are wide open, but she doesn't seem to see anything.
Mr. Burton, is there anybody else you want me to call?
What?
Well, there's a daughter, isn't there? You and Mrs. Burton have a daughter. Am I right?
Yes. Susan.
Does she live nearby?
Yes.
Do you want me to call her?
Well, I don't know. Perhaps.
I mean, well, just in case, you know.
Yes, I don't know what...
Well, I don't want to alarm you or anything, but... Well, you know...
Look, her phone number is in Mrs. Burton's little book, the one over there.
Yes.
I guess maybe you had better call her.
Oh, just in case, you know.
You'll find it under the B's. Susan Burton.
Okay. I think it's best. I mean, just in case.
Darling, you would want to see Susan, wouldn't you? Of course you would. I mean, no matter what happened before, you'd want to see our daughter. And when Susan gets here, you'll feel better. Believe me, the doctor will give you something, and when Susan gets here, everything will be all right. You'll see, my love. My dear love, my sweet one, you'll see. Everything will be all right.
There's no answer, Mr. Burton.
What?
Your daughter's phone, it doesn't answer.
Oh. Well, try again. Later.
Of course, Susan's phone doesn't answer. Susan's not there. And there's no use calling back later. She isn't there.
Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Those lines were written by a man who's been dead for more than a century and a quarter. They are taken from his Ode on Immortality, and very likely nothing better has been written since on the subject. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Dying is something we'd rather not think about. We watch it on television. We read reports of it in newspapers. We hear about it over the radio. And our equanimity is only momentarily disturbed. But when it comes to thinking of one's own demise, the immediate, the instinctual response is, oh, not just yet, and oh, please, not altogether.
There goes Dr. Treadway in his battered old car, his jaws set and his forehead furrowed. He's going too fast, but his hands are steady on the wheel. Say, Robert, he seems to be... Yes, he's crying. Holding one of my poor arthritic hands, and his tears are falling down on it. And that absurd nurse standing by the window watching for Dr. Treadway, I suppose. Really, I can't bear to watch them when I'm so free, so young, so alive.
The doctor ought to be here any minute.
Oh, I'm sure he will be.
Well, he lives nearby. It's only a couple of miles, maybe less. Her hand is so cold.
Mr. Burton, suppose I try and reach your daughter again. What do you think?
What? What did you say?
I said maybe I ought to call your daughter again. There wasn't any answer before.
Oh. Yes, do that. Call Susan.
Okay.
Hello?
That's the doctor.
Hello. Hold on.
Hello?
Never mind. I'll let him in.
Hello. May I speak with Miss Susan Burton, please?
Who?
Susan Burton. I'm calling for her father.
There's no Susan Burton here.
Are you sure?
She moved out.
Well, can you tell me where she moved to?
No idea.
It's quite important. Hello? Hello?
Oh, you got here fast, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Treadway.
That's all right. Let's have a look at her.
Hello? Oh, dear.
How long has she been like this?
Not very long. Just for a few minutes, maybe.
Nurse?
Oh, not long. I went down to check on the mail. I thought she was asleep. When I came back, her eyes were open, but I couldn't get any response.
Her eyes are closed now.
They are? They weren't before. I came up when the nurse told me, just before we called you. They were wide open then, but she didn't seem to be looking at anything.
They're closed now.
Is that good, Doctor? Is that a good sign?
I don't know. Could be.
What are you doing?
Giving her an injection.
What can I do?
Keep quiet and wait. That's what I'm going to do.
Did I feel that little needle go into my arm? Or do I just think I felt it because I saw him do it? How worried they all look, how troubled. I'd like to help them, but I can't. I have other things to do. Drifting in this golden light, smelling the flowers, listening to the music, and looking, searching. For what? For something. For someone. Yes. There's someone here I want to find. Oh. Oh, yes. There she is. My mother. My lovely mother, all dressed in white. Why, it's the dress we buried her in, all white lace. Mother. Mother, I'm here. I'm Laura. I've come to be with you. Oh, Mother, don't back off. I'm your little girl. I've come to be with you. Don't back away from me.
Is anything happening, Doctor?
Not yet.
Well, shouldn't she begin to react or something?
Just be patient.
There ought to be some kind of response to the injection, shouldn't there?
Look, why don't you find something to do?
I can't. I can't do anything until I know.
You'll know when I know.
Mr. Burton, I think I ought to tell you. I called your daughter. I called the number that was in the little book.
Yes, you talked to Susan?
Well, no. A man answered the phone and said she didn't live there. He said she moved out.
Moved? Where to? Where did she move to?
I asked him that, and he said he had no idea. Then he hung up.
Oh, Lord.
That's your daughter you're talking about?
Yes, it's Susan. We've been trying to reach her. We thought maybe she ought to be here.
Probably she should.
The nurse called the number that she gave us when she went away, you know. But it seems she's moved out of that place.
Where to?
They didn't know.
Don't you know?
Well, I'm afraid we don't. No. We don't know.
Mother, don't back away from me. Please don't. Aren't you glad to see me? I thought you would be. Wait. Let me see you. Oh, you are so beautiful in your white lace. So young, so graceful. Like a girl all in white. Mother, wait. You're not wearing the pearls, don't you remember? I gave Father the pearls to put around your neck. Where are they? What is that around your neck? Mother, what is it?
You don't know where Susan is living?
Well, I thought the number she left us, well, that was about 6 months ago.
Now she's moved.
That's what the man said.
And you don't know where?
Well, Susan left home, Doctor, very suddenly. She was only 16. She wanted to live her own life and go her own way. Get it all together. That's what she said.
Young people talk that way these days. I think I know what they mean. Some of the time.
Laura tried to understand. I mean, when she and I were Susan's age, we never thought of moving away from our parents at 16. We went to college. We stayed home. We didn't just leave. I mean, it wouldn't have been in our heads to just leave. We called her a few times, but she always said she was busy, very busy.
Getting it all together.
Yeah, something like that.
Not together enough to tell you where she moved.
No.
So there's no way to reach her.
No way at all.
What are they saying? No way to reach Susan. I can see her. Right there. She's right there. In that little room. She's pressing something. Oh, my, there's hardly room for the ironing board in that tiny room. And now she's stopping. She looks so thoughtful. My little girl. And she's putting down the iron. She's waiting. Now she's going over to the telephone.
Hello.
Bill, this is Susan.
Oh, hi, Susan. How are you?
All right. How are you?
I'm fine.
Bill, I need to borrow your car.
Oh?
I really need it.
You mean now?
Right now. You're not using it, are you?
Well, not right this minute.
I'll get it back to you.
When?
I don't know exactly, but pretty soon.
Well, what do you need it for? Not that I mind.
I have to go see my mother.
Your mother? Well, I thought you weren't speaking to your mother.
I wasn't. But she just spoke to me.
What do you mean? Is she there?
Yes. No.
Which?
I got a message from her.
She called you?
Sort of. Look, can I use your car or not?
Well, I thought she didn't even have your number.
Can I have your car or not?
Well, I guess so, yeah. Sure.
Thanks. I'll be right over. Mother? Mother, she wants to see me. Imagine Susan really wants to see me. She's putting on her coat now. Her pretty red coat we gave her for her 16th birthday. I remember picking it out. I remember how pleased she was when we gave it to her. There she goes down the walk. Oh, she's walking fast, hurrying. Oh, Mother. My little girl wants to see me. But I don't want her to see me all thin and pale and sick. No. I want to stay here. To live here. To be with you. With my own mother. Where everything is beautiful without pain or hurt or longing or being dissatisfied. Mother, I'm tired of the pain and hurt. It's too much to bear. It's too much. Mother, let me be with you, please. Oh, please.
Is anything happening, Doctor?
Not yet.
Well, how long will it be before we know something?
I don't know.
You must know something.
I do know something, but I don't know everything.
Well, tell me what you do know, then.
It's only a guess.
Tell me what you guess, then.
It could be a hypnagogic state, I suppose.
What's that?
A condition halfway between sleeping and waking. Generally speaking, hallucinatory. But it's going on too long.
Is that bad? Is it dangerous?
I'm inclined to think she's in a coma.
A coma? That's very bad, isn't it?
It's not good.
Well, can't you do something?
I've already done everything I can do.
But good Lord, man.
Coma's a state of insensibility, very deep, very profound. She could be in a comatose sleep.
Well, what do we do? Do we just stand here and wait?
That's about it. Probably you've never heard of a coma vigil.
No.
That's what it consists of. Waiting and watching. So we'll just stand here and wait and watch. We keep vigil.
Oh, Mother, I love them so. But I want to be here. I want to be with you. I don't want to be hurt anymore. I don't want to feel lost anymore or despised or neglected. I don't want any of those bad feelings. I don't want to be angry or mean or vengeful. I want to be good and kind and feel loving and loved. Oh, Mother, I want to be happy, happy all the time and forever. Show me how. Let me come close to you and tell me how. But there's Susan. She's stopping at a big white house. There's a little car standing in front of the house, and there's a man leaning out of one of the windows. Susan's voice and his come floating up to me ever so faintly.
Keys are in the car, Susan.
Thanks, Bill.
She's getting into the little car. She's driving off. Oh, Mother, what do I do now? Tell me. Let me come close to you and hold me in your arms the way you once did. And I will stay with you forever, and we'll always be together, and never, never again will I... Is that what I'll do? Or will I... What will I do? Mother? Oh, Mother, don't do that. You're holding up your hands. You're waving me away. You don't want me. You're telling me, go back. Go back.
I cannot prove to you that anything anything like this ever occurred to Laura Burton or to any other woman, or any man, or any child, any more than I or anyone can prove that there can ever be peace in the world, that mankind is inherently good, nature kindly disposed, science infallible, or any sort of utopia possible. Such things are beyond proof. They belong to the realm of faith, or perhaps only hope. But both the hope and the faith are strong. I'll be back with our final act shortly. Are we all just bodies, collections of bones and muscles and arteries? Or do we have two, the physical body and the soul body? And if we have two bodies, can the one desert the other before death and then return to its original habitation? And during its temporary abandonment, see and hear what transpires around the physical, even observe the appearance of the physical body itself? Is this really possible? Or should it be relegated to the category of hallucination?
Mother, what is it? Don't you want me? I thought of all the times I've been unkind and unfeeling, and how you'd never be around for me to say I'm sorry. I want to say it now. I want to tell you that I didn't understand, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But you won't let me come close to you. You keep backing away and holding up your hands with your palms toward me. Mother, are you telling me you don't want me?
Dr. Treadway, how long can this go on?
I don't know.
You must have some idea.
I don't.
Well, can't you even hazard a guess? I won't hold you to it. I give you my word. But it's unbearable just waiting like this.
You can bear it.
Tell me what you think. At least tell me that.
I think if we don't get a reaction pretty soon, sometime during the next few minutes, we'll have lost her.
Oh, my life.
However,
yes,
I can always be wrong. It's happened before, probably will again.
Mr. Burton? Mr. Burton?
Yes, nurse? What is it?
There's a car stopping in front of the house.
Please don't bother me.
A little sports car.
Don't bother him, nurse.
Sorry, Doctor.
Something should happen soon. Just hold on.
I'm trying.
I know you are.
What's that?
Just a doorbell.
Oh, please, go away, go away.
You want me to go see who it is?
I don't care who it is. I don't care about anything.
They're not going to go away.
Please, go down and tell them. Just get rid of them, whoever it is.
Doctor?
Yes, do that, nurse.
What shall I say?
Oh, tell them that there's a woman dying here.
Mr. Burton, take it easy.
I'll tell them something.
But it's Susan, Robert. It's Susan. Don't you know that? Susan's come back. She's come home. She was pressing a dress. I saw her standing in a tiny little room pressing a dress. I saw her, and I saw her look up as though she'd heard something or seen something, and she put down the iron, and she went to the telephone, and she called a man. His name was Bill, and she asked if she could borrow his car. He said, "What for?" And she said, I heard her. She said, "I have to go and see my mother." Me, Robert. She wanted to see me. Don't you know that?
I think I can detect a pulse.
You can?
It's very faint.
But it is a pulse, is that right?
Yeah. Let me have that stethoscope right there.
Yes. Here.
Yes.
Well?
Very slow. Very slow. There's a beat. You want to listen?
Yes.
Here, stick these in your ears.
Yeah.
Hear it?
I hear it. I hear it. Good Lord, I hear it.
All right, now.
She's alive, Doctor. That means she's alive.
Yes, it means she's alive.
Oh, Laura. Laura, speak to me, darling. Please, speak to me. She won't speak.
She can't.
Why not?
Because she's not conscious.
Doctor, look.
What is it?
Her hand moved, Doctor. It did. It moved. I swear. Didn't you see it? It moved. I was holding her hand. I thought maybe I was holding too tightly, and I started to let go, and her fingers closed on my hand. They did. I swear they did. Now, that means something, doesn't it?
Maybe it does. Maybe not. Could be just a reflex action. Those things happen.
But I felt it, I tell you. I felt her fingers close on my hand as though she didn't want to let go. Tell me it means something. Doctor.
Daddy.
What? Who are you?
It's Susan, Daddy.
Huh?
Don't you know me?
Susan.
Yes, Daddy.
What are you doing here? How did you get here?
I came to see Mother.
Your mother's very ill, Susan.
She's not...
No, she's not dead, but she may be dying.
Oh, Mother.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at her eyelids. Susan, come over here. Stand next to the bed.
Oh.
Now, watch your eyelids.
Why, they're moving, kind of. They're not opening. They're just sort of flickering.
She's dreaming.
How do you know that?
Those flickerings, as you call them, are what we call rapid eye movements. Beneath her lids, her eyes are moving, flickering back and forth.
But why? Why are they?
Because she's seeing things. She's dreaming. Yes, I think we can all relax a little now. She's not going to die.
Goodbye, Mother. I want to stay with you, but you don't want me to. You want me to go back, don't you? Oh, yes. I see you smile. And you're nodding your head. You mean yes. Go back. Go back. Oh, Mother. The truth is, I want to go back. I really do. Back to all the pain, all the sadness, all the things that go wrong. Yes, I want to go back to all that. I'll take all of it, Mother. I'll take it all. The moments of joy, too, Mother. The little moments filled with sunlight. The soft moments of being content. The few hours when things go well. And I feel cherished. It's not that I don't love you, Mother. It's that I want, I need, I must go back. My dear, goodbye. Goodbye.
Let's all be very quiet. She's having a hard time.
But she's alive.
She's alive.
Goodbye, Mother.
What did she say? She said something.
I think she said, goodbye, Mother.
What does she mean? Her mother's been dead for 10 years.
Let's be quiet.
She's opening her eyes.
Where's the nurse?
What? What, darling? What did she say?
It sounded like, where's the nurse?
Why would she say that? Doesn't she know us? Why is she asking for the nurse?
Quiet, just be patient.
Probably out in the hall smoking a cigarette again.
Is she delirious?
You can call it that if you want to.
Laura, sweetheart, it's Robert. I'm here. I'm right here.
Robert? Robert. Oh, Robert.
Yes, darling, it's Robert. And here's Dr. Treadway.
Oh, dear doctor, have you been looking after me?
Yes, I have.
I hope your wife isn't angry with you, doctor.
Stella, my wife? Angry with me?
For running off like that, leaving all those patients in the waiting room?
Oh, I don't think she's angry with me. Not now, anyway.
Good. Good, I'm glad.
How are you feeling, Laura?
Why, I'm all right, I think.
You've been a pretty sick little lady.
Have I?
We were so worried about you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't be sorry. As long as you're all right now.
I know how awful I look.
You don't at all.
No.
There's a little bald spot on the back of my head where the hair's worn off.
No, there's not.
Oh, yes, there is. You can't see it, but I saw it. It's about the size of a $50.
What's she talking about?
Don't ask her. Just let her talk. Say whatever she likes.
Don't worry about your hair, darling. It'll grow back, once you're up and around.
Oh, I wasn't worried.
Sweetheart, there's someone here. Someone you're going to be very surprised to see.
Susan.
Yes.
Oh.
Susan. She just got here a few minutes ago.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, Susan, I'm so happy you're here.
Oh, I had to see you, Mother.
I had to see my mother, too. But she looked young and pretty, not the way I do. She had on that white lace dress, the one she was buried in. I picked it out myself, but she wasn't wearing the pearls. She had a little locket around her neck. I couldn't understand that. A little gold locket.
But Grandma was buried with that little locket around her neck. Don't you remember? I asked Grandpa to put it around her neck because it had a picture of me in it. And he did.
Well, maybe he never told me.
I guess he never did.
Anyway, Mother didn't want me to stay with her. And after a while, I didn't want to either. I wanted to come back here and be with all of you.
And here you are. You're back.
Yes, you're back with us.
Well, I think that's enough talking for a while.
Oh, Dr. Driscoll.
Well, your mother's had a hard time of it, Susan.
Can't we just sit by her bed?
She needs a lot of good, solid sleep. You think you could sleep for a while, Mrs. Burton?
Oh, yes.
Fine. That's just fine. I'll send the nurse in. Come on, everybody. Let's clear out of here.
Susan, I have to ask you something.
Yes, Mother.
Did you remember to unplug the iron?
You know that what we have attempted to dramatize for you is an out-of-the-body experience, commonly called astral projection. I myself have never had such an experience, and I cannot promise you that the dramatization is accurate. But people who have experienced it say that in most respects it is. I'll be back shortly. Hundreds of people had given testimony as to their out-of-the-body experiences. People of sober intellect and firm character. And the significant thing about their testimonies is that they so closely resemble one another. Under the right conditions, given sufficient receptivity, any one of us could be the next to leave the body for a time and return. Anyway, it's interesting to think so, isn't it? Our cast included Terry Keane, Mandel Kramer, Martha Greenhouse, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
We love each other, Your Majesty. Nani's happiness lies with me.
You are not of our blood.
Majesty, Princess, Mother, whatever I should call you, what are all these ancient prejudices? It's a new world. And blood crosses blood and makes the ties that bind everyone together stronger. We're one world today.
I cannot cross my gods. I cannot protect you. Most of all, I cannot protect my daughter. The Talatus has pointed the bone. If you and Noelani should try to find life together, you are doomed. The gods have spoken.
Your gods, maybe. Not mine. It looks as though we'll just have to find out which is stronger.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time...
pleasant dreams.
CBS News follows on WBBM Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What do a ladder leaning against a building, a black cat, spilt salt, or knocking on wood have in common? That's right. They're all superstitions. But since superstitions are only the children of ignorance, in this world of expanding knowledge, nobody really believes in them anymore. Or do they? And if anyone does, surely the calm, clear logic of 20th century science could illuminate, banish, and defeat the dark clouds of superstition. Or could it? Listen and decide for yourself.
2 hours overdue, and he isn't hollering Mayday over our emergency radio digger. It doesn't look good.
That front that went barreling through under us? Well, he could have gotten caught in that. And ditched. Was a rum go for a while.
Yeah. Better hang on the pipe just the same. Well, how it looks right now, that poor guy might have bought it.
Our mystery drama, Taboo Means Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. This story is out of today's headlines. Some of it you may remember. It shouldn't be too difficult to tempt you to listen to it, since in order to do so, you must travel with me the South Pacific to the island paradise of Western Samoa, Upolu. The capital of Western Samoa is Apia, a sleepy little port town whose main claim to fame is a hotel named Aggie Gray's. It is one of those special spots for travelers which dot the world. Their claim to fame? Haunt them, and sooner or later you will meet anyone or everyone you knew.
Mac! Oh, Mac Calder!
Huh? Who? Digger! Digger Brown! Hey, man, what brings you to Samoa?
This is my territory, Yank. What brings you here?
This and that.
Business?
Not exactly.
Oh, I read you loud and clear. I won't cry. How do you like the Fia?
The what?
The entertainment you're watching.
Oh, it's great, super. I was just trying to figure out what kind of short long johns the guys wear under their skirts.
Skirts? Oh, I see I've got to educate you, Yank. Now, first of all, the skirts are called lava.
Uh-huh.
Everyone wears them, men and women. Now, the long johns are something else again. Only the sons of the chief wear them.
They look like Spider-Man. What is it, some sort of woven material?
Well, it's a garment none of them ever can take off. A tattoo needled right onto the skin.
Well, from above the waist to below the knee?
That's right.
Oh, man, I bet that hurts.
Oh, too right.
Well, why? Do they really believe that stuff in this day and age?
You better believe it, if you want to hang around the islands.
Yeah, I don't. I want to get out of here as fast as I can. That's why I'm here.
Oh, that's a bit contradictory. You want to shed some light?
Only to someone I can trust.
Think I've changed that much in such a short time?
Nah. Only I don't see how you can help.
Well, want to give it a whirl?
At least you're someone I can talk to.
Fire away.
Not here. Is there somewhere else?
Sure. I have a room in the quiet sector of Aggie's over the garden, but all you can hear are the birds sing and the mangoes drop. Well, after I graduated from UCLA, I came on home and had this chance to go into training and get checked out on multi-engines. So, here I am, a lowly lieutenant co-pilot flying for NZ Airlines. How about you? My dad died suddenly. I sort of took over the business. Oh, no more flying? Oh, sure. Dad and me have had a private plane, and then there's the company jet I get a shot at handling now and again. When I can find time. Oh, big wheel in the business world, eh? Somebody had to take over, Digger. Oh. I'm sorry about your father, Mac. Well, so, what brings you down here to Samoa? A girl. Ooh, she must be some Sheila to bring you 8,000 miles. Now, she is. Well, you know her, Digger. I do? Yeah. You remember Noelani? Noelani Matoma? Ooh, she'd be hard to forget, especially here on Ipolo. Hey, is that what brought you to our side of the globe? The big Fia? Oh, I don't know what you mean. Noelani's wedding. She's going to be married next week. Married? So that's why she stopped. Digger, you've got to help me. I never knew, Mac, that Nonny and you... Well, I mean, you dated around and all that, but I never reckoned it anything serious. Why not, Digger? Well, I don't know. I mean, sure, we all went to the university together, but Nonny... Well, I mean, Noelani was special. Because she was Samoan? Because she was a princess. Royalty. Well, maybe in your frame of reference that doesn't mean so much. It doesn't mean a damn. She's the girl I love and I want to marry. It looks a bit late for that, Mac. Why? She can't marry anyone but me, Digger. Her letters were full of plans for our marriage until they stopped coming. Well, maybe the lady changed her mind. Oh, no, I'll never believe that. Somebody, her parents, must have stopped her from writing, or else they kept my letters from her. Digger, that wedding has got to be stopped. You've got to help me. Mac, old bloke, this isn't America. You mess around with island people with an ancient way of life and customs neither me nor you could understand, and you're asking to get your head handed to you in a basket. I'll take my chances. No, count me out. I don't want anyone laying any curse on me or worse. Oh, come off it, Digger. I've never seen you run scared. Well, you're seeing it now. Well, anyway, I won't be around. I've got to pull out of here tomorrow for Fiji with my crew to pick up a flight down from Mandy to Auckland. You know, I am a working stiff, you know. Okay. Do one thing for me, Digger, huh? What? Well, you know the ropes here. I can't even locate Nonny. No one will tell me where she is. Will you find her for me? Well, yes, at least I can do that, chum. Maybe I can even arrange for you to have a talk somewhere. Noelani. Waiting for you? Darling,
No, please. It is over between us.
Are you kidding? How can you...
I am begging you. Try to understand.
Understand what?
About us.
I thought I did. I thought we knew just where we were going.
So did I. But it has been a long time.
You know why? I wrote you. My father died, and there were things I had to do.
And my father died. And I found out there were things I had to do.
What does that mean?
I could never explain. It is why I didn't write.
Well, now I'm here in the flesh. Can't you tell me?
It is very hard.
I could guess it might be. You're going to be married, as I get it. So there's another guy.
Yes.
You know, you might have told me. Saved me a trip halfway around the world.
Oh, please. It isn't like that.
Isn't like what?
I shouldn't have said anything. Forgive me.
I am not in a forgiving frame of mind, and you'd better say something.
Oh, please. It won't help anything or change anything.
Maybe not, but don't you think I'm due some kind of explanation?
Otherwise, I would never have let Digger set up this meeting.
So?
Walk with me along the beach, Mac. No, don't hold my hand. Don't touch me.
What is this? We're under surveillance? Well, who is it? The FBI? CIA?
I believe that we are not alone. That we are watched. That they can see but not hear. So, let me talk.
Be my guest.
California was one thing. A never land. I was just Nonny. And life was very wonderful. Very simple.
It was our life. And we promised each other it would be forever.
I know. What I dreamed of. But you see, I had forgotten I had another life.
What?
I am a princess.
Isn't that a little out of date?
When I came home to Samoa, I found out it wasn't.
Nani, you're a graduate of UCLA in liberal arts. You can't suddenly come back to us scattering of tin pot little islands and bury yourself in the Middle Ages.
Oh, I wish I could be as sure of that as you are.
What do you mean?
Wash out 1,000 things. Old ties, family history, my personal duty, which I could never explain. Cut it all down to taboo.
Taboo?
What you would call taboo.
Are you trying to tell me I'm taboo for you?
Yes.
Is that the way you feel?
It isn't my decision, Mac. Can't you understand? It is a whole way of life.
Look, this is the 20th century.
It doesn't matter. I can't marry you.
Why not?
It is not my decision.
Well, whose decision is it?
Because I am a princess. The village council.
Well, now, who in heck are they to interfere?
To keep the bloodlines clear. It is their right.
What bloodlines?
I am Samoan.
Nani, I am getting you out of all this. Let's go, right now.
I can't, Mac.
Of course you can.
You don't understand. The marriage has been arranged. I am a princess in a family of royalty. I can't let them die.
Sure you can. Just let me show you.
You can't make it that simple.
Oh, can't I?
No. Because you don't know what is involved.
You've already told me.
I can't explain all the centuries of custom and everything behind it. A whole other world.
So? You step out of it.
I can't.
Why?
It is why I agreed to see you today. Because I am under a curse.
What?
If I should marry you or go with you, we would go only to death.
Who says?
The Annihilator has spoken. He has pointed the bone. If we try to be together, we cannot fight the gods. We are condemned.
Oh, honey, you believe that nonsense?
It is hard for me, back now in this strange world, to know what I believe in.
Can't you just believe in me?
It is all I ever want to. But...
What is it?
I don't want to bring you disaster. And without my mother's agreement to us, I would be so afraid.
So, let's talk to your mother.
Talofa.
Talofa.
Welcome to my home.
Thank you. I don't know how to call you.
I am the mother of Noelani.
Yeah, that doesn't help me know the form of address.
Does it matter? We have little to say to each other.
I'm sorry to hear that. I want to marry Noelani.
She has been promised to another.
Doesn't she have any choice?
No.
I'd challenge that.
If you want. It is a gamble.
What do you mean?
How strong is the desire? How does it meet the wheeling of the stars? Is it accepted by fate? And are you brave enough to face death?
Oh, I'm sorry, but you speak in riddles.
Noelani is the last of her line. Tueto, to whom she has been promised, is also purebred. They are chosen by the stars, selected by Tane, their great god. If the promise were to be broken, Tane would send Taiaroa, god of the winds, and Pera, the goddess of fire, to haunt you. Are you ready to challenge all our gods?
For Noelani? Yes.
For Noelani? Or for yourself?
No, for her. We love each other, Your Majesty. Nani's happiness lies with me.
You are not of our blood.
Majesty, princess, mother, whatever I should call you, what are all these ancient prejudices? It's a new world. And blood crosses blood and makes the ties that bind everyone together stronger. We're one world today.
I cannot cross my gods. I cannot protect you. Most of all, I cannot protect my daughter. The Tailatus has pointed the bone. If you and Noelani should try to find life together, you are doomed. The gods have spoken.
Your gods, maybe. Not mine. It looks as though we'll just have to find out which is stronger.
The battle lines are drawn in an age-old conflict. The ways of yesterday against today's. It can happen in any society. And we have our ethnic divisions in every major city and half the towns across the continent. But there is one element here that makes it all a little different. A curse, an ancient civilization, and the threat of strange gods beyond our Western comprehension. I shall return shortly with Act Two. It was Alfred Lord Tennyson who wrote, "'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all." But to be in love and have the reason for losing so antiquated and unreasonable as Mac Calder faces is a very special agony. A determination that under no circumstances will he lose. First, convince Noelani of that, and then find the way.
We've got to talk, Noelani.
Not here. Now what? What did my mother say?
Well, she's not against us exactly, but look, where can we talk?
When?
The sooner the better. Tonight?
Not at night. That is impossible. This afternoon, I must go to market in Apia. Can you find me there?
I don't know. What about the big clock steeple?
I could meet you there before sundown. But why, darling?
Because by then I'll have a plan for us.
A plan?
Yeah, to get away. Shake off the past. Find our own future. Isn't that what you want?
I want it. But how can it work for us?
Now, I could have a cab waiting, and we could duck out and head for the airport. Catch the next plane out wherever it was headed.
You think my family, my brothers, would allow me to do that? Or anyone else?
You have your passport. It's still valid, isn't it?
To anywhere, yes.
Well, then?
First of all, I have to get away from Samoa. If I want to. That is not so easy.
Oh. Because you don't want to.
I don't know what I want. Oh, to be with you, yes. But not to destroy you.
Honey, let me worry about that.
It isn't that simple.
I'll make it that way. But can you meet me just before sunrise at Palaga Airport? Right by the golf course, east of Apia.
I know, but why?
Well, I'll charter a private plane. There'll be no one to stop us there. We'll fly to New Zealand to be married. And take it the way it comes from then on.
You would risk that for me.
I'm not worried about your brothers or the family. They'll come around once it's happened.
It isn't just the family.
You mean all that mumbo-jumbo about the gods? Oh, darling, forget them. Their day has been and gone. They can't touch us.
How I want to believe that.
You better believe. And promise to meet me at Palaga.
May all the gods help us. But yes, I promise.
Nani? Darling?
Oh, Matt. I'm here.
Oh, I'd just about given up. I thought you weren't coming.
I just about did give up. The weather. It is not a good omen.
It's nothing, just some rain and a light cloud cover. We'll be out of it 5,000 feet, and it's a cinch the rest of the way in.
You have a plane?
Yeah, a Cessna 172 high wing. There she is, all set and ready to go.
That little thing, it can make it all the way to... Where are we going?
Auckland, New Zealand. We'll be married there right after we land. And then we'll grab a 747 or DC-10 for the little old USA.
I still don't see how a little plane like that...
I have extra wing tanks just in case, but it'll be no sweat. Trust me?
If I didn't, would I be here?
I promise you, Nani, you're never going to regret this. As God is my witness.
I want to feel the same way. I just hope my gods will smile on us, too.
Hey, don't pay attention to the sound effects. We're going to leave all that behind.
And head right into the eye of the storm.
Nani, forget it. We're walking out tall. You can count on it. Nani?
I think so. I'm a little easy.
We're just hitting a few air pockets. When we get enough altitude, it'll be smooth sailing.
Soon?
Honey, we're 7,000 now. We should break this at 8.
Will it be much longer?
It takes time to climb. There's nothing else wrong, is there?
Don't worry about me, Mac. I started out a little sick at heart. But what upsets me now is my stomach.
You're not sorry you came.
I would have to be a whole lot sicker than this before that would even occur to me. But I am scared.
Of the storm?
No. Of what we've done.
The best decision we ever made in our lives. Only the brave deserve the fair.
Who said that?
I don't know. Me, maybe. What's the difference? Isn't it the truth? Honey, we got away with it.
No, don't say that. Don't wish us bad luck.
Look, what does that signify? We're out front now, and no one from your slow old world can catch us now. Hey, we've got it made.
Hello, Stuart. Got all your passengers sorted out?
We're flying light if we fly. Do we?
Now, what does that mean?
The weather?
Oh, no sweat. We'll get above it most of the way into Auckland. Still, better keep your passengers belted in. Could be a bit choppy.
Well, you better get on up to the flight deck. Your pilot suite.
That you, Digger? Lieutenant Brown, model co-pilot, reporting to the flight deck, Captain Jameson.
Yes, I can do without the Commodore. Everything ship-shape back there?
Sure. We're flying pretty light. You could shoot possums back there without ever getting near the passenger. If we're flying.
What's that mean?
Well, did you get clearance from the tower yet?
Not yet, but we will.
Weather looks a bit rough.
Yeah, we'll be out of this by 10,000 and have it clear all the way into Auckland.
Well, we still might get a lot of chop on an electrical winger like this.
Yeah, we'll leave the seatbelt sign on. And that is. We're cleared.
Good old DC-10s. They can fly through anything.
Too right. But I pity any light craft that had to climb over this. It'd take a real beating on the way up. Here we go.
What's your ETA?
Corrected for New Zealand time, unless we run into a wind change, we should hit Auckland about 16:30 hours.
What time is it, Mac?
About 1,600 hours.
What is that in ordinary time?
Oh, 4 in the afternoon.
It seems so long.
What's the matter, Nani? Don't you feel better?
Oh, yes. It's nice and smooth now. It seems sort of endless. Just clouds and swirls of air. As if we weren't moving at all. You know what I mean?
Sort of, perhaps.
It's also mysterious, changing. How do you know where you're going?
I got the trusty old ADF.
ADS?
Automatic direction finder.
Oh.
Never
Without that, we could really be in the soup.
Well, which is it, Matt?
Which, that dial there. See?
Oh, yeah.
Tells our heading exactly. As soon as we get close enough to New Zealand, we can lock on by radio and ride the needle straight in like getting tucked into bed.
As simple as that.
As simple as that. Unless anything went wrong.
And then?
Oh, we don't think of that. Why should it go wrong?
I can think of so many reasons.
Hey, forget it. We're out of your old world of vengeful gods, princes, and all that. This is the 20th century. They don't exist. All we need is a simple little old computer, and we're home free.
What's that?
Oh, it's a little early, but I'm just trying to pick up Auckland Radio Center, get a fix at just where we are. That's funny. It should be within their range by now.
There's something wrong, isn't there?
What could be wrong?
We're lost, Matt. Tell me the truth. Are we?
Of course not. I must have the wrong frequency. Hold it, Monty, till I can make contact.
Two more years of this, Digger, and I'm up for pension.
Oh, where are you? On autopilot, too? Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking about that chum of mine in Samoa.
Oh, the one with the royal princess?
The one without her. He's better off. He was flirting with trouble. Now, what were you saying? Nothing much. I was just thinking 2 more years I can duck out of the old NZ Airlines and take it easy. Oh, not you, Barry. You dry up on the beach.
Oh, I don't know. I've got my sailboat. Between my pension and a part-time job, I could get down below there and sail this bloody ocean instead of overflying it. A lot more fun.
Lot more fun than flying?
These big crates, flying boxcars all done by computer, cut and dried, hiking a DC-10. Not much thrill to it.
This is Auckland Radio Center to TE770Y. Do you read me?
TE770Y, I read you.
What is your position?
What ocean ship we just passed, Digger?
Number 3, the Phantom.
50 miles south of Ocean Ship 3. It goes.
Easy as you come, right on the button. But we have a spot of trouble.
Name it?
We have a lost aircraft, light plane, Cessna 172, 2 hours overdue. She might be having trouble with his ATM.
Why? Did he report it?
No, but unless he's down someplace, why wouldn't he check in?
Yeah, you've got me. What can I do to help?
Would you like to try him on emergency and see if we can raise him?
Will do. I'll try and have something nice. Some silly joker in a paper dart got himself lost. Now we have to try to raise him.
Put up your feet, old timer. Get your rest. I'll handle it. Now, what's the emergency frequency?
2505.
This is TE770Y calling in Cessna 172. Do you read me? This is TE770Y calling in Cessna 172. Do you read?
Yeah, looks like the cupboard is bare, Mother Hubbard.
If he's in our area, any chance of a visual?
No joy from me. You see anything?
No, negative. We're at 33,000. He must be under 10. Who could see it?
2 hours overdue, and he isn't hollering Mayday on the emergency radio. Doesn't look good.
That front that went barreling through below us, he could have gotten caught up in that.
And ditched.
It was a rum go for a while.
Better stay on the path for a while. Take a chance we can raise him, but 2 hours overdue all in all. I'd say the poor guy might have bought it.
A small plane with limited fuel adrift on the vast expanse of the South Pacific. That ocean with a deceptive name, where storms and tornadoes and cyclones and wild disturbances sweep the blue waters and mount in weather towers to shock the air above.
Is an ancient curse to wreak its revenge on 2 young people? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Pacific Ocean, the largest body of water in our world. Some 63,801,500 square miles. The proverbial needle in the haystack would loom as large as the Empire State Building compared to a small plane lost in its vastness. And even Mac is having to admit at last that's what he is, lost.
We might as well face it, Mac. We're lost.
No.
Darling, we have been. Ever since I decided to challenge the taboo.
Nani, let's cut out that nonsense.
It isn't nonsense. I'm just so sorry I did this to you.
Look, there's no real sweat yet. I still have a couple of hours gas in the tank, and sooner or later I'll raise someone on the radio and get a fix.
Mac, level with me?
Sure, how?
If the direction finder, or whatever it is out of whack, we don't know where we are. We're hours overdue. We could be heading for the South Pole for all we know.
We can't be that far off. I mean, I would have...
You mean you don't want me to know the real truth? Darling, I do. It's all right.
What does that mean?
I never wanted anyone in my life but you. I'm glad I defied those old gods and came with you.
Hey, Nani, don't cash us in yet.
Allison, they made me feel the gods had set their faces against us. I know it isn't right. But it's how they made me feel.
It's a kind of brainwashing.
I wasn't strong enough to stand against it alone.
It's over. You can forget it.
I thought I had. Until what had happened would prove them right.
No, Alani. Darling. Now listen to me. Do you believe in those gods more than you do in me?
Oh, Mac. What can I say?
Would you be here with me now if you did?
No, I suppose. I guess not.
Then you believe in my God and us. Promise me?
What can he do to save us?
I don't know. Only that he will. That he'll shatter the old taboo and splinter all those old bigotries and superstitions and bring us home safe. Just believe, darling. That's all I ask.
All right, Mac. I believe. I really do. What's that?
The radio. Maybe we made a contact.
This is G770Y calling in Cessna 172. Do you read?
Cessna 172, acknowledge. Who are you?
New Zealand, flight from Auckland, DC-10. Are you lost?
Yes, I think there's something wrong with my ADF.
Do you know your position?
Negative.
How much fuel do you have left?
Maybe 2 hours. Where are you?
I could give you coordinates, but I don't think it matters. Do you have us in view?
Negative. Hey, you sound kind of familiar. Who are you?
Planet 17 of Blair, top pilot DC-10 TE770Y.
Digger! This is Mac. Mac Calder.
Mac! What's that, you silly son of a peacock? What are you doing starting up an air research?
Well, you remember the friend of yours who had a Cessna? I borrowed it to sneak Noelani out of the islands.
But you got yourself lost, huh?
Nani blames it on Tarofa and all his other old gods. I kept telling you we had a few guys on our side, too. Now you came through.
Okay, for our side. Now, next thing. How do we put you home?
Never sell a New Zealander short. I know you'll figure out some way, Copper. Auckland Radio Center.
Captain Merritt in TE770Y. We found your off-cuttling, love.
The Cessna 172.
Right.
Where?
That's the question.
Do you have him in view?
Now, John, we're going to try to box him in. Will you stand by to help us and help at all generals?
You have us all the way, but we have no other contact with him but you. How is he for fuel?
Thumbs up so far, but it's not yet sticky.
We'll stand by you all the way. Over and out.
You were talking to someone you knew.
Sure. Digger Brown.
How could he reach us?
Do you really want to know why, Noelani?
Yes.
Because there is a good God in heaven. And
because these ancient bloody gods and curses are nonsense, and there is a way out of this mess. Okay, Hotshot, I bow to youth. How are we going to locate this fly speck?
Well, we can guess by his fuel consumption he can't be too far south of us.
But we don't know what heading he's been flying on.
So we've got to find out if he's right or left of us.
How can we mark his longitude?
By the sun.
How?
Permission to take over, Captain?
Yeah, be my guest. My problem was I didn't retire soon enough.
Can you see the sun, Mac?
Loud and clear.
Okay, now, put your arm in front of you and measure how many fingers the sun is from the horizon.
Roger, can do.
Great. Now, I'm doing the same here. What do you read?
2.5, 3 fingers.
Oh, beautiful. I make it 3. We can't be that far apart. What altitude are you at?
9,500.
We're at 33. Can you make us?
No, nothing.
We'll try to blow a contrail. Keep hooking, and we're coming down to your level. Be right back to you.
What's happening, Mac?
Digger's bringing his big baby on down. They're going to throw a contrail we can see.
What's a contrail?
Oh, it's a kind of vapor a plane makes going through the atmosphere. Sometimes it crystallizes and makes a smoke trail.
Not always.
No.
And if we can't see that?
Yeah, maybe we can see the plane itself.
Can you see us?
A little plane like this one is a grain of sand on a beach. If the light hit us right, maybe, but 95 chances out of 100, forget it.
And how can they find us?
Yeah, just trust in God and the good people. Most of the time, we manage to squeak through. What's our altitude?
12,000 and dropping.
So there's the sun.
Yeah. It's going to be dark pretty soon.
You'd better contact your boy again and tell him how tight it is.
Will do. Mac, this is Digger again. We know you're in our area, but can't sight you. How's your fuel?
Getting mighty low.
I suppose you can't see us.
No way. There's just me, Nani, this plane, and 80 million miles of empty sea and sky.
It is getting dark, chum.
You're telling me.
We have got to make contact. Now listen, we're going to dump some fuel. You and Nonny keep your eyes peeled for the trail. Now we've already come on down to about your altitude, 10,000. Watch for the fuel dump. If you don't see it in the air, you'll see it on the ocean. Roger?
Roger.
Over and out for now.
He didn't sight the fuel dump?
No.
It's too late to try again. The sun's gone.
Barry?
What, Jake?
We can't leave him to ditch. Another hour or so on whatever heading he's on, and he'll run out of fuel and end up in the drink.
Yes, I know.
There's just one more chance.
What?
Yeah. Let me talk to him again. Digger here. Do you read me?
I read you.
Now, I can't dump any more fuel. It's too dark for you to pick up our trail. Now, there's just one more chance.
Hey, I'll grab whatever you've got.
It's just a hunch. But I have a feeling we're not that far apart. Now, I'm coming down out of the cloud cover. You go down, too. It's almost dark now. As soon as it is, I'm turning up every damn light on this plane till we're glowing like a Christmas tree. Cabin, landing lights, strobes, emergency, everything. So you better be like any one of the 3 wise men and follow yonder star. Merry Christmas, bloke.
I don't see anything. It's so dark. Do you, Mac?
No.
Oh, don't we have any light?
I don't want to turn them on. I want all the visibility I can get.
Mac?
What?
I'm sorry. I should never have let you get into this. I should have listened to the taboo.
Forget it, Nani. If you're concerned with fate. Just figure this is where you and I were meant to be. Sink or swim. I love you.
I love you.
In sickness or health.
Till death do us
join.
What?
Join. Nothing will ever part us.
Gently. Oh, look, Merry Christmas. Did you ever see a more beautiful tree?
Oh, Matt.
Tally ho, Digger and Barry, you gorgeous beauties. I have you in view.
Then don't lose us.
Don't worry.
We're throttling now, bleeding down as far as we can to match your cruising speed, but don't you lose us. Just stay at my tail, and I'll ride you home safe.
Do we have enough gas to make it, Matt?
With our luck, we just plain gotta have. Honey, God's been on our side all the way.
I said in the beginning that most of this was a true story. The small plane landed with bone-dry tanks. 5 minutes more, and the engine would have failed. Of course, the pilot was alone. And the rest of the story was imaginary. But wasn't it much more fun to imagine that this was the way it really happened? I'll be back shortly. Our story was an interesting experiment in the telling of tales. So often, from the headlines, I read a fascinating story that should make an evening on Mystery Theater, except that life, or truth, though it can be stranger than fiction, doesn't quite fill out an evening with incident enough to keep you listening. So, if we borrow a little fiction sometimes to pique your interest, do you mind? Our cast included Russell Horton, Evie Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I'm sure General Pepperell was very proud of you. And good night to you, Cousin Elbridge, President of Rush University. And sleep well, Cousin Josiah. And you... Is that whistling again? Under the percival. I can't tell whether it's the lamplight throwing strange shadows or... Do you see what I see? Tell me what you see. As we saw this afternoon, but with one horrible difference. His body is there. But poor Cousin Cuthbert has no head.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Tell me, do you ever talk to an inanimate object as if it's alive? No? What about say, your car? Ever give it a name? Converse with it like a friend or an enemy, depending on how it's behaving? No? You never done that? Well, then go back a little. When you were a kid, you didn't believe your doll or teddy bear loved you as much as you loved it? Fine. You did. So you'll admit that sometimes an inanimate thing can seem to have qualities of a living being. Good enough. Now, I can ask you not to be too hard on 70-year-old Charlie, who passionately believed, are you ready for this? Believed an elevator he called Nellie was an understanding, loving friend.
Charlie is not just too old for a responsible job. He's a loony. He courts that elevator like it's alive. Nellie, he calls it, his sweetheart. I want Charlie and that broken-down crate out of here, and that's flat.
Our suspense drama, Tomorrow Will Never Come, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by ARM, Allergy Relief Medicine. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Her name was Nellie, and she was a beauty in the eyes of Charlie Henkel, a treasure unsurpassed by any elevator anywhere. Nellie was one of those old-fashioned lifts almost extinct today. She was built of the finest mahogany, and her meshing door was shining brass. She had 2 benches upholstered in red velvet, a big polished mirror, and a little wall vase for flowers. Charlie's sweetheart, Nellie was, and I'm falling a little in love with her myself. Mr. Frank Green was the landlord of Nellie's small apartment building circa 1920. 10 floors, 2 apartments to a floor, his own living quarters and office on the main floor.
Fred says you want to see me, Mr. Green.
That's right. Have a seat, Charlie. Is Fred running the elevator?
Yes, sir.
If it runs.
Oh, Nellie runs just fine for Fred. She likes him. And that's why I let him take over from midnight to 6. She knows he's the best superintendent in New York.
Your idea of the best super is one that goes along with your nonsense about that fool elevator.
Oh, please. Don't say things like that about my Nellie.
I've a good deal more to say about your Nellie. That's why you're here.
What about her?
She has to go. I'm replacing her with a modern elevator.
I didn't hear you right.
Oh, you heard me. You're old, but you're not deaf.
I won't run one of them newfangled elevators. No, sir, I won't.
Well, that's right, you won't. It'll be run by whatever tenant rides in it. All they have to do is press a button.
What? Nellie, me and Nellie?
Now, just take it easy, Charlie. I'm sorry, but it's time that you and that old elevator both retired. You're 70, and Nellie's over 50.
Nellie thrown on a junk heap. Buttons to take the place of a man. Mr. Green, just please listen to me. Nellie and me, we're history.
Ancient history.
Well, look at the famous people that rode up and down with us. There was Mayor Jimmy Walker. Oh, a real dandy he was in his high silk hat. Then one time, Charlie Chaplin...
Never mind the famous that you and Nellie carted. It's a world of automation now.
How'd you like it if somebody wanted to replace you with buttons?
Well, I wouldn't sit there and snivel. Now, talk sense. You know Nellie's past her time. She stalls. She wheezes. When she does run, she creeps. Any day now, an inspector will notice that weakening cable, and she'll be condemned.
Well, if you buy her a new cable, she could run another 50 years. A cable is cheaper than a whole new... Please, just buy a cable, sir.
No.
I'll buy it myself. I'll buy it with my savings.
No.
All right, then. You going to forget what me and Nellie have done for this building?
That fire on 6. All the stairways burning. We brought all the tenants down. Not a soul hurt. And that burglar last year, he tied me up with ropes. He figured he'd run Nellie himself. She knew who he was. She stalled between floors. Wouldn't budge. Held that thief right there till the police came.
All right, cut the sob stuff, Charlie.
What'll the tenants do without us to take care of them? Mr. Cates, him in his wheelchair. A new elevator will slam its door right on him. And Mr. Clements in 5B and Miss O'Neill.
Sure, you spoil them all. And while you're at it, let's mention Miss Hartley. Every darn day you bring that has-been actress a bottle so she can tipple from morning till night.
Sir?
Oh, come off it, Charlie. Everyone knows she's a wino.
No, sir. I bring Miss Hartley milk.
In a pig's eye, it's milk.
She was a great, famous actress.
And she never lets us forget it. The lustrous name of Patricia Hartley was in lights on Broadway for 30 years.
Oh, I don't know what she'll do if me and Nellie go.
I've had all I can stomach of this. Now the discussion is finished.
Nellie.
And Nellie's finished. She's... Oh, blast it. You've got me talking like that thing is human. It's an it. You and it have 1 week's notice.
What?
Oh, don't worry. You'll get severance pay. But a week from today, they'll start installing the new elevator.
Much obliged, Fred. Was Nellie on her good manners?
Well, the truth is, she was a little shaky, Charlie. You know, every time she started up, she kind of shuddered.
She was worried about me.
Well, from the look of you, she had a right to be. Now, what's wrong, old friend, huh?
I can't tell you in front of Nellie.
Oh, well, step away from her. Come on over here.
It's likely she knows anyhow. Nellie knows things.
Well, I don't. So tell me, huh?
Mr. Green, he says that me and Nellie...
No, you don't have to tell me. I knew it was in the air. I just hoped it wouldn't happen. Charlie, you know how sorry I am. And so will all the tenants be.
No, not all. Mr. Norton, maybe Mr. Grant.
Them? Huh. Neither of them has lived here long, that's why.
1 week. 1 more week. No. Some kind of way Nellie and me'll figure out how to stay. I was wrong to say I wouldn't tell her. I got to.
Oh, yeah, sure. You'll find a way. Now, it's the surest thing you know.
Yes, we will. You betcha.
You all right, Charlie?
Yeah, we'll be after I talk to Nellie. Nellie? Did you miss me, sweetheart?
What does she say when you ask her that, huh?
Oh, it's a pity you can't hear. She's got a real sweet voice, and she talks kind of old-fashioned. She said, Charlie, I missed you more than tongue can tell. Old-fashioned. Well, we're off. Nellie, before we start, you know what Mr. G said? We got bad trouble. It's just, you don't know what it is, huh? I'll tell you after we take Miss Hartley her milk. Then you and me will go clear up to the top and talk.
Charlie!
Oh, come in, Miss Hartley. I'll be up there in a jiff.
I'll wait in my apartment.
Nellie, that means she's lonesome. She'll feel real bad if I don't stop into her apartment and talk. You be patient, will you? But you and me got a lot to do. We got to outsmart Henry Green. You and me together. We've been together 50 years. And that's how we're going to stay. Ah, here we are. Now, I'll just be right across the hall. Call if you need me, and I'll leave Miss Hartley's door open so as I can hear you buzz. I'll be back in 5-10 minutes.
Come in, dear Charlie. Enter. Welcome.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Oh, would you please leave the door open?
I know. Oh, you've brought my milk. How kind, how thoughtful. Do sit down and make yourself comfortable while I have a little milk. I've not had any breakfast yet.
Yeah, well, I can't stay long, Miss Hartley. Nellie and me, I can't stay long.
It tastes good.
I hope it helps your morning headache like always.
Oh, yes. I really should get a glass, shouldn't I? No matter. Now, tell me the news.
Ain't any.
You're keeping something back. There's a quality in your voice. Now you tell me.
No, I can't talk about it. Not until I talk with Nellie. She wouldn't like it if I would just... Oh, she's calling. I got to go.
Yes, I hear her call.
You really do hear Nellie?
Certainly I hear. But not always. Just sometimes.
The milk.
Yes. The milk. Joan of Arc heard voices. And ever since I played her, I've had my own voices.
That's nice. Goodbye, Miss Hartley.
Goodbye. Goodbye, dear Charlie. My love to Nellie.
Here we are, Nellie, dear. Up top by the roof, where we like it best, huh? Now I'll tell you about Mr. Green. Why, you knew all the time? Oh, ain't you my smart girl? So, Nellie, what can we do to stop him? What? You know how? Tell me. Yes? Yes? That's what you think we should do? Oh, I don't know, Nellie. Do that? Yeah, I do see it could be the only way. No, of course I ain't afraid. Not with you, but if some other way turns up, then we won't have to do that. All right, it's our secret. We won't tell a soul. No, I didn't say I wasn't willing. I am. On account of what Mr. G wants to do to us is murder, Nellie. It's murder.
Murder. An extreme, reckless word? Not to Charlie. For an ordinary doomed elevator, the word would be destroyed. The same fate planned for Nellie was, in Charlie's mind, cold-blooded murder. Charlie is an adult old man, you say. That teddy bear in your childhood, if someone took it away, tore it to shreds, wouldn't you have said that person killed it? Then, in charity, say Charlie is a childlike old man, and like a child, is ready to go to any lengths to save his Nellie. We will learn in Act 2 if he succeeds. We have Charlie, an old gentleman. We have Nellie, an old elevator. And regrettably, we have Mr. Green. That man of flint gave 1 week's notice to Charlie and Nellie. 4 days have passed. By now, all tenants have heard of the improvement their landlord intends. Henry Green expected gratitude. What has he had instead? Complaints, tears. From 9B, downright insults. To what avail? None. The fancy new steel and formica button-operated elevator will be installed as planned. Not if the tenants have their way. Here's one of them now knocking on Mr. W.W. Norton's door, 3A.
Who is it?
It is Patricia Hartley.
Well, Miss Hartley, to what do I owe this honor?
Mr. Norton, we've not been very neighborly since you took up residence here. Fact is, you've been insufferably rude to almost everyone in the building, but all that must be forgotten in our common plight.
We have a common plight?
Am I to be kept standing in a drafty hallway while I answer?
Oh, my apologies. Do step inside.
Thank you.
Well, would you care to sit down, Miss Hartley?
Yes, Mr. Norton. I am here about the petition.
I thought so. We, the undersigned, protest the booting out of Charlie Henkel and his inamorata. No, lady, I'm not signing any such petition.
But we need everyone's signature. Every tenant has signed except you. You have a sharp tongue, but I do know you have a kind heart.
I'm not signing. In 3 days, exit Nellie. And good riddance.
You cannot possibly mean that. Think of all the devoted years Nellie has carried us up and down, up and down.
And the old girl's got asthma, arthritis, and the bends. Onward and upward with the times, lady. Nellie can't move onward or upward or down.
Oh, she can. She does.
When she's not stalled between floors.
Oh, what of dear Charlie? Do you want to be rid of Charlie?
Look, he's a nice old codger, but he's cracked as an egg. And it's time he's put out to pasture.
Oh, have you no pity? When I played Desdemona, Iago had more compassion than you. Oh, sir, you've got to sign. You must.
Oh, good Lord.
You're cruel and selfish, beastly, inhuman.
Miss Hartley.
Oh,
saved. Oh, Fred, it just may be that you saved my life.
Oh, Fred.
I figured you might need some help, Miss Hartley.
Oh, what is this, a conspiracy?
We're not signed.
No. Don't cry. Don't cry. I'll talk to Mr. Norton.
Oh, you pushing that petition too will save your breath.
Doesn't care if Charlie dies.
Miss Hartley, go along home. I'll be down to see you in a little while.
He won't talk to you, Freddie. He's heartless.
Oh, yes, he will. He will. Now, just go along now.
All right. All right.
Now, what is this, Fred? What do you care about that fool petition?
Well, the staff wants Charlie and Nellie to stay, too.
Staff? That's you?
All right, me.
Oh, use your head. Charlie's not just too old for a responsible job. He's a loony. He courts that elevator like it's alive. Nellie, his sweetheart.
But who does it harm? He calls it Nellie because when a young Charlie first came here, he did have a sweetheart named Nellie.
Oh, that's a new twist.
No, it's true. It's true. She died. An old-timer that lived here told me for a while Charlie talked to his lost Nellie like he was trying to call her back. And then after time went by, he just transferred her name to his elevator.
A pretty yarn. Even if true, it doesn't change the facts. I pay for service here, and I don't get it. Have to walk up and down more often than I ride.
So you won't sign?
Would it cut any ice if I did? Green won't pay any attention to it.
If Charlie's let out and he loses Nellie, it'll kill him. Now, you want that to be on your conscience?
It won't be on my conscience. I'm not exactly fond of broken-down actresses either. That old doll is still acting. You should have heard her. No wonder. She knocks off a couple bottles of that rot-gut wine a day.
So would you, if you were dying.
What?
That's right. She is dying. Some kind of slow blood disease.
Oh, that's her story. More theatrics.
No. She never said a word to anyone. Her doctor comes here. He told me.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. In her shoes, might drown my sorrows, but that doesn't mean I want her up here awash in wine and tears. This way out, Fred.
Will you think about the petition, huh?
Who is it now?
Fred, good morning.
Oh, wait till I unbolt this thing.
Oh. Locked in your office, Mr. Green?
These days, leave this door unlocked. Half the tenants are crashing here. Had a belly full of them all week. Now it's Charlie's last day, and if
yes, sir, I know.
And not a word out of you about it either.
No, sir. No.
Yesterday, Patricia Hartley marched in, totters in, with a tenant's petition. That not a good it did him.
Or Charlie.
I told you to button up about Charlie.
Your orders for the day, sir?
Yeah. 1, tell any tenant that hollers for me that I'm out of town. 2, wouldn't surprise me if Charlie's a little nuttier than usual his last day and all. For Pete's sake, try to calm him down.
Oh, no, he's been real calm all this week, wouldn't you say? I mean, considering what's on his mind.
Yeah. Thought he'd pester me. But he hasn't even been in here. What do you think he's up to?
Well, what could he be up to? He hasn't anywhere to turn.
He had a kind of foxy look every time I saw him. Like he and that elevator won the war.
Well, he did say a couple of times he and Nellie have a secret.
Oh, for
Yeah. Yeah, when he said it, he did have a foxy look.
Well, thank the Lord. After today, he's out of here.
He'll be more than that.
And what does that mean?
It means he'll be dead.
What?
Losing Nellie will kill him.
Oh, that's a cheap shot, Fred. I'm only doing what any sensible man would do with any regard for his tenant's safety. Now, about tomorrow. The electrician from Armstrong Elevator Company will be here early. He'll disconnect our elevator. About an hour later, the wreckers come. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frank Green?
Oh, Lord, forgot to bolt the door. I'm very busy, Miss Hartley.
Indeed, you are busy. Busy destroying a man's life. Here.
What's this?
It is money to buy a new cable for Nellie.
Hmm.
I personally took up a collection. There is also enough to pay Charlie's salary for 3 more months. That should warm the cockles of your penny-pinching heart, if you have a heart. The tenants have bought a 3-month reprieve for Nellie.
The tenants have bought nothing. Take back the money, Miss Hartley, and you, Fred, take Miss Hartley out of this office.
Nellie, we wanted on 4. Now, go real nice, Nellie, dear. Mind what day this is. Mr. G thinks we're old, you and me, ready for the junk heap. Today we show him different. We're on our way. Who was it said, take no thought for the tomorrow? I don't just recollect, but that's what we'll do. We've got today, Nellie. A lot can happen in a day. Coming, 4. We're almost up to 3. Sweetheart, can't you go a little faster? Hey, that's a good girl. What was it you said we could do, Nellie? Our secret? I disremember. It's going right out of my head. Here we are, Mr. Kramer. Here we are.
Charlie, Henkel, will you please hurry?
Yes, ma'am, Miss Hartley. I'm here, and your milk's here all fine and dandy.
Oh, Charlie, what will I ever do without you?
Nellie hears.
But it's her last day. That monster, Mr. Green, refused to take the money.
Yes, ma'am, you told me. But it don't matter.
Well, how can you say that? Tomorrow Nellie will be... Oh,
Now, that's what folks think, but we know things, Nellie and me. We got a secret.
Oh, tell me. I adore secrets.
How we'll keep tomorrow from ever coming.
It can't come. You're the only one who knows about me. If I have to buy the milk myself, people will see me, and I don't want them to find out Patricia Hartley is what I am.
Take no thought for the morrow. Me and Nellie don't. We've got today, a whole day. Look, see how I shined Nellie up? Her mirror, her mahogany.
And a red rose in her vase. Oh, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's a beauty, all right. I brushed her red velvet, too.
I love her. The idea of a hideous modern elevator. Run it yourself. Well, I'll get all mixed up.
Oh, what ails the world? No room anymore for what's beautiful. It's gone up the spout.
Oh, 6B says all anything needs to be today is functional. Well, I am out of style then, too.
Buttons to take the place of a man. So I'm 70. But who learns a thing worth knowing till the years add up and time is a friend?
Where's the super, mister?
Oh, I'm the super.
Looked like the doorman to me.
Super, doorman, handyman, you name it.
Well, I'm the electrician.
I didn't send for any electrician.
Armstrong Elevator Company, here to disconnect an elevator.
Oh, no, that's tomorrow. You're a day early.
It's today, chum. Here's the order. Dated today. So, let's get on the ball.
Take no thought for the morrow. But suddenly, tomorrow is today. The electrician holds in his hand a paper clearly stating that on this day, an elevator is to be dismantled. What happens now to Charlie's promise that he'll never let anyone take Nellie away? And what of their secret plan? That is to save them both. The secret Charlie thinks Nellie told him, but it was conjured, of course, within his own mind. Promises and secrets and something more will soon be dealt with when I return with Act 3. It was Robert Browning who wrote the lines, "Grow old along with me. The best is yet to be. The last of life for which the first was made." Indeed, Charlie and Nellie have grown old together. But is the best yet to be, or the worst? Judging by the paper the super is staring at, the worst is at hand.
Oh, this thing is wrong.
It says today, doesn't it? So let's go get that elevator down to the basement. The wreckers will be here in an hour.
Hey, no. Hey, wait. You come back tomorrow, huh?
No, I got a full schedule tomorrow. Today, too. Now, come on, man.
You want to break Charlie's heart?
Who's Charlie?
It's our old elevator man. You know, he's run the thing for 50 years. Calls it Nellie. Talks to it. He buys it roses.
What, is he office rocker?
No, he's just a nice old guy. You see, he thinks he's got this last day. Well, it means a lot to him. You come back tomorrow, huh?
I'll the owner like the bill if I'm here twice. He's paying right now, portal to portal. Wreckers on their way. He's paying for that, too. Twice? Oh, your boss like that, huh?
Yeah.
So let's get cracking.
No, wait. Look, I'll call him on the house phone right here.
Make it snappy, will you?
Yes?
It's Fred, Mr. Green. Armstrong Elevator is here a day early. It's a dirty trick on Charlie. No, he counted on this last day. Can I tell the guy to come back tomorrow?
They charge extra for that?
Well, yeah. But we can't do this to Charlie.
Fred, I told you, I'm fed up with all this garbage. What's one lousy day?
Well, to Charlie, it's something big. You know, I don't know exactly what, but it's big.
Well, it's big to me, too. It's money. You tell the guy to go ahead.
Well, no dice.
Now, look, fella, we'll have to con Charlie a little, you know. You go along with anything I say to him, okay?
All right, Kooks, you're meeting this business.
Hey, take us down, will you, Charlie?
Who's he?
Huh? Oh, inspector. Monthly checkup.
That's not the inspector. I never saw him before.
It's replacement. That right, mister? Yeah.
What's in that toolbox?
It's tools. What else? Now, come on, Charlie. Move aside. Take us down, huh?
No, he can walk down.
Look.
He's here to hurt Nellie.
Quit it, Charlie. Just take it easy, huh? An inspector inspects in the basement, not in the lobby.
Inspect? For what?
Well, you know for what. You'll find out if Nellie needs any repair.
Now, listen, old man. You're lousing up my schedule. Take this pile of junk to the basement or I'll take it myself. Oh, don't you touch Nellie. You get away from her. I know who you are. I know. You want to stop her a day early.
No, Charlie, no.
Fred, I didn't think you'd lie to us.
Well, all right. I just wanted to spare you a little if I could. It's all over today, Charlie. Not tomorrow.
No, it ain't. We got this day. Can't nobody take it away.
Charlie!
Move, Nellie!
No, Charlie, wait! Wait, come back here!
Nellie, stop between 1 and 2.
Get shot! This won't do any good, Charlie!
That's my good girl. Now, we'll just sit down right here. Ain't a blessed thing they can do.
Charlie Hinkle!
Oh, it's Mr. G.
Charlie!
Yes, sir, Mr. Green.
You get down here on the double.
Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they can't take my Nell away. How's that for new words, Nellie?
You come down from there or you'll lose your pension.
We don't want a pension. We want this day, and we're going to have it.
The devil you will. I'll get you out of there if I have to blast you out.
Oh, Charlie, quit playing games, huh? What's one day?
I'll tell you what this day is. It's our life. You take it away, and you're murderers. Hey, listen to him, Nellie girl. Games, Freddie said. Now look who's playing games. Him and Mr. G running up and down the stairs after us. Me and you, we ride. Then sit like this, right level with the floors. Make them think they can grab us. Could have stopped us straight off if that master switch in the basement wasn't broke and Mr. G too cheap to get it fixed. Oh, they're close now. We'd best move again so they can run some more. Run, Miss G. Run, Freddie. Here we go around the mulberry bush.
Mr. Green, can't we stop this hide and seek? Huh?
No.
Hold up a minute. I got an idea.
Well?
Now, look. I think he stopped on 6. Yeah, 6. A level again, not between floors now.
Yes.
I'll stay here on 4. You make a lot of racket getting to 6, huh? Now, he usually goes 2 floors, so maybe he'll come down and stop here. Now, I back against the wall so he don't see me. He stops, and I jerk the door open.
It won't work.
Well, we can try. Tried everything else.
Yeah, tell you it won't work.
Well, then why don't we quit?
I won't be made a fool of by that crazy old man.
Excuse me, but he's already done that.
Fred, wouldn't you think that blasted thing would get stuck? It balks every day, but not today.
Of course, Nellie won't get stuck today.
Oh.
Didn't hear me follow you, did you? I tiptoed in my bedroom slippers.
Go away.
My good man, I shall not go away. I shall tell you why Nellie will not get stuck today.
This is all I need.
She never stalls when there's an emergency. Can you pretend pretend Charlie does not have a dire emergency at this tragic moment.
Miss Hartley, kindly go to your apartment. We've got enough trouble here.
I rejoice in your trouble. Shame, chasing an old man. You are a wicked man.
Miss Hartley, it'd be better if you did go on downstairs now.
The very idea of grown men racing up and down like two mad creatures. Excuse me, please.
What's that thing?
A thermos of milk for Charlie if he gets thirsty. Charlie, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, ma'am, Miss Hartley.
There's milk here by the door. Pick it up when these bloodhounds are someplace else. So, gentlemen, why don't you continue to skip merrily up and down the stairs?
Nice to rest a little, huh, sweet Nellie? We've been at this foolishness near half an hour. Oh, my, your red rose looks pretty in that vase. Hey, shh, listen. I think I hear them coming down again. They got arrested. Look, let's pass them and tease them up to 9. Down is easy. They get winded running up. Hey, Nellie, you ain't supposed to stop here. Don't do this, girl. Move. Don't be stuck. They'll get us.
He's stuck just a little below. Grab the door. Okay. Open it. Now, Fred, get on top of that cockeyed elevator and crawl through the trap door.
And do what, Mr. Green?
Overpower the old fool.
Mr. Green, I won't do it.
I'm too fat to get through this. Oh, I'll get through. You bet your job I will.
Nellie, start. Move. You heard what Mr. G said. Don't. He's on the top. He's up there. He'll crawl through the hatch. Oh, he's got it open. The vase. The flower vase.
Give up, Charlie.
Mr. Green, you come through that hatch, and I got this vase. I don't hold with hurting people, but so help me, I'll use it if I have to.
Oh, you think you can win with a red rose and a vase, Charlie?
Nellie, start. The girl. Here we go, Mr. G.
Oh, no!
You can't squeeze your fatness into here before we hit the roof.
You'll kill me!
You can't get off. You can't get off.
Fred! Help me, Fred, help!
I remember the secret, Nellie. I remember.
Stop, Charlie, stop!
Right up you go to the roof.
Oh, for God's sake, stop!
Okay, we stop. Now close that hatch and get off. Nellie don't like you. So you best do it fast. Safe.
Mr. Green. Mr. Green, I'm right above you.
Open the door. Pull me off this thing.
I got here as quick as I could. Here. Give me your hands. There. Now. Oh, are you all right, sir?
He'd have killed me. Smashed me like a cockroach against the roof.
No, he wouldn't. No, Charlie wouldn't do that.
The devil he wouldn't.
Mr. Green, I wouldn't. I tried to, but I couldn't do it.
Are you coming out of there?
No, sir.
All right. I'm calling the police. I'm charging you with assault and intent to kill. You'll come out, or they'll shoot you out. Charlie? You hear me?
He's probably talking it over with Nellie.
And that's not all. They'll shoot that female rattletrap full of holes.
It's nice here, Nellie. Up top, under the roof. Peaceful, huh? Nobody chasing us. When they do come, we're just a mite out of reach. Oh, Nellie, girl, don't be mad at me. I recollected the secret all right, but I couldn't do it when the chance came. Murder, Mr. Green? Yes, I know. He wants to murder us. Well, we'll think of something else. Or are you too wore out, sweet Nellie? Police. Guns. Nellie, think how to stop tomorrow. You think. You decide. I'm tuckered out. Listen. They're coming. Come on. What do we do? Think, Nellie. A new plan, quick. Save us from tomorrow.
There he is, just about, Sergeant O'Toole. He's all yours.
Charlie Hinkle, you're under arrest. Now come on down from there and be quick about it.
You leave us be. Nellie's about to tell me something. Nellie.
Charlie, it's no use. Come on now. You want me to fix you out with tear gas, mister?
Officer, you let that poor persecuted man alone.
Oh, don't bother me, lady. Hey, Hinkle, you are resisting an officer.
Nellie. Sweetheart.
It broke.
Charlie, no.
Oh.
They're falling.
Nellie, Charlie.
God have mercy on his soul.
Charlie. Nellie?
If he'd only got out when we told him to.
Nellie killed him. He loved her, and she killed him.
No. Don't you understand? She saved him.
Take Miss Hartley downstairs, Fred.
Saved him from you. She and Charlie fooled you. They tricked you and they triumphed. Your cruel tomorrow will never come.
Miss Hartley, shall we...
Hush. Listen. I hear Charlie singing.
Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, we are going far away, and we'll never hurt my
darling. Charlie and Nellie asked only that they be together. They are. The tenants of the building arranged Charlie's burial. With him, where he lies, a bit of red velvet, small pieces of brass, mahogany, a cut glass vase, miraculously not shattered, and Nellie's last red rose. I'll be back shortly. We are left with an unsolved mystery this time. The cable that snapped on that ancient elevator. Is it possible that Nellie did, after all, possess human traits? Could she have willed? No, of course she couldn't. Or could she? Our cast featured Robert Dryden, Grace Matthews, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When our deep plots should fall, it should learn us there's a divinity that shapes our ends. Rough hew them how we will. What is Hamlet saying? More or less, don't mess with fate. Regardless how you lead your life, fate controls your destiny.
We're all anxious to get to the bottom of this, son. So if you want to hang around the police station and watch us work, why, sure.
Well, thank you, sir. You see, I'd like to learn to be a detective.
Sad as it is, this death of your father is a good case to begin on. Take my word for it.
I can't. You see, I can't believe the way he was killed was an accident. To me, it was murder.
Our mystery drama, The Beast, was adapted from a story by Edith Wharton, especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Norman Rose and Robert Dryden. There are those who marry for love. There are those who marry for money. Among the latter, love is generally one-sided. Nevertheless, the duped or deceived believe that for companionship and a measure of fidelity, no price is too high to pay. Such was the case of Mrs. Henry Trevor, until 3 years ago a widow, now remarried to a strange and selfish spouse.
Henry, aren't we going a little too fast? You're doing 70.
70 isn't speeding if you've got control of the wheel. And, dearest wife, if there's anyone who knows how to handle a car, it's yours truly.
But it's so foggy you can hardly see in front of you.
I don't need to. We make this trip up from New York every weekend. I know the road backwards. Besides, who but an idiot will be out on the highway this time of the night?
Henry, look out. There's a man walking. We've hit him! We've hit him! Henry, what are you doing? You've got to stop!
What for? I didn't hit anything.
You're crazy. We hit that man. Turn around, for heaven's sake.
Now, Martha, calm down. Don't get yourself all excited.
Didn't you feel the bump when we hit him, Henry? Please stop the car and go back.
Only a rock on the road. Now, close your eyes and go to sleep. I'm tired. I don't want to get to the Cape as soon as I can.
Is that you?
Yes, Martha. When you dial my number, you always get me. What's up?
Henry asked me to call you and ask if you'd like to come up to the Cape for the weekend.
This weekend?
You've got to come, Wayne.
You sound mighty serious. Laugh a little, Martha.
It's no laughing matter. I mean it. Please come.
I tell you what. I'll be in Boston Saturday, and I'll come up Sunday and stay over, okay?
Yes. Anything would be better than nothing.
Martha, you know how I feel about you. We've been friends for a long time, but I cannot come before Sunday.
It'll have to do. I guess I can hang on till then.
You sound upset.
I am, Wayne, terribly upset. I'm just about at the end of my rope with Henry. Don't fail me. Be here Sunday.
Of course I will. And try to bear up, Martha. Remember, I do love you.
I know, Wayne. That's why I'm so miserable.
Well, I like that.
You're fine. You're fine. Mm-hmm. I'll tell Henry. Bye, Wayne.
You'll tell Henry what, Martha, dear?
Oh, that was Wayne. He said to tell you he'd be here Sunday.
Sunday? He couldn't come before?
Well, I guess not. He said he had to be in Boston on business Saturday.
Now, it's my own fault to put my faith in anybody else.
What are you talking about? Wayne's a very good friend.
I go pick an aggressive lawyer, and the first thing you know, he hasn't got the time for me.
But that's ridiculous. He works 7 days a week.
For a lot of people, not only me. Now, will you listen to that? An Another one of those sudden coast storms. I hope my new speed cruiser is going to be all right.
Well, isn't it anchored off the boathouse?
Yeah, but if the seas get rough, it could break loose. You know what? I think I'll put on my oilskin and go down to the boathouse to make sure.
Oh, I'll go. I'm expecting the grocery boy with the food for the party. Poor boy, he'll be soaked.
Well, wait a minute. What party?
Henry, how can you be so forgetful? We asked the Reverend Charles for Sunday dinner. I'll be back in a moment.
Hello. Truro Marina? Yeah, can I speak to Captain James? Yeah, sure, I'll hang on.
Henry? Henry, could I speak to you for a moment?
Now, hold it a second, Martha. I'm trying to get Captain James at the marina. Maybe you can give me an idea how long the storm's going to last.
Henry, it's the police.
What?
You'd better hang up and go to the door.
The police? To see me? Martha, did you tell them that I was here?
Well, not exactly. I said I'd go to get you.
Look, I don't know how long this storm's going to last this afternoon. I'd better shoot over to the marina and see Captain James.
Henry, they're outside.
I cannot help that. I can't be bothered with every request for the Police Athletic League or the Policeman's Ball. I got too much to do.
Henry, it's Rufus Clay, the chief himself. And he's not selling any raffle tickets.
Well, you tell him that I'm not here. Now, look, I'm going out the back way.
Rufus wants to know if we know anything about a man who was run over late last night on the highway.
Tell him you know nothing. You saw nothing. You heard nothing, and nothing happened.
Oh, Henry. Mind if I join you in your garage? I'd like to get in out of the rain.
Oh, hi, Rufus.
Oh, what you doing? Closing down your car inside your garage? Why don't you just back it out and let the rain take care of you?
No kidding. It's coming hard, is it?
Oh, cats and dogs. I didn't expect to find you here. Martha said you'd gone to the marina. Say, Henry, would you mind turning off the hose for a moment?
Huh? Oh, sure.
I just been inside talking to Martha.
You know, Rufus, when you hose down the front end of a car, if you don't wipe the chrome dry right away, she gets awful spotty.
You ought to use a clean rag.
Huh? I thought this was clean.
Oh, spots all over it. Looks like blood.
Blood?
You're smearing that headlight. Better get a clean cloth.
Yeah, there's a pile in the corner. Excuse me, Rufus.
Henry, I think you must have hit something. There's a dent in the guard below the bumper. And, would you mind if I squat down and get a closer look? Hey, watch out where you're pointing that hole.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rufus. I didn't see you on that side. What was it you wanted to ask me about, anyway?
I wanted to ask you a question, Henry. But I think I know the answer.
Then he said, it's okay. I think I know the answer. Now, what did he mean by that?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Mm-hmm. Martha, what did you tell him?
Nothing. You said to tell him nothing. He wanted to know where you were. I said you'd gone to the marina.
And what did Rufus say?
He said, which way did he go? I said, I don't know. He said, when did he leave?
Oh, boy, that Rufus.
I said, a couple of hours ago. I lied and lied for you. And he said, did he walk? So what could I say? I didn't know what to say. I said, yes, I think so. And he said, is your garage door open? I said, I guess so. And he said, well, I better go have a look. And that was that.
Well, he must think there's something.
Did he find anything?
What are you talking about?
Henry, you know.
Are you saying did he find evidence that I ran over someone? No, he didn't, because there was no evidence. Because I didn't run over anyone. Now, will you just put it out of your mind? It didn't happen.
If you say so.
Oh, I've got enough problems without having to be concerned with dummies who wander around in the fog. It was a rock we hit, you understand? A rock, a dog, a deer. In the larger scheme of things, these things are insignificant.
Chief Rufus? Thanks for the time.
Bartholomew, I didn't do you any favor. I've known your family practically since the whaling ship sailed out of Nantucket. How's your mother taking it?
Oh, it's all inside. She holds it in. Always been able to do that with her feelings. Same thing like when my kid brother Jimmy died in Korea.
That's New England stock for you. Stoic.
Well, just the same, she feels it. She's crushed. I know it. 30 years married and never a bad word between my dad and Mom. My dad. The most wonderful person anyone could know.
Best people leave us too soon.
It's so unnecessary. By some crazy jerk speeding in the fog.
Yeah, we'll get him. He can't get far. The medical examiner said it happened between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. The road out here doesn't go anywhere but to the ocean. If you get out past North Truro, you can only go as far as Provincetown. So, whoever it was, wasn't going through. He either lives here or was visiting.
Well, I know you've been out a lot because I've been trying to get you.
House to house, no other way. Police detection is 99% legwork.
Now, why doesn't he come forward? Hit and run, hit and hide. If I ever locate who ran my father down in cold blood, I don't know what I'd do.
Maybe someone will come forward.
Maybe, maybe not. How can I help?
I guess by being a comfort to your mother.
I mean more than that.
I don't rightly know, son. But if you want to regard our police outfit as yours, we're all of us anxious to get to the bottom of this.
I want to know everything, every step of the way. You see, Chief Rufus, I can't accept this death of my father as an accident. To me, it was murder.
What time is it, Martha? Martha? Martha, can you hear me?
I wish you wouldn't shout so, Henry.
It's Saturday morning. I've been up since 6. What time is Wayne getting here?
I told you. He said not before tomorrow, Sunday. Why are you so touchy? You've come up here for a nice, quiet weekend.
I haven't got time for quiet weekends. Oh, look, honey, I'm sorry, but I got so much on my mind.
So you said.
What time is it?
8 o'clock.
I keep hoping maybe Wayne will show up. He knows I need him.
Boston is practically next door. I'm sure as soon as he can, he'll get here.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that a car that drove up?
No, I didn't hear it.
Well, I did. I bet that's him.
Hello?
Hello.
Are you Henry Trevor?
Yeah. What's your name?
Bartholomew Gates.
Oh. Well, what did you want to see me about?
Do you have more than one car?
Yeah, I do.
2, 3?
Look, what is this all about, young man? A survey?
I guess you could call it that.
We have 3 cars, as a matter of fact. One's in town, New York. The smaller car, my wife's, is being serviced, so there's only one in the garage, okay? Now, look, I'm very busy, so if you don't mind...
I do mind.
What did you say?
I said I do mind. And I'm going to take a look at your car. Now, where's the garage?
Now, you listen, I don't know you, and I have no intention of showing you anything. Now, you get out of here.
Mr. Trevor, don't mess around with me. Show me your car.
The devil I will. Look, I give you 1 minute. If you're not out of here, I call the police. Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
A revolver.
Is this a holdup?
And you show me your car, and no one will get hurt.
Will you put it down? Sure, I will. I hope you know what you're doing.
I know what I'm doing.
I mean the way you're waving it around.
I've done target practice, Mr. Trevor. I learned about guns from my brother. He died in Korea. He had one rule, Mr. Trevor. If you see the enemy, shoot him.
A young man, desperate to avenge his father's death, holds a gun. A wife, trapped in an unhappy marriage, tries to take hold of herself. Advice now from Hamlet again. Patience, forbearance. Let Hercules himself do what he may. The cat will mew, and the dog will have his day. I shall return shortly with Act 2. The place, Cape Cod. A spit of land curving into the Atlantic, frequently foggy. The time, late Sunday. The people, Henry and Martha Trevor, and their dinner guests, a clergyman and an attorney.
I wish the Reverend Charles didn't have to leave so soon after we finished dinner. I thought he was fun.
What did you think of our local minister, Wayne?
Well, I kind of liked him.
He's a pretty down-to-earth guy for a preacher. You know why he came to dinner with us?
Because I invited him.
The Most Reverend Charles came to touch me for another donation. Probably heard I bought a new boat and thought to himself, if my good parishioner can afford that, surely he can spare a couple of hundred for the church coal fund. I told him, didn't I?
You were a bit rude, I thought.
Martha, you don't know the first thing about money. Does she, Wayne?
Well, you certainly cut the Reverend off at the pass pretty sharply, Henry. Martha, the fact is, Henry does have to watch his pennies.
You see? What did I tell you? She won't believe me.
Why should I? Seems to me you spend money faster than anyone I know.
She's got you there, Henry.
Wait a minute, whose side are you on?
Look at this house. 15 rooms for 2 people. It's 9 o'clock. We're in one room, but the whole house is lit up like a Christmas tree. Lights burning in every room. And every time I'm here, it's the same thing.
Oh, come off it, Wayne. I don't need lectures in my own house from my own lawyer.
Well, it's an attitude, that's all I'm saying. I'm talking to you as a friend because I think sometimes you don't realize you just can't steamroller over other people or disregard the common good.
And who do you suppose that is at this time of the night? I'll have a look. Martha, dig out the good brandy for Wayne. You know what he likes.
Wayne, I apologize for his behavior. This was one of the most embarrassing evenings I've ever spent. Henry throwing his weight around. I don't know what the Reverend Charles must have thought.
I'm sorry I lost my temper with him. I should be apologizing to you.
Oh, he gets worse and worse. And that accident.
What accident?
A man was run over on Route 6 the night before last.
So that's why they stopped me this afternoon.
Who stopped you?
The police. There was a roadblock between Wellfleet and here. They were stopping cars in both directions.
They're looking at cars in every house. Yesterday, the son of the man who was killed threatened Henry with a gun. Here he comes.
I don't know whether to take this as a compliment or what. The Reverend Charles went home and turned around and came all the way back here because he wanted me to show him the speed cruiser.
Tonight? Now? But the fog is rolling in.
Sure, tonight. Why not? He's outside. I'll just find the old Parker. Hey, Martha, have you seen my heavy-duty flashlight?
It's in the hall closet somewhere.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Be back in 15 minutes. Coming, Reverend.
Why are the police after Henry? What did he have to do with it?
I was with him coming up here. I think Henry did run over that man.
Bartholomew, what you did yesterday was not an authorized police method. I can't condone it.
Well, the gun wasn't loaded, sir. I had to take a look in that garage myself.
Police business is the exercise of logic. Don't jump to conclusions. There are cars with dents and broken headlights and smashed fenders all over the area. I've been to several houses in the last 2 days where the car was damaged.
Well, what would you say this was? I found it in the corner of Trevor's garage.
Some old rag. Why?
I think it's part of a jacket. Same weave, same color, a jacket of Dad's. Now, couldn't this have been torn from a sleeve?
Hey, you're getting to be quite a detective.
What are you going to do about it?
What would you recommend?
Well, see if it could be matched up with what Dad was wearing.
Okay. We'll do just that. Yes, Sergeant, where are you? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I'll be here when you bring him in. Bill Hawley. Just picked up a man weaving and speeding down the highway. When he frisked him, he had a wallet on him. Your dad's.
What?
He's bringing him in for questioning.
Henry said he hit a rock, did he?
That's what he said. I didn't actually see anyone fall, just a horrible, sickening bump.
I don't know what to tell you. Whether to believe in your husband or not, he's in enough trouble as it is.
Is it money again?
I'm afraid so.
That's why he wanted you to come over.
Yes. I don't know if I can help him.
Is it that bad?
Well, I don't know where to begin.
He'll be back soon.
What time is it? Shall we meet in an hour and a half from now, say midnight?
Yes.
Same place?
Yes.
I'll tell you all about it then. Oh, I think that's him at the front door.
Well, I suppose I should thank the Lord he didn't hit me again for a donation.
Did the Reverend Charles like your boat?
He said so. We stood by the boathouse. You couldn't really see it in the dark and the fog so thick. Hey, Martha, what's the matter with you? Where's Wayne's brandy?
I guess I forgot. I'm going to bed. I'm awfully tired. You going back to the city in the morning, Wayne?
No, I've got to head back for Boston. We didn't finish Saturday. I'll be getting an early start.
Well, you'll be gone before I'm up. Oh, Wayne, it was lovely seeing you. I think the guest room's all set for you tonight. Hope you sleep well.
You too, Martha. And thanks for a great dinner.
Good night. Good night, Henry.
Is there anything more you want to ask me about, Henry?
Well, the heck of it is, Wayne. I don't know where all the money went to. Thanks for everything you've done.
Henry, you're a big boy now. You've simply got to...
Wait a minute. There is something that you can do for me. Tell Martha about the loan. Explain to her she's got to sign the note for it.
Yeah, but I'm leaving first thing in the morning.
Well, leave later. Talk to her at breakfast.
Henry, you're impossible. I can't and I won't. You know, there are other people in the world besides you, people who are counting on me.
I thought you were my friend. She'll take it from you.
But I can't hang around until she gets up tomorrow.
So I'll wake her. Hey, look, I have an idea. Take these keys to the cruiser. Take her out for a spin tomorrow morning as my guest. Breakfast on board, just you two. Now, you tell her to sign. And another thing, Wayne. Don't tell her anything about the other business, about my mother's securities.
Henry, I don't know how to say this, but you'd better get hold of yourself. You'd better take care.
Oh, I am, Wayne. Like the man said, I'm taking care of number one.
You got picked up for reckless driving. What's your name?
Simon.
Simon what?
I don't have any last name. Who's that?
Well, that's a young man attached to our office. He's sitting in on this interrogation. Any objections?
No.
Okay, Simon, no last name. I want you to know your rights before you say anything. I give you this card to read. It's important you know your rights.
I'm kind of tired. I don't see so well.
Yeah, that's what Sergeant Hawley reported, weaving all over the road. Right, read the card. I'm waiting.
Well, to tell you the truth, I can't read.
Well, you see, Bartholomew, in a case like this, we got to read the suspect's rights. Simon, you have a right to remain silent. If you talk to a police officer, that's me, anything you say can and will be used against you.
Ask me anything you like. I don't care.
I'm not finished. You have the right to consult with a lawyer. You may have him with you during the questioning. You want a lawyer?
I don't need no lawyer. I done nothing. All I want to know is why I'm here.
Is that all? I got a lot more questions than that. Okay. We begin at the beginning. Your name?
I told you, Simon.
Simon what?
I don't have no last name.
And you don't have any driver's license either.
I do have it, but I left it home.
Is this your wallet?
Yeah.
These your credit cards?
I don't know.
Can't you answer a simple question?
Look, who is that kid?
I told you, he's here unofficially. His name is Bartholomew Gates.
You pick him up, too?
He's the son of the man you ran over, George Gates.
Now, look, I didn't run over nobody.
What are you doing with George Gates' wallet?
It's mine. I found it.
Where did you find it?
I don't know. Somewhere. I forgot.
When did you find it?
Friday night.
Where?
I don't remember.
Where did you find the wallet, Simon?
I don't know. Friday night I was drunk. I don't remember.
You don't remember. I suggest to you on Friday night it was real foggy. You were driving on Route 6, and all of a sudden there's a man walking. You don't see him. Your car hits him. Then, Simon, you stop your car, you go back to help him, and you see he's dead. But you're not so drunk, Simon, that you can't reach into his pocket and steal the dead man's wallet. Isn't that how it happened, Simon? Think it over.
What time is it now, Chief?
Well, it's getting on there. How about some coffee, Bartholomew?
Yeah, sure.
You too, Simon?
Yeah.
Bill, go next door to the diner and get 3 coffees and 3 donuts. Yeah, right, thanks. We've had a look at your car, Simon.
Yeah? So?
What did you run into?
What?
There's blood and hair, short hairs on the front of your car.
I hit a dog. I didn't see him. I'm sorry.
You hit a dog. Did the dog have this wallet on him?
No, sir.
And now you won't tell me about the wallet?
I didn't do it.
You didn't do what, Simon?
I mean, I found the wallet. That's what I mean.
Was that before or after you hit the dog?
Chief Rufus, can I say something?
Okay, Bartholomew.
Mr. Simon, the man who was run over was my father. You understand that? Now, I am not going to let go of this until I find out who did it, and I mean that. So if you know anything...
Hold it, Bartholomew. No threats. Okay, Bill, bring him right in. Set the coffee and donuts over here. Bartholomew, here's your coffee.
Uh-huh.
And this one's for me. Simon, suppose we just hold on to your coffee and donut until you've remembered everything about the dog and the wallet. I'm sure it'll all come back to you. Don't want your coffee to get cold. Now, where were we?
A man is killed in the road. Did he die right away, or could his life have been saved? Accident or murder? Hamlet again. Murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. What will the dead man tell us about the man who killed him? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. It is midnight. Fog is blanketing the coast of New England. 2 people are awake. A man and a woman. They walk silently, without a light. They know the way.
309, 310, 311. 5 more.
What are you doing, Wayne?
When I get to the last few, I count aloud. 313, 314. When I'm not with you, Martha, I count those steps to the boathouse. I know I'll be alone with you at step 315. Let me open the old door. Oh, I've got you. Ooh, you almost fell.
Oh, my foot caught and suddenly I was skidding.
These old planks are full of holes. Here, let me light a match and see.
No, don't. Suppose Henry were looking out the window and he saw a light in the boathouse?
Oh, he's asleep. I could hear him snoring from my room. I can feel the floor. Hey, it's a can of grease. Must have been knocked over.
I don't know why, but I'm very frightened tonight.
Okay, let's walk carefully to the far end of the boathouse. Henry really ought to have all these boards replaced. The floor planking is rotten, and the water underneath us is very, very deep.
I know it is. Sometimes, when I come down here with him, I wish...
Shh. Let's not talk about him or think about him.
Wayne, hold me close.
Yes. Darling, you're trembling.
I don't think the boathouse at night is as safe as it used to be.
Why not? Nobody comes here after dark.
Henry might. All he thinks of is his speed cruiser.
What's that?
Down this ladder to the water, there's a rowboat tied up. He uses it to row out to the cruiser.
All right, now, careful. Walk along the edge. Mm-hmm. In the center, most of the planks are rotten. Here, hold on to me. We'll get to the bench and sit down.
Tell me what it is. I mean about Henry.
I will. In fact, Henry asked me to. He didn't want to tell you himself. He's gone through a sizable chunk of the money again.
How?
He says he doesn't know. Speculating, I guess. Oh, Martha, it was reckless of you to hand over half your inheritance when you got married. He's like a kid in a candy store.
But you know why I did it. When we were married, I didn't want people to think he had nothing. I wanted half of it to be his.
You're only half successful. He thinks it's all his.
Oh, there are worse things. Much worse. What was it he wanted you to tell me?
That you've got to sign another promissory note for $50,000.
Is that all?
For now. What did you mean there are worse things?
You haven't noticed.
Well, yes, I suppose I have. He's more and more selfish every time I see him.
So self-centered. Awful.
Well, then why don't you put an end to it?
I don't know. I can't.
What are you, hypnotized? Don't you know him for what he is?
Yes, I do. Better than anyone, even you. All he cares about is himself, his food, his drinks, his possessions, his way. Always, it's got to be his way. I don't know him anymore. He's become an animal with no conscience whatsoever.
A beast, no more.
What's that?
Oh, just a line from a play about a man very like Henry?
Yes. I know him for what he is. Yes, I cannot bear to have him touch me, even to be near me.
Well, then why?
I can't go through with it again, that's why. I just can't start all over again a third time. Even with you, dearest Wayne, you forget. I was a widow and lonely, and Henry married me.
Why didn't I know you then?
Because it wasn't meant to be.
Martha, take hold of your life. So you made a mistake. Save what's left. The real reason I came here today wasn't to hold Henry's hand, but to tell you you must take a step. I can't be your lawyer, but I can get you a very good one.
Don't talk that way. No, I can't.
Neither can I, Martha. I can't go on and on seeing you like this occasionally, surreptitiously.
Then you must stop.
Like that? Can you?
If I have to.
Here we sit in the dark. I can't even see your face. I'm supposed to take you out in his boat tomorrow morning and get you to sign that note. And then... how can I leave you here with him?
There's only one answer.
What's that?
I could be free if he would die.
Hello.
Mr. Trevor? Henry?
Yeah. Hey, who is that? Is that you, Rufus Clay?
I'm sorry to wake you up, but I got something very important to tell you. I'd like to come over.
Now, in the middle of the night? The whole house is asleep. Can't it wait?
I don't think so.
Well, look, why don't you tell me over the phone?
It's terrible to wish him dead, isn't it? But he's driven me to it.
You're not the only one who's thought that.
You have to?
Oh, yes.
I wish it every day, every hour. You might as well know the kind of person I am. I'm not the saint you think. When he goes out in his car, I pray for something to happen to him. I read the death notices in the paper, and I think, why not? So-and-so was his age. Maybe that's why I bought him that boat.
Oh, no, Martha.
Oh, yes. I can even take his pretense that it was all his idea, that it came out of his pocket. If that boat serves its purpose.
I don't want to hear you talk like this.
I pray every day he'll take it out to sea, hit some rock or submerged wreck, and that'll be the end. But it won't happen.
Well, people do die.
The wrong people. Look how he ran over that poor man in the road Friday night. He won't be found out. It's hopeless. He's coming.
What? You sure? Can you see that far up the path?
I see his flashlight. It's headed this way.
But why?
It's his boat. He's coming down to check on it.
Well, is there time to get up the path and hide behind something?
No. He's getting closer every second. Wayne, climb down that ladder thing and get into the rowboat. Row it away. He'll find us otherwise.
I do, and let him find you? And what are you doing here?
I'm his wife. I came down because I was worried about the cruiser, too. He'll believe me. Wayne, hide.
I'm not going. I can face him.
He'll kill you.
Martha? Are you in the boathouse? Martha? I've been looking for you. Is there someone else in here? I thought I heard... Oh, Martha. It is you. I looked in your room. Your bed was unmade. What are you doing down here?
I could ask the same of you, Henry. Don't shine that flashlight in my eyes.
You know what woke me up? The telephone. It was Rufus. They picked up some old bum who had blood on his car, and they're holding him. They found the dead man's wallet on him. Now, isn't that criminal? Nobody's safe walking a country road anymore. Imagine that, running a man down and leaving him. Anyway, the sea's getting rough, so I think I'll row myself out and make sure about the anchor cable and the lines. Now, if you hold the flashlight, Martha, I'll get myself down the ladder. Here. Okay. Hold it steady. Hey, what happened? You dropped the flashlight. Now look what you've done. Oh, my goodness, it's pitch black in here. You're so stupid. Maybe I can find it. They get down on my hands and knees. What is this? Pair of shoes. Feet. Hey, who are you? There's someone standing here.
Hello, Henry.
Bartholomew, I think we'll call it a night.
But you never got that bum to admit anything.
No. But we've come to where questioning ends and science begins. You'll learn that if you do go into police work. Tomorrow, in the daylight, we'll examine his car microscopically right down to the tires.
Why don't you just bring him back to the very spot where he ran over my father?
Well, we may, but I'm not sure.
About what?
You see, it could have happened the way he tells it. This Simon character could have found your dad lying there after he'd been hit by someone else. And he could have thought he was a bum, asleep on the side of the road, and lifted his wallet.
Is that a sample of police detection?
It's deductive reasoning.
Maybe so. But that's not the way I figure it.
Oh? And just how do you figure it, son?
I figure you're letting the guilty man get away.
Isn't this interesting? You, Wayne, and Martha alone down here in the boathouse. I suppose there's a reason for this, but I'm not sure I care to hear it. Let me get my hands on you.
Wayne! Wayne!
The floor's giving way. I'm falling. Help me!
Wayne, are you all right?
I'm here. It's Henry. He's down in that water.
He can't swim. We have to get out of here. Wayne, we have to run for it.
No, I can't let him drown. It's 20 feet deep. I'm going in after him.
Don't, Wayne. Don't go down there.
Here, take my coat. I'm diving in.
Wayne, darling, is that you climbing up the ladder from down there?
It's not him.
Henry, where is Wayne?
I can't find him.
He's not found.
He pulled me to the ladder, and when I started up, he Well, he somehow fell back into the water. I didn't push him. And then he was gone. He must have hit his head on the rowboat. That's all I can figure. And, that was the last I saw of him.
We can't leave him down there. Let me down this ladder, please, Henry.
It's no use. Wayne's gone. He's drowned. I know it's upsetting, Martha. That's why I'm holding on to you. Come on up the path.
Please, Henry, please, you're
So
hurting
you
me.
wanted me dead, did you? You wanted Wayne alive. You betrayed the murder in your heart, Martha. That's too bad. We all must be punished for our sins, don't you agree? Who knows, my dear? Yours may be many, many long years as my wife.
Is that you, Henry Trevor?
Yes. Who is that? I can't quite see you in the fog.
Is this better? Can you see me now?
Don't I know you?
Bartholomew Gates.
What's that you're holding in front of you?
You've never seen it before? A piece of my father's coat sleeve. One of the rags in your garage, Mr. Trevor.
I meant, what's that in your other hand?
My gun. Mrs. Trevor?
Yes.
Would you please move away to your right? Let go of her, Mr. Trevor. Thank you. That's far enough, Mrs. Trevor. Just want you out of range.
What are you going to do?
My brother once told me, when you see an enemy, shoot.
Now stop. Don't!
Was it inevitable that Henry Trevor should die? Did he, in fact, first pull the trigger of his own destiny the night he carelessly killed a man on the road? Are we masters of our fate or slaves to our sins? I shall be back shortly. To conclude, may I leave you with a question asked by Hamlet. What is a man if the chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed? A beast, no more. Hamlet might have been describing Henry Trevor. A beast, no more. Our cast included Norman Rose, Robert Dryden, Russell Horton, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What are we going to do?
Don't worry, Professor. Ancient bodies are your specialty. Fresh ones are mine.
Yes, but this is liable to stop our work. This place will be crawling with police, newsmen, television crews, what all.
Really? Why? Isn't murder a little too common to rate that kind of attention?
But how do you know it is murder?
Miss Lathrop, you surprise me. A suicide may dig her own grave, but you'd hardly expect her to pull the dirt in after her.
Pit's very shallow, Professor. I don't think we should use shovels. Shall we use the brushes from here?
Sure, but let's get a move on, eh?
Ah! Look! The hand is attached only to bones, to a skeleton.
Oh, no, I've never seen it.
Oh, now, will you all stop crowding? You'd think this was a Hollywood opening.
Oh, Janine is right. There is no body. The hands are attached to a skeleton.
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Dick McDaniel inviting you to stay tuned for the CBS Mystery Theater and the Mutual Radio Theater and our next news at 12 midnight.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the compensations, I'm told, of advanced age is becoming an eccentric. When one is young and on into middle age, eccentricities are regarded with suspicion. We are expected to conform, to be more or less like, or at least similar to others. But in old age, our eccentricities, our oddities and peculiarities are somehow transformed into traits that appear rather dear and delightful. And we can even be loved for them. It's something to look forward to. Not much, but something.
What are you doing there, my girl?
Why, reading the scriptures, sir.
Are you indeed? Let's have a look.
Oh, please, sir.
Ah, I thought as much. A mirror. A mirror concealed between the pages. Out. Out with you. Out of this house, you package.
Our mystery drama, House Without Mirrors, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Paul Hecht and Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. We have said before that eccentricity is tolerated, often affectionately, in the elderly. However, the story we bring you now does not concern an elderly person. It's about a man who at the start of our drama is about 35 years of age. But his eccentricity dates back to an earlier time, and it was not tolerated or regarded with affection.
If I could have afforded a house along the riverbank, I should most certainly have lived in one. But as things stood at this particular time, I had to content myself with daily walks along the riverside for a breath of fresh air and an amount of healthy exercise. So it was that I came to notice and be interested in the man who emerged each morning from one of the houses that so happily overlooked that placidly flowing river.
Sir, I beg your pardon.
How's that?
I don't mean to intrude, but...
Is there something I can do for you?
Yes, actually there is.
Well, that's your service, sir.
I walk along the river each morning at the same time, and each morning I see you come out of your house.
It is not my house.
No. Oh, I thought, well, I assumed that...
I am merely a servant in that house.
Oh, I didn't know.
The house belongs to a gentleman named Mr. Oswald Strange.
But I never see Mr. Strange. Of course, he may leave his house at other hours when I am not here to witness his departure.
Mr. Strange never leaves the house.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is he an invalid?
Not precisely.
Not precisely.
Let us say he is incapacitated.
Yes, I understand. Well, anyway, it was yourself who first interested me and has continued to pique my curiosity.
Oh, in what way, may I ask?
Well, each morning you come out of the house after a great jingling of bolts and door chains, which I cannot help but hear on those occasions when I happen to be directly in front of the house. You appear, you step forward and stand upon the doorstep. Forgive me if you feel I intrude upon your privacy.
I do not regard it as an intrusion. There's nothing to forgive. Pray, continue.
Thank you. I shall. Well, standing on the doorstep, I see you look around and sniff the air. And then you come forward. You cross the road, look down into the river. You do it, may I say, with the air of a man accomplishing a self-imposed task from which nothing is supposed to come.
Not entirely true. But go on.
Thank you. Then, having done this, you cross the road again. Turning on the threshold to take a final inhalation of air, you disappear once again into the house, bolting and chaining the door as if there were no possibility of its being reopened for at least a week. And yet, the very next day, you appear again, unbolt, unchain the door, sniff the air, cross the road, look into the river, and the identical performance repeated day after day after day. You cannot censure me for being curious.
Curious as to what?
As to why you do this each day.
I do it to check on my appearance. That's why I do it.
To check on your appearance. Is that what you said?
That is what I said, to check on my appearance. After all, as valet and companion to a gentleman such as Mr. Oswald Strange, I cannot permit myself to appear unkempt and slovenly.
No, but surely it can't be necessary to look at your reflection in the river. Surely there's a looking glass you could employ for the purpose?
There isn't a looking glass in all that house, sir.
No looking glass? Is that what you said?
It's some peculiar fancy of my master's. There isn't one in any single room in the house. Not one.
How very odd. Why should there be no looking glass in any of the rooms?
Ah, sir. There is the mystery. It's just a fancy on the part of my master. His ways are queer ones. And this fancy about the mirror is one of them. In hiring a new servant, the very first stipulation he makes, has always made, is that about the looking glass. It has been one of my duties to explain the thing as far as it could be explained before any servant could be taken into the house.
But how could you know that there would never be one?
Ah, there's the rub, sir. I could never be absolutely positive, especially with the woman servants. What lies they would tell. They would protest that they didn't want to look into a mirror, and all the while the wench would have a looking glass of some kind or another hid away among her clothes upstairs. Sooner or later she would bring it out and leave it about somewhere or other, where like as not the master might see it. I well remember one of them. An ugly one she was, marked with the smallpox, something terrible, and forever reading her prayer book at odd times. One day, I came into the kitchen, and there she was, at the table. Arabella?
Yes, Mr. Macy?
This is the day for polishing the silver, is it not?
Yes, Mr. Macy, I believe it is.
Then what are you doing here in the kitchen?
Doing a bit of studying.
Huh? And what are you studying, Arabella?
Why, the scriptures, of course.
And which part of the Holy Book commands your attention at this hour of the morning when you should be caring for the silverware?
Why, Ecclesiastes, Mr. Macy.
Oh, a great book. Full of the most meritorious advice. Don't you think so, my girl?
Oh, yes, sir. Most instructive.
Certainly you won't object if I read a verse or two over your shoulder, eh?
Mr. Macy,
Aha! I thought as much. A mirror?
Oh, Mr. Macy,
A mirror concealed between the pages.
I needed to check the part in my hair.
Did you indeed, my girl? Did you think a neat part in your hair would improve your appearance?
Oh, Mr. Macy, please, sir, you wouldn't give me the sack, would you, sir? You wouldn't do that.
You fully understood the terms of employment when you took on the position.
Oh, yes, sir, but...
No mirrors of any kind, shape, or form.
Oh, yes, sir, but...
No buts. Go upstairs and pack. Be out of the house within the hour. I watched the poor girl leave, carrying her poor belongings in a battered portmanteau.
It was all I could do to keep the tears from my eyes.
Yes, I can well imagine.
Of course, I had to tell Mr. Strange the reason for the girl's leaving. He'd taken a real liking to her. She was most efficient in her work. So I had to tell him her transgression.
And how did he react to that?
A look of infinite sadness came over his face. He sat for some length of time with his head in his hands, his shoulders bowed. I waited motionless until he could bring himself to speak. At last, he raised his head, rose, walked over to me. Why must I punish others for the sin which is mine own, he said. That is what he said, sir. Then he walked out of the room.
Sin? What sin did he refer to?
That I cannot tell you, for he has never chosen to tell me.
I have a wild desire to fathom the mystery of this man who cannot abide the presence of a mirror. Is there no way you can persuade him to confide in you?
Gentlemen such as Mr. Oswald Strange do not confide in their servants.
But there must be someone, somewhere, who knows, who at least can furnish a clue.
There is one. You might go to see Dr. Garden.
And who is Dr. Garden?
My master's very old friend. He's the only person who might know my master's secret.
And where do I find this Dr. Garden?
In that house right there. Next door to that of Mr. Strange.
Yes, but how do I approach him? What is the tactful way to go about it?
Well, if you like, sir, I will tell him that you propose to call upon him. Dr. Garden trusts me completely. You see, I was once in the service of Dr. Garden. And when Mr. Oswald Strange appeared on the verge of insanity, or even death, he requested me to move in with Mr. Strange and attempt to look after him. And that is what I have been doing ever since.
That's amazing.
Well, then, shall I inform Dr. Garden that you will call at his house this afternoon? Say at 4 o'clock?
I shall be there. I shall most certainly be there. I'm very grateful to you, Dr. Garden, for permitting me to intrude upon you this way.
Oh, not at all. John Macy told me of your interest in the case of my poor friend.
How is his health, Doctor, as of now?
I'm afraid there is no amendment or any prospect of amendment.
I'm extremely sorry to hear that.
Old Macy has told you, I take it, some details of his peculiar condition, has he not?
He has told me something, and he says you may know all about it.
All about it? No, I'm afraid I don't know all. Perhaps I shall never know. Certainly not unless one day he elects to tell me. I only know what happens when he comes into the presence of a looking glass. But as to the circumstances which have led to his being haunted in the strangest fashion that I have ever heard of, I know no more of them than you do.
Haunted? You believe him to be haunted?
What else am I to call it? Haunted by the past or some memory of the past? If we could but locate that memory and bring it out into the light, well, perhaps we shall one day, if he lives to tell us.
Suppose you tell me how you came to know Oswald Strange, Dr. Garden. It's as well to begin at the beginning.
Yes. Our quixotic acquaintance started on board an Italian steamer, bound from Civitavecchia to Marseille.
If it is true that our ghosts are but memories of the past, then all of us are, in very truth, haunted, and will be to the end of our days. Still, it is comforting to think that not all our memories are hideous or malevolent or wretched. Certainly, some are tender and loving and merry. So, all our ghosts are not hideous or malevolent or wretched. Quite a few are loving and merry and tender. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly.
A man accustomed to walk daily along a certain riverbank has become intrigued by another who emerges each day from a certain house at a certain hour to gaze into the flowing river. Upon being asked the reason, the man replies that it is to check upon his appearance, since the master of the house, whose servant he is, cannot abide mirrors. Wishing to pursue the origin of this idiosyncrasy, the questioner has been advised to call at the house next door where lives a Dr. Garden, physician to the man who abhors mirrors.
It is appropriate that I interpolate here the fact that I aspired to become a writer, a weaver of tales, perhaps one day to earn my living by such endeavors. Anything which stirred my imagination was grist to my mill, and the tantalizing bits which I had gleaned from John Macy about the man who permitted no mirrors in his house excited me enormously. So it was that I found myself in Dr. Garden's study, sitting literally on the edge of my chair, waiting for the good doctor to get on with the story of Oswald Strange.
Forgive my poor manners. I neglected to ask you if you'd care for some tea.
Oh, thank you, no.
There's no trouble. I can ring for some.
No, I'm so eager to learn what I can about your friendship with Oswald Strange that, truthfully, tea would be a distraction.
Our friendship had a most inauspicious beginning, I assure you. The first morning on board the Italian steamer, after a rather uncomfortable night, I was shaving in my cabin. The door was open to improve the quality of the air. Well, sir, suddenly this stranger comes up behind me, glances for a moment into the small mirror before which I was standing, and without a word tore it from the nail and dashed it to pieces at my feet.
Good Lord.
At first his face was livid with passion, a passion of fear, it seemed to me, rather than anger. But it changed after a moment, and he seemed rather ashamed of what he had done. I myself was in a frightful rage.
Yes, no wonder.
I gave it to him in a style of language which I now regret, but which I hope was excusable at the time. Clumsy, lumbering ox. Do you know you've made me cut myself? What the devil do you think you're about?
I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean. You walk in here like a madman, come up behind me without a word, look without permission over my shoulder, and seize the mirror I'm using and smash it to bits. And you say you didn't mean to?
It's true.
It was as deliberate an act as I have ever witnessed. Don't tell me you didn't mean it.
But I didn't.
Impudent fool.
Please, sir, let me speak.
Pertinent idiot.
Sir, I tender you my most abject apologies. Believe me, I'm deeply sorry for what I did.
You've every right to be sorry.
It was pure accident, sir. Believe me.
Accident? You think I'll swallow that feeble explanation?
Well, perhaps not. Call it an uncontrollable impulse, if you will. A sort of seizure which comes over me.
Now, look here, I'm a doctor. Garden is my name.
Dr. Garden. I'm Oswald Strange.
What you said interests me. Perhaps on our voyage to Marseille we can spend some time together.
Oh, I should be delighted. And take it as some indication that you've pardoned my outburst.
Oh, yes, I have. Now I'll just finish shaving my face without, perforce, the benefit of a looking glass. I did not altogether lose sight of Mr. Strange on board, or even after we had completed our sea journey to Marseille. I found him a pleasant companion up to a certain point.
Up to a point, you were saying, Doctor?
Well, there was always a reserve about him. He was uncommunicative about his past life. Most especially, he would never allude to his travels or his residence in Italy, which, however, I thought I could discern was a long one. He spoke Italian well and seemed familiar with the country, but disliked to talk about it.
So you continued your travels with Oswald Strange, did you?
Well, more or less, off and on. We would meet and then separate and then meet again. There were times when I, with a pretty large experience, was almost afraid to be with him.
Really afraid?
Yes, really afraid. His attacks were sudden and violent, and there was one most extraordinary feature connected with them all. Some horrible association of ideas took possession of him, when he found himself before a certain object.
May I hazard a guess, Doctor? Was that certain object a mirror?
Yes, quite so. After we traveled together for some time, I dreaded the sight of a mirror hanging harmlessly against a wall or standing on a dressing table.
It begins to sound as though you feared such a sight almost as much as he did.
Yes, you are right. I did. But one night, the worst things always happen at night, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it often seems so, at any rate.
Well, Strange and I arrived at a small town in the central district of Auvergne, a place but little known, out of the line of railways. The weather had been rather against us. The day had been dull and murky, the heat stifling, and the sky had threatened mischief since morning. At sundown, these threats were fulfilled. The thunderstorm, which had been all day coming up, burst over the place where we were lodged. I have never been persuaded that sudden changes of weather, which have so much effect upon animals and even on inanimate objects, can fail to have some influence on a piece of machinery so sensitive and intricate as the human frame. Do you not agree with me?
I do indeed.
I firmly believe that it was at least in part due to the disturbed state of the atmosphere that on this particular evening I felt nervous and depressed. And when my new friend, Strange, and I parted for the night, I felt as little disposed to go to rest as ever I did in my life. The thunder was still lingering among the mountains, seeming sometimes nearer, sometimes further off, but it never ceased altogether. Oh, I was quite unable to shake off a succession of painful ideas. His image was almost continually before me. You can understand how, with all that had gone before, it would be.
Yes, I think I can.
Well, there was a door between our rooms, and the partition dividing them was not very thick. Yet, I heard no sound, since I parted from him, that he was there at all, much less that he was awake and stirring. I was in a mood, sir, a mood which made this silence terrible to me. I had foolish fancies that, he was lying there dead, or in a fit, or whatnot. And what with the thunder and all my fancies took possession of me. I could bear it no longer. I went to his door. After listening very intently, but quite in vain for any sound, I knocked pretty sharply. There was no answer. The suspense was becoming unendurable. Without further ceremony, I turned the handle of the door and went in. It was a great, bare room, so imperfectly lighted by a single candle that except when the lightning flashed, it was impossible to see into its great dark corners. But from the moment I entered that room, sir, the action of my senses and the faculties of my mind were held fast by the ghastly figure which sat motionless before a looking glass.
Oswald Strange? A looking glass?
Aye, sir. Oswald Strange, sitting before a mirror. I cannot impress upon you how terrible it was. The weak light of the lone candle shone upon his face, lighting it from below. He was leaning forward, his hands upon the table where stood the mirror. He gazed into the glass with a terrible fixity. The sweat was on his face. His rigid features and his pale lips were horrible in that feeble light. He was completely stupefied and lost. Oswald Strange, it is I, Dr. Garden. Don't you know me? Come away from the table. Come, my friend, come sit in the chair by the bed. Now, don't be frightened. I am here to take care of you. You know that, don't you? No, of course you do. Now sit down. There. No, you are overtired and you feel the weather. Don't you think you ought to be in bed? Now, suppose you lie down and let me try my skill in mixing you a composing draught. How will that be,
I'm better now.
Yes. Well, that's fine. Now, let me go to my room and fetch some medicines. I'll be right back.
No, don't go. In heaven's name, don't go. Don't leave me.
Well, all right. If you wish me to stay.
I do.
Then I shall. Now tell me what I can do for you.
Fetch the mirror.
The mirror, you said?
That mirror. There, on the table.
Very well, if you insist.
I do. I do insist.
All right. Now, I have it. Now, what shall I do with it?
Hold it up to my face.
You sure this is what you want?
Directly in front of my face.
Very well.
Now, look into it. Over my shoulder, look into the mirror.
All right.
What do you see? Tell me what you see.
See? Why, I see a very pale face with sunken cheeks.
What?
Sunken cheeks and two hollow eyes with large pupils.
You mean that you see it too?
See what?
That face. That face. That face, which is not mine.
Oh, no, no.
The face I see always instead of my own.
My dear man, no. I see you. Only you. It was your face I described as I saw it, none other.
Look again. Look in the glass again. Tell me what you see. Whose face is there?
Why, yours, of course. Now tell me, whose face do you see?
His. Only his. Always his. Always his. His. Always his.
And with that, he passed out.
Poor man.
Yes, you may well say so. But I knew what to do now. Here was something I could understand. I had with me my usual small stock of medicines, and I did what was necessary. He was very ill, at death's door for some days, and I could not leave him, though there was urgent need for me to be back in London. Now, when he began to mend, I sent to England for my servant, John Macy.
Ah, yes, whom I met.
I knew I could trust Macy to the utmost. Acquainting him with the outlines of the case, I left him in charge of my patient, with orders that he be brought to this country as soon as he was fit to travel.
Which clearly he did.
Yes, and with some success. Strange was able to lease the house next to mine.
Absolutely incredible.
It is nearly a year now since my poor friend took up residence next door to me. For some months now, he's been daily getting weaker and weaker. John Macy has been his constant companion. Oh, were it not for John, well, heaven knows.
And in all this time, neither you nor Macy has been able to ascertain what face Oswald Strange sees when he looks into a mirror.
Never.
Well, has neither of you asked him, pressed him for an explanation?
I see you know very little of the nature of hallucination.
Little or nothing, I must admit.
To the one who hallucinates, the hallucination is quite real. Nothing in this world and no one can persuade him that what he sees, or hears in some cases, is illusory. What he sees, really sees.
Well, and what's to be done for the poor man?
Very little, I'm afraid, except to wait, to watch him, to make him as comfortable as possible, keep him from getting too excited, ensure him what peace of mind we can, and hope against hope that the hallucination will disappear.
Yes, but will it, do you think?
I do not know. I cannot tell. It is beyond me.
Dr. Gordon! Doctor!
That sounds like Macy. Come in, Macy.
Dr. Gordon, you had best come to Mr. Strange. He needs you badly, sir.
Is he worse?
I think, sir, that he is dying.
We all live with delusions. Why, there's hardly a woman alive who does not believe in her secret heart her appearance has changed only a little since she was 20 or 30. Many men share the identical delusion. But when delusion develops or degenerates into hallucination, then madness may threaten, perhaps even death. I'll be back shortly with our final act. Dr. Garden has been relating to his visitor the story of his erratic friendship with Oswald Strange, the man who cannot endure mirrors. As the curtain fell on our second act, John Macy, entrusted by the doctor with the day-to-day care of his peculiar patient, has suddenly appeared and urged the doctor to come immediately to the bedside of Oswald Strange, who, says Macy, may be dying.
The face of John Macy was ashen pale. A tremor seemed to pass through his frail body. His hands trembled and his voice shook. At this shocking announcement, Dr. Garden sprang to his feet. He, too, was clearly perturbed in the extreme.
What's that? What did you say about Mr. Strange?
I think, Doctor, he may be dying. You'll best come at once.
Of course, immediately.
Dr. Garden.
Oh, yes. What am I to do with you?
Would it be possible for me to come with you?
Why, yes, I suppose that would be all right. Come.
Thank you, sir. I've never seen Oswald Strange in the flesh.
He's not a pretty sight at the moment.
Yes, we'll cut across the lawn. It'll be quicker.
Of course, he may be only sleeping, Dr. Garden, but I fear there may be no awakening.
Where is he lying?
On the chaise, in the small room on the first floor. I left the door unlocked. Permit me. Straight ahead, Doctor. You know the room.
Yes, I know it well.
If he still sleeps, we best keep our voices down.
Yes, quite right. Speak softly.
There he is, Dr. Garden.
Yes. Oh. Well, he's not dead, Macy.
Oh, thank heaven for that.
He's opening his eyes.
Oswald, it is Dr. Garden. I'm here with you, and so is John Macy.
And who is that other?
Do you wish him to leave? He knows something of your sufferings and is interested. But he will go away if that's what you want.
Let him stay.
Very well. Is there anything you want? Anything we can get you?
Yes. I want a mirror.
A mirror? Are you quite sure you want a mirror?
I'm sure.
Or do you think it wise? You're in a weakened state.
I'm dying. Will you not grant me my final request?
Macy, fetch a mirror for Mr. Strange.
Yes, but there's no mirror in the house, sir.
Well, then fetch one from my house.
Yes, sir.
Now, Macy has gone to get you a mirror.
Ah, good. Prop me up, will you? I speak with difficulty, and I have something to say.
We are listening.
I loved my wife dearly. Her name was Lucy. She was English. But after we were married, we lived a long time in Italy. She liked the country, and I liked whatever she liked. She liked to sketch, too. Had ambitions to be a painter one day. So I got her a teacher. He was an Italian. I shall not give his name. We called him the Master. Yes, the Master. Little did I know.
Oh, now you're growing short of breath, perhaps.
Do not interrupt, please. I must finish.
Very well.
My wife, my Lucy, had a maid. Had it not been for her, I might never have found out what I did find out.
And what was that?
I'll tell you. Then I can rest. One day, I sent for this maid of my wife's.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Strange?
Oh, yes. Is the master in the house at the moment, you know?
Oh, yes, sir. He's in his room.
Would you ask him to come down here for a short while? Tell him I'd like to discuss my wife's progress.
Oh, he's sure to know all about that.
Huh? How's that? What'd you say?
Nothing, sir. I'm not sure he would wish to be disturbed at the moment, sir.
And why not?
He's writing a letter.
Is there any reason why he cannot break off writing a letter to speak with his employer? Is it a letter of such vast importance?
It's a letter to your wife, Mr. Strange.
A letter to my wife? But he sees my wife each day. Why would he be writing her a letter?
It's a love letter, sir.
A love letter? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
You're a vile, insidious woman.
No, sir.
A scandalmonger, a troublemaker.
What I know, Mr. Strange. And I know more than I have told.
You have told enough. Get out of this room. And out of my employ.
I know what I know.
How can you possibly know the things you claim to know?
Because, Mr. Strange, I was once a victim of the master's wiles. In another house than this, under similar circumstances. He seduced my mistress. Then he seduced me. A treacherous, insidious man he is, Mr. Strange. Under cover of his artistic profession, he takes advantage of every opportunity to conquer and degrade whatever woman comes under his spell. And his spell is very powerful. Take my word for it.
Is it possible that you yourself are still under his powerful spell? That it is the fury of a frustrated girl that prompts you to slander my wife?
It's true. I did love him once.
I can't believe it. My Lucy.
Go upstairs now, Mr. Strange, to the master's room. There you will find the villain writing to your wife.
A frenzy took possession of me as I listened to those words. I am naturally vindictive, you must know that. You must remember that. And now my longing for revenge was like a thirst. A thirst.
You should rest, Oswald.
No. I must go on to the end.
If you must.
When the woman repeated those words, he is writing to your wife, I laid hold of my pistols as by an instinct. I managed to get to his room unobserved. When I entered, I saw him immediately. He sat at the only table in the room, writing at a traveling desk by the light of a single candle. It was a rude table at which he sat, and before him, exactly before him, there was a looking glass.
A looking glass.
I stole up behind him as he sat and wrote by the light of the candle. I looked over his shoulder at the letter, and I read, oh, Heavenly Father, I read, Dearest Lucy, my love, my darling. I pulled the trigger of the pistol I held in my right hand, and I killed him.
My poor friend.
But before he died, he looked up once, just once. Not at me, oh no. Not at me directly, but at my image before him in the mirror.
Oh, my friend.
His face, such a face, full of horror and shock. His face has appeared in every mirror ever since that moment. And mine, my face, is gone.
Strange. Oswald.
He's
No, he's not dead. Simply exhausted.
He's so still.
Hand me my bag. I'll give him a stimulant.
Yes, Doctor, here it is.
Hey, Dr. Gordon, I brought the mirror.
Hey, here, I'll take it.
No, we'll just wait and be quiet till the stimulant takes effect.
Yes, sir. Lucy.
He's coming round.
Amore. La mia esposa. Amore. Lucy.
His wife.
I will. Provision for Lucy in my will.
Look, Doctor,
He's opening his eyes.
Huh? That man. What does he hold in his hand?
It's the mirror you requested, Mr. Strange.
I want it. Hold it in front of my face.
Is this wise, Oswald? Is it good, do you think, to revive this misery of your lifetime when it's so near its close? Have you not punished yourself enough without this?
You must let me have my way in this. For if now, when I look, I see aright once more, I shall take it as a sign.
Hold the mirror before his face, then.
I see.
As I held the mirror up to the dying man, as he looked intently into it, the three of us who stood by his bedside saw a look of purest rapture spread over his face, and his frail body relaxed. It left no doubt that the face, which had haunted him for so long, had, in his last hour, disappeared. And the face he saw in the mirror was his own.
And that is the story of an hallucination. That an hallucination is self-induced makes no difference whatsoever. As is the case with all psychosomatic ailments, the pain is very real to the sufferer. For the sufferer, it truly exists. To the sufferer, as in the case of Oswald Strange, it can bring death. I'll be back shortly.
Do you know why a joint savings account with your spouse, life insurance in each other's names, even joint ownership of your home could someday cause your family to pay thousands of dollars in extra taxes? For authoritative information and answers to vital questions concerning your family's financial security, you should read an important book from Dow Jones & Company called How to Save Taxes Through Estate Planning. In easy-to-understand, everyday language, it explains how to make sure your hard-earned assets are protected from unnecessary and crippling taxes. Vital information that every family should know. You can order this valuable book now and have it charged to your Visa, MasterCharge, or American Express card by calling toll-free 800-228-5000. How to Save Taxes Through Estate Planning is only $8.95 plus $1 postage and handling. And if you call now, you'll also get free a 24-page companion financial planning workbook. So call now, 800-228-5000. Toll-free, 800-228-5000.
Our drama, House Without Mirrors, was adapted from a short story written by Charles Collins in the year 1866 and originally titled The Compensation House. We've altered a few words, even as we have altered the title, but the plot and essence remain the same as they were more than a century ago. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Norman Rose, Robert Dryden, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Mademoiselle, I am most happy to make your acquaintance.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
I am aware of your father. He lived here for several years and, if I recall, married a lovely English woman, yes?
That's right. My mother died a few years ago.
Ah, and the professor?
In good health. He's the head of the anthropology department in Ithaca.
Splendid. And the missing girl, Antoinette Duchamp?
Well, she lives with us. She came here on a holiday.
Any clues, Lieutenant? I have one, but do not excite yourself. We have made a thorough check of all automobile accidents between here and La Chapelle. There is one that may provide the clue we seek.
She was in an accident?
The car was in an accident. Heavy rain, a rock slide.
What about my cousin?
And there was no trace of her.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Of course, when all's been said and done, the definitive statement about life has already been made. It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time and then vanisheth away. Yes, that's true. But sometimes some of us vanish away without warning, without cause, without reason or motive, leaving behind a mystery that seems too difficult to understand. Or is it too simple?
How did you kill him?
Why would I want to kill him?
My dear lady, he spent all your money. He chased after other women. Do you need any other reasons?
I didn't kill him, Sheriff. I didn't kill him.
Then what happened to him?
I told you. He just vanished into thin air.
Oh, come now. You're an intelligent person. You can think of something better than that.
Our mystery drama, If a Body, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. Is truth stranger than fiction? Does art imitate life? Who can say for sure? Of one thing we are certain. Some of the deepest, most puzzling mysteries are not the ones that are spawned by a writer's imagination. For the truly inexplicable and insoluble, consult the police records of any large or small city. For instance, the McKibben case. Clarence McKibben was murdered, or he was kidnapped, or did he simply disappear? Take your pick. On July the 4th, 1899. He was last seen by his wife on his farm some 20 miles from Detroit, Michigan. To this day, no one really knows what happened or why. It's a classic among unsolved mysteries. Follows now the report of the case as recorded by Sheriff Joseph T. Boland.
1899, 10 minutes before 10, on the morning of July the 4th, 1899, 10 minutes before 10, Mrs. Mariah McKibben appeared at the door of her neighbor, Mr. Edmund Vale. He says she was distraught, excited, almost hysterical.
Oh, Edmund. Edmund.
Mariah, what's wrong?
Edmund, it's Clarence. He's disappeared. He's gone.
But he can't be gone. He's supposed to make the 4th of July address. My goodness, it's less than an hour from now.
Edmund, please, listen. Come with me.
Where?
You were Clarence's best friend.
What do you mean? I was his best friend.
Because... Oh, come with me.
But, Mariah...
Edmund, don't ask me any questions. I ran all the way. I'm so scared.
Of what?
I don't know. Come with me, please.
The McKibben farm is some 300 yards from the Vale property. Edmund Vale says that he and Mrs. McKibben walked the distance very quickly. When they arrived at the farmyard, she pointed toward the open field.
That's where Clarence disappeared.
Well, I don't understand, Mariah.
Well, He was about to harness Obadiah to the buckboard, and suddenly he stopped. See, Obadiah's still standing there between the shafts.
Mariah, please, I'm trying to get a hold of you.
I'm trying very hard. I'm trying to tell you exactly what happened.
All right.
Now, Clarence just stopped what he was doing, and he started to walk away.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, did you ask him?
Yes.
Well, what did he say?
Nothing. To leave for town. Then, without a word, without a single solitary word, he just started to walk out to the field. I called to him, Clarence, where are you going? But he paid me no mind. He just kept walking. And he was about 40, no more than 50 yards away when I...
When what?
When he was gone.
Mariah.
He disappeared.
How could he disappear?
Into thin air.
Oh, Mariah, such a thing simply cannot happen.
It can't.
Did you walk out to the spot where you think he disappeared?
Oh, no. No, I couldn't. I'm scared.
Well, just point out the place, then, as nearly as you can.
Well, now, do you see that little bush all by itself?
Yes.
Well, maybe 15, 20 feet in front of it, and about 5, 10 feet to the left.
Yeah, and you're sure?
I'm positive. Oh, well, where are you going?
Out there.
No.
Well, why not?
We don't know what's out there.
Well, we have to see.
It's something awful. He just vanished. 1 second he was there, and the next second he just wasn't.
I better go and see.
Why? Do you want to disappear, too? Oh, come, let's get the sheriff. Oh, look, driving down the road, that's Perry Allen. He's got a telephone. Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
At 5 minutes after 10, Mr. Perry Allen reached me via the telephone. At 10:45, I arrived at the McKibben farm. I elicited from Mrs. Mariah McKibben the basic facts, the ones she had already imparted to Mr. Edmund Vale. You say you didn't personally walk out there to see what happened, Mrs. McKibben.
Oh, no.
Did anyone else? No sense making a mystery out of this. There's simply got to be a rational explanation. Mrs. McKibben, I'm going to start walking. When I reach the spot where you say you last saw Clarence, just yell.
There, Sheriff, right there.
Here?
That's the place, the exact place.
You're positive? There's nothing here. Nothing at all. No hole in the ground. No soft places. Nothing's been disturbed. Nowhere he could have gone. I examined practically every inch of ground within a radius of 25 yards. There was no sign of Mr. Clarence McKibben or of what could have happened to him. Then I questioned Mrs. McKibben further. Was your husband upset? Disturbed?
Clarence? Why? He was just back from the war. Got himself a medal. He was a hero. The whole town looked up to him.
Then there was nothing unusual about his conduct.
No. But there's something unusual about yours, Sheriff. What are you trying to imply?
Did he have any enemies?
No. And what if he did? Are you suggesting one of them could have murdered him or kidnapped him? How? There was no one here but Clarence and me. No one could have shot him, stabbed him, poisoned him, or taken him away. Why do you ask such ridiculous questions?
These are the usual questions, Mrs. McKibben.
But this isn't the usual situation. This is something absolutely and entirely different. Maybe it's supernatural.
Supernatural?
Or maybe some force, some power we simply can't understand made Clarence vanish. How else can you account for it?
Mrs. McKibben, I'm going to account for it through solid, sensible, proved police work procedures. You say you were about to leave for town.
Yes.
What time was this?
Oh, it was after 9 o'clock. We'd finished breakfast, and he went out to harness Obadiah. Then I heard him call me to come out. But I put on my hat, and I stepped jumped into the yard.
Now, what time was that? Exactly.
Oh, 9:30.
You're positive? Did you have a watch? Did you look at the clock?
No, but Will Cassidy happened to be walking down the road, and he called out, you folks leaving for town so early? It can't be 9:30.
What did Clarence do yesterday?
He was home all morning. After dinner, about 1:30 in the afternoon, he drove into town.
Why?
Well, he said he had to go to the bank.
For what reason?
For what reason does anybody go to the bank? To take money out or to put money in?
And which one was he going to do?
I don't know. After all, he was the man of the house.
On July 6th, at 11 a.m., I spoke with Mr. Harry K. Tattersall, president of the Farmers and Merchants Trust Company.
Yes, Sheriff, we've got ourselves the makings of a first-class mystery here. Attracting attention from all over the state, the country as well.
I'd like to ask you some questions, Mr. Tattersall.
Yes?
Mr. Tattersall, Clarence McKibben was in here the afternoon of July the 3rd, wasn't he?
Yes.
Why?
Well, he came here to withdraw money.
How much money? I wouldn't ask if it might not have a bearing on the investigation.
$5,000.
The day before he disappears, he draws $5,000 from the bank. Did he say why?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him?
Sheriff, I may have told you too much already.
Mr. Tattersall, I respect your position. I know you're uncomfortable. But we may be dealing here with a murder.
Murder?
Or kidnapping. Or both. Or some other form of mayhem.
But his wife says that he just vanished into thin air.
And you believe it? Off the record. Tell me what you know about Clarence McKibben.
Well, he was a wild sort. I suppose it's the old story. If your name is Clarence, you grow up to be a sissy or a fighter. Well, he'd gone out west to fight the Indians. But that fighting was already over. So he came back and married Mariah Pearson. She wasn't all that much to look at, but she did have some money.
I see.
Yes, they'd been married for 5 years. And he'd gone through practically all of it. $20,000. Nothing was left, just the farm.
And how did Mariah react to all this?
Well, presumably she didn't know about it till after Clarence left for the Spanish-American War, when she became the one to pay the bills. The day Clarence went away to the Army, there was $9 in the account. Yes. Funny. A war comes in handy for a lot of people. Gives them a chance to get out from under.
And that's why he enlisted?
Well, he met this Colonel Roosevelt from New York while he was out west. And when Roosevelt organized that volunteer cavalry outfit, Clarence joined up.
Now, getting back to Mariah McKibben. Left alone, she has to run the farm. She comes to the bank and discovers she's broke. How did she take it?
Well, she wasn't happy. But what could she do about it?
You say there was a balance of $9 the day Clarence McKibben left for the war. Now, just 3 days ago, he withdrew $5,000. Where did that money come from?
I don't know. He brought it back with him.
A man who returns from the war with $5,000? He served for less than a year on second lieutenant's pay. Could he have saved that much? What do they make? $50 a month?
Yeah, thereabouts. And he didn't have the reputation of a thrifty man.
Did you ask him where and how he got the money?
Yes.
And what did he answer?
He just winked.
And now that money has disappeared with him. Or did it? Would Mrs. McKibben know about that $5,000?
Well, you'd have to ask her, Sheriff.
Yes, I would. I believe I have a whole new crop of questions to put to Mrs. Mariah McKibben.
And we can probably guess at some of the most pointed ones, too. But right now, we shall take a short intermission.
Don't worry. After all, this case has remained unsolved for over 80 years. It'll still be here when I return shortly with Act 2. Second Lieutenant Clarence McKibben made a slight stir in the year 1898 when, as a member of the Rough Rider Cavalry Regiment, he followed Colonel Teddy Roosevelt up San Juan Hill. The following year, as a civilian, he made an even greater stir when he disappeared suddenly and without a trace. Since 1899, there have been many explanations, but no solutions. This is the report of Sheriff Joseph T. Bolin.
On July 7th, at 9 a.m., I arrived at the McKibben farm for another interview with Mariah. You didn't tell me that relations between your husband and yourself were strained, Mrs. McKibben.
Who says they were?
He went through all of your money, didn't he?
Who told you?
It's true, isn't it?
What if it is?
It places another aspect on this case.
Just what are you implying?
Did you resent the fact that he squandered your money?
What would that have to do with anything?
It gives you a motive.
To do what?
Murder him.
Squandered money, spilt milk. What's the use crying over it? Maybe a lot of it wasn't his fault. We did have that panic in 93. Oh, why do I make excuses? He threw it away. And I'm sure a great deal of it even went for women. But what's to be done? It's gone.
There was a chance to get some of it back. $5,000.
$5,000?
You asked him for it. He said no. And so you decided to kill him.
But I didn't kill him.
What did you do with the $5,000?
What $5,000?
The $5,000 he withdrew from the bank the day before.
He couldn't withdraw $5,000 from the bank.
Why not?
Because we don't even have $50 in our name.
Mr. Tattersall says he did make that withdrawal.
But where would Clarence have gotten $5,000?
The fact is, he did get it. And that's why you killed him.
No.
How did you kill him?
I didn't.
What did you do with the body?
I didn't kill him.
I couldn't move her. That night, there was a new turn of events. Mr. Kenneth Arnold and his son, Arthur, were walking home from town. As they passed the McKibben house, they heard her screaming for help. They rushed inside and found her being attacked by a man. They subdued him and brought him to the jail. 9 p.m., July 7th. What's your name?
Frank Fluitt.
We've got you, Fluitt. Breaking and entering. I don't know if we can prove robbery, but we can put you away for attempted rape.
Sheriff, give me a chance.
Why?
I'm a war veteran.
That doesn't give you the right to break into houses and attack women.
Well, I wasn't trying to attack her. That is not that way.
No?
I knew Clarence McKibben in the Army. We was friends.
Yes?
He told me he had this fantastic proposition, and I believed him. I invested every cent I had in the world, $5,000. That was 8 months ago. Hadn't heard from him since.
And?
Well, I'd run into some other guys from the outfit. He'd taken them, too. And then I realized what kind of a person he was. I decided he wasn't going to get away with it. I made up my mind to get it back.
And so you killed him?
No, I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I got into town a few hours ago. I found out where his house was, and I just walked up to the front door. I wasn't going to make any bones about it.
Yes?
Is Clarence McKibben at home?
No.
Where is he?
Who are you?
An old friend of his, Frank Fluitt.
Mr. Fluitt, I don't know what to tell you. Clarence seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, I'll bet he did. I'll just step inside.
But he isn't home.
Clarence? Come on down here. I'm wise to you. I want my money.
But Clarence is gone.
Where?
I told you I don't know.
Where's the money?
What money?
Where did he hide the money?
Please.
Now, you're his wife. You're in on it with him.
I don't know about any money.
Look, I'm going to get my money.
Don't let go of me.
The money.
Oh, help!
I guess I just lost my head. And the next thing I knew, some men came into the house, and one of them knocked me out.
That's your story.
It's the truth.
Of course, there could be another story. You killed him, but he didn't have the money on him. So later on, you went back to the house to find it, and she surprised you.
Oh, please believe me, Sheriff. You gotta believe me.
He was a suspect, and a good one. But if he did kill Clarence McKibben, what did he do with the body? And how could he have done it without Mariah McKibben's knowledge? Unless they were both in on it. On the following day, July 8th, at 11:30 p.m., a woman asked to see me.
Oh, my name is Juanita Vale, Mrs. Edmund Vale.
Yes, ma'am?
I've been visiting relatives in the East, and I've come back to inquire why neither that McKibben strumpet nor my dearly beloved husband has been charged with murder.
Why should we charge them?
Well, the McKibben slut and my dearly beloved husband have been committing adultery for the past 5 years.
That by itself doesn't prove that they conspired together to murder Clarence McKibben. We still have no proof.
A proof? All you need is to look at them while they're together. See the exchange of lascivious glances? Well, you can feel the depravity in the air.
I'm talking about legal proof, Mrs. Vale.
They had to kill him.
Why?
Because Clarence McKibben refused to give her a divorce.
I see. Thank you, Mrs. Vale.
In other words, I'm being dismissed.
No. You've been very helpful. And that was the truth. Because she had just brought everything into perspective. July 8th, 2:30 p.m. I questioned Mr. Edmund Vale again. Sir, according to the record, you say that at 10 minutes to 10 a.m., Mrs. McKibben knocked on your door.
Yes.
And you said she was hysterical.
She seemed to be.
She told you that her husband seemed to have disappeared under very mysterious circumstances.
Yes.
And you went back to the McKibben farm with her.
I did.
So then, at 10 of 10, she tells you her story. You listen. You decide to go back there with her. It's a short walk to the place. So you arrive at 8, or even 7 minutes before 10. Certainly before 5 of.
Yeah, that's true, I suppose.
Then what happened?
Well, I told you she was hysterical, and we just stood there. I wanted to go out into the field to look for Clarence.
And why didn't you?
Well, I was afraid to leave her.
Let's say you returned to the scene at 5 of 10. How long did you stand there?
Oh, it could have been 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. The two of you were alone?
Yes. And then we noticed Perry Allen coming down the road on his horse. We told him to telephone you. That must have been 10 o'clock. Well, a few minutes later, the Easterlys drove by, and the Andersons and Soames, and by this time a whole crowd had gathered.
Then that means we have 1/2 hour of critical time to consider. At 9:30, Will Cassidy saw Clarence and Mariah McKibben standing in the farmyard. At 10 o'clock, Perry Allen saw you and Mrs. McKibben standing in the farmyard, and Clarence McKibben was gone. So, what happened during that half hour?
Well, I can only account for the last 10 minutes of it.
Are you sure? Only you and Mariah McKibben, between you, know the full story of that half hour. The two of you, alone and separately, are the only witnesses we have for that time period. Well?
Yes.
Isn't it a fact that you and Mariah McKibben are in love with each other.
A fact?
Do you deny it?
I'm in love with her, yes.
And is she in love with you?
Yes.
And therefore, did the two of you decide to murder Clarence McKibben?
No.
But you admit you're in love?
Yes.
And wasn't Clarence McKibben in the way?
Sure, he was in the way, but we wouldn't kill him.
No? Dick, take the key to number 6 and bring that fellow Frank Fluid in here. And then harness the team. July 8th, 5 p.m. Deputies Rowbottom, Schmidt, myself, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluid drove out to the McKibben farmhouse. Now, Mrs. McKibben, you recognize this man here?
Why, he's the one who tried to do...
Don't worry about anything, Mrs. McKibben. You're perfectly safe. From him, anyhow. Mrs. McKibben, you claim last night was the first time you ever saw him.
Yes, sir, I do.
And you, Mr. Vale, did you ever see this man, Frank Fluid, before?
No, never.
And you, Mr. Fluid, when was the first time you met Mrs. McKibben and Mr. Vale here?
I saw Mrs. McKibben for the first time in my life last night and Mr. Vale today.
Here we have Mr. Vale and Mrs. McKibben. Each of you has a motive to murder Clarence McKibben, but neither of you can bring yourself to actually do it. But here comes Mr. Frank Fluid. He's looking for Clarence McKibben.
You won't rope me into this.
Rope? Not a bad word. If you want to escape it, you'd better think about cooperating with us.
But I didn't do anything.
Mr. Fluid wants his $5,000. He confronts Mr. McKibben. Clarence turns him down. You, Mrs. McKibben, probably witnessed the scene. You see a potential ally.
Sheriff.
So, you and Mr. Vale tell Mr. Fluid that the way to get his money is to dispose of Mr. McKibben.
I never told anyone any such thing.
Finally, at 9:30, the morning of July 4th, the coast was clear. Mr. Clarence McKibben was harnessing his horse to the buckboard, and Mr. Fluid surprised and killed him.
No, I didn't.
But there was a hitch. Either you, Mrs. McKibben, had decided to keep the money for yourself, or perhaps you couldn't find it. Maybe Mr. McKibben had hidden it too well. Therefore, you had to make some excuse to Mr. Fluid. You told him he had to wait. That's why you came back a few nights later. Wasn't it, Mr. Fluid? You weren't going to be swindled out of that $5,000 twice.
I didn't kill nobody.
I don't know anything about that $5,000.
Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, Frank Fluid, you are under arrest for the murder of Clarence McKibben. And anything you say can be used against you.
You're under arrest for murder, and anything you say can be used against you. These may not be the saddest words of tongue or pen, but they're probably the most frightening. Sheriff Joseph T. Boland seems quite sure of himself. Do you think he has a case? Go ahead. You're qualified to voice an opinion. After all, you've been exposed to all the evidence there is. Well, we'll check it out in Act 3. When you're puzzled by the actions or the motivations of human beings, remember, you can usually solve the problem by looking at it from the perspective of either love or money, or both. The desire for love, the lust for money, can account for anything and everything. But does either one explain what happened to Clarence McKibben on the morning of July 4th, 1899? Sheriff Joseph T. Boland is convinced of it.
July 8th, 7 p.m. I've just booked Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluid for the murder of Clarence McKibben. I thought the Commonwealth attorney would buy me a cigar. Turns out he's not very happy about it.
I don't think we have a case, Sheriff. I need a body. I need Clarence McKibben's dead body. I need the corpus delicti.
I'll find it.
Yes, well, you haven't found it so far.
Well, it has to exist.
Does it?
We are rational human beings. A man just doesn't dematerialize.
Well, then why haven't you found him?
Because the two of them, or the three of them, were able to hide the body.
Well, what makes you think you can never find it?
Because they simply can't hide it where it can't be found, if we search diligently enough. Understand, they only had a half hour in which to kill him and dispose of his body. Now, you can kill a man in a split second, but you can't get rid of him without leaving a trace. Yeah. Bury him? Where? The earth always gives a clue.
Well, there are many ways of getting rid of a body, Sheriff.
Sure, but they all need time and a place in which to work.
We need that body.
We'll find it.
How?
Let's consider the farmyard. 9:30, the morning of July 4th. Mariah and Clarence ready to leave for town. They are seen by Perry Allen. Perry Allen leaves. Now is the moment. So Mariah kills him. Or Edmund Vale kills him. Or Frank Fluid kills him.
How?
What's the difference? Hit him over the head, stab him. Maybe she poisoned him at the breakfast table. But he's dead. Now, what do they do with the body? They have to take it somewhere. Carry it somewhere. Physically dispose of it somewhere. We really haven't subjected the place to the search it deserves. We've got to tear up the cellars of both the McKibben and the Vale houses. And then we have to check every foot of ground within a radius of about 5 miles.
All right, Sheriff, all right. But remember, if you want to get a conviction, you have to get me the body.
July 9th, 11:30 a.m. I have just unleashed, I guess that's the word, the most intensive search in the history of the county. Within a 5-mile radius of the McKibben household, not so much as a single blade of grass remains unturned. And there is absolutely no sign of anything at all. No sign of a body, or any part of a body, or of any activity that might be involved in disposing of a body. Is it possible that Clarence McKibben did indeed simply vanish into the air? I refuse to believe it. And yet, after 3 solid, intensive days, what can I believe? Then I received some information from the War Department. It helps me see the case more clearly. July 12, 8 a.m. I talked to Frank Fluid in his cell.
I keep telling you, Sheriff, I had nothing to do with any murder.
I'll make a deal with you.
Yeah?
You're the one who's really stuck. Even if we can't make the murder charges stand up against the 3 of you, we still have you for attempted rape.
But I wasn't trying to do anything like that.
The charge is open and shut. There were witnesses.
But what's the use? Who's going to believe me?
Nobody. Especially with your record.
What do you mean, my record?
You did a few years for assault and robbery in 1889.
I was framed.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Oh, all right. I was a stupid kid. I didn't know anything.
In the past 10 years, you didn't learn anything either. You have a dishonorable discharge from the Army.
Who told you that? Oh, all right. Sheriff, you got to give me a break.
Tell us how McKibben was murdered.
I don't know how he was murdered.
I can only tell you that you have to give if you want to get.
But I don't know how.
Where did you hide the body?
I don't know. Look, I don't know because I wasn't in on it. I mean, not in on that part of it.
Oh, go ahead. Don't stop now.
Well, they said to me, we'll get you your $5,000 back, provided you help us. Help you do what, I asked. Help us kill him. So that's what I did. I helped him. Clarence was getting a horse harnessed. And this Edmund Vale came up and said hello, and then Vale hit him with a hammer. But not hard enough. This McKibben, he was pretty strong. And Vale yelled to me to help him,
And did you?
Well, I said to McKibben, I'll save you from these two if you hand me my money. And he swore he didn't have it, that he'd given it to his wife. And she yelled that he was lying. Well, I had to believe one of them. So I decided to believe her. And I helped them kill him. It didn't take more than a minute.
Then what happened?
Well, they said to me, you better go inside and hide in the house. We'll take care of the body.
And you did it?
Yeah. I didn't want to know anything about the rest of it.
You can't tell me what they did with the body?
No, Sheriff. I can't.
But you are prepared to testify that you and Edmund Vale murdered Clarence McKibben and that Mariah McKibben was a conspirator to that homicide?
Yes, sir.
They'll throw it out of court.
What?
And they should. Now, what have you got anyhow, huh?
I've got the sworn statement of one of the perpetrators.
You have got the most obvious piece of perjury I've heard in 20 years at the bar.
Why is it perjury?
Because he's clearly making a deal for himself.
Prisoners make deals all the time.
Oh, but nothing as blatant as this one. Oh, no, you can't get away with it.
What do you mean I can't get away with it? Why are you making it something personal?
Now, from the very beginning, you were out to hang Mariah McKibben for this. Now, why? What is this vendetta?
She's lying. Can't you see it?
I can't take it into court.
Why not?
How many times do we have to go through this? There is no body, no corpus delicti. Now, I am not going into that courtroom to make a fool of myself.
So, now we get down to the meat of it. You're afraid you'll lose the case.
Oh, that isn't true.
You're thinking about your record, your reputation. Sure. You'll want to run for governor next year.
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, this case has attracted publicity from all over the country. It'll be covered by the national newspapers. And you can't afford to be the loser. All right. If that's how things are done around here, you can have my job. Here's my star. I quit. July 12th, 11 a.m. This is the last notation I intend to make in the case of Clarence McKibben. I am no longer sheriff of this county. I am convinced that Mariah McKibben, Edmund Vale, and Frank Fluitt are guilty. But I am the only one. I am keeping a copy of this report for my personal records.
Morning, Sheriff. May I come in?
Good morning, Mr. Tattersall. I'm cleaning out my desk and things. I agreed to stay to the end of the month.
I've never seen Main Street so crowded. Both hotels jam-packed. Can't get a room anywhere for miles around. Restaurants, why, it must be like it is up in the Klondike where they struck gold.
What's on your mind, Mr. Tattersall?
Reconsider your resignation.
Why?
Because you're a good sheriff. The best we've ever had.
I'm being blocked. Deliberately.
Their case should probably get thrown out of court.
They're obviously guilty. But nothing is ever 100% certain. You have to go to trial with what you believe in.
Let's go back to the crowds all over town. Do you realize what McKibben's disappearance is doing for business?
I can imagine.
How did he disappear?
They hid the body.
What can be hidden can also be found. Why haven't you found it? Maybe they didn't hide it. Maybe they didn't kill him. You know, right around the McKibben farm was the medicine ground of the old Chippewa tribe. Now, there are those who believe
that the spirits of the ancient Chippewa medicine men spirited him away.
That's nonsense.
Well, I think it's dangerous to characterize other people's beliefs as nonsense. There are scientists, physical scientists, who believe that another world coexists with ours, and that if you step into an opening between them, you can be swept away.
Do you believe in this?
You're going to say nonsense, aren't you? Well, at any rate, all sorts of people have come here to see the spot. They will continue to do so.
And that will be good for business.
It's a bonus.
On the other hand, if Mariah McKibben and her two accomplices are found guilty of murder, that removes the mystery, and we go back to being a sleepy village. Which is why we don't want a trial.
Well, now, you are free to hold that opinion, Sheriff.
I say they murdered him.
What did they do with the body?
I don't know.
Then isn't that also as mysterious as any of the other interpretations? One way or another, he simply vanished into thin air. Sheriff, we don't want to lose a man like you.
Mr. Tattersall, I want your word, and the word of honor of every leading citizen in this town, that if I ever find that body, we go to court, regardless of how it will affect business.
If you can find that body, Sheriff, we'll have no choice.
I'm going to find the body of Clarence McKibben. I'll keep looking till the day I die.
And he did. Sheriff Joseph T. Boland died in 1925, and he hadn't found it. No one ever found it. The other principals? Frank Fluitt served several years for assault and disappeared from view. In 1904, Juanita Vale died, and everyone thought Mariah and Edmund Vale would get married. But Mariah married James Tattersall, the banker. It was a very long time ago, and all of them are dead and forgotten. But I won't forget you. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Either way, it's a mystery. If they killed him, how did they dispose of the body? If they didn't, who or what made him disappear? Given the time, the place, the opportunity, there is absolutely no way they could have gotten rid of him without a trace. Unless they knew some secret method, which seems impossible. On the other hand, the only other answer seems impossible, too. But that's life, isn't it? Aren't we always being challenged to choose from among the impossible, the imponderable, and the unthinkable? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.